Chapter 1. The Diary of the End. On a certain island in the East Sea, a small boat bobbed gently upon the majestic ocean, where a youth of 17 or 18 lay languidly, yawning and gnawing on a chicken leg. With a pen in hand, he prepared to inscribe his latest experiences in his diary. Previous entry: Galaxy, Solar System, Earth, November 28, 2020. My name is Tianyu, male, 17 years of age. I'm an ordinary student on Earth. For reasons unknown, I have found myself in a parallel world, fantasizing that one day this dream will manifest into reality. Yet, before I could ponder how to survive, I beheld a pack of wolves they were imposing, entirely unlike any creatures from Earth. They too had noticed me. November 29th. I am stranded on an island, completely surrounded by the sea, resting atop a tree with a crown approximately 100 meters high, basking in the sun. My stomach growls incessantly, and I yearn for rain from the heavens to quench my thirst. Upon observation, the animals on this island appear rather peculiar, resembling grotesque mutants. The wolves below show no sign of leaving. They have encircled me for an entire day. To make matters worse, I have developed a fever. Damn it, why did I not pack any medicine during my traversal? Gazing at the books within my bag, I find myself reminiscing about my former life. The cover of a martial arts novel catches my eye, and I fervently wish to possess the fate of a protagonist, to emerge from adversity and turn misfortune into fortune. November 30th. I awaken to the sea breeze, lethargically soaking up the sun, cursing the injustice of fate and my own misfortunes. As I glance down, I discover that the wolves have finally departed. I dare not let my guard down for even a moment. After scrutinizing the area for a considerable time, I muster the courage to descend in search of sustenance. My body, deprived of food and water, feels as if it is on the brink of collapse. Yet I understand that given my current state, I may lack the strength to ascend once more. If the wolves return, my fate will be dire. May the heavens grant me the fortune to find food and safely return to the tree. As I write this, dizziness overcomes me, my cracked lips bleed slightly, my stomach grumbles incessantly, and a fever coursing through my body sends chills down my spine. The reason I persist in writing this, perhaps it may be my final testament. I must descend. December 1st. I have returned safely back upon the tree, which for now serves as my most secure refuge. My venture down yielded fruitful rewards. I fortuitously discovered some fruits, albeit their peculiar appearance gave me pause. Nevertheless, I prioritized consumption and left the rest to fate. Excellent, the fruits are not poisonous. December 2nd. This morning, I awoke to find my fever subsided. Although my body still feels weak, I resolved to descend once more while there were no beasts nearby. Afternoon. Today, fortune smiled upon me. I stumbled upon a tree laden with fruita. Truly serendipitous day. Without hesitation, I promptly relocated my dwelling. What a splendid day. Good night. December 3rd. Today, I encountered a strangely shaped fruit resembling the devil fruit from One Piece. Its pink flesh, adorned with flesh-colored patterns, compelled me to consume it despite my trepidation. The taste was indescribable, yet all was done in the name of survival. After consuming this oddity, the flavor lingered in my mouth, a challenge to suppress. December 4th. My body has undergone a transformation. My severe myopia has vanished. My heartbeat has doubled. My height has increased drastically, and an inexhaustible strength courses through me. I could shatter a stone with a single punch, and any injuries I sustained healed swiftly, leaving no scars. Yet, I cannot fathom why I would desire to break stones. What gives me this newfound confidence? As I ponder, a certain latent ability manifests in my mind, as if it were a nadia cry echoing from the brink of death. Devil fruit, human fruit, mythical type, original form. Its power enhances the physical attributes of the consumer, unlocking their potential. It once possessed self-awareness and could coexist with its consumer, yet for reasons unknown, I have digested its consciousness. Upon reflection, perhaps the vaccines within my body overwhelmed it, like a virus that stood no chance. December 5th. I am invincible on this island. The wolves I once feared are now at my mercy, and I grow stronger with every encounter. It is exhilarating. I no longer harbor the dread that once consumed me. While exploring the territory of the island, discovered a hot spring and decided to take a bath, only to find that this spring connected to the sea. I lay there utterly exhausted for half the day before finally dragging myself out. December 6th. I constructed a wooden house beside the hot spring, enclosing it with wooden barriers, feeling an overwhelming sense of strength within my body. It is a tangible sensation, one that grows more pronounced with each passing day. However, I soon faced an onslaught from a pack of beasts, which displayed considerable intelligence. Fortunately, my strength proved sufficient. The devil fruit I consumed is unique. It seems to provide no extraordinary powers, yet my strength escalates at an alarming rate, and the path to development is remarkably straightforward. December 7th. Today, while soaking in the hot spring, a massive bear intruded upon my sanctuary. In that moment of crisis, despite my feebleness, I refused to succumb to death. Under the intensity of my furious gaze, a miracle occurred. The giant bear fainted. I now comprehend the significance of this event. I have traversed into the realm of One Piece, consumed a devil fruit, and awakened the rare Conqueror's Haki. It is evident that I am destined to be the protagonist. Emboldened by the belief in miracles, I have truly become one. To master the 3 types of Haki, I dedicate myself to rigorous training in combat, relying on my formidable recovery to engage in battles with the beasts, aiming to cultivate observation Haki. December 8th. I resolved to exercise in the hot spring, striving to overcome my weaknesses to the best of my ability. Thus I reclined for an hour. December 9th. My progress is remarkable. Greeting the dawn, I perform simple movements in the hot spring, engaging in combat with beasts in the jungle, eyes closed and calm. December 10th. I began attempting simple push-ups in the hot spring. Though arduous, the weakness of my body frustrates me. Yet, in the end, I managed to elevate myself. January 10th. Through relentless training, I can now unleash my Conqueror's Haki, effortlessly stunning all creatures on the island, while my observation Haki grants me a comprehensive view of my surroundings. Most importantly, I am now capable of swimming freely in the sea. Today is an auspicious day for venturing out to sea. Tianyu closed his diary with great care, placing it gently in the center of a dug pit, alongside a pen. Donning the clothes he arrived in, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and approached the shore, gazing upon the vast azure sea. Today, he was finally ready to depart. The era of the great pirates, where heroes rise, I have arrived. I shall demonstrate to you the prowess of an Eastern warrior. To uphold justice, vanquish the wicked pirates, and eliminate the foolish celestial dragons. The fervent spirit of youthful ambition blazed within him. In that moment, Tianyu felt an overwhelming surge of confidence, drawing ever closer to the heroic dreams of martial arts novels. Lost in thought, he seized the large raft he had prepared for so long and cast it into the sea, leaping aboard with a paddle, drifting away with the current. 3 days later, "Hey kid, need some help?" called out an older crew member from a passing passenger ship. "Come aboard." Tianyu halted his riding upon hearing the voice, looked up to see it was not a pirate ship, and shook his head in refusal. "No, thank you, uncle, I'm perfectly fine." Another crew member chimed in, "Hey, arrogant little brat. This is the open sea. It's dangerous to be on a raft." Tianyu muttered under his breath, "It's merely the ocean. Foolish mortals. How could you comprehend my strength? Hey kid, hurry up and get on board." No sooner had he spoken than a rope was tossed down. "Farewell, gentlemen," Tianyu replied without lifting his head. "Do not underestimate me. Due to my age, I am truly formidable." Reluctantly, he set down his diary and pen, having pondered for quite some time, yet unable to pen a single word. The journey thus far had been uneventful, and there was little of interest to document. Behind Tianyu, on the surface of the sea, a pirate ship adorned with a skull flag approached stealthily. Cannon fire erupted, and a cannonball was discharged, the air filled with a piercing whistle that drowned out the sound of the waves. The 2 crew members from earlier had already been reduced to trembling shadows, utterly speechless. Upon hearing that sound, Tianyu remained utterly unconcerned, continuing to mind her own business, leisurely tidying up her belongings. It was only when a shell whistled close by that she reacted, gracefully leaping up and swiftly extending her hand to intercept the incoming projectile, catching it firmly in her grasp. Attempting a sneak attack? Not on my watch. Fear not, dear uncles, for I am here. With unwavering confidence, Tian-Yu did not glance back, a smile characteristic of a true powerhouse gracing her lips. As she felt the heat radiating from the shell above her, she curiously inspected it before exclaiming, "The fuse is nearly burned out. Kid, you might want to throw that shell away." Boom! Fireworks erupted, the wooden raft splintering into countless pieces, notebooks and pens obliterated in the blast. Confident Tian-Yu became a charred figure, her tattered clothes a pitiful sight, standing atop a remnant of wood. At that moment, the gazes of the two individuals on the boat resembled that of witnesses to a grand folly. Tian-Yu wiped her face and assessed her body, remarking, "This shell's power seems rather unimpressive. It pales in comparison to the might of a giant bear's paw." "Kid, stop evaluating the shell's power. Are you injured?" "Fool, the blast has singed my hair." Aboard the beastly pirate ship, a cockroach, peering through a telescope, witnessed the entire spectacle, its eyes nearly popping out in shock as it stammered, "Captain Mouse, the opponent has caught the shell barehanded. Quite an impressive feat, should we consider a strategic retreat." Upon hearing this, Captain Mouse leaped up in alarm, his spirits soaring as he bellowed in frustration, "Damn it! What are you hesitating for? Retreat at once." The cockroach, filled with glee, replied, "Yes, yes, let's retreat quickly. Honestly, it's all your fault, you wretched lot." Seeing his crew hastily mobilizing with unprecedented zeal, retreating at 3 times the speed they would engage in an attack, Captain Mouse felt a surge of relief. The pirate ship was abuzz with a sense of euphoria, as if they had narrowly escaped a disaster. Suddenly, a crew member, Snail, pointed in terror at the back of their captain, tears streaming down his face as he stuttered, "Captain." Captain Mouse turned to see Tian-Yu standing right behind him, his jaw dropping in sheer astonishment. "Al, when did you get here?" Tian-Yu regarded his exaggerated jaw with curiosity, marveling at his remarkable expression abilities. "Hey, you fired that shell, didn't you?" "I didn't. I'm not sure. I don't know." Captain Mouse stammered, panic overtaking him. Tian-Yu regarded him with a disdainful glare, thinking that his towering stature of 3 meters was utterly wasted. "Pirate, what is your name?" "I am Captain Mouse." Her eyes narrowed in increasing contempt as she retrieved a bounty notice from her belongings, discovering the meager reward of 100 berries for his head. Utterly pathetic, given your recent actions. "Please, esteemed hunter, spare us," Captain Mouse implored, collapsing to his knees upon seeing the stack of bounty notices. "We shall never pirate again. We are willing to gift this ship to you, esteemed hunter." The crew echoed in unison. "We are willing to give the ship to you, esteemed one." "Is that so?" Tian-Yu pondered for a moment before nodding. "Gentlemen, it would be wise to return home, to tend to your fields, and abandon the life of piracy." "Yes, yes," Captain Mouse, overjoyed, stumbled over his words, leading his crew onto a small boat without so much as collecting their treasures. Tian-Yu smiled with satisfaction as she stepped aboard her very first ship, only to suddenly realize she had no idea how to sail it. "What am I to do now?" Her eyes brightened. "I have a solution. This truly is a win-win situation." Thus, as she set sail, she would leap into the sea, swimming while simultaneously pushing the large vessel onward through the waves. In the distance, a lovely girl with golden hair had long been eyeing this ship, for its owner was exhibiting remarkably foolish behavior. She put away her telescope, preparing according to her carefully devised plan, patiently waiting for the fool to take the bait. "Help me! Help me! Is there anyone who can save me?" Just after finishing her workout and shower, Tian-Yu, lounging on a chair with a glass of juice, heard the cries and promptly rose to investigate. Peering over the side of the ship, she spotted a cute girl with yellow hair clinging to the wooden boards, appearing quite feeble. As a champion of the weak, Tian-Yu felt it was her duty to assist, immediately leaping into the water to swim over, ready to rescue the girl. The golden-haired girl, hearing the approach, secretly rejoiced, continuing to feign weakness as she allowed Tian-Yu to carry her on her back. At first glance, Tianyu recognized the girl as the notorious thief cat, Nami, a strong and adorable character. Are you all right? Her tone was exceedingly gentle, further confirming in Nami's mind that this was indeed a simple-minded fool. The treasures aboard the ship were graciously accepted by her. Nami, as the provisions were laid out before the young girl, Tianyu gazed at Nami with the fascination one might reserve for an extraordinary gem, a look that could easily lead to misinterpretation. Nami secretly exhaled in relief. She had this under control. She had encountered many lecherous individuals before, and each one had been deftly manipulated by her. Such behavior played right into her hands. Nami resolved to take the initiative and employ her charms to swiftly deal with this foolish captain and make off with the riches. Captain, why is it just you aboard the ship? Setting the food upon the table, Nami began to devour it with fierce appetite to enhance her performance. Tianyu did not respond to her inquiry. Instead, memories from the anime flooded his mind as he regarded her with a complex expression. You must be weary. Nami, 10 years. A feat I doubt I could achieve if I were as frail as you. With that, regardless of her reaction, he rose and stepped into the cabin. Nami stood stunned. Watching his retreating figure, this fool actually recognized her. If that were the case, why did he not seize her? She had consumed the food on the table without issue. For reasons unknown, she recalled the astonishment and compassion in his gaze. And the words he spoke struck a chord within her, compelling her to refrain from fleeing immediately. Moments later, Tianyu emerged from the ship's hold, bringing forth all the treasures and placing them before Nami. Nami, these riches are yours. Take me to confront the dragon pirates, and I shall eradicate them. Nami's expression turned peculiar, reflecting her keen vigilance and skepticism. Miss Nami, I implore you to trust me. I am a wandering knight from the east, devoted to upholding justice and vanquishing evil. My greatest aspiration is to become a renowned hero, revered by all, but a quintessential case of youthful bravado. Recalling the formidable strength of the dragon, Nami struggled to maintain her composure. She possessed the ability to read the situation, and this person before her did not appear to be a liar. Now that the treasure was in hand, the ransom of 100 million berries was within reach, rendering it unnecessary to send this reckless individual to his doom or invite further complications. I do not comprehend your words. Nonetheless, I thank you for rescuing me and for these treasures. However, I am not the Nami you seek. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Her words. Tianyu smiled faintly, refraining from idle chatter as he delivered a powerful punch toward the sea. The force of his blow, imbued with the ferocity of a seasoned beast, carried a palpable intent to kill. The air surged with the impact, and the tranquil sea erupted into tumultuous waves, a colossal and terrifying imprint left in its wake. The surrounding waters churned violently, the gale howling fiercely, lingering in the aftermath. Witnessing such might before her, Nami found herself momentarily dazed. She had never encountered a person of such strength. Perhaps he could indeed defeat the dragon. Yet, she remained unaware of the true power of the dragon pirates. Perhaps, just perhaps, he could eradicate the dragon pirates. Nami, please believe in me. Believe in a knight who seeks justice. Tianyu insisted earnestly. He had long harbored grievances against certain individuals from the anime, particularly the celestial dragons. And once he became powerful enough, he would seek them out. Chapter 3. The knight's dream of youth. Can you truly defeat the dragon? Nami inquired, having sensed Tianyu's strength, yet still harboring reservations. For once a battle commenced, there would be no turning back. A cunning thief. She had deceived many, and naturally, she feared being deceived herself. Tianyu perceived her apprehension and replied earnestly, I can't. Nami, you must trust me. Just bring me to the location, and I will handle the rest. The rest is not your concern. His words, though somewhat awkward, managed to put Nami at ease. You have a grudge against the dragon pirates? Nami probed cautiously. Indeed, Tianyu declared without hesitation. A deep-seated vendetta. The dragon's crew plundered our village while I was away, slaughtering many. I pursued them ever since, and by chance, I overheard some fishmen discussing that the dragon pirates were still in the East Sea, complete with your likeness and name. They have been deceiving you. The so-called ransom of 100 million berries is merely a ruse. Even if you manage to gather the funds, it will be of no use. You have always been at a disadvantage. Incapable of protecting anything, Nami clenched her teeth at his words. Regardless of their truth, she could not deny the soundness of his reasoning. She lacked the power to safeguard her village. Moreover, she could sense that the dragon pirates did not consider her one of their own. After a moment of complex hesitation, she finally acquiesced. Very well, I shall take you there. Tianyue's proposal stirred her heart. Even if they could not eliminate the dragon, failure would not endanger the villagers of Coco Village. She gazed at Tianyue, her eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. That foolish expression of his was infuriating yet disarmingly gentle, as if he had known her for ages. Sometimes, a deceiver could discern the truth better than anyone else. This realization rendered the typically strong and sensitive Nami unable to muster her usual anger, revealing a hint of feminine fragility instead. A long-forgotten feeling of being protected, cherished, and cared for. A warmth akin to flames suddenly meeting ice. Feeling exposed, Nami stammered, "What are you looking at?" The intensity of his gaze left her feeling vulnerable, her face flushed with a shy crimson hue. Tianyue, slightly embarrassed, chuckled before continuing, "Nami, I find myself at a loss for words." Nami prompted. Wishing to avoid bringing up her painful past, Tianyue suggested, "Tomorrow, we set sail to deal with the dragon and reclaim Coco Village." "Thank you," Nami responded, her thoughts still in turmoil, lingering in uncertainty as the sun dipped low on the horizon. The sky and sea merged into a glorious tapestry of gold and crimson, shimmering waves dancing in the twilight, the spirits of the ocean taking flight. Darkness soon enveloped the scene, the last vestiges of light fading into a gray-white hue. Nami stole a glance at Tianyue, quickly returning to her pretense as he turned away. Nightfall arrived. Nami quietly positioned herself outside Tianyue's door, catching sight of the map to Loguetown resting upon the table. After much deliberation, she ultimately departed. This person seemed to understand her well, while she knew next to nothing about him. The following morning, when Tianyue awoke, he discovered Nami had vanished, leaving behind a small sum of money on the table. He sighed inwardly. She still did not trust him. However, it mattered not. The dragon pirates must be eradicated, and this would serve as an opportunity to gauge his own strength. The ship had docked, and Tianyue donned an old garment left behind by previous pirates before disembarking with the money. He perused the surrounding shops, purchased several new outfits, and indulged in a hearty meal to savor the culinary delights of the pirate world, casually inquiring with passing merchants about the location of Coco Village. With a multitude of islands in the East Sea, gathering information about a single village proved challenging, yet inquiring about Captain Mouse and his dominion would quickly narrow down the search. Coco Village. As Tianyue stepped ashore, he encountered two fishmen from the dragon pirates. One of them cast a disdainful glance at Tianyue's ship, greedily proclaiming, "Filthy human, leave the ship and be gone." Such familiar villainous rhetoric. Tianyue recognized this fishman as Crocodile, an officer of the dragon pirates, proficient in fishman karate. However, he would soon become a lifeless fish. "I am here to seek the dragon of the dragon pirates. Please guide me." Tianyue's refusal to comply was palpable. His disdain for these fishmen was evident as he contemplated how best to exact his vengeance. Frying, boiling, steaming. None of these options seemed appropriate, for it all felt akin to cannibalism. Verging on the perverse, Crocodile, incensed by Tianyue's tone, could scarcely believe that a mere human dared to speak so insolently to a creature of noble fishman lineage that one so accustomed to wielding power. This was an unforgivable affront. "You wretched human, how dare you address me in such a manner? You shall perish," he exclaimed, launching a merciless punch. The fishman, unarmed, unleashed a lethal assault, the seawater coalescing into a fist that struck with tremendous force. Tianyue regarded the incoming attack with an impassive expression. Its velocity was as sluggish as a tortoise, and its trajectory was riddled with flaws. The creature's offensive capabilities were inferior even to the wild boars that roamed the island. With a slight sidestep, he deftly evaded the blow and countered with a punch to Crocodile's chest. The sound of cracking bones echoed ominously as Crocodile's forward momentum was abruptly halted, followed by a visible shockwave that propelled him backwards at an unseen speed. He flew for what felt like an eternity, colliding with countless trees, until he ultimately crashed through the lair of the Dragon of Evil, reduced to nothing but shattered remains, a sudden and gruesome demise. As Kruby soared through the air, his spirit seemed to linger, pursued by the specter of death. The force behind Tian Yu's strike was perfectly calibrated, a manifestation of his mastery over observation hockey. The once celebratory atmosphere of the dragon's paradise fell into an eerie silence. Just as the dragon prepared to voice his disbelief, his gaze fell upon the second fishman, whose mangled body plummeted to the ground, the severed head rolling to rest at his feet. The revelry had transformed into shock, then into a simmering rage, culminating in the dragon's icy laughter. He was clearly pushed to the brink of fury. His gaze fixated on the direction from whence the fishmen had come, where a figure clad in a suit had inexplicably appeared, with a close-cropped haircut and a suit adorned with a tie. The figure possessed a youthful visage, yet exuded a robust and intimidating aura. So, you are the dragon pirates? Tian Yu mused, his heart devoid of any sympathy for these grotesque fish-like beings, perceiving them as no different from the beasts of the island. Were it not for their ability to speak in their bipedal stance, he would have considered seasoning them with a hint of cumin for flavor. Who will rid me of this pest? The dragon seethed, his teeth clenched, issuing orders without a moment's hesitation, intent on testing his adversary's strength. Octopus Xiaoba was the first to rise, declaring, "Allow me to take the lead. My six-sword style is unrivaled." The cadre member, Jiu, guffawed, while said, "Xiaoba, dispatch him, and let this contemptible human witness the might of our noble fishmen." Around them, the fishmen erupted into raucous laughter, completely dismissive of the feeble human before them, oblivious to the depths of their own folly. As Xiaoba brandished 6 blades and charged forward, Tian Yu's conqueror's haki surged forth from within him, vast as the ocean and heavy as a mountain, perfectly controlled in its intensity. The fishmen around him collapsed to their knees, drenched in cold sweat, bereft of any will to resist. Once mere slaves, pitifully sold in the Grand Line, you now presume to act as masters in the East Blue. How utterly revolting! Whether out of ignorance or sheer arrogance, you must bear the consequences of your actions. Not even Rayleigh can save you now. As these words resonated, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped the paradise, as the fishmen recalled some unspeakable horrors, an almost mythical conqueror's haki. Some trembled involuntarily, their faces paling as they heard the ominous footsteps drawing near. The dragon knelt, terror-stricken, gazing at the feet before him. He had not anticipated the arrival of such a formidable presence, typically found only in the New World, to materialize in the East Blue. In this life and the last, I have long held disdain for your kind. Tian Yu's icy stare bore into him. Unlike the original tale, he would not simply administer a beating and call it a day, but he bent down, lifting the dragon from the ground with his left hand, observing the defiance and helplessness in his eyes, before delivering a powerful strike to the dragon's throat. Then, midway through, his palms suddenly straightened. The tempest erupted as the paradise was torn asunder. The dragon's head fell to the ground, discarded to avoid splattering blood. He then retrieved a blade from the ground and, one by one, decapitated every fishman pirate present, stowing their heads in a bag before washing his hands in the pool and making his way toward the stronghold of Colonel Mouse. The villagers of Caucasia, witnessing the arrival of an outsider and the absence of the dragon's crew, approached curiously, only to be met with a scene so horrifying that they fled in terror. Stumbling back to their village, stammering for what felt like an eternity to explain the events, the 16th Division of the Navy, Tian Yu arrived, carrying the bag filled with the heads of the dragon pirates. Without uttering a word, he unleashed his conqueror's haki, sweeping through the entire division, rendering the Navy personnel utterly powerless. He roused Colonel Mouse from his slumber and commenced a half-hour interrogation. It took him the better part of 30 minutes to dispatch every last one. The following day, news that sent shockwaves throughout the East Blue erupted. The 16th Division had been ruthlessly slaughtered. The heads of the dragon pirates and the division's Navy personnel were displayed prominently on the gates of justice. Every piece of evidence had been recorded by a din mushi and was being broadcasted incessantly. The ramifications were dire, tarnishing the Navy's reputation. Fleet Admiral Sengoku was incensed. Such a monumental scandal had plunged the Navy's standing into the depths of disgrace. In the eyes of the world government and the Navy could do no wrong. and thus the guilty party gradually morphed into Tianyu, staring at the bounty notice in his hands. Amounting to 30 million berries, Tianyu could scarcely comprehend when his picture had been taken. There was no inkling of it in his observation haki. This was undoubtedly one of the unresolved mysteries of the pirate world. Yet he had anticipated this outcome and felt no surprise. He was mentally prepared for the bounty. What mattered now was his next destination, the elusive clown Buggy, who was rumored to be lurking in the East Blue in search of treasure. Though the anime may not convey much, in reality, that individual warranted a thorough beating, preferably a swift execution. He pondered whether his own fists were truly as hard as he believed, or if the other party was simply fortunate. And then there was that pirate butler, whose name had slipped from his memory. Such insignificant figures were hardly worth remembering. After meandering at sea for a considerable time, Tianyu suddenly realized he had no precise knowledge of the whereabouts of these two individuals. Only vague impressions, such as Miss Koya and Buggy's bomb. Gazing out over the endless ocean, he noticed that within the scope of his haki, there was not a single landmass in sight, which triggered memories of Nami, a truly splendid navigator, whom he had inadvertently missed. Before he knew it, he found himself at the floating restaurant, Baratie. This establishment, a vast ship, sported two enormous fish heads at either end, and the aroma of delicious food wafted enticingly through the air. Before entering, Tianyu noticed his likeness affixed to the restaurant's entrance, his visage juxtaposed with a line of bounty notices that seemed utterly vulgar. As he stepped inside, he was greeted by a young man with curly eyebrows and tousled yellow hair. Immediately identifying him, "Sir, what can I get for you?" he inquired, his tone flat and impatient, one hand in his pocket while the other extended a menu, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, his eyes tinged with red. "We're already fixated on a woman at a nearby table." Tianyu purposefully refrained from naming any dishes, indifferent to whether the young man paid attention, simply pointing at the menu and saying, "This one, this one, this one, and that one." The curly-haired young man turned to the words, somewhat politely asking, "You can't read?" Tianyu shook his head, replying, "This way is more convenient." Sanji's eyebrows twitched. It dawned on him that the individual before him seemed strangely familiar. "I feel like I've seen you somewhere before." Tianyu gestured toward the entrance. "The wanted poster features my face." Sanji's eyes widened in realization. "You're the pirate who recently set sail." "Tianyu, right? I'm not a pirate." Tianyu clarified that "I consider myself a righteous hero, dedicated to vanquishing evil." Sanji stared at him, intrigued by the term hero, which held a unique connotation in a world where one was either a Navy officer or a pirate. Or perhaps a pirate hunter. It sounded rather appealing, akin to a pirate hunter. Tianyu, displeased by his interpretation, retorted firmly, "A hero is a hero. A pirate hunter is a pirate hunter. I am not driven by the allure of wealth, but rather by the noble conviction of chivalry that resides within my heart. I strive to uphold justice and vanquish evil. In my eyes, all individuals are equal. Should I encounter an injustice, I shall undoubtedly draw my sword in aid. Be it Navy or pirate or any other unsavory character, I will lend my hand against any villain." His words were resolute and filled with righteous fervor. Yet in truth, he was merely a boy lost in the fantasies of martial arts novels, devoid of any worldly cares. If others would suddenly find themselves transported to another realm, they might indulge in fantasies, but would inevitably long for home. Conversely, Tianyu was entirely different. Once the threat dissipated and he acquired some measure of power, a fervent dream that had long been dormant ignited within him. Sanji pondered these sentiments, for it was the first time he had encountered such rhetoric, an unwavering commitment to equality and a readiness to assist those wronged, which stirred a peculiar sense of passion within him. Regrettably, this did not align with his own beliefs, and he promptly interjected, "Sir Knight, it's Tian Knight." Tianyu's face flushed with embarrassment as he kindly reminded Sanji, his gaze fixed intently upon him, imbued with a certain expectation. Sanji couldn't shake the feeling that this self-proclaimed knight was brimming with eagerness and impatience. Thus, he followed suit and asked, "Tian Knight, would you care for a drink? It's on the house." Upon hearing this, Tianyu's spirits soared to the highest peaks. He felt an overwhelming urge to bellow with exuberance and laugh heartily, exclaiming, Bring me a bottle of juice and a bottle of fine spirits. Thank you. Certainly, Tian Knight. Please hold on for a moment. Sanji meticulously noted down the peculiar request for juice paired with spirits. Was this truly the demeanor of a knight? And 2 pounds of beef as well. The suggestion was a spontaneous whim. He personally favored juice, yet it starkly contrasted with the knightly image he wished to portray, hence the sudden notion that he envisioned himself drinking while engaging in battles. Imagining how dashing such a scene would be. Yet, a fleeting thought struck him. He lacked a sword at his side. Possessing a renowned blade would only deepen his knightly persona, as he contemplated this. Images of a stylish hat danced in his mind, calculating his finances and resolving to procure this ensemble at his next opportunity. For only then could he fully immerse himself in the heart of his aspirations. Understood. Sanji nodded with seriousness before turning to leave, sensing something amiss with this self-styled knight. Soon, the juice and spirits were served, and Tian Yu promptly set aside the liquor, sipping the juice with tranquility. When a meal arrived, he began to eat and drink heartily, his self-proclaimed boisterousness appearing to others as though he were a famished specter. After satisfying his hunger, he declared, "Waiter, the bill, please. The bill is ready." Sanji stared at him in silence for a moment before realizing the young man was calling him. Thinking to himself that this lad must have a few screws loose, that he approached and stated, "Tian Knight. The total is 700 berries. In no need for change." Tian Yu slammed the money onto the table, departing with an air of satisfaction. Sanji was taken aback, glancing down at the exact sum of 700 berries on the table. Then peering beneath the table to confirm there were no discrepancies. The owner, Redfoot Zepp, shouted, "You lazy brat. Hurry up and collect the payment and serve the customers." "Got it, old man." Sanji collected the money and headed to the counter to prepare the meal. However, the counter staff, Garp, intercepted him, his bushy beard quivering. "Sanji, why is there only 700 berries?" Sanji replied, "That is the total amount." The customer said no change was needed. How could it possibly be just 700 berries? Garp, in his irritable manner, concluded decisively that Sanji had pocketed a tip and demanded he return the money. Sanji restrained his anger and reiterated, "It's exactly 700 berries. Just return the change." Garp was not one to let this opportunity slip by, even though he knew Sanji was telling the truth. This fellow smoked daily, always having money for cigarettes, yet never returned his change. 2 days prior. Cocoa Village. Having just returned to the village, Nami was quickly whisked away by the exuberant Jian to the lair of the Arlong pirates. The sudden downfall of the Arlong pirates reminded her of that inexplicably gentle fool of a knight. The villagers had long awaited her arrival, tears glistening in their eyes as they instinctively made way for their little Nami. At the end of the path stood a wall adorned with a few tender words left by the foolish knight. "Miss Nami, I deeply empathize with your abrupt departure, yet the promise of knight bears the weight of a mountain. Loyalty must surpass his very life. Regardless of others' beliefs, I wish to be a candle in this dark world, burning away evil and igniting the light. There is one truth I concealed from you. I harbor no grievances with Arlong and his ilk, but who could forget that I am Tian Knight, one who champions justice and eradicates malevolence. By the time you read this letter, the Arlong pirates have met their demise, and the nefarious Captain Mouse and his crew have been thoroughly vanquished. Cocoa Village is free, and so are you. Go forth and pursue your dreams freely." Nami was not merely the little thief of the East Blue. She was Cocoa Village's beloved Nami, and I hold profound admiration for your courage and kindness. May we reunite upon the sea, where we can rejoice together over drinks once more. A passing Tian Knight. Overwhelmed by the villagers' cheers, Nami found herself in tears. Though time had swiftly passed, a full decade had slipped by in the blink of an eye. Suddenly recalling something, Nami turned and sprinted madly towards the distant shore, fervently hoping she would make it in time to catch a ship. "Go, Nami!" Noki shouted. Jian, tears streaming down his face, implored, "Nami, let us express our gratitude to the knight. Cocoa Village will forever remember him. Nami, go chase your dreams freely." The villagers rallied behind her, their voices choked with emotion as they urged her on. Just as Tian Yu stepped onto the ship, preparing to set sail, he heard Nami's sweet and excited voice calling from behind. "Hey, Knight Tian Yu, please don't leave yet. Wait for me." Beside her, Zoro observed the knight with curiosity, while Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Knight. What a cool name. I want to invite him to join my pirate crew." Upon hearing this, Tianyu turned to see Nami, Luffy, and Zoro approaching, responding, "Nami, is there something you need?" Nami's heart sank. Her mood dampened as she misinterpreted Tianyu's tone, believing he was upset over her sudden departure. The figure she longed to speak to was right before her, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Conflicted emotions swirled within her, and a sense of inexplicable sorrow washed over her, though she was no ordinary girl to eye. Before Nami could finish her sentence, the exuberant Luffy seized her, his rubbery arms stretching far to grasp the edge of Tianyu's ship. Launching them both through the air, "Oh, Knight, be my crew member," Luffy shouted, his eyes gleaming. Tianyu felt helpless as he braced for the impact, instinctively sidestepping while extending his arms to catch the two. Before he could respond to Luffy, Nami, now steady on her feet, leaped into Tianyu's embrace, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist, burying her head in the crook of his neck that a decade had passed. And she had finally attained her freedom. Cocoa Village was liberated, and the vendetta for Belmare was finally avenged. In that moment, her breath warmed his ear, and a sweet fragrance enveloped him, while Nami trembled slightly, her soft sobs barely audible. Luffy, witnessing this, paused momentarily before breaking into a radiant smile, recognizing that Nami's tears were born of joy. The knight truly is gentle. In the embrace of beauty, Tianyu felt a surge of affection. Instinctively wrapping his arms around Nami, drawing her closer, the atmosphere between them grew increasingly intimate, their connection tinged with a hint of flirtation. And in a moment of impulse, Tianyu couldn't resist placing a gentle kiss on Nami's lips. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she clutched his hands tightly, whispering softly, "Tianyu, thank you, that tea was my duty, truly," he replied, his own excitement palpable. The expressions on their faces were utterly delightful, with smiles blooming at the corners of their mouths, accompanied by a low, guttural grunt reminiscent of a pig. Nearby, Luffy, lost in his own joy, had his thoughts wandering far into the horizon, completely oblivious to the situation of the two. Tianyu did not refuse. Leading him to believe that the other party had acquiesced, he leapt about the ship, glancing this way and that, emitting excited shouts of woohoo. When Luffy was in high spirits, he stood at the bow of the ship, arms outstretched as if to embrace the sea, declaring, "I will become the king of pirates. Shanks, wait for me." "Hey, Straw Hat Kid, get down from there," Tianyu quickly interjected, reminding him that this vessel was not a pirate ship. Nami, irritated by the disruption, shot a venomous glare at him, her heart seething. "If it weren't for my reluctance to part with Brother Tianyu's embrace, I would love nothing more than to smash this foolish straw hat into pieces. What is the matter?" "Hero, you promised me an invitation," Luffy pouted, jumping in front of Tianyu with a pitiful demeanor, defiantly looking up at the sky. "After all, I'm a captain." Tianyu suddenly realized that Luffy was strikingly similar to that old rascal Garp. It was evident that they were indeed cut from the same cloth. "Straw Hat Kid, do you know what a hero truly means?" Luffy replied matter-of-factly, "Of course. It means a free pirate," observing Luffy's earnest expression. Tianyu understood that if he did not clarify, this single-minded fellow would undoubtedly persist in his inquiries. Thus, he felt compelled to solemnly explain the deeper meaning of what a hero represents. Putting on an act. After listening to Tianyu's words, Luffy widened his eyes, his foolish demeanor turning serious, and he beamed brightly. "I am Monkey D. Luffy, a man destined to be the king of pirates. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Hero. What a pity you do not wish to be a free pirate. Your conviction is truly admirable." The seemingly foolish Luffy, in fact, held great respect for the dreams and beliefs of others. Taking this matter more seriously than anyone else, "That I am Tianyu, a chivalrous hero," he replied, "and a hero is also free. It's merely a matter of differing pursuits." Luffy appeared bewildered, unsure if he comprehended. Yet he nodded dejectedly, muttering, "I am the villainous pirate, after all." Nami, however, cared little for their conversation. She simply wished for this clueless straw hat to leave her in Tianyu's world of two. Without hesitation, she struck Luffy with a powerful punch, leaving him with a swollen head, glaring at him with a predatory gaze, baring her teeth in a menacing grin. Foolish straw hat, take that clueless swordsman and leave this place, or I shall flatten you. She pointed towards Zoro, who was lost in thought on the shore. Terrified, Luffy bolted, exclaiming, "You wicked woman! What a terrifying woman!" Zoro, upon hearing this, became incensed, his green hair bristling in fury. "You vile woman! Do not spout nonsense here." He would not admit to such things. Nami cast a cold glance at the two before turning, her demeanor instantly transforming into a sweet smile, her aura shifting from fierce to delicate. "Brother Tian Yu, let us set sail." A chill ran down Tian Yu's spine. For some reason, he suddenly felt a twinge of fear at Nami's angry visage and her fist that seemed to carry an unyielding aura. However, reassured by his own strength and robust physique, he calmed himself. "Nami, you shall direct, and I shall handle the sailing." Nami beamed. "All right, from today onward, I shall be the navigator of the ship." "Nami, do you have a dream you wish to fulfill?" Tian Yu inquired deliberately. Nami, hands on her hips, stood in the spot where Luffy had just been, declaring, "I want to chart the entire world." Luffy onshore looked on enviously, his mouth watering at the thought. Zoro awkwardly pulled his foolish captain, hastening towards the direction of the floating restaurant, Baratie. "Zoro, I also want a ship." Zoro reminded him, "Fool, we already have the red-nosed treasure." "Ah, wonderful. Let us hurry and buy a ship." Luffy exclaimed, but his stomach growled, and upon catching a whiff of food, he quickly changed his mind. "Zoro, I'm hungry. Let us eat first." Zoro glanced at the large ship, relieved to see it was not far away. Meanwhile, Tian Yu watched as Nami continuously transferred a plethora of treasures from a small boat, rushing to assist her until the ship's treasury was filled to the brim. Suddenly transformed into a wealthy man, Tian Yu could not help but ask, "Nami, did you rob the Dragoness Paradise?" Nami replied earnestly, "How could that be? All that money is the hard-earned money of the villagers. I handed it over to village chief Aegean." Tian Yu questioned, "Then where did this money come from?" Nami retorted with a proud smile, "From a little red-nosed clown. Thanks to those two foolish pirates, I was able to acquire this treasure so smoothly." Reflecting on Luffy and Zoro, Tian Yu inquired, "Did you leave them anything?" Not out of kindness, but rather from a sense of guilt, as it was only right to check on Nami after he had taken her away. "Yes," Nami replied, her expression pained. "I gave each of them 10 belly. If I had known, I would have left nothing." A sense of foreboding washed over Tian Yu as he noticed Nami hastily stashing away his money as well. She would occasionally glance at him with a wary expression, her gaze filled with avarice, making him feel as if his own savings were in jeopardy. That was all he had left. Tentatively, Tian Yu broached, "Nami, I wish to buy a fine sword and customize a few outfits." Suddenly, a jade fist crashed down upon him with astonishing speed, catching him completely off guard, devoid of any forewarning. The physical damage was overwhelming, leaving him with 18 fresh, throbbing bumps atop his head, causing him to gasp in pain. Internally, he marveled at the force behind Nami's punch, questioning whether such damage could truly be inflicted without the use of haki. It was more formidable than a raging bear. Nami's demeanor morphed, her fangs bared, her eyes narrowed into fierce slits, unleashing a torrent of rage. "Damn you, Tian Yu, you still wish for a famed sword. Do you think earning money is easy? Do you have any idea how much a renowned sword costs? Good heavens, you might as well sell me." It was not that she was particularly worried about money, but rather she was considering her future living conditions. "Your strength is so great. You hardly ever need it." Tian Yu, cradling his head, retreated slightly. "Any old sword will do. Clothes and hats are not actually that expensive." His words lacked conviction upon hearing this. Nami's expression shifted dramatically, swiftly regaining her earlier shyness, as if the angered version of herself had never existed, replying sweetly, "I will accompany you when you go to buy them. You men are hopeless at bargaining and will only end up a loss. I cannot trust you to do this alone." Tian Yu's lips twitched. The difference between her flirtatious demeanor before and after was astonishing. Yet when she was angry, she was truly impressive, her presence reminiscent of a stormy sea. With 2 streams of blood trickling from his nose, which he discreetly wiped away. The beginning and end of it all, at the World Government Headquarters, the Marine Headquarters. The Colonel Mouse of the East Blue South 16th Branch and the Dragon Pirates were all dealt with by him. From this person's actions, he appeared akin to a sea hero. Humph, that mouse scoundrel colluded with pirates, bringing disgrace to the Marines. He deserves to die. Regardless, this Tianyu harbors a murderous intent that is too great. The complete annihilation of the East Blue South 16th Branch is a serious provocation to the Marines. Provocation? Such Marines are better off without. Anyone who colludes with pirates deserves to die. He is not even a pirate yet. Sengoku rapped the table to silence the discussions. Let us observe the situation. We shall see if this person can become part of the Marines. All lives are equal. Such a person harbors a sense of justice. Akainu interjected, I demand a thorough investigation of all Marine branches. There must not be such scoundrels among our ranks. Since a bounty has already been issued, let us capture this individual first and question his stance later. Kizaru concurred. Indeed, we must get to the bottom of this. Akainu cast a surprised glance at him. Kizaru wore a lewd, laid-back expression. This is truly a headache. However, such a person cannot be dealt with by any branch. Indeed, the Fishman pirate crew, led by the fearsome Arlong, boasts a bounty of 20 million berries. Meanwhile, the clown Buggy holds a bounty of 15 million berries. Tianyu, with an uncertain allegiance, is valued at 30 million berries. In the East Blue, where the average bounty hovers around 3 million berries, a single individual has managed to topple both a pirate crew and a naval branch, warranting serious consideration of his formidable strength. Moreover, there exists a copy of a message left by Tianyu for Nami. As Garp munches on his meal, he observes with a vague expression, one intriguing young in Loguetown. The ongoing battle of beginnings and endings unfolds. Wow, what a grand town! Nami exclaims. Tianyu scoffs, what is so impressive about this? We will visit much grander places. Shall we purchase a sword? He suggests. Nami, with a sly smile, responds, I might consider lending you some money. With double the interest. This all feels strangely familiar. Tianyu hesitates to agree, recalling that he has some money saved. Nami clenches her fist. You even have secret savings, you foolish Tianyu. Hand it over. As she speaks, she rushes over, their familiar scent lingering, and the moment is fleeting. Soon, Nami is meticulously counting a bag of berries. This is my last bit of money, Tianyu exclaims, reaching for it. Nami rolls her eyes in delight. Her fist quick as lightning and heavy as a mountain. Despite Tianyu's observation haki and arm haki, he is knocked to the ground, smoke rising from his head, cold sweat pouring down. What happened to my armed haki? Why couldn't I evade with my observation haki? Nami must be a bug. Passers-by on the street look on in astonishment, marveling at the girl's might. The young man, clearly well-built, appears utterly defeated. Nami, feeling a bit shy under their gaze, drags the once confident, now self-doubting Tianyu towards the nearest clothing store. Get up, foolish Tianyu. Can you bear to let a girl carry such a heavy bag of money? She tosses a hefty bag of berries onto the prostrate Tianyu. Woe is me. I regret it all. He laments. Doesn't T1 desire to live freely? Why seek out women? Who's crying? Nami glances around in confusion. Shaking her head. It's all your fault. Foolish Tianyu. You've made me hear things. Inside the clothing store, Nami abandons her brother Tianyu and dashes into the clothing section, immediately trying on outfit after outfit. How about this one? Oh my heavens, it fits perfectly. I didn't ask. Nami coldly informs the shop assistant, her gaze shifting to Tianyu, who lounges on the sofa sipping tea. Tianyu, it looks beautiful. Tianyu sincerely praises, marveling at her beauty. Worth it. Nami beams, spinning around to change again, soon re-emerging in an elegant, high-slit black gown. What about this one? The shop assistant drools, elegant and noble, like a queen. Get lost. Tianyu kicks the annoying fellow 10 meters away. Nami's smile brightens. Good kick. I'll add 100 berries to your payment when we buy the sword. Nami's grand shopping spree continues. Tianyu has already closed the door. Using sanitary napkins to lavish praise with the vocabulary he has learned, composing poetry and songs, all while happily wiping his nose of blood. The shop owner, seeing the two finally emerge, greets them with a flattering smile. Beautiful miss, do you wish to purchase all of these? Nami smiles, no, I don't want any. Thank you. The owner's face falls, his eyes darting toward the hefty bag of money, completely ignoring Tianyu, who is merely an insignificant lackey. Recalling the beautiful sights from earlier, Tianyu wipes his nose and boldly declares, "I'll take them all." Nami pinches him at the waist. "I prefer casual wear." "You big spendthrift," Tianyu stubbornly insists. "I'll carry them 0.5 times the interest." "All right." Nami's enchanting eyes sparkle as she giggles, linking arms with Tianyu. "Which one do you like?" "The black, high-slit one," Tianyu blurts out. The shop owner glances at him with newfound respect, realizing he's indeed a man. "I want that one." Nami makes her choice. The owner beams, "Beautiful, miss, sir. Please wait a moment while I wrap it up for you." Tianyu suddenly senses something amiss. It seems the owner has only just noticed him. Nami, unusually sweet, walks out of the shop smiling, her arm entwined with Tianyu's, as they search for a weapon store on the street. Tianyu happily carries the paper bag, swaying as he walks, feeling quite pleased. "Look, there's a weapon store," Nami sweetly points out, breaking someone's lewd daydream. Tianyu, feeling disheartened, replies, "Oh, have we found it already?" They enter the shop, and Nami addresses the owner. "Sir, we would like to purchase a sword." "Welcome, welcome. Please have a look at our selection." The bald owner Matsumoto, sporting black wings atop his head, greets them enthusiastically. "We have ancient swords, new swords, and the latest models. This shop has been around for 20 years, with a long-standing history, guaranteed quality, and a reputation that speaks for itself. Everyone leaves a 5-star review. I'll buy a sword for 300. 000 berries," Nami states, while Tianyu stands by, feeling unqualified to speak, fearing that his words might ruin things. 300 000. The owner Matsumoto's demeanor remains fairly pleasant. "Let me see the sword." At that moment, Tianyu suddenly recalls the legendary Sandai Kitetsu and strides toward the pile of swords carelessly displayed in the corner. He isn't actually seeking the Sandai Kitetsu, but rather the sword known as Snowwalk. Nami is busy haggling with the owner, while Matsumoto holds a sword, both oblivious to Tianyu's presence. With the assistance of his observation haki, he swiftly locates the Sandai Kitetsu. Upon grasping it and drawing the blade, a clear ringing sound resonates, and the malevolent aura within the sword begins its silent invasion as it is unsheathed. "This sword is rather special," Tianyu remarks deliberately. The sound of the sword being drawn catches Matsumoto's attention, his expression shifting sharply as he declares, "No, that sword is not for sale. Is it because it's a cursed sword?" Tianyu swings it effortlessly. Despite lacking formal swordsmanship training, the power of his devil fruit, the Paramecia-type rarity fruit, enhances his physical prowess and potential, directly influencing his learning capacity, allowing him to grasp various martial arts. "Have you heard of it?" Matsumoto realizes from his swing that he is a novice. Tianyu pretends to be knowledgeable. "No, I can tell." Matsumoto's expression turns serious. "As a novice, you possess such discerning vision. The malevolent aura within the blade seems to have no effect on you. It's been a long time since I've encountered a swordsman of your caliber." With that, he turns to retrieve another sword. Though this shop is small, it holds our prized possession, a top-tier sword named Snowwalk, entirely black with intricate cross patterns. It's also exceptionally sharp. "Is 300,000 enough?" Nami inquires, concerned about Tianyu using a curse blade. "As just the thought of it seems perilous, and no need to pay." "Take it." The owner declares, of course, the Sandai Kitetsu is free as well. "It's all yours, young swordsman." Nami exclaims in surprise, "How can we accept this?" The owner, visibly excited, replies earnestly, "A fine sword deserves a worthy master. I wish you good fortune." Tianyu sets down the Sandai Kitetsu, takes up Snowwalk, unsheathing it slightly to reveal its glimmering blade, before sheathing it again, solemnly stating, "I'll leave the Sandai Kitetsu here for its rightful owner. I'm taking Snowwalk with me." The owner pauses, fixing his gaze on Tianyu. "Good. Please do not disappoint it." "I promise," Tianyu affirms, securing the sword at his waist. Turning with Nami to exit. Nami respectfully thanks the owner. "Thank you, sir." Just as they reach the door, a commotion erupts within the weapon shop. "You foolish, spendthrift old man, you can give away the shop's treasure. Have you drunk yourself silly? Hey, be gentle. The person hasn't tea left yet. Keep it down. You stingy miser, being generous today. Have you taken the wrong medicine?" The fervent voice of Boss Matsumoto echoed, a woman's perspective. Off you go. A man entrusts his dreams to another man. What is wrong with that? He is indeed a hero brave enough to confront all evils. You old scoundrel, go clean up. At your command. This declaration left Tianyu at the doorway feeling a tad embarrassed. After all, his purchase of a sword was merely for show. Did you hear that? Uncle can entrust his dreams to you. It is truly moving, Nami remarked from the side. Tianyu, feeling guilty, replied, I understand. Nami, your skills are rather lacking. Once we return, I shall teach you how to train. Mastering the 3 types of hockey will suffice for the first half of the Grand Line. All right, Nami contemplated before smiling. From now on, I shall also be a great heroine to the Navy headquarters in Loguetown. Colonel Smoker was approached hurriedly by a private. Colonel, bad news. Our men have spotted the hero Tianyu on the streets. Unfazed, Colonel Smoker exhaled a plume of white smoke, his fierce visage exuding an intimidating presence. You mustn't be so anxious, Private. Such tension is unbecoming. He leisurely donned his attire, pausing to light 2 cigarettes along the way. The private, unnerved by Smoker's grim expression, stammered, I apologize. Fetch that sluggish woman to Shiji and mobilize the first-class troops to the port. The second-class troops will surround the target discreetly, while the rest follow me. Why, yes, Colonel. The private dashed off, feeling the weight of his superior's formidable aura. With 2 cigars clenched between his teeth, Smoker's justice cloak swayed as he brandished a hockey-infused cross-staff, leading a fully armed division of the Navy toward the marketplace. Were it not for his Navy uniform, one might mistake him for a member of a gang. To Shiji, that slowpoke, is always dragging her feet, he grumbled. Look, it's the cigarette-smoking colonel. Quite fearsome indeed, shoo. Let's keep it serious, my apologies. Mr. Smoker, I am late, Shiji panted, rushing over clad only in a thin garment. Appearing somewhat fragile, Smoker's anger erupted. Shiji, what on earth have you been doing so slowly? I am sorry, I'll get ready immediately. Startled, Shiji accepted the jacket from the sergeant and gently stated, I've completed all the documents. With an awkward puff on his cigarette, Smoker's tone softened, be quicker next time. The 2 squads of soldiers behind them appeared utterly resigned, having grown accustomed to such scenes. Hey, come quickly. A big fish has entered my territory, Shiji urged. That in the expansive square, Tianyu and Nami gazed towards Roger's execution platform. The Pirate King Roger died here. Indeed, it feels like this fellow pales in comparison to Rox. Who is Rox? Once the overlord of the seas. The streets grew increasingly deserted as the hidden Navy observed the 2 in secrecy. Colonel, Sergeant, what's the situation? Everything is as usual. They seem to be watching Roger's platform. Is that so? Smoker approached the square, and the surrounding soldiers swiftly encircled the area. Tianyu, unfazed, addressed Smoker. Ah, Smoker, have you come to avenge your Navy's disgrace? Silence. Do not insult the justice of the Navy. Smoker's momentum faltered as he turned to Nami, his expression softening slightly. You must be Nami from Coco Village. Nami retorted coldly, so the Navy seeks vengeance for the dragon pirates. Smoker's forehead pulsed with veins, visibly agitated, the white smoke around him thickening as he gripped his cross staff tightly. After a moment, he sighed, I apologize. This is my oversight. The sight of Smoker bowing shocked the surrounding Navy personnel, while Shiji could hardly believe it yet found it somewhat reasonable. All the Navy soldiers bowed in unison, saying, We are sorry, Miss Nami. It was our failure. Humph. Nami bit her lip, suppressing tears as she turned away. The atmosphere grew awkward, prompting Tianyu to interject, Enough. Your apologies cannot atone for the 10 years of suffering endured by Coco Village and the 20 other villages. Let your tone shift abruptly, exuding an aura of menace. I hope you treat the common folk with kindness in the future. Otherwise, when I return to the East Blue, I shall slay whoever dares to cross me. You. Smoker's eyes blazed with fury, and the bystanders murmured among themselves. Wow, is that the hero Tianyu? Indeed, he appears quite youthful. He is the one who terrified the buggy pirates and eradicated the dragon pirates. Shoo, lower your voices. That guy's killed Navy personnel. Smoker challenged, You scoundrel, do you intend to become a pirate? Oh ho ho. Tianyu chuckled. Is the colonel attempting to label me unfairly? What nonsense. Why didn't you report before slaughtering Navy personnel? What authority do you have? I see now. The Navy's face takes precedence over justice, Tianyu sneered. Report? I do not believe Cocoa Village failed to report. Those villages slaughtered by pirates certainly did. Smoker, did you receive their reports? Smoker fell silent. His head bowed as the sunlight cast a slant on him, creating an aura of dejection that obscured his expression. Tianyu, would you consider joining the Navy? I am the hero Tianyu, pursuing righteousness and the thrill of vengeance. He replied, Is this your version of justice? Be it Navy or pirate, or your masters, the celestial dragons, all who commit evil are the same in my eyes. Smoker abruptly lifted his gaze at Tianyu. Do you comprehend the consequences of such words? Just you alone, with this blonde girl, offending the world government means certain death. Tianyu smiled suddenly at Smoker. Understand your meaning. Do not worry. I shall not make things difficult for you. Scoundrel, do not look down on me. Smoker, wielding his cross staff, transformed into a plume of white smoke and surged upward, simultaneously sending two streams of condensed smoke encircling Tianyu and Nami. The surrounding Navy cheered. Since Colonel Smoker's appointment, no pirate had ever escaped his grasp. Tianyu's figure flickered, and in the next moment, he appeared above Smoker, landing a punch before Smoker could react, slamming him into the ground, rendering him unconscious. Tashigi trembled, drawing her sword. Hero Tianyu, please let Colonel Smoker go. The surrounding Navy raised their weapons, shouting, Scoundrel, how dare you knock out Colonel Smoker? We will never compromise. Let us all attack together. We outnumber him. We'll tire him out. Tianyu looked speechless at the private. You truly are a genius. In the next moment, his conqueror's haki surged forth, enveloping the area while bypassing Nami. Instantly, all the Navy personnel fainted and fell one by one, leaving only Tashigi, who lay on the ground, drenched in sweat. Struggling to hold on, Tashigi, quite impressive, Tianyu remarked with surprise as he casually woke Smoker, saying coolly, the Navy fears me, and I do not wish to become a wanted criminal just yet. How about letting Tashigi accompany me? Smoker, with gritted teeth, was about to retort when Tianyu swiftly struck him, leaving him momentarily dazed. In a haze, he vaguely heard someone talking to themselves. It's settled then. Tashigi can follow me and contact you whenever needed. Poor Tashigi was exhausted to the point of collapse, stripped of her right to speak, and was promptly carried off by Tianyu. Nami, not giving a second thought, assumed Tianyu merely sought to ease relations with the Navy. A man and two women, one of whom was a beautiful officer from the Navy headquarters, were seen being carried onto a ship in the street. Bystanders found it astonishing and followed behind to watch the spectacle. Soon, news from the square erupted, causing Loguetown to go into an uproar, and the crowd dissipated in a flash. Reverse Mountain. Nami produced a map and pointed to their destination. Ahead lies Reverse Mountain, and the entrance to the Grand Line is at the summit of this mountain. Dashiki stood nearby, feeling aggrieved, glaring fiercely at the man before her. With your small, shabby boat, nameless and single-masted, traversing Reverse Mountain is perilous. Tianyu stroked her chin thoughtfully. This mountain is indeed peculiar. After observing for a moment, Nami, under Tianyu's expectant gaze, remarked, the lighthouse here is our guiding beacon. Due to the ocean currents, if the waters of the four seas flow towards this mountain, they will converge at the peak and then flow into the Grand Line, but if the ship fails to enter the correct current, it will collide with the mountain. Tianyu spoke with ease. Nami, I trust you. You choose. Even if you make a wrong decision, I can carry you both back. Before long, they arrived at Reverse Mountain, the towering peak reaching into the clouds, with sheer cliffs rising everywhere except for the canals carved by the currents. The red earth stretched endlessly on both sides as the swift currents propelled the ship upward. Fierce winds and torrential rain soon followed. Nami and Dashiki took refuge inside the vessel, gripping the nearby posts tightly, while Tianyu stood a short distance away, braving the storm as he gazed toward the summit. The rising current was too swift. At this moment, they could no longer steer the ship. Turn right, Nami's voice called out. Nearly inaudible amidst the tempest, Tianyu understood immediately and, as they reached the peak, dashed to the left, thrusting the ship's side outward, forcefully altering their course with a kick to the bow, then leaping back onto the deck. The three of them entered the Grand Line without incident. The sails furled as they drifted downstream. Fortunately, The massive whale ahead was absent. Otherwise, it would have posed a significant challenge. "Nami, my compass is broken." Nami exclaimed anxiously, clutching several compasses. "Without a compass, we'll be lost at sea." Tianyue smiled at Dashiki. Suddenly, a powerful punch from Nami struck down, and although Dashiki felt a sense of relief, she bashfully produced a directional log pointer. "I have one." With mine, Dashiki began to impart her knowledge to Nami, leaving Tianyue alone, a large bump on his head, unconscious on the ground. Their bond had grown increasingly intimate of late. Puffs of steam rose, and he felt a buzzing in his head, silently vowing to practice his hockey diligently in order to avoid being made a fool of. As the three entered the Grand Line, the Navy received word of Dashiki's forcible abduction by Tianyue. The weather, unbeknownst to them, began to grow oppressively warm. Dashiki was currently tutoring Nami. The islands scattered across the Grand Line possessed unique magnetic forces that followed a certain pattern. It was essential to record the magnetic attraction between the islands using a log pointer. After observing outside for a while, Tianyue entered and said to Dashiki, "Dashiki, please contact the Navy." Dashiki, puzzled yet cheerful, retrieved her transponder snail to contact Smoker, carefully explaining her current situation. When the call connected, her expression shifted to one of smug confidence. "Hey, Tianyue, are you trying to blackmail me?" Dashiki awkwardly smiled at Nami and Tianyue. "Colonel Smoker, this is Dashiki. That I'm doing well here. Mr. Tianyue and Miss Nami haven't caused me any trouble." "Is that so?" Smoker pondered for a moment, then added, "Dashiki, just stick with that rascal Tianyue. I'll report your special circumstances to the Navy headquarters." "Understood, Colonel Smoker." Meanwhile, Smoker dialed Garp's transponder snail, the small creature's expression turning quite adorable. "Vice Admiral Garp, this is Smoker, reporting on Dashiki's situation." Garp, munching on a few donuts, replied, "So this wannabe hero Tianyue isn't currently opposing the world government?" "Yes, Vice Admiral Garp." "I see." Garp hung up the transponder snail and tossed it to his aide, Bogart, instructing him to contact Sengoku and relay the information to the righteous hero. "An interesting lad. Let me gauge your strength." With that, Garp, donning his dog-headed hat, drifted off to sleep. Bogart, unfazed, directed the dog-headed warship eastward, heading straight for Reverse Mountain. Ahead, there are cacti and desert. Nami frowned at the map. Dashiki remarked, "We may have deviated from our course." Tianyue reassured her, "It's all right, Nami. After all, we are new here and unfamiliar with the surroundings." Bang, 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 with lightning speed. Nami struck down with her jade-like fists, causing Tianyue to crouch down, cold sweat pouring from him, his eyes bulging in pain, lips forming a trumpet shape. Dashiki's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. She had not anticipated that gentle Nami was so formidable. "Incredible! I truly misjudged her." Tianyue pondered whether he had dared again, only to look up and see Nami staring at the map, inwardly frustrated. Seizing the opportunity, he boldly questioned, "Nami, why did you hit me?" Dashiki interjected, "Hey, Mr. Tianyue, shouldn't you be steering the ship?" Nami shot him a knowing glance. Tianyue looked quizzically at Dashiki, wondering why this muddled woman suddenly seemed so bold. Dashiki chuckled. "Mr. Tianyue, you needn't glare at me. I know you're just trying to intimidate me, You've seen through me." Tianyue grinned, his bump throbbing, stepping forward to meet her defiant gaze, only speaking when her face turned slightly red. "How's your swordsmanship?" Dashiki blushed and replied, "It's passable. Could you teach me?" Tianyue was open-minded. As long as one was strong enough, even simple techniques could yield extraordinary power. Dashiki, incredulous, exclaimed, "You're so powerful, and you want me to teach you swordsmanship?" "Indeed," Tianyue asserted earnestly. Dashiki clenched her fists, her face alight with excitement, determination radiating from her. "All right, Mr. Tianyue, I will do my utmost." Such words would surely salvage some semblance of respect for Tianyue in the eyes of the Navy. Tianyue replied, "Then, I leave it in your hands." With Shiyu in hand, Dashiki faced off against Tianyue, astonished to discover the rapid growth he had displayed over the past few days. Once merely a novice in swordsmanship, he had swiftly mastered all techniques, and his power had significantly increased. The roles had reversed, with Tianyue now guiding Dashiki in her swordsmanship. Her attitude grew increasingly respectful, accompanied by a burgeoning admiration for strength. Seeing Dashiki at a disadvantage, Nami quickly stepped in to assist, both having diligently practiced their haki over the past 2 days, with the perfect opponent before them. Alas, not everyone could be as formidable as Tianyu. Just as the two women launched a flurry of attacks, a cannonball flew in from a distance, accompanied by gleeful laughter. "Ha! Tianyu, come taste my super bomb." Their training abruptly interrupted. Tianyu instantly appeared before the cannonball, executing a swift kick that sent it crashing into the sea, erupting in a spray of water. In the distance, a dog-headed warship appeared, with Garp surrounded by cannonballs, picking one up to weigh it before hurling it. Tianyu felt exhilarated. This was his chance to gauge his strength within this world. With his haki enveloping him, his sword transformed into an inky black. First form, Flying Slash. The powerful strike soared through the air, aimed directly at Garp, cleaving the waves in two. "Not bad, kid." Such swordsmanship, Garp chuckled, stepping swiftly with moonwalk, easily obliterating the slash with a punch from his obsidian fist. Truly the hero of the Navy. Tianyu laughed heartily. "Old man Garp, why not give my move a try?" First form, Saber-toothed Tiger. Tiger Hunt. With a swift stroke, 2 arcs of sword energy surged forth, shimmering with a cerulean glow as they sliced towards Garp, one after the other. Wherever they passed, only the howling winds could be heard, not a trace of their formidable power escaping. Garp raised an eyebrow, muttering to himself, "What an audacious little brat." His fist, imbued with greater strength than before, effortlessly deflected the 2 arcs of sword energy with a single strike. Tianyu's brow furrowed slightly as he unleashed the 3 sword techniques he had comprehended. First, the Flying Slash. Second, the Sword-toothed Tiger, Tiger Hunt. And lastly, the Flying Slash, Triple Mountain. Garp, this old rascal, idled away his days indulging in donuts and napping, utterly bored out his mind. Usually he would return to the East Sea to play with his grandchildren. But now that he had encountered an intriguing new sparring partner, it would be remiss not to thoroughly enjoy himself. Such flamboyant names. Garp grinned widely, exclaiming, "Behold my legendary fist, little brat. Prepare yourself." Bang, bang, bang. Each punch was met with a small slash. Tianyu stood dumbfounded, realizing that Garp truly lived up to his reputation. He had overestimated his own prowess. Initially, it was Tianyu who initiated the attacks while Garp countered, both relishing the exchange. One eager to test his skills, and the other keen to respond. However, as soon as Tianyu transitioned to close-quarters combat, he found himself at the mercy of Garp's relentless assault. "Well done, kid, to endure this long under my iron fist of love. You possess quite a robust physique," Garp remarked, observing the swaying, battered figure of Tianyu. "Kid, you should join the Navy. There you can better enact your sense of chivalry." "Absolutely not." Tianyu stood tall, acutely aware of his newfound strength and the further development of his fruit abilities. His physical constitution and potential had elevated, and his mastery of the 3 types of haki had progressed from intermediate to advanced. Garp, seemingly realizing something, asked in surprise, "Little brat, have you grown stronger again?" "Just a bit," Tianyu replied with a smile. "Not bad, little brat. Come on, let me sharpen my skills further that I won't stop until you submit." Garp charged forward as he spoke, and Tianyu, unbothered, engaged in a fierce exchange of blows as the battle wore on. Garp grew increasingly astonished, feeling that this kid was indeed a prodigy. The more Tianyu was pummeled, the more exhilarated he felt, fighting with reckless abandon, reassured that Garp harbored no intention of killing him. The intense clash came to an end before sunset, leaving the small desert island in ruins. Garp gazed at this young man before him, feeling a twinge of envy mixed with astonishment. If only his own grandson possessed such talent, he would have been a vice admiral by now. Looking at the advanced armament haki that Tianyu wielded, Garp began to regret his playful approach. Rather than conquering Tianyu, he had inadvertently made him stronger. Tianyu, sensing the ferocity in Garp's gaze, felt a chill run down his spine. After enduring such a relentless beating, he couldn't help but feel a shadow of fear towards those powerful fists. He quickly said, "Vice Admiral Garp, I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Let's continue our sparring another time." Garp, feeling frustrated, refrained from speaking, his expression stoic as he suppressed the urge to curse. his eyes fixated on Tianyu and his companions as they departed, never once striking. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Huh, this little brat cracks me up. He truly has a timid heart." Bogut said, "What a pity. It will be difficult to catch this kid again." Garp, unbothered, chuckled, "And what of it? I find this kid rather likable, but alas, next time won't be as enjoyable as this." Bogut remarked, "The advanced observation hockey and armament hockey hold substantial weight, even in the latter half of the Grand Line, that I hope he does not become an enemy of the Navy." Garp laughed heartily. "Ah, Bogut, you've spoken a lot today. Are you perhaps intimidated by that little brat's talent?" Bogut, with a vein popping on his forehead, thought to himself that after all these years, he still couldn't grasp Garp's logic. Tianyu, having distanced himself, let out a sigh of relief. His injuries had mostly healed, save for the persistent swelling on his head that he wished to smile in joy, but the pain from strained facial muscles made it impossible. Nami marveled sincerely. That old Navy hero is truly formidable. That is Vice Admiral Garp, the very man who captured the pirate King Roger. Dasky explained, "Such a monumental figure." Nami couldn't help but glance at her brother Tianyu at the bow of the ship. Thinking that her brother was also quite powerful, Dasky nodded. "Indeed, Brother Tianyu's talent is astounding, but we must strive harder, lest we lag behind his noble pursuits. For justice, for chivalry, as the Baroque works set sail." Tianyu dared not be careless again, strictly adhering to Nami's orders. Though he possessed the intellect of two brilliant minds, he was still wary of being reprimanded by Nami like Luffy, the green-haired fool. Dasky busied herself with cooking. One could not deny her impressive knife skills, as her meals were quite delectable. Today's weather felt rather peculiar. Nami observed the clouds gathering in the sky ahead, noting, "It seems to be getting cooler." Dasky blushed as she sat nearby, occasionally casting sidelong glances at Tianyu. The two donned bikinis, sipping juice under the sunshade while admiring the scenery, their enviable figures on full display. Tianyu, grinning broadly, found himself unable to tear his gaze away from their figures, slurping his juice in delight. Soon enough, snowflakes began to fall from the sky, and Tianyu's brows furrowed in irritation. That old man was truly a killjoy. In the blink of an eye, summer had transformed into winter, and the excited youth's eyes remained fixated on the departing graceful silhouettes until Dasky slammed the door shut. "So cold." Tianyu hurried back to change his attire. The weather had turned unusually frigid, with temperatures dropping rapidly. It felt as if he couldn't feel the cold. In such a chilling environment, Nami, clad in winter attire, hesitated to speak, for there was heating indoors. Yet this fool insisted on remaining outside. Enough chatter. The more challenging the circumstances, the better the opportunity to strengthen one's resolve and physique. How could I possibly miss this chance now that Nami has finally fallen into my grasp? Dasky, brimming with energy, declared, "Brother Tianyu, I will do my utmost. What are we waiting for? Who will come first?" "Usually it's the two of us together." Tianyu pointed to the sky, "with this heavy snowfall. We need someone to stay behind and clear the snow." Nami's eyes brightened at his words. "We must focus on training, and since you're the only one free, it makes perfect sense for you to handle the snow removal." Dasky nodded in agreement. "Nami is right. This way, we can both train. I am the instructor here, Brother Tianyu." "Don't be like that. It won't work on me. I am the upright Tian Xia, a true man of virtue. Recently, I found my new sword techniques somewhat challenging to practice, and I will need your guidance, Brother Tianyu." "Dasky, who would have thought you were such a diligent person?" "Very well. I shall teach you diligently, hand in hand." Tianyu, with a sense of noble righteousness, picked up the shovel, declaring, "I will clear the snow. It will not impede your training." Nami shot him a disdainful glance. "Bah, shameless." Dasky had already turned to slip away, unable to endure Tianyu's lecherous demeanor. Boom! Is that thunder? Tianyu looked up at the sky, lamenting, "The weather is truly unpredictable. Snow and thunder at the same time." Suddenly, Nami shouted, "Tianyu, look out! An iceberg has appeared ahead." Tianyu glanced forward and indeed spotted a small iceberg that had seemingly materialized out of nowhere, with no time to lower the sails and evade. They could only charge through. "Fear not, leave it to me." With that, he drew his sword, immediately enveloping it in armament hockey, and with a single slash, unleashed a massive wave of sword energy that cleaved the iceberg in two, allowing the ship to pass through the gap. Dasky exclaimed in genuine admiration, "Incredible! In just a few days, Brother Tianyu has grown even stronger. This is all thanks to Old Man Garp," Tianyu thought to himself. Secretly elated, simultaneously wielding his weapon, he relentlessly struck down, shattering the icebergs scattered across the sea. In an instant, he unleashed a flurry of over 100 concentrated sword energies, cleaving the surface of the water and ensuring that the sea converged in one place before the ship's arrival. It was uncertain when the heavy snowfall ceased, giving way to the sweltering heat of summer. Ahead, an island soon came into view, dominated by towering cacti, lush green grasslands, and rows of coconut trees. Tianyu's observation hockey began to sweep over the island. And soon, he heard clear voices, and a pirate flag was visible. It seemed they were not pirates. Indeed, if they weren't pirates, what could their purpose be? Could they be merchant ships? He decided to observe first that a man holding a monocular called out, "I can see clearly now. One of them is the recently famed hero, Tianyu, with a bounty of 30 million berries. Fool, the price has already increased. It's now 50 million berries, and he must be captured alive. This is quite intriguing. Regardless, let us extend a warm welcome. A little seasoning in the food should make it easy to capture him. You're right. This is our treasure." Tianyu, having overheard, glanced at the two individuals training nearby. "It seems there is a group of bounty hunters ahead. Make sure not to stray too far from me once we disembark." "Understood." "Welcome, welcome, welcome, great hero, to our town. Welcome to the Grand Line. Long live Hero Tian. We have many lovely girls here." Faced with this thunderous welcome, one might mistakenly believe they were genuinely celebrating. However, Tianyu felt a surge of excitement. The relationship between hunter and prey is often uncertain. Nami questioned their enthusiasm. "Could it be you've made a mistake?" "Nami, anything can happen at sea. We must remain vigilant at all times," Dasky cautioned. "Sometimes we cannot take things at face value." "The sweet naive one speaks the truth," Tianyu added. Nami chuckled at this. "Dasky, that is called kindness." Dasky shot a glance at Tianyu. "I'm a seasoned petty officer from the Navy headquarters." Tianyu shook his head. No. Now you are my beautiful chef." Dasky's cheeks flushed, wishing to hide. The ship docked securely at the harbor. "Hero Tian, I am." A long-faced man with curly hair began to introduce himself, but before he could finish, Tianyu's conqueror's haki erupted, incapacitating the island's inhabitants. Dasky looked at Tianyu in disbelief. "You are too decisive." Nami inquired, "What is their current state? Mad, or perhaps foolish?" In response to their puzzled gazes, Tianyu replied nonchalantly, "They are not merely bounty hunters. They are pirates themselves, engaged in human trafficking." Nami remarked, "So that's it. The whole island is involved, and no wonder you couldn't be bothered with small talk." Tianyu, displaying his experience, stated, "Dealing with them one by one would be too cumbersome. Conqueror's haki is quite effective." He spared 3 individuals. The long-faced man, clearly a steward, a blue-haired girl who was Princess Vivi, and a fast-running, intelligent duck. "And Miss Robin," Dasky asked, "did your observation haki locate the captives?" Tianyu pointed eastward. "In a cave over there, and in the basement of the tallest tavern, are those who have been trafficked." Upon hearing this, Dasky hurriedly ran to the rescue. "I will contact the Navy." "Where are their treasures?" Nami gazed at Tianyu with eager eyes, her fists cracking in anticipation. Tianyu promptly replied, "At the center of the island." "Ah, Dasky, be careful." "Understood. The treasures of the entire island shall be mine." Nami's eyes sparkled with excitement as she dragged Tianyu toward the island's center at an astonishing speed of 60 miles per hour. He had to activate his armament haki to prevent being knocked out cold. At the center of the island, Nami was coercing Tianyu into helping her gather treasures. A figure lying on the ground caught Tianyu's attention. "What's wrong?" Nami asked. "This explosive curly-haired fellow appears to be Mr. 5, a bomb fruit user." While speaking, Tianyu swiftly found a fruit, decisively severing it, successfully acquiring the secret treasure of the sea, the bomb fruit. "What is this?" Nami exclaimed in surprise, confused as to why Tianyu killed a scoundrel only for the fruit to change hands. Tianyu explained, "This is a devil fruit. Humans, animals, and weapons that consume it will gain corresponding powers. Nami asked, is it valuable? Seeing her reaction, Tianyu had to say, at least 100 million berries. Wow. Nami snatched it up in a flash, placing it in her magically deep pocket. You are Hero Tianyu. The little thief cat Nami did a woman suddenly appeared on the rooftop, wearing a black top hat and a revealing mini skirt. Oh, you're awake. Tianyu raised a hand in greeting. Care to join me, beautiful? Nami interjected, you scoundrel. Do you know her identity? Of course it's Robin, the target of capture by the world government. But so what? Tianyu replied nonchalantly, succinctly recounting Robin's backstory. I see. Nami felt a wave of sympathy. Robin, initially tense and aware that she was no match for this man, felt a sense of calm wash over her after hearing Tianyu's words. Recalling the information she had previously gathered, that aren't you afraid? Tianyu suddenly recalled a certain monkey deed that Luffy and declared, I am destined to be a great hero. What is the world government compared to that? Where are you headed? To spar with Crocodile. Robin paused, contemplating his strength, then handed Nami a permanent pointer. Beautiful navigator, this pointer leads to Alabasta. She then turned to Tianyu. May I board your ship? Mr. Tianyu? Tianyu secretly rejoiced but maintained his composure. Welcome aboard, lovely Miss Robin. Thank you. Robin relaxed, no longer as tense as before. Nami introduced herself. I'm Nami. This guy is quite strong, so rest assured. Robin smiled. I'm Robin. I look forward to working with you, Mr. Tianyu. I have rescued everyone. Dasky approached. The Navy is on their way. When shall we depart? Tianyu asked with a smile. Dasky. Why didn't you take the chance to escape? I must show Mr. Tianyu the justice of the Navy. I believe you will join the Navy then, Dasky said assertively, her gaze unwavering. Nami replied dryly. Yes, already a wanted man. But that can be revoked. Dasky's cheeks flushed. Robin laughed. I didn't expect a Navy officer to be aboard Hero Tion's ship. Dasky immediately recognized her. You are Nico Robin. Robin calmly asked, yes, are you a female Navy officer here to capture me? Before Dasky could respond, Nami stepped forward, pulling Robin aside to converse in hushed tones. The tumultuous sea was now beset by a blizzard. The training of the two women had now turned into a trio. As Robin, having spent considerable time with Crocodile, was familiar with hockey. Upon hearing that Tianyu was teaching hockey, she immediately joined in. Large snowflakes drifted down as Tianyu sipped hot tea, admiring the graceful figures before him, occasionally stepping in to offer hands-on guidance. Meanwhile, he pondered how to maximize the utility of the bomb fruit. Currently, the strengths of Nami, Dasky, and Robin were all too weak, recalling the intriguing concept from the anime where weapons could devour devil fruits, and combining it with Nami's original combat style. It seems worth a try. Once the opportune moment arrives, we shall see. Will the snow-walking ability transform slashes into explosions? Suddenly, the sea before us churned violently, followed by a cacophony of foolish laughter. Ha! A pirate ship emerged from the depths, manned by dark-clad figures wielding firearms, who resembled soldiers more than pirates, skillfully attempting to board Tianyu's vessel, without the need for Tianyu to utter a word. Robin, Nami, and Dasky sprang into action, eager to validate the results of their recent training. Robin conjured countless arms to execute a lethal stranglehold on the enemies, delivering stealthy area damage. Dasky unsheathed her blade, the Shiyu, and unleashed a rapid assault, the gleaming edge of her sword slicing through foes with precision, dispatching them effortlessly and without flourish. Although Nami possessed the weakest strength, her strikes were the most ruthless. Each move was deadly, each attack unforgiving. Wherever she passed, cries of despair echoed, as every man they encountered feared for his very existence. The trio of women could be likened to a game of rock, paper, scissors, each employing unique yet effective methods of attack, their force varying in intensity. Oh, is there only 3 of you aboard this ship? A short, scruffy figure with a mouth larger than his face emerged, gnawing on a leg of meat. Upon spotting the intruder, Tianyu swiftly opted to clear the area to protect his modest vessel. The newcomer was none other than the captain of the Iron Pipe pirate crew. White Iron Waboer, do you have swoosh? Just as Waboer was about to speak, Tianyu deftly sheathed his sword, passing by him with an air of nonchalance. Perfect, he declared theatrically. You scoundrel, while Boer was taken aback, cold sweat trickling down his brow. As he turned to vent his anger, his head fell to the ground. His crew, along with the entire ship, was swiftly severed in an instant, a true display of skill. "Thank you, Vice Admiral Garp," Robin exclaimed, her admiration evident. "Incredible. Crocodile would surely meet his demise against you." "Relax. Take your time to acclimatize," Nami shrugged, her gaze fixed on the map. Dasky, brimming with excitement, declared, "I've grown stronger again, thanks to Tianyue's guidance. The first rule of combat: don't waste words when you strike." "Hey," Tianyue beamed with pride, feeling justified in his intelligence. His teaching had been remarkably effective, a testament to his cleverness. Instead of relying solely on power, he sought to showcase his talent, perhaps out of loneliness. With the swallow fruit in hand, he tossed it to the envious Nami, reminding her, this is the swallow fruit, capable of devouring anything, transforming consumed objects into one's own strength, and even enhancing them. If we let weapons consume it and continue to devour, we could amass an arsenal, effectively a weapons depot. Nami tucked the fruit away, assuring him, "Leave it to me. I will ensure every bit is utilized." Robin remarked appreciatively, "Mr. Tianyue, you are quite decisive." Dasky added, "That's just how he is, unless faced with a formidable opponent." Tianyue donned a warm coat and asked solemnly, "Don't you find it rather cold here?" Even he felt the chill, indicative of the frigid temperature. Nami dashed towards the hall, exclaiming, "Indeed, the weather here is utterly unpredictable. Even the sea." Robin and Dasky followed closely behind. Dasky, having entered, poked her head out the door, calling to Tianyue, who stood at the lookout. "This indicates the presence of nearby islands. Be mindful of the sea conditions, brother Tianyue." "Rest assured," he replied, donning a wide-brimmed hat he had acquired from white ironwood. Snow fell heavily, the cold wind howled, and the sea lay blanketed in white. How desolate it would be without companions by his side. Inside the warm hall, the sound of tinkling laughter and playful chatter among the women filled the air, their voices drifting into the stark, wintry landscape, injecting a semblance of vitality into the starkness. Nami, upon hearing the laughter, speculated, "Is it Winter Island?" She was uncertain, as the sea's temperament was notoriously capricious and could not be judged by ordinary reasoning. Robin nodded. Indeed, according to the atmospheric patterns of the Grand Line, islands along the route can be categorized into 4 seasonal types: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Each island experiences its own distinct seasons. Dasky chimed in. On the Grand Line, one can often traverse all 4 seasons in a mere span of time. Many islands exhibit contradictory seasons, where summer coexists with winter and spring and autumn are indistinguishable. There are also numerous unknown climates and inexplicable seasons. Nami realized, I see. Since these islands are closely arranged, their climates also become unstable. Robin smiled. Exactly. Therefore, when the climate upon the sea becomes calm and uniform, it signifies the existence of nearby islands. Tianyue's voice rang out. "I see an island." The 3 women put down their warm tea and hurriedly stepped onto the deck, gazing towards the distant horizon. "A white island. How beautiful!" Nami exclaimed, captivated by the silver-clad scenery before her. The distant mountains stood silent and serene, devoid of avian life, as Tianyue gazed at the shores, sighing silently. Should pirates ambush him, he would act without hesitation. However, dealing with the misunderstandings of ordinary folk was a different matter entirely. The women's reverie was abruptly interrupted as throngs of people suddenly appeared on both shores, armed and ready, the ambushed townsfolk emerging to shout, "Don't move! Pirates, you had best behave!" The leader declared. "Pirates, get out of here at once, or we shall not hesitate to act." "We are not pirates," Nami clarified. Dasky, donning her Navy coat, added, "I am a sergeant from the Navy headquarters. Please trust us." Robin shook her head in exasperation. "These 2 were far too naive. We won't fall for your tricks. Indeed, your methods are far too clumsy. Scoundrel pirates, leave at once. Hurry up, or we shall sink your ship." "We are not pirates. Where is this place?" Tianyue replied, his gaze sincere as he looked at the leader. His voice was calm, yet everyone heard him clearly. The raucous voices along the riverbank fell silent, and inexplicably, a sense of trepidation enveloped the crowd. The young man had done nothing at all. Cold sweat trickled down the leader's forehead as he hastily responded, Magnet Drum Island, Magnet Drum Kingdom. Tianyue pondered for a moment before inquiring, are there many doctors on the island? That was in the past. There are no doctors now. There is a witch who possesses medical knowledge. Faced with Tianyue's gaze, he dared not lie any further. The group docked their ship at the port. And aside from the leader, the others dispersed willingly. Dasky, curious, asked, why does Brother Tianyue seek the witch? The man leading the way perked up, listening intently. Of course, to learn medicine. It would save me the trouble of finding a doctor when you fall ill. Tianyue unconsciously wore a lecherous grin, one that seemed to harbor ulterior motives. Nami and Dasky thought little of it, while Robin cast a peculiar glance, scrutinizing Tianyue's back with a knowing expression. Mr. Tianyue, have you been planning this all along? Oh, Robin, you are truly astute, Tianyue replied with a beaming smile. Robin, with a hint of suggestion, remarked, Tian the hero is quite contemplative. I shall be sure to take good care of my health and avoid becoming a burden to you. Look, that bear is bowing to me, Nami exclaimed with delight. Hello, Mr. Bear. The upright white bear, leaning on a wooden staff, bowed politely, exhibiting remarkable gentlemanly behavior. That's a picnic bear, the leader assured. There's no danger. Dasky's eyes sparkled with wonder. The animals here are so peculiar. Look at that sheep. It has such a cheeky expression. The little rabbit is adorable. Oh, it's smiling at me. So cute. Robin held a cat of uncertain origin in her arms, her face beaming with delight. Hello, Dalton. Everyone says they will cast their vote for you during the elections, a passerby greeted. The man responsible for guiding Tianyue and others replied, Please, do not say such things that I do not deserve such support and trust. At that moment, Tianyue rode past on a donkey with horns, shouting excitedly, Giddy up, I'm the donkey swordsman from the ancient land of snow. The donkey beneath him appeared quite displeased, unable to resist due to the sword around its neck, and was forced into servitude. Dalton watched in utter disbelief, his face flushed with suppressed laughter, and inquired, What if this gentleman is truly innocent? Isn't he? He dared not voice his true thoughts. Robin covered her mouth and laughed joyfully. I never expected him to be like this. What a fool. How embarrassing. Nami clenched her fists in frustration. Nearby, Dasky quickly intervened, seriously stating, Nami, do not act impulsively. Brother Tianyue may have his reasons. Nami gazed at Dasky in disbelief, pondering the thought process behind such admiration. Surely, there must be a limit. We should keep our distance and act as if we do not know him. Dalton awkwardly chuckled and pointed towards the distant, treacherous mountains, saying that range is called Iron Barrel. On the highest peak stands a castle, where the only witch skilled in healing, Dr. Kaleha, resides. Is her medical skill remarkable? Robin inquired while stroking the cat. Her medical prowess is undeniable, but she is an eccentric old woman nearing 140 years of age. If you wish to learn medicine, you will have to climb that high mountain. The others were taken aback by her advanced age. Dasky adjusted her glasses and asked, at nearly 140 years old, is her health still adequate? I cannot say, Dalton replied. Nami questioned, living so far away and at such an age, what happens if someone suffers a medical emergency? Indeed, how would she descend from such a height? Dasky echoed. Usually we are unable to contact her, Dalton explained. She sometimes descends to treat patients, but it is unpredictable. There are rumors that on nights of the full moon, she rides a divine deer's sleigh, descending from the sky. No wonder you refer to her as the witch. Robin remarked at this point. Dalton discerned that these individuals had good hearts and were not pirates. So he cautioned, if you truly wish to go, I advise you to take the route around the other side of the mountain. Otherwise, you might encounter ravens. They are a ferocious pack of carnivorous rabbits. And if you happen to meet them, perhaps it may not be too dangerous. Observing the foolish youth who was shouting, Dalton retracted his previous foolish judgment. Dasky politely expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Dalton, he nodded. You're welcome. Although I do not know who you are, please forgive the impulsive behavior of the townsfolk. After all, a few months ago, this country was devastated by a band of pirates. What? Nami exclaimed in disbelief. The country was destroyed? Indeed, it was annihilated by pirates, Dalton said grimly. They were a mere 5-man crew led by a captain known as Blackbeard. They were like demons, possessing a strength beyond that of ordinary humans. Each endowed with extraordinary powers that Robin's expression turned serious, and she instinctively hugged the cat tighter, glancing at the carefree youth riding the donkey, contemplating whether she could truly remain here. Undeniably, she had already grown fond of the comrades aboard this ship. Dasky stepped forward with a grave demeanor, asking, "Where has that Blackbeard gone?" Dalton shook his head. "I do not know. Wherever they go, it spells disaster for us ordinary people." Dasky declared, "I will report this to the Navy headquarters." A pirate as dangerous as Blackbeard must be taken seriously. Nami concurred, "Absolutely. A crew capable of destroying a country should be promptly reported to the Navy." She then furtively glanced at Tianyue in the distance, fearing that this fool might seek out Blackbeard to play the hero. Knowing their own circumstances, aside from the foolish Tianyue, the rest were merely weaklings. Suddenly, there were sounds of commotion. Bang! Boom! Crash! Nami, Robin, and Dasky swiftly subdued the oblivious Tianyue, who had been dreaming of chivalrous exploits, dragging him towards the mountains. Tianyue, realizing the embarrassment of being bullied by 3 women, decided to play dead, covering his face with his hands and lying on the ground as he was dragged away. Once they entered the forest, where no one was around, he began to complain, "Hey, there were so many people watching. At least show me some respect. Robin, why are you and Dasky also like this? Nami, why did you hit me again? I never imagined that I, a noble hero, would end up in such a humiliating situation." The 3 women rolled their eyes in unison, unable to suppress their laughter. "What a fool!" Nami scoffed. "His strength must surely derive from his intellect." Dasky shyly admitted, "I feel a lot more balanced now." Robin chuckled. "This fool is not just a fool." "What do you mean?" Dasky inquired. Robin pointed at the 3 of them, saying, "This fool is also a lecher." Nami's expression darkened as she rolled up her sleeves, ready to confront him, only to realize that the fool had already slipped away, leaving her with only a piece of rope in her hand. "Hey, hurry up! It's a perfect opportunity to strengthen your bodies," Tianyue called from ahead. Nami, Robin, and Dasky exchanged glances, deciding to let this fellow off the hook for the moment. The wind atop the mountain grew colder, and the heavy snow soon concealed their tracks, with each step sinking up to their knees. Gazing at the distant peaks, Nami, Robin, and Dasky struggled to persevere to ensure they grew stronger and did not hold each other back. They had to grit their teeth and endure. Suddenly, the lead Tianyue encountered trouble. A rabbit with red eyes and sharp teeth blocked the path. Swift as the wind, it lunged with ferocity, capable of snapping a tree trunk as thick as a bowl. After kicking away the aggressive rabbit, countless others emerged from the snow, launching a massive rabbit onslaught. With their sharp teeth and claws, they attacked relentlessly. In the end, Tianyue found himself skewered on a spit over an open fire. "That fool actually started eating," Nami exclaimed in indignation. Dasky shyly remarked, "After such a long trek, I'm feeling a bit hungry too." Robin quickened her pace. "What are we waiting for? Don't forget Tianyue's monstrous appetite." Nami urged, "Hurry up, otherwise we might not even get scrap. Brother Tianyue is so gentle." "He wouldn't," Dasky innocently suggested. From a distance, Tianyue spotted the 3 and, glancing at the rabbit meat, began to eat with gusto. So delicious! How can you all overindulge while training?" Suddenly, 6 arms sprouted from Tianyue, controlling his hands, feet, and even gripping his throat, but he made no effort to break free, choosing instead to grant them an opportunity. Dasky followed up with a slash, one style. Flying knife slash was blocked by a hockey shield. Finally, Nami charged in with a flurry of beautifully executed punches. Stupid Tianyue! After a lesson in love. A bruised and bloodied Tianyue lay there with a contented, lewd smile, his hands still grasping at the AIRT that moment. The 3 women could not determine if they had triumphed or if Tianyue had merely taken advantage of them. They unanimously decided to dress a little thicker at the mountain's peak before the castle. The healer Dorlier announced, "We have guests." Chopper trembled as he hid behind the door, cautiously peeking out at Tianyue and her companions. "A talking raccoon." Nami gazed at the upright Chopper with curiosity. Shivering, Chopper stammered, I'm not a raccoon." Robin leaned in for a closer look, exclaiming, "He even has horns." What a marvelous creature. This remark left Chopper feeling both frightened and bashful. Desiki's eyes sparkled with affection. So adorable. Chopper, fluster replied, "You silly, I'm not cute." No matter how one looked at him, he seemed overwhelmingly pleased. Desiki attempted to approach Chopper to give him a hug, but he shouted in terror, "So scary! Duel, help me!" and darted away in a flash. Desiki, momentarily stunned, quickly checked her reflection in a mirror, finding her face impeccably clean, and asked, "Do I look unattractive? Let me see." Seizing the opportunity, Tianyue stepped forward. "Are you pirates?" A stylish, graceful, elderly woman, whose figure rivaled that of a young girl, emerged from the castle. This was none other than Dr. Correa. Tianyue replied, "No, we are chivalrous heroes that I am Tianyue. This is the beautiful navigator Nami. The adorably sweet and just Sergeant Desiki and the scholarly Robin." "Heroes? That's a novel concept I've never encountered before," Dr. Correa remarked. "Just call me Duel." "Come in. Are you here for consultation?" Tianyue responded, "No, I'm here to study medicine." Dr. Correa turned around suddenly. "Studying medicine? That's not something you can accomplish in a brief period. Are you certain you have enough time?" Tianyue confidently asserted, "I'm quite clever. That won't be a problem." "Suit yourself," Dr. Correa shrugged, adding, "If you have any questions, you can ask Chopper, whom you just met." "That raccoon?" Nami exclaimed incredulously. "A raccoon can practice medicine? This truly is the grand line that he must have eaten a devil fruit." Desiki remarked, "Why don't you close the door in this cold?" Tianyue pointed at the bird's nest above the door, and Desiki understood. The group then followed inside the castle, which was adorned with luxurious furnishings akin to those of a royal palace. Dr. Correa explained, "He ate the human fruit, allowing him to possess human abilities." Robin inquired, "But can Chopper, being so timid, manage it?" "This is related to his own experiences. You cannot truly approach him with ordinary methods." Dr. Correa's voice turned somber. "The wounds in Chopper's heart are ones that even a doctor cannot heal. Since he was born with a blue nose, his parents deemed him a monster, and he was ostracized by his kind, always lagging behind in the herd. He was merely a newborn cub, abandoned by his own flesh and blood. How cruel! Poor Chopper. How did he survive? There is little difference between humans and animals. It is merely a matter of intelligence." Tianyue reflected, having deeply understood this on that small island. Once some animals acquire wisdom, they truly become indistinguishable from humans. Dr. Correa glanced at Tianyue, continuing, "One day, he accidentally consumed a devil fruit, and from then on was treated as a monster. The reindeer in his herd turned against him that time. Chopper did not realize that he was no longer an ordinary reindeer. In his loneliness, he yearned for companionship. Thus he ventured into a human village. Yet he was not human, and soon the villagers regarded him as a monster. In their eyes, a monster is not merely a creature, but a means to wealth and status. Chopper did not understand where he went wrong. He simply desired friends, a place where he could be accepted, neither reindeer nor human. He lived in solitude. Can you heal the wounds in his heart?" Tianyue felt a twinge of sadness, knowing these things. Robin asked, "But I isn't Chopper living with you now?" Dr. Correa shook her head. "That is a different matter. What he needs is friendship and acceptance, not merely an elder's care." Once a rather incompetent doctor loved Chopper, as if he were his own son. Oh. Chopper, engrossed in reading, was startled by the sudden appearance of Tianyue and the others, darting behind the wall in a flurry. In his haste, he only managed to conceal his head, leaving his body exposed. "Hi, Chopper!" Nami, Robin, and Desiki greeted in unison, their smiles warm and sisterly. Chopper exclaimed, "Why you? How do you know my name?" Realizing his body was still out in the open, he quickly adjusted his position, hiding his body while leaving his head exposed. "He seems to enjoy being complimented," Tianyue pointed out. Chopper immediately blushed and stammered, "You silly, I'm not that kind of person." Robin chuckled gently. "Little Chopper, my name's Robin, I'm Nami, I'm Tianyue. Let us be friends." Chopper, overjoyed, began to sway, proclaiming, "You fool! How could a human possibly be friends with me?" Robin found his reaction amusing, laughing. "Little Chopper is quite entertaining." "You silly, don't flatter me like that." Desiki's heart sparkled, eagerly insisting, "Adorable little Chopper." Come here and let your sister give you a hug. Chopper seemed terrified, shouting, You fool! How could a human possibly hug me? Just as he finished his sentence, he found himself inexplicably embraced by Tianyue, who began to pet him. Chopper cried out in excitement, Help! Duel! Hee. Dr. Kreha chuckled. Chopper, calm down. She's hugging you. Chopper's eyes widened in shock, only realizing what was happening once he was handed over to the three women. Are you pirates? Surrounded by Nami, Robin, and Dasiki's affectionate attention, Chopper soon found himself dizzy with a flurry of red lip marks, steam rising from his body as he twirled around. That we are not pirates, Tianyue said, watching in envy and jealousy, biting her clothes in despair. As Robin stroked Chopper's fur, she asked, Are you interested in pirates? Not at all, not at all, Chopper exclaimed, jumping in shock. Nami laughed. Got it. They had already discerned Chopper's innocent demeanor, given how overtly he expressed himself. I'm a talking reindeer. Aren't you afraid? Chopper questioned. Oh, adorable. Dasiki continued her affectionate petting. Chopper mumbled, Women are so bold. Unable to endure any longer, Tianyue snatched Chopper from the women and ran away, only to find that the three women merely exchanged glances and burst into laughter. What a silly boy, Tianyue earnestly said. Chopper, I implore you to teach me medicine. Chopper, exhilarated, teased, You fool, don't speak nonsense. How could a reindeer teach a human medicine? Tianyue replied, But Chopper, weren't you taught by Duel? I'm a reindeer that walks on two legs. Don't you feel afraid of me? Why should I be afraid? You seem very friendly. It's not strange to talk or walk on two legs. Tianyue said, Tony Chopper, I entrust my medical studies to you. You are all people of the sea like you. Chopper, taken aback by Tianyue's current demeanor, found himself at a loss for words. Internally, he scolded himself. Fool! Isn't this exactly what you desired? Most are scoundrels. True adventurers are rare. Tianyue observed the joyful Chopper and thought, Dr. Kreha truly cares for him. She produced a bounty poster of Monkey D. Luffy, saying, This guy's quite the pirate. He will come here eventually, and you'll be very happy following him. Chopper picked up the bounty poster, exclaiming, He looks so happy. Tianyue chuckled. In the future, you too shall find joy as I do. Chopper tucked away the wanted poster with great care. Happy days always seemed to pass swiftly, and before long, it was time for parting. Dr. Kreha, overwhelmed with emotion, bid farewell to Tianyue and his companions. She could scarcely believe that Tianyue had truly mastered her medical skills in such a short span of time. The coast, beside the harbor, the ship had already set sail. Where's Chopper? Dasky asked despondently. Why hasn't he come? Nami inquired. Tianyue, did you see Chopper when you arrived? Robin questioned with a hint of skepticism. Tianyue replied, I am unsure. He may prefer the life of a pirate. Oh, what a pity. I fear we may never embrace Chopper again, Dasky lamented. Nami, with a fierce demeanor, exclaimed, You fool! Tianyue, did you not personally invite Chopper? He is an excellent doctor. Robin scrutinized Tianyue with a doubtful gaze. Tianyue, with a straightened neck, asserted, I have already mastered Dr. Duel's medical techniques, so you need not worry with me around. Robin scoffed. Hum in. Dasky retorted angrily. Tianyue, you are nothing but a selfish man. Nami yelled, You idiot. All you think about are these nonsensical things. Do not be angry. I have my own clever plans, Tianyue declared, producing a set of fur. From now on, if any of you miss Chopper, just hug this. Nami erupted. You jerk. You didn't skin Chopper, did you? Dasky angrily added, Tianyue, you are utterly despicable. With a crack, Robin began cracking her knuckles, her eyes glinting menacingly. Let's get him. Avenge Chopper. No face punches, Tianyue pleaded. Chopper is fine. This was all voluntary. Ouch, my back. Robin, you will regret this. Nami, take it easy, Dasky interjected. I am doing this for you. Go to hell, you pervert. Tianyue. Ha! For the unique victory, I have no regrets. At the coast, Dalton and his friends, clutching a stack of medical books, waved tearfully to Tianyue and his companions. Hero Tianyue, Hero Nami, Hero Robin, Hero Dasky, thank you. Within the castle, the bear Chopper rushed out, weeping profusely as he cursed at the harbor. You bastard Tianyue. How can you say friends should not forget each other? You promised to leave a precious memory behind. How romantic you sounded. Ah, so cold. Chopper grumbled as he dashed back into the castle on his way. He encountered the giggling Dr. Kureha and quickly slipped away. He retrieved the sketch Tianyu had drawn for him and framed it, hanging it above his bed. In the drawing, 6 figures laughed joyfully, while he alone stood bare, shyly covering himself. For the bashful Tony Chopper. "You fool," Chopper cursed. Suddenly, he noticed a line of text on the back of the drawing. "Huh, all our heroes here. Chopper, you're still a bit green." Chopper muttered. "What does that mean?" His words make no sense. Meanwhile, "Ouch, ouch, ouch, be gentle." Tianyu, his head swollen thrice its size, mumbled weakly. Hearing this, Dasky eased her application of ointment, though her tongue remained sharp. "You brought this upon yourself." Robin, nearby, wrapped up Tianyu's arm and scolded, "You idiot, did you not know to run?" Nami approached with medicine, blowing on the spoon. "Open wide." Tianyu obediently opened his mouth and swallowed the medicine, a satisfied smile spreading across his plump face. So painful, so painful." Stop laughing, you fool, and drink your medicine." "Open wide, and oh blowing, it's hot. I truly am at my wit's end with you." This nameless ship sped towards the kingdom of Alabasta at breakneck speed. Recently, Crocodile's mood had plunged into the depths of despair. First, the enigmatic Nico Robin, who could decipher the true history, had vanished without a trace. He had been unable to contact her. Then, the organization he had built over the years was quietly dismantled by someone. The so-called warlords of the sea, the heroes of Alabasta, were not his primary concern. What infuriated him most was that the Pluton he had sought for years had also vanished along with Nico Robin. He felt an unsettling sense that someone was deliberately targeting him at this critical juncture. As time passed, this feeling grew more pronounced, a vague sense of crisis. It was only today, upon receiving news from within the Navy, that the enigma began to unravel. This fellow named Tianyu had brought a woman and annihilated one of his islands. With a bang, he slammed the wanted poster onto the table, veins bulging on his forehead, feeling an unprecedented sense of helplessness and frustration. The plan to usurp the nation must be abandoned. He needed that woman for the Pluton plan. "Tianyu, one day I shall have your head." Recalling the opponent's strength and achievements, as well as the intelligence he had gathered, it seemed highly likely that Tianyu could wield hockey. With a resigned sigh, he made a difficult decision. MR.1, prepare yourself. We may need to leave at any moment. Let the others lie low in the small garden and await my orders. Understood, boss. MR.1 had not asked a single question throughout. In the kingdom of Alabasta, at the port city of Oilseed Flour, as soon as Tianyu set foot on this land, word of his arrival reached Crocodile's ears. Crocodile acted decisively, making a few arrangements before departing Alabasta with MR.1 that very day. This left Tianyu, who longed to eliminate him, with nothing but disappointment. Half a month later, in the port city, Oilseed Flour, the streets bustled with people, and commerce thrived, portraying a scene of prosperity. Dasky wiped the sweat from her brow, exclaiming, "It's so hot here." Nami fanned herself. "Indeed, even a light garment is too much." Robin pointed to a nearby store. "There are suitable clothes for sale. Let's go take a look." Tianyu immediately piped up, "I will help you buy them." With that, he darted towards the shop and quickly returned with several thin, alluring dancer outfits. "Wow, they are beautiful," Dasky exclaimed, her face turning rosy with embarrassment. This is too revealing." Nami, indifferent, slipped one on, her graceful figure on full display. "Not bad. I like it." Tianyu chuckled beside them, thoroughly enjoying the view. When Robin tried one on, she remarked, "Tianyu, why did you buy such clothes? They look very much like dancer outfits." Tianyu, rubbing his hands together in excitement, replied, "What does it matter as long as they fit? Just look at you three. You're simply stunning." Robin cautioned, "Such clothing is unsuitable for traveling through the desert." "Fear not. With me around, nothing is a problem." Tianyu gestured grandly. "I can carry one more. 3 of you will fit perfectly." "I'll endure the hardship first. Ladies, hop on. Get lost." The 3 women turned and walked into the shop. Inside, they did not change out of the dancer outfits, but merely draped long, sun-shielding garments over them. They tossed the purchased items to Tianyu, coaxing the love-struck camels onto the ship. The camels exchanged glances, secretly delighted, anticipating beautiful riders. Nami approached Tianyu, who was blissfully unaware, and said earnestly, You spent 300 berries on those clothes. With interest, you now owe me 10,000 berries. Huh? But the clothes are for you all. You jerk. Are you seriously counting every penny spent on women? Do you plan to back out? This is utterly unreasonable. I am a captain, you fool. You are not even a pirate. What sort of captain are you? How infuriating! Tianyu felt a deep sense of crisis. If this continued, his position as leader was in jeopardy. In Alabasta, Arima Green State. Why is it still a desert? Nami and Dasky felt a twinge of disappointment, as they had anticipated that the greenery would resemble an oasis. Robin pointed at the map and said, "We have just crossed the Santora River. We are currently landing at the Aluma Green Zone. We must continue northwest through the desert to reach the Rainland, where the headquarters of the sand crocodiles likely resides." Dasky inquired, "Is that right?" Robin nodded. "Indeed, that place is the most prosperous area in Alabasta. It is astonishing that such a significant location is entrusted to pirates." Nami remarked incredulously. Crocodile, with his enigmatic demeanor, had now become the hero of the pirates here. Robin said gravely, "Although Tianyu possesses formidable strength, we must exercise caution. The adversary may exploit the local populace against him." The yellow sand swirled as an arrogant giant crab barreled forward, prompting Tianyu to squint and muse that it had been quite some time since he last indulged in such a delicacy. Consequently, the desert crab was transformed into a unique snack reserved. He then cast a warning glance at several lewd camels, causing them to tremble in fear, their lewd expressions instantly vanishing. Suddenly, a kung fu manatee obstructed their path. Challenging Tianyu, he stroked his chin and assessed, "So adorable, so robust, an adept in martial arts. Bursting with vitality, the flavor of a soup made from it must be exquisite." With a resounding punch, the outcome was determined. "Quick, summon your companions to challenge me." Nami lamented, "This rascal is truly impossible." Dasky urged Tianyu, "Given how adorable the manatee is, could you?" "Fear not, Dasky. I merely wish to savor a few for a treat," Tianyu replied flatteringly. The poor kung fu manatee might bear a psychological scar for the rest of its life, uncertain if it would ever dare to seek a duel again. "Boss, please roast this crab and prepare a soup with these manatees." "Understood," the bewildered boss muttered. "A customer brings their own ingredients for a meal. This is a first for me in all my years. Kung fu manatees. These guests are truly ruthless." Without further ado, he summoned his staff, and with a flurry of clanging sounds, they swiftly dismantled the desert crab and dragged the pieces into the kitchen. Tianyu, using his observation haki, sighed, "Alabasta is indeed vast. My observation haki cannot encompass it entirely. It seems I must search gradually." Robin chuckled. "Mr. Tianyu, you are quite impatient." She then produced a map. Tianyu inquired, "What is this?" Robin explained, "The headquarters of Crocodile's forces. That be why the time we landed, they might have already received news." "Can you handle it?" Tianyu asked Robin, as she was the most familiar with the remaining personnel of the Baroque works. Robin replied earnestly, "All three of us can wield armament haki, and Nami has also learned the Marine 6 styles. We should manage without too much difficulty." "That's reassuring." Tianyu's emotions were a mix of joy and sorrow, realizing why Nami's punches were becoming increasingly painful. After a while, the server called out, "Sir, your crab is ready. And here is the manatee soup. Please enjoy. The total is 300 berries. Here you go. Slurp, gulp, gulp." Delightful," Dasky exclaimed. "This manatee soup is truly delicious." "Indeed, Dasky, you must learn to make this dish," Nami suggested. Dasky nodded. "I'll certainly make an effort." Robin awkwardly smiled nearby, while the boss's expression changed drastically as he hurried outside, thinking to warn the manatees to steer clear of these strangers. "Goodbye, boss, we welcome your next visit," Tianyu advised. "I must take my leave." "You all must protect yourselves." "Understood, brother Tianyu," Dasky replied. Nami warned, "You rascal, if you dare to bring another woman on board, I'll skin you alive." "Huh." Robin stifled a laugh. With the giant crab on his back, Tianyu strolled and munched, utilizing his observation haki to search for the sand crocodiles. After circling around without finding anything, he inadvertently stumbled upon the historical texts hidden within the palace, A.S. for the diligent palace guards. It was best not to mention them. I recall Robin being quite fond of this. "I might as well take a rubbing of it for her," Tianyue resolved, promptly immersing himself in the task within the palace's most secure confines. Meanwhile, Nami, Dasky, and their companions at the Rainy Banquet Casino were met with disappointment and encountered a band of pirates. "Little boss, hand over the money obediently, or I'll have to take it by force," declared the leader of the mustachioed pirate crew, brazenly storming into a shop to rob it. The shopkeeper, too intimidated to resist, complied. Here, this is all the money I've made today." The mustachioed pirate examined the coin pouch and scoffed. A mere 3,000 berries. Do you take me for a fool?" With that, he brandished his knife, ready to strike. "Stop." A sharp voice rang out, and in an instant a figure darted forward like a flash of lightning, delivering a decisive kick that sent the mustachioed pirate soaring. "Aya!" he screamed, his voice piercing and chilling that a young man in jeans jeered. "Who is this little girl to meddle with our crew?" Robin retorted. "What a ridiculous name. It's clear you're illiterate." The young man in jeans protested. "We are pirates, after all. That name surviving to this day is quite a miracle," Dasky mocked. The young man in jeans proudly declared. "Don't underestimate us. We are a bounty of 44 million berries strong. If you have the guts, just wait. I'll call my brothers over." He then lit a firework and shot it into the sky. Word exploded into the words, "Bendi." Nami cracked her knuckles. "Perfect. I can test my training." Dasky arrogantly queried, "Pirates, when will your friends arrive?" "Not long. They'll be here shortly." The young man in jeans, though trembling with fear, showed no intention of fleeing. On the distant shoreline, the flag of the Bandai pirate crew fluttered in the wind. The first mate asked, "Captain, are we not going to rescue the young man in jeans?" The captain's eyes gleamed with determination as he replied, "Those 3 women are under the protection of the renowned Tianyue. We are not their match alone, that we must unite with other pirate crews to have any chance of defeating them." The first mate understood and promptly said, "There are several other crews nearby, including the Night Owl Pirates with a bounty of 35 million berries and the Dagger Pirates with a bounty of 40 million berries." The captain decisively commanded, "Contact them immediately. I trust you know how to phrase it?" "Rest assured, Captain, I understand," the first mate replied excitedly. "If we can take down the illustrious Tianyue with a bounty of 78 million berries, it will be a chance to make a name for ourselves on the seas." Just after finishing a tomb raid, Tianyue nonchalantly leaped from the towering palace walls, wandering in search of a restaurant. Ever since his battle with Garp, he had noticed his appetite growing larger, consuming more food, and digesting it swiftly. "Hey there, I haven't seen you before. Is this your first visit to Alabasta?" A cunning merchant intercepted Tianyue, presenting a golden fruit. "Isn't it intriguing?" "Not interested," Tianyue disdainfully replied. "Wait, this is the golden fruit. A single bite can grant you 1,000 years of life." The merchant continued, "I see we are destined to meet. I'll sell it to you for the low price of 10 million berries." Tianyue scoffed at the merchant. "You think I'm a fool? I'm not deceiving you," the merchant retorted, having honed his shamelessness over the years. "If you don't want to buy it, that's fine. Why accuse me? Unbelievable. Cut it out." Tianyue dismissed him, prioritizing his hunger above all else, and soon located a restaurant by following the alluring aroma. "Boss, bring me the finest food and drink." Not far off, the figure of Mihawk, clad in a tailored suit and trench coat, adorned with a top hat, was entirely invisible to others. However, due to his acute sensitivity to the presence of swordsmen, he had already detected the presence of his opponent at the very first moment. It had been quite some time since Mihawk had encountered a rival capable of exerting pressure upon him through mere presence. He had not anticipated meeting such a formidable swordsman in this particular locale. Rising with elegance, Mihawk strolled gracefully toward Tianyu and proclaimed, "Hero Tianyu, let us engage in a duel with our swords." Tianyu turned, only to find that it was none other than the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk, who wielded his ultimate moves with the ease of a basic attack. "Could you possibly wait until I finish my meal?" Mihawk nodded in acquiescence. Tianyu, with genuine concern, inquired, "Have you eaten? I wouldn't want you to be hungry when the duel begins." "Rest assured, I am in peak condition," Mihawk replied, his gaze fixed intently upon Tianyu. Perceiving the faint aura of menace that emanated from his arm as he ate, this individual had undoubtedly experienced battles where life and death hung in the balance, and not merely once. The scent of blood in his presence was faint. He was not a mere slayer of An eerie silence enveloped them, one devouring his meal with fervor while the other sat in quietude. Some onlookers recognized their identities, their expressions shifting dramatically as they hastily settled their bills and departed. Soon, the news of Hawkeye Mihawk challenging the heroic Tianyu spread like wildfire throughout Alabasta. Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters, in the office of the Fleet Admiral Sengoku, with a grave expression, set down the phone call from Alabasta regarding the station Marines. Beside him, Garp, who should have been indulging in donuts, had unknowingly dozed off. Sengoku slammed his hand on the table in frustration. Garp, wake up! This fool is too old to be so reckless, and he's taken to imitating Akiji and Kizu. Is it time to eat? Garp suddenly jolted awake. Sengoku, exasperated, sighed, reminding himself that he had endured many years and that this was no time to fret. Regaining his composure, he asked, Garp, you have encountered Tianyu and even fought him. What are your thoughts? At this, Garp shook off his drowsiness, his expression turning unusually serious. That guy is a true monster, even more so than the Yonko Kaido. Initially, his strength was merely at the peak level of a rear admiral, with commendable mastery of both armament haki and observation haki. However, during our battle, his strength began to ascend at an alarming rate, and both forms of haki skyrocketed to advanced levels, in terms of martial arts and swordsmanship. He improved with astonishing speed during our confrontation. It won't be long before his armament haki can be projected externally, and developing top-tier haki is not out of the question that time. I dared not engage him further, fearing I might inadvertently provoke an admiral-level threat. Garp's face bore a hint of pride as he recounted this. Why didn't you mention such crucial information sooner? Sengoku was nearly driven to despair by Garp's nonchalance. Garp feigned innocence. You never asked. Sengoku's countenance darkened. What are the chances of recruiting him into the Marines? Garp dismissed the concern. Let us hope Tianyu doesn't encounter those celestial dragons. Sengoku's expression grew increasingly grave as he recalled the fate that befell the island where the Baroque works were based. Does Tianyu possess Conqueror's haki? Huff! Huff! Garp had already succumbed to slumber once more. Sengoku ground his teeth. Enough is enough. He delivered a punch, exclaiming, Garp, you fool! We must dispatch 3 admirals to eliminate him before he becomes a threat. Ha! Garp awoke, laughing heartily. Sengoku, why are you so anxious? The ones who should be worried are the Geoise. Not us. I advise you to retire. Let us enjoy our old age together. Sengoku ignored him, lost in thought, when suddenly his glasses glinted with realization. Almost forgot, we have a sergeant aboard his ship. We might try to cultivate a closer relationship. It was not that he lacked other ideas. Rather, he believed that a mere sergeant could not accomplish such a task. Promoting him to a great swordsman, this strategy has already been proposed. Garp chuckled. Sengoku calmly analyzed, at least for now, relations between both parties are decent, and further advancement is not out of the question. I've heard this young man is quite the flirt. What if we send a few female Marines his way? Could we not win over Tianyu? Garp looked down upon him. Sengoku, I didn't expect you to be of such character. I have no choice. Sengoku lamented internally, faced with someone like Tianyu. Impervious to persuasion, he felt increasingly troubled. He wished to eliminate the threat, but lacked absolute certainty. On the other hand, he sought to draw Tianyu closer, yet felt dismissed. He did not wish to force Tianyu into opposition, but was nonetheless uneasy about the potential risk. I must prepare for the worst. I will ensure that those celestial dragons stay far from Tianyu. Garp roared with laughter at this. Do you really think you can control the celestial dragons? Sengoku pondered, ultimately deciding that employing the charm of beautiful women seemed the most viable strategy. With the right approach, even a hero could be softened. When life becomes overly smooth, individuals often lose the courage to change over time. As Sengoku silently strategized, Garp suddenly slapped his forehead, recalling something significant. Oh, I nearly forgot. Before I came here, I saw Akainu. He seems to be heading to Alabasta for cleanup. Do you think he will attempt to apprehend Tianyu? I wonder if he has arrived yet. Sengoku swiftly picked up the den mushi and dialed out. In Alabasta, Tianyu, having thoroughly enjoyed his meal, stood beside 2 towering stacks of plates. His appetite formidable, How much do I owe you, boss? The proprietor, seasoned by experience, remained unfazed by the circumstances, smiling as he replied, 1,000 berries. Here. Tianyu turned to glance at Hawkeye, a fleeting expression of regret crossing his face. This was his last bit of money. The look bewildered Mihawk. What is the matter? Are you uncomfortable seeing me? Mihawk inquired coolly as it done. Let us find a less crowded place to fight. Tianyu stepped out first, excitement bubbling within him. Such an opportunity to enhance his strength must not be squandered. Ideally, he would compel Mihawk to reveal his true prowess. Behind him, Mihawk's eyes gleamed with intensity, the formidable aura of his opponent igniting a long-forgotten fervor within him. The latent power, held in reserve and coalescing within, marked Tianyu as a genuine master. As they exited the restaurant, the duel had already silently commenced. Tianyu did not rush ahead, but instead awaited Mihawk, their eyes locking, the air crackling with the intensity of their will, seamlessly merging their spirits in a moment of unison. Under this subtle yet potent pull, the battle had already transcended their control from the very outset. Unbeknownst to either, they instinctively calibrated their auras and movements to their utmost potential, but a mysterious energy surged through the streets, peeling paint from weathered walls, rustling verdant leaves, and rendering the swirling sands invisible. The once bustling marketplace fell silent in an instant. Even the most unscrupulous vendors dared not utter a word. An indescribable pressure enveloped the crowd, rendering them mute. The only sound, aside from the wind, was the synchronized rhythm of their footsteps echoing through the streets, each step resonating within the hearts of onlookers. Hearts began to thrumming in tandem with their strides, eyes unwilling to meet the two figures. Even as they drew near, the sea breeze wafted gently, carrying a hint of salt, while the waves crashed rhythmically, and the lush greenery whispered softly in the wind. The two walked side by side, unwavering in their focus, not uttering a single word. The swords at their waists occasionally emitted a clear, vibrating hum. With each step, their presence swelled further. The tranquil streets began to stir, a gentle breeze rising unexpectedly, kicking up dust and displacing market stalls. Many, compelled by the fierce aura surrounding them, quickly sought refuge as the two figures moved further away. The arriving Marines dared only to observe from a distance. The sound of their swords resonated louder and clearer, echoing back and forth, creating ripples of invisible tension. The wooden doors and windows around them began to creak ominously, fissures appearing in abundance. The flags fluttering above the stall tore through the wind, as if sliced into strips by a sharp sword. Tianyu and Mihawk continued to walk as usual, leaving behind two inky black sword marks on the ground. The onlookers on either side of the street collapsed one after another, succumbing to the mounting pressure and fainting in succession. That Mihawk's swordsmanship emanated an unyielding will, unfathomable as the depths of the ocean. Tianyu, standing closest and bearing the brunt of the pressure, unleashed his potential in response to the provocation. His indomitable will and mastery of the sword ensured that each step he took was as steady as a mountain. Mihawk grew increasingly exhilarated and expectant, while Tianyu's body and fruit abilities surged into overdrive. The two halted, the stone slabs beneath them cracking slightly, as if the earth had been scorched by the blazing sun. Two formidable auras clashed fiercely, the will of the sword surging forth uncontrollably like a river breaking its dam. They exchanged glances, both sensing the impending eruption of battle intent within each other. If they did not depart swiftly, this small town was destined for destruction beneath the weight of their clashing wills. The sword in their hands pulsed with an inexplicable excitement, threatening to unsheath itself if not restrained. Mihawk's cold voice pierced the air. I did not expect you to ignite such fervor within me. What of that desert? Tianyu inquired, casting his gaze toward the towering stone forest amidst the yellow sands. Excellent, Mihawk replied. In the blink of an eye. Their figures vanished, two waves of buzzing air slicing through the sky, accompanied by a tempestuous wind that swept across the entire desert. In the next moment. The wind ceased and the sand settled. All unrest was forcefully subdued. They reappeared atop a 100-meter-high stone peak, gazing into the distance beneath the blazing sun. What they beheld was not each other, but the swords in their hands. When a cold blade is imbued with the will of its wielder, it acquires a soul and breath. When the sword comes alive, that breath can only be heard by its master, who shares life and death with it. A soft chime, akin to the sound of metal striking metal, resonated from the void of the wind. In the gentle breeze, it was the breath of the sword, a rhythm of tension and release. Stillness and motion. Mihawk's night was marked by heavy swords and long swords, while Tianyue's snow walk was characterized by swift and light blades. They stood merely a few paces apart. At first glance, it appeared they were simply gazing at each other, neither making a move. They remained locked in this intense stare for what felt like an eternity. Observers in the distance sensed an overwhelming pressure, as if a great mountain pressed upon their chests. Breathing became arduous, heads spun, and their skin prickled with discomfort. It felt like a dream, or as if they were engulfed in tumultuous waves at sea, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, each heartbeat resonating like the drums of war in their ears. All eyes were wide with astonishment. Though the sun still shone brightly, they perceived only encroaching darkness. The desert had transformed into an abyss. Only those two stone peaks remained steadfast beneath their feet. Tianyue and Mihawk stood poised, swords drawn, locked in a duel of swordsmanship. They competed not merely in skill, but in will, in technique, and in the momentum of their spirits. Each was a contest of resolve. Swordplay, and countless exchanges of strikes and counters. Their gazes flickered like the shadows of swords, breaths resonating like thunder. Every minute detail, whether a subtle shift of the sword sheath, a slight movement of the feet, a gentle lowering of the shoulders, or the sweat trickling between their brows, was keenly observed by both. Any single detail could determine victory or defeat, life or death in this ultimate confrontation, the Ina days. It seemed as though they soared into the air, amidst the swirling yellow sands, where the gleaming light of their swords shattered and reformed. The brilliant sparks and straight lines of wind effortlessly cleaved through the desert, leaving no crevice unsevered. The flowing sands severed as cleanly as tofu, unable to merge again for a long while. The entire battlefield appeared frozen, a still frame captured in time. The sky and earth resembled a canvas, smeared recklessly by unseen hands. Only the glint of swords was visible, while human forms remained obscured. Yet in truth, they remained rooted to the spot, unmoving. Gradually, an oppressive, rigid sensation spread rapidly, as if even the air had solidified. A terrifying force, inexpressible and profound, began to exert pressure outward, bit by bit. The hastily arriving Marine Admiral Akainu gazed upon the shattered desert, his expression turning frigid. He observed the onlookers, some pale, some trembling, while others leaned on companions. Teetering on the brink of collapse, his proud steps crossed the threshold of the desert. His magma-like leg was immediately crushed to fragments. Akainu's face twisted in rage, his magma form beginning to crack, forcing him to retreat 2 steps. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted as Tianyue struck first, leaping into the air as he unsheathed his snow walk, cleaving downward toward Mihawk. This strike sealed off all avenues of retreat for the eagle-eyed swordsman. While there exists a saying that the offensive can seize the initiative and the defensive can also turn the tide, there is also the wisdom that sometimes stillness prevails over movement. Thus, a preemptive strike can dominate, just as a reactive one can. In this pure duel of swords, their contest had escalated to a perilous level, beyond their control. The pressure exerted by Mihawk upon Tianyue was immense, their comprehension of swordsmanship leagues apart. Mihawk's strength had always relied on sheer power and the weakness of his foes. Facing a true master of the sword for the first time, especially one as formidable as Mihawk, Tianyue had no choice but to rely solely on the courage and will within his heart. Should he falter in spirit, fear would inevitably take root, and even if he did not break his composure, doubt, stubbornness, and agitation would inevitably arise. As the saying goes, a wounded spirit leads to a faltering heart. Those who are timid soon find themselves at the brink of defeat. The moment the sword was unsheathed, Tianyue's essence reached its zenith, calm, complete, and focused, constantly teetering between life and death, demonstrating his intent to fight to the finish. carving out a path for his future. With unwavering resolve, he stood still like a maiden, forcing his adversary to open up, attacking with the ferocity of thunder. His swordsmanship was as swift as the wind, as steady as the forest, fierce as fire, immovable as a mountain, elusive as shadows, and thunderous in motion. This was his swordsmanship, embodying an indomitable spirit that validated the principles of warfare. This battle represented a further evolution in his understanding of martial spirit and swordplay. Mihawk, in a moment of stillness, awaited movement. The instant Tianyue unleashed his sword, the long sword sang like the wind, unleashing a formidable strike that spanned the heavens. Tianyue did not retreat, maintaining his sword strike. The clash of their strikes in midair produced a resonant sound of metal against metal. Now, they were merely a few dozen steps apart. With a furious shout, Tianyue exhaled forcefully, lifting his sword for another strike. Yet Mihawk remained unfazed, casually advancing his longsword forward. This thrust was executed with such finesse that it felt as though Tianyue had collided with it himself. Just when everyone believed the outcome to be settled, Tianyue surged upward with even greater speed, undaunted and unyielding, meeting the challenge head-on. This was a life-or-death strike, a sword that could consume the world. Mihawk's gaze revealed admiration. He realized that if he did not counter this move, he would inevitably suffer a wound, even if he were to emerge victorious. This life-or-death strike was emblematic of an unwavering spirit. However, he did not wish to slay such a swordsman, for it was only through such adversaries that he could find his greatest rival in the future. "Thank you." Tianyue's face turned pale, his grip on the sword trembling slightly. "Why do you hold back?" Mihawk replied. "I have come specifically to seek you out, and you have certainly not disappointed." "Why?" Tianyue pressed. "Beyond the mountains, on the unnamed island, the sword marks are quite sharp. I wish to witness the prowess of this future great swordsman." Tianyue's face flushed with embarrassment. "Oh, you were never here to challenge me. Now I am quite satisfied." A hint of smile crept onto Mihawk's usually stoic face. "That I look forward to our duel. In the near future, I will be waiting for your challenge from the throne of the world's greatest." "What are you smiling about? I couldn't care less about your so-called #1 status. Stop pretending in front of me." Tianyue retorted angrily. "Once I get up, I will beat you so badly you won't know what hit you. Oh, you think I am Zoro? I have no interest in your world title." Mihawk lamented. "It is truly hard to imagine that the weakest East Blue harbors so many talents." Tianyue scoffed. "Humph. Rankings of the so-called weakest sea are utter nonsense. Old man Garp frequently visits East Blue. Do you think pirates could thrive there? And what of that Straw Hat Kid?" Suddenly, Hawkeye felt a surge of exhilaration at the thought of being infuriated by a genius. Tianyue took a few steps closer and whispered into Mihawk's ear. "Straw Hat Luffy is the grandson of Admiral Garp. Do you understand?" I comprehend. Mihawk replied, astonished and bewildered. "It's truly unbelievable. No wonder he could escape from Smoker, who possesses the powers of the Logia." Tianyue then inquired, "How did you find me?" Mihawk produced a newspaper. "You've recently gained quite the notoriety. Based on the information provided in the news, it was quite simple to deduce your next location. After all, you are the valiant Tian Daxia. How could you possibly let Crocodile slip away?" Tianyue replied dismissively. "He fled long ago. I haven't even managed to catch a single hair, but he fled." Mihawk was genuinely surprised. For a formidable figure like Crocodile, fleeing indicated a significant disparity in combat prowess. That moment, Tianyue revealed his advanced Busasho haki and provocatively gazed at Mihawk, surprised. Unexpected. Mihawk stared in shock at Tianyue, then turned his attention to the sword in his hand, which, though not a black blade, remained unbroken. "How did you manage that? Have you ascended to the rank of a great swordsman? Impressive, isn't it?" "Humph, Cerberus," a voice thundered from behind, and a terrifying wave of heat surged towards Tianyue's back. Bang! Tianyue, having already detected the observing Akainu with his Kinbunchika haki, reacted swiftly, enveloping his weapon in Busashoka haki and drawing Snow Walk to block the impending attack. The two were locked in a stalemate, each pressing against the other with force. "Oh, Akainu, you truly are a dog. Did you really think I wouldn't notice you?" Mihawk narrowed his eyes, and without further ado, unsheathed his black sword, Yuru, delivering a swift slash. The simple strike was akin to a grand technique, its immense cutting force rapid and merciless. Upon witnessing this, Akainu's expression shifted, and he immediately split his elemental body to evade the blow. Retreating at an incredible speed, Mihawk's strike grazed by, carving a deep gash into the desert behind him. Pirates are indeed pirates. They deserve their fate. Even a black sword couldn't slay you. Tianyu cursed as his sword remained unyielding. He had no intention of circumventing his opponent. He was well aware of Whitebeard's grim fate. Had he not been vigilant, a single blow could have left him gravely injured. In an instant, the blade of Snowwalk shimmered like a dense web, unleashing hundreds of slashes that enveloped Akainu entirely. He was determined that, under the relentless barrage of Busashoku Haki-enhanced attacks, Akainu would not escape. Akainu's rugged and fierce face now bore a murderous intent. As he saw Tianyu's slashes approaching, his lava coursed around him, and with a grin, he unleashed Great Fire, Die. The terrifying molten fist erupted like a volcano, raising a storm of sand, its black-red glow brazenly breaking free from the web of swords. Like a venomous snake, it approached, swelling, bursting forth, revealing its hidden fangs ready to strike. Such a terrifying assault, imbued with lethal intent, even included Mihawk in its calculations at this blink of an eye distance. Tianyu maintained a solemn demeanor, not daring to underestimate his foe. His sharp gaze was fixated on the enormous, heated magma fist, descending upon him like a mountain. His heart was as calm as still water, his ears attuned to the gentle whisper of the wind. In a world devoid of breeze, without a trace, there existed no place unreachable, nothing unattainable. Wind Tunnel Winechild's technique Wind blows the hat. His eyes suddenly sparkled like stars, and with a single stroke, he cleaved the air, conjuring a gentle breeze that brushed against his neck. The sword move was graceful and ethereal, achieving an intangible realm of mastery. The Mihawk's gaze was fixed, witnessing the elegant blade effortlessly slice through the molten fist, dismembering it like a skilled butcher with a cow, reducing the massive mass to fragments, yet not scattering them. Upon seeing this strike, an intense curiosity gleamed in his eyes. The seemingly light sword technique bore extraordinary offensive capabilities. Across from him, Akainu's eyelids twitched violently. The sensation of the sword meeting his fist was bizarrely devoid of resistance, as though striking mere air. The blade pierced through his fist, gliding along his arm towards his neck. His pupils dilated suddenly, and his scalp tingled. Without time to ponder, he jerked his head back sharply. Concentrating all his Busashoku Haki on his head and neck, he felt the wind brush past the brim of his hat. Silently severing a portion cleanly away, a gentle breeze swept through, leaving a glaring red mark on Akainu's dark neck. Grinding his teeth, his expression became complex as he gazed up at the sky, his pupils quivering slightly, struggling to recall the essence of that blade. Having dominated the seas for many years, it was his first encounter with such a close brush with death. Blood seeped from his neck, the sharp pain heightening his mental acuity to its utmost. Tianyu stood behind Akainu, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead, his fingers gripping the sword slightly pale, while the flames enveloping him gradually extinguished. The technique he had just grasped nearly eluded his control during execution. The erupting magma fist, propelled by inertia, continued its ascent skyward, only to shatter into a rain of fire that cascaded down, transforming the desert below into a burning inferno. Tianyu sheathed his sword, uncertain whether it was Snowwalk trembling or his own hand quaking. He had to admit the terrifying prowess of the three admirals. Not only were their devil fruit abilities formidable, but their haki was equally impressive. Akainu, expressionless, straightened his posture, touching the blood on his neck, coldly stating, "Indeed, I should have killed you long ago." "Ha," Tianyu replied with a faint smile. "Are you coming again, Red Dog? Such a splendid opportunity for training. He certainly did not wish to miss." Akainu coldly retorted, "Kid, you've grown overly arrogant. This desert shall become your grave." Lava began to snake its way across his body, dripping onto the sand and rising in plumes of black smoke. The desert beneath their feet started to heat up wildly, white smoke billowing forth, the temperature soaring at a terrifying rate. Tianyu's Kenbunchiga Haki foresaw Akainu's intent to unleash the awakened powers of his devil fruit. aiming to turn the entire Alabasta desert into a searing realm of lava. Naturally, Tianyu would not grant him his wish. Nearly pinnacle conqueror's haki descended with tremendous force, extinguishing the lava, encroaching at his feet. The two seemed to have forgotten Mihawk's presence, their gazes locked in a fierce confrontation. Lava erupted from the sandy ground, flowing rapidly, igniting the sand in its path, rapidly converting it into magma, expanding at an astonishing rate. This was the reason why Akiji, with his ice fruit, could not overpower Akainu's magma fruit. One relied solely on pure devil fruit prowess, thriving only in humid, water-rich environments. The other possessed hidden passive abilities, capable of turning even soil and stone into nourishment for his magma. In a battle on an island, Akainu undoubtedly held the advantage. Mihawk, observing the escalating intensity of their confrontation, decided to take his leave. Effortlessly leaping to the edge of the desert, quietly spectating. Soon, the desert was cleaved into two realms. One was Tianyu's domain of sand, and the other was Akainu's magma-laden earth. While they appeared evenly matched, in reality, Tianyu was slightly at a disadvantage. Feeling the rising temperature beneath the sand, Tianyu couldn't help but complain, "Why isn't this taking place at sea?" You won't escape today," Akainu declared arrogantly. Tianyu gazed at him incredulously. "I've never encountered anyone as boastful as you. Your words are rather excessive, aren't they?" Utter nonsense. Nothing more. If you wish to flee, feel free, but each time I encounter you henceforth, I shall strike." Akainu grunted dismissively, knowing full well that if Tianyu genuinely desired to escape, he might not be able to stop him. Suddenly, he launched a surprise attack, Cerberus aiming directly for Tianyu's heart. Tianyu raised an eyebrow, a pitiful provocation. "You truly are a fool." With that, he enveloped his blade in Busashoka haki and engaged in battle with the unexpectedly aggressive Akainu, due to his association with Dashiki. Tianyu was also well-versed in the Navy's 6 styles. After his encounter with Mihawk, Tianyu's haki prowess had slightly surpassed that of Akainu, with his 3 haki types residing between advanced and peak levels, while Akainu's 2 haki types remained within the advanced range. Unfortunately, Tianyu had yet to master the technique of wrapping his conqueror's haki around his attacks. In terms of terrain, Akainu held a clear advantage. With a single meteor volcano, he had nearly transformed the entire desert into a molten purgatory. With the awakening power of the fruit added to the mix, the advantages in battle became even more pronounced. Confronted by the tsunami-like waves of magma and relentless ambushes, even if one could extinguish them with the conqueror's haki, the magma would swiftly revive in the fight against Akainu. One had to remain vigilant of the surrounding magma, as it could surge unexpectedly. Over time, the entire desert had transformed into a realm of magma. This moment, Tianyu, fully clad in armament haki, resembled a figure shrouded in ebony darkness. He sprinted across the magma-laden ground, striking with slashes amidst the sweltering air, his conqueror's haki enveloping him with utmost intensity. The ferocious magma hounds could emerge at any moment, and in the midst of battle, Akainu had nearly become a being of magma, his fearsome visage serving only to intimidate. With each punch he delivered, eruptions of hounds would manifest around him. Can't you conjure up a bit of imagination?" Tianyu remarked mid-battle. "Aside from dogs, can't you summon other creatures?" Akainu retorted coldly, "Great dog. You're truly a dog." Tianyu dodged and quipped, wiping the sweat from his brow. Unperturbed, Akainu replied, "Sometimes dogs are more reliable than people." "All right then, you truly are a talent. I find myself at a loss for words." Tianyu exclaimed. Akainu, uninterested in banter, declared, "Akainu, Red Lotus. All hounds attack." Suddenly, the magma erupted, and a multitude of snarling hound heads lunged forth. Seizing the moment with his observation haki, Tianyu unleashed a sword strike. Houndess head slash. Confident of his inevitable victory, Akainu fought with reckless abandon, showcasing his fruit's abilities, occasionally manifesting unique varieties of hounds, such as Jet Hound, Rock Serpent Hound, Red Lotus Hound Tide, and Giant Fire-Breathing Hound, among a myriad of others, each more diverse than the last. His moves became increasingly effortless, his tactics more cunning and treacherous. In contrast, Tianyu seemed perpetually engaged in slashing, employing the same old Navy Six style repetitively. His armament haki could not be released outward, and his conqueror's haki would not entangle. The attacks he launched could be evaded in advance with the aid of his observation Hakata in close combat. Failing to evade in time easily allowed Akainu to land a few blows. Yet, Akainu soon sensed something amiss. The opponent before him appeared to be enveloped in a blackish-purple hue of armament haki, while his observation haki seemed to have significantly improved. If Garp were present, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "Akainu, you truly are a talent." Sengoku, upon learning this, would surely be driven to madness. "A mindless fool, do you regard my words as mere wind?" Meanwhile, Sengoku, stationed at the Navy headquarters, was indeed infuriated by Akainu's actions, which had deviated from his original plan to first appease the situation and then dispatch the three admirals to decisively eliminate Tianyu in the shortest time possible. The crux of the entire strategy was to deny the opponent any time or opportunity for growth. "Ha ha ha, it's all over now." Garp laughed heartily, unperturbed. "Garp, silence yourself. This is not the time for anger. We must contemplate how to resolve this matter with Tianyu," Sengoku admonished, clutching his chest at a loss for words. As each individual proved to be a source of concern, Crane, nearby, shook her head, ready with a swift-action heart remedy. Akiji and Kizu, one dozing and the other distracted, only began to take the situation seriously upon realizing its gravity. Their expressions shifting slightly. "I hope he doesn't join the pirates. Otherwise, we will truly face trouble. These young people are all monsters in their own right. Just thinking about it gives me a headache." At this point, one could only hope for Akainu to achieve ultimate victory. Observing Akainu's awakened fruit abilities, Tianyu felt a pang of envy. He couldn't help but wonder when his own fruit would awaken and what powers it would bestow upon him. With a heart full of yearning, numerous thoughts began to take shape within him as the battle raged on. Akainu finally paused, panting heavily, casting a skeptical gaze at the lost-in-thought Tianyu. This fellow was managing to engage him in combat while seemingly daydreaming, which only fueled Akainu's frustration. When did the situation become such? Akainu pondered, momentarily forgetting Sengoku's warnings. First, he fought with a sword, then recklessly resorted to punches, and finally, Tianyu exclaimed, "Why have you stopped? Hurry up and fight." "Don't worry, I won T-dodge this time." Saying this, he genuinely stood there, continuing to contemplate the direction of his ability's development. Enraged, Akainu launched a punch of the infernal dog. Boom! What? Akainu's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief freezing him in place. His crimson fist struck against the deep purple armament haki, producing a muted sound. The anticipated piercing sensation failed to manifest, and instead his fist was left stinging from the impact. Tianyu sighed, revealing a look of regret. "Oh, what a pity." Akainu stammered, speechless, pointing at Tianyu for an extended moment, his eyes growing weary. Tianyu waved him off. "Come again, let me see what your true strength is." Akainu sensed something strange. At that moment, the words of Admiral Sengoku echoed in his mind, and he gazed at Tianyu with an expression of embarrassment, his eyes reddening as if hinting at some hidden grievance. "Oh, General Akainu, are you not going to fight anymore?" Tianyu chuckled, his conqueror's haki entwined around him, crackling with purple-blue lightning. To be honest, he was uncertain of the current level of his haki or how powerful it had become. All he knew was that the burned flesh from earlier battles had healed, and he felt no discomfort standing on the searing magma. Taking a bath in magma even felt quite pleasant. His bare feet danced atop the magma, warm and soft, a strangely comfortable sensation. Across from him, Akainu remained resolute. Even knowing his chances of victory were slim, he showed no signs of retreat or escape. He was committed to battle, embodying his unwavering belief in absolute justice throughout his life. Although Akainu's absolute justice was extreme, Tianyu still held a certain admiration for him. Granting Akainu a dignified demise was Tianyu's greatest concession. Regrettably, he had no apples at hand. Otherwise, he could have attempted to collect the magma fruit. Shaking his head, he turned to leave, while Mihawk outside fell into a state of contemplation. Gazing at Tianyu, he realized he had never felt such a sense of defeat before. "The world's greatest swordsman, shall we spar?" Tianyu said with a mischievous grin. Mihawk replied coldly, "I have no time." I must take my leave. Humph, I'm a master of pretense, coming and going like the wind, spouting wise words, and departing without fail. Nami, Robin, and Dasboni were nearing the conclusion of their battles against the 5 pirate crews, with their mastery of both hockey types and the Navy's 6 style. Their struggles were not excessively arduous. However, facing a tactic of overwhelming numbers made it impossible to conclude the fights quickly. Watching the 3 women's battle from afar, Tianyu remarked, "Truly, they are renowned beauties from the original story. Each possesses extraordinary talent. Dasboni, watch your left." Nami called out helplessly, kicking away a pirate attempting to ambush them. Helping Dasboni to her feet, "I'm sorry, Nami. My glasses fell off, and I can't see the enemy." Dasboni apologized. In the time spent speaking, the enemies had completely surrounded them, severely compressing their fighting space. Blue 6 pulse hand. Robin appeared just in time to break the encirclement. "Don't panic. Let's charge out together." With her elusive arms, Robin enabled Nami and Dasboni to push forward, momentarily creating a path as the tide of battle shifted once more. The 3 of them were already covered in wounds. Yet their fighting spirit surged ever stronger. "Boss, these 3 women are too formidable," a subordinate exclaimed in panic. "What are you panicking for? Don't embarrass me," the captain chastised. "No matter how powerful they are but 3. We have hundreds of elite fighters participating, and victory will undoubtedly belong to us." The Night Owl howled mockingly. Oh, our pirate crew truly is a disgrace. Let me show you the strength and conviction of the Night Owl pirate crew. All of you. Hey, Night Owl pirate crew, raise your diverse weapons and shout in unison. Show those 3 women the might of the Night Owl pirate crew. Noise erupted all around. The Night Owl pirate crew charged forward with fervent shouts. "Ha! Truly 2 fools." The Tetanus laughed heartily. "The Sharp-Blade pirates are ready to set sail. We shall take to the sea." Big Mouth chuckled. "Aha! What uncultured bumpkins. They are mere mortals in the face of hockey and the Marine's 6 powers. Our gluttonous pirate crew shall depart first. Do take your time, everyone." The Night Owl scoffed. "Ha! Begone, you 2 cowards. Hurry and retrieve your feeble shrimp, lest you hinder our Night Owl pirate crew in battle." "What did you say? Dare to repeat that." As Nami rushed forward, she suddenly discovered that the enemy was embroiled in infighting. "Dasky, should we intervene in this situation?" Robin smiled and replied, "Let me handle this." "Brooke, kaleidoscope." Suddenly, 6 arms sprouted from the pirates aboard several ships, and in mere moments they were all subdued. Dasky remarked, "Robin, you are remarkable. Once the battle concluded, let the Marines deal with these pirates. Have you 3 women gather the necessary supplies?" Tianyu appeared abruptly. Robin nodded and smiled. "Rest assured, Mr. Tianyu, there will be plenty for you to feast upon." "Ha! Tianyu gazed at her smile, recalling his past of fleeing, where deception and darkness had evidently led Robin to embrace her comrades aboard this ship. What a pity. He turned his attention to Dasky, lamenting that she was a Marine. After killing Akainu, he had firmly positioned himself in opposition to the Marines and the world government, in a relentless struggle. "Foolish Tianyu, have you dealt with Crocodile?" Nami darted over, tugging at his ear. Tianyu sighed. "That fellow fled long ago. I searched for him in vain." Dasky consoled. "Do not worry. Leave Crocodile's situation to the Marines." Dasky, Tianyu's expression turned grave. "Perhaps it was time for us to part ways during this period." "Mr. Tianyu," Dasky looked at him bewildered and said reluctantly, "Why?" Nami chimed in, "Fool, what are you talking about?" Robin remained silent, equally serious as she awaited further explanation. Tianyu took a bite of an apple and said earnestly, "I just killed Marine Admiral Akainu. The surprise was too sudden, and the 3 women dropped their jaws in shock. "Why, Mr. Tianyu, why?" Dasky asked with red-rimmed eyes. "Because I am Tianyu," he stated, gazing at her. "When others attempt to kill me, or those who seek to harm me, I will show no mercy. The ship would depart in an hour, and we can wait only for you." Dasky. With that, he departed, leaving the choice to Dasky herself. Despite their time spent together, he had no confidence that Dasky would choose him without hesitation. Nami and Robin stepped forward to comfort her. They could not force Dasky to make a choice, but could only accompany her for this fleeting hour. Faint sounds of weeping, even from a distance, reached Tianyue's ears clearly. Amidst the crashing waves against the shore, it seemed a certain voice resonated in his ear. Enemies are approaching. Tianyue would not dismiss this as mere auditory hallucination. He listened intently, the sound growing increasingly distinct, as if the sea were conversing with him. The Marines. Tianyue gazed out at the ocean, nonchalantly munching on his apple. The only concern he had now was for Dazki. Time flew swiftly, and soon Smoker's call came through. Dazki, leave Tianyue's ship immediately. Colonel Smoker, Dazki interrupted, resolutely stating, during this time, I have truly crossed the sea, witnessed dreamlike landscapes, and made the best of companions. There are wondrous islands, creatures never before seen, and countless unimaginable phenomena. The people of every nation, with their similar yet distinct sufferings. The sea is at times tranquil, at times frenzied. It can be gentle yet tumultuous, filled with unspeakable sorrow. In the darkness of storms, there are still those striving to survive. In the realm of justice touched by the Marines, sometimes light transforms into darkness. Kindness is trampled upon, and courage struggles to endure. Dignity and freedom are never bestowed upon the common folk. Strength and weakness become the only standards. Countless families are shattered, and as a result, pirates multiply. I have encountered kind-hearted pirates and wicked Marines, and I have doubted my own sense of justice, only to redefine it. The term chivalry had never graced my ears until I met Brother Tianyue. I am now grateful that Brother Tianyue took me away, pushing me to see a different kind of justice and compassion. Even amidst darkness, even when no one understands, Mr. Tianyue shines like a straight ray of dawn. Though foolish and clumsy, he will never lose his way. The sea cannot be without a person like Brother Tianyue. Whether Marine or pirate, justice and kindness do not concern themselves with identity. To be honest, I do not wish to leave Mr. Tianyue's small ship. But my sense of justice does not permit me a selfish choice that I will carry Brother Tianyue's chivalry back to the Marines, if you are willing. Dazki, Smoker listened, stunned by the girl's astonishing words, unable to regain his composure for quite some time. The ship was about to set sail. Dazki stood on the shore, gazing at Tianyue and the others. Nami and Robin waved goodbye, tears in their eyes, while Tianyue wore a mischievous grin, his lips marked with imprints of red. Dazki smiled serenely, tears of parting streaming down her face as she shouted, Brother Tianyue, Nami, Robin, I will miss you all. The Marine headquarters was in an uproar. Admiral Sengoku convened a military meeting to discuss strategies for any new developments at sea. The aftermath of this battle and subsequent news reports sent shockwaves throughout the entire ocean. The name Tianyue became synonymous not only with the enemy of the Marines and the world government, but also with countless malefactors. Some regarded him as the fifth emperor of the sea, while others held his so-called chivalry close to their hearts. Like an unstoppable storm, he swept across the new world. The spirit of chivalry truly made its name known upon the sea for the first time. As for the world government's elders, their response was nothing more than anger, cursing, and sending spies, best left unsaid. The Marines were now in disarray. The loss of a major general was no trivial matter. The Marine forces in the New World began to contract sharply, hastening the selection and recruitment of new admirals, red-haired pirates. Chivalry? Red-haired Shanks glanced at Tianyue's bounty notice, marked at a staggering 2 billion, and sensed that the seas were about to become turbulent once more. That I wished to meet this young man and see his perspective on these waters. Ben Beckman remarked, This is the first time I've heard of him. I must say, this young man has commendable courage. Jesus Burgess laughed. Indeed, the notorious villains of the sea must be in for a headache now. Lucky Roo, donned in sunglasses, munched on a roasted leg of meat. Boss, do you think the chivalrous Tianyue might be with the Revolutionary Army? Whitebeard pirates. Marco received the Newsbird's newspaper and was equally astonished. Old man, another monster has emerged on the sea, killing Marine Admiral Akainu at such a young age. Whitebeard Newgate took the newspaper, glanced at it, and burst into laughter. Brrrr, what a bold little brat. I like him. This will surely infuriate Sengoku. Brrrr. Really? The Marine Admiral is truly dead. Diamond Jozu picked up a newspaper and exclaimed, Can you believe it? A young lad actually killed Akainu. How have the newcomers become so abnormal? Vista cautioned. Take a closer look. It's chivalrous, not pirate. Oh, quite the audacity, seeking to eliminate all wicked pirates, Blamank remarked. That is a notion even the Marines would not dare to entertain. Whitebeard Newgate chuckled. Some matters cannot be accomplished solely through brute strength. However, this lad is rather exceptional. He possesses not only immense power, but also a profound ideology that I fear that soon a new name will emerge upon these seas. And it will not only be the pirates who suffer, but also the innocent civilians at the hands of the Navy. Charlotte Linlin. Big among pirates. Mama. Charlotte Linlin laughed heartily, clutching a newspaper, her plump face shaking with mirth. Tianyu, how remarkable that Akainu met his end at your hands. Truly, you are a promising youth. With such formidable genes, your offspring are bound to be even more extraordinary than Mama. Her gaze swept across her daughters. Searching for suitable marriage prospects. Charlotte Bryn, Charlotte Galette, Charlotte Smudge, and Charlotte Frampe, you're my most beautiful daughters, and all still unmarried. Who among you would be willing to wed the formidable Tianyu and personally invite him to join our big Amoan pirates? He's a man capable of slaying a vice admiral. After all, Tio be frank, had it not been for her advancing years, she would have seized the opportunity herself. Amidst the tumultuous sea, Tianyu was brimming with energy in the kitchen. Now having to cook for himself, with Dasky absent, Nami's eyes sparkled as she counted the berries. Pirate crews from large territories are indeed wealthy, that I'll take my share first, considering you still owe me. Robin, interpreting the historical texts, couldn't help but praise, Mr. Tianyu, you have truly surprised me by uncovering the historical text that Crocodile has sought for so long. Are you interested in the Underworld King? Tianyu shook his head. Not at all. I merely assisted you because you liked it. As he spoke, he covertly glanced at Robin's reaction. Upon hearing this, Robin smiled brightly. Looking at Tianyu, I quite like this gift from you. Mr. Tianyu. I'm glad you do. Robin inquired, puzzled. Tianyu, why aren't you intervening in the Alabasta rebels' affairs? Tianyu replied nonchalantly. This is a matter of national significance. We are but insignificant individuals whose words hold little weight. We can save them temporarily, but not for eternity. Besides, with Dasky involved, it is best left to the Navy. Nami's eyes gleamed with excitement as she swiftly packed the berries. This time, we've truly struck it rich. I never expected these pirate crews to be so affluent. Tianyu mused. I wonder if Smoker will manage. I still feel it would be safer to let a rear admiral handle it. I suspect Crocodile might return to Alabasta. Robin remarked. Crocodile is indeed formidable. But Colonel Smoker is also a Logia-type devil fruit user, so he should be more than capable that it will merely be a clash between two evenly matched opponents. Tianyu chose not to elaborate further. The two were evenly matched and likely would not inflict serious harm upon one another. Suddenly, a rain of wood chips began to fall from the sky. Nami, puzzled, looked up and then screamed, Tianyu, a ship is falling. Tianyu remained calm. No need to panic. It's quite normal for an empty island. Nami anxiously shouted, You fool, Tianyu, catch it quickly. There must be a treasure trove inside. Tianyu was speechless. I thought you were frightened. It seems the empty island truly exists. Robin gazed in astonishment at the sky as a dilapidated ship descended, crashing down. How did they manage to get up there? Nami observed the sky. I don't see any islands floating about. Tianyu leaped into the air, shattering the decaying ship with a punch, gracefully catching the falling chests. Nami produced a pointer, exclaiming, The record pointer is indeed pointing to the sky. Robin explained, to be precise, it should be the sea that is floating in the Grand Line. We must never doubt the record pointer. We must first question our own common sense. She reached out to catch a book that Tianyu had tossed down from above. Quickly flipping through its pages, Nami, reflecting on her limited experience, remarked, Indeed, I never imagined there could be islands in the sky. Even if I were to speak of it, few would likely believe me. She then praised Robin. You truly know so much. During their conversation, she had already taken the treasure chest from Tianyu's hands. It's nothing. I merely gleaned it from books. Robin chuckled. Tian, you could hear the sea's voice, anticipating a rising current towards the empty island in a few days. This brought to mind Enel, the eccentric ruler of the empty island, who wielded the rumble fruit quite well in the original story. He had even built a golden flying ship to the moon. This time, he needed to borrow a place to research weapons that would suit Nami and Robin, enhancing their capabilities to ensure they wouldn't fall behind as they ventured into the latter half of the New World. Blackbeard, Kaido's pirates. Jin hurried to the edge of the cliff where Kaido was preparing to end his own life. Captain, an extraordinary figure has emerged upon the seas. Even Vice Admiral Akainu has been slain by him. He is now offering a bounty of 2 billion berries. Kaido glanced at the newspaper with curiosity before bursting into exuberant laughter. Ororo, what a brazen little brat. Those Navy fools had it coming. This sea is finally getting interesting. Tianyu, you say? The fifth emperor. I wonder if you can kill me. Ororo. Jin knew his captain was reckless enough to stroll into Navy headquarters, but as a subordinate, he felt compelled to caution, Captain Kaido, this fellow is no simple adversary. He is likely only around 18 years of age. He refrained from elaborating further, trusting that his captain would comprehend the implications. Kaido's maniacal laughter abruptly ceased, and he sat down with a grave expression. In his youth, he had not possessed the strength to slay a Vice Admiral .18. Such a powerhouse. Could he be another? He involuntarily recalled an old acquaintance. A once mighty ruler of the seas, Blackbeard pirates that the news bird landed, exchanging cash for the newspaper. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach also received the latest news report. Though the description of the battle was brief, the information it conveyed was substantial. And his expression grew increasingly ominous. A pirate with dreams and ambitions, aspiring to become the pirate king. Marshal D. Teach realized he either needed to avoid such a formidable foe or confront him head-on. Given the other party's modus operandi, it was only a matter of time before they clashed. It would be unwise to recruit a new threat who was not of his ilk. The most prudent choice would be to eliminate such a dangerous individual while they were still nascent. Now was the optimal moment, especially since Tianyu was accompanied by 2 burdens that could be utilized. With his strength combined with his crew, taking down a Tianyu at the level of a vice admiral should pose no challenge. The reward outweighed the risks, and he was more than willing to take that gamble that time. Presenting Tianyu's head would surely earn him the title of Warlord of the Sea. Ultimately, revealing Ace's identity to the Navy and the world government would allow his plans to proceed smoothly. Hey look, this is truly astonishing news that ITS reported that Vice Admiral Akainu was killed by a brat named Tianyu. Marshal D. Teach, having contemplated his strategy, erupted into laughter, passing the newspaper to his companions. This is our new target, a monster more fitting than any other, and the enemy of all free pirates on these seas. Bagus altered course. Let us go witness the prowess of this young hero and see if he is worthy of the freedom to sail the seas. The bounty of 2 billion berries would ensure our renown across the ocean, making the world aware of the Blackbeard pirate's might. Jizzes Bagus, ever the warrior, cackled. Hey, ha. Let us hurry, Captain. I can hardly wait to witness the strength of this Vice Admiral-level monster. Sniper Van Oka, cleaning his weapon, remarked, according to the clues from the news, he isn't far from us. What an exhilarating hunting target it is, indeed. Fate is always so wonderfully inexplicable. Lafitte, sipping his coffee, remarked upon seeing Tianyu's name in the newspaper. Speaking of this Admiral, Akainu, his devil fruit abilities are remarkably formidable that the magma fruit is currently unclaimed. I wonder which fortunate individual will come to possess it. Poison Q chuckled weakly. What a pitiful fellow to find himself within our range. Geniuses ought to find their own demise for it to be truly entertaining. The Navy and the world government have achieved their objectives, and now all pirates and villains across the seas are inexplicably fixated on Tianyu and his companions. 3 individuals worth over 2 billion berries each. His strength, his weaknesses, his allies. All information has been published in the newspapers, making Tianyu and his companions the object of desire in everyone's eyes. The clown Buggy, upon reading the news, felt quite pained. As the strongest luck king who thrives on survival, he promptly decided to pay more attention to Tianyu's affairs, lest he unwittingly encounter his doom. Machi, stretching his neck beside him, exclaimed with fervor after seeing Tianyu's bounty. Captain Buggy, if we manage to slay this fellow, we will surely make a name for ourselves across the seas. Lion Ricky roared in agreement before sitting down and picking his nose. Buggy, drenched in cold sweat, wore a contemplative expression. The essence of the show-off king told him that he must never allow his subordinates to perceive him as cowardly. Kabaji, exasperated, hastily interjected, "Machi, you fool, that monster can kill an admiral." Captain Buggy, you absolutely cannot heed his words. Buggy, maintaining his composure, declared, "We are free pirates. What is mere Tian Yu to us? If I encounter him, I shall show him the might of Captain Buggy. All hail the great Captain Buggy." The exuberant praises from his crew brought Buggy a sense of enjoyment. But internally, he reminded himself to remain vigilant against the death god Tian Yu. He cheered for his past wise decision. "Thank goodness, I fled swiftly. Encountering such a freak in the East Blue would surely spell disaster. You arrogant scoundrel, Tian Yu, my great Captain Buggy never wishes to cross paths with you." Aboard Smoker's warship, Smoker remarked, "A bounty of 2 billion berries and a plethora of leaked intelligence. His chivalrous spirit will soon earn him true renown on the Grand Line, while simultaneously becoming a shared adversary for both the Navy and the pirates." Despite the relatively stable relationship between both sides and the possibility of Tian Yu joining the Navy, why is the headquarters deploying an admiral? These fools, do they not require the emergence of a fifth emperor in the New World to be satisfied? Tashiji countered, "I believe in Brother Tian Yu. He will uphold chivalry and will not turn pirate." Tashiji, mind your phrasing. Do not let the wrong ears overhear that if you wish to achieve something within the Navy, you must amend these weaknesses. Yes, I will be cautious. Smoker surprisingly did not lose his temper. Firstly, he trusted Tian Yu, even though they were now adversaries. Secondly, Tashiji's rank had risen to that of captain, putting her on equal footing with him, and she had also learned to wield the two-color hockey from Tian Yu, significantly boosting her combat capabilities. The disparity in strength left Smoker feeling somewhat stifled and irritable. Thus, even while conversing, he diligently practiced hockey using the methods Tashiji had taught him in Magic Valley Town. Tian Yu and his companions disembarked from their ship, with Nami playfully sticking a bit of a mustache on him. This town seemed to be teeming with pirates. Robin, seizing Tian Yu's arm, anxiously urged, "Hero Tian, could you please calm down a bit?" Tian Yu's eyes blazed with fervent excitement, his heart racing like a roaring flame as he scanned the streets for all the pirates and passers-by. This was undoubtedly the most fateful place he had encountered since embarking on his chivalrous journey. He had fallen in love with this town. However, being held by Robin on one side and Nami on the other, he transitioned from a fierce, fiery look to a bashful, awkward demeanor in an instant. Nami pinched his cheek, sharply admonishing, "Foolish Tian, you must not engage in any fights here until we finish gathering supplies for the Sky Island. Bang! Bang! Do you hear me? Otherwise, I'll kill you." With a forceful punch, the fully energized Tian Yu was immediately reduced to a weak state, a large bump forming on his head as he rolled his eyes, being dragged away by a snickering Robin. Faced with Nami's fierce threats and Robin's QQ-like allure, Tian Yu had no choice but to concede, deciding to adopt the so-called chivalrous attitude of letting fate take its course. "I swear, I will not cause any trouble or fight here." "Very well. A man must keep his word." Nami coaxed him as one would a child. Tian Yu weakly replied, I know. Nami, still concerned, said, "Why do you sound so lackluster?" "I'm doing this to ensure you have enough to eat, that if you cause any commotion, we won't be able to gather supplies in the town, and you'll have to go to the Sky Island on an empty stomach." "Ah, the last thing I want is to be hungry," Tian Yu lamented. "I eat like a pig and am as fit as a monkey. I've truly mutated." Robin chuckled, "Tian Yu, your self-description is quite apartment." Suddenly, a pale and sickly-looking man riding a horse stumbled and fell, collapsing to the ground like a noodle. The horse, too, appeared weak and was trembling under the wind. Drenched in sweat, he fell off his horse. Tian Yu's voice trembled with excitement as he immediately recognized the individual before him. Nami found it amusing, commenting, "This uncle really looks unfortunate. He seems quite feeble." Robin, not expecting trouble to arise so soon, observed with a sense of curiosity. Could he be unwell? Tian Yu's small mustache quivered with excitement as he fixed his fiery gaze upon the man. Had it not been for Nami and Robin holding onto his arms, he would have already jumped on and gone into a frenzy that "I apologize for the trouble I've caused. Could you help me up?" the man weakly implored. Isn't it you who is too lazy to get up? Nami immediately called him out, not wanting Tianyu to stir up trouble. Let me help. I love lending a hand. Tianyu turned to Nami with a vague expression. Nami, quick-witted, released her grip, saying, since it's a good deed, we want to compete with you. Robin smiled faintly and let go of Tianyu. You truly are a good person. Tianyu grinned foolishly and walked over, grasping the man's clothing around his waist. With a heave, he effortlessly tossed him onto the horse's back. Thank you so much. I finally managed to get up. I'm naturally weak and sickly. The man gasped atop the horse, cough, cough, let us go. Stallone, the trembling horse lifted a leg, only to immediately collapse to the ground, resting its chin on the ground. Tianyu, with an innocent expression, remarked, what a remarkable horse you have. Nami and Robin had already sensed something amiss. All the surrounding pirates were keeping their distance, evidently afraid of something. What a troublesome fellow, the feeble man murmured weakly. Thank you. Thank you. I'm truly sorry for the inconvenience. With that, the horse struggled to stand, swaying precariously, as if it might fall again at any moment. Oh, show my gratitude. Please have one, the man spoke as he produced a basket of bright red apples. Oh, apples. I want to hold back. Tianyu declared as he eagerly bit into one. Suddenly, boom, an explosive blast erupted without warning, engulfing the entire street in flames and smoke, its sheer force overwhelming. Strangely, Nami and Robin, standing nearby, remained completely unscathed. The heat wave caressed their flowing hair, while the fireworks enveloped Tianyu and the mounted man. There he was again. The fifth individual already I had witnessed it too. That peculiar person had handed them apples, and those who had consumed them met a fiery demise. Tianyu, are you all right? Oh, I'm fine. These apples taste delightful. The situation unfolded abruptly as Nami and Robin cast anxious glances toward the epicenter of the explosion, the smoke gradually dissipating. The horseman and his steed lay lifeless on the ground, their eyes glazed over, charred from the blast. That basket of apples contained both bombs and poison. Tianyu crouched down, giving a firm pat, embodying the traditional virtue of completing good deeds in the spirit of the Chinese saying. Send the Buddha to the west. This fellow is known as Poison Q, the ship's doctor aboard Blackbeard's vessel. Nami and Robin's expressions shifted dramatically. That wasn't the one who annihilated the nation at Magnetic Drum Island from the Blackbeard pirates? Indeed, I recall Dalton mentioning them. Fate is indeed peculiar. The mountains and rivers brought us together, and I have finally encountered them. Nami, Robin, you both stay safe and continue with your shopping, Tianyu stated, rubbing his hands together. Leave the rest to me. Be careful. Do not let your guard down. We will wait for you on the ship. The two did not linger, understanding that their presence would be of no assistance. With his observation haki fully activated, Tianyu swiftly extended his senses to a small island beyond the harbor. He detected 5 remarkably potent presences, akin to a candle flame burning brightly in the night, fervent and radiant. Although the town harbored its share of formidable soldiers, they seemed insignificant in his eyes. However, it appeared that someone had taken the initiative, as a fierce battle had already commenced between the two sides. Within his observation haki, he sensed a dark entity permeating the village with a certain allure. This must be the power of the dark fruit. 10 minutes prior, a fated encounter had occurred. Hey, wait, I've been searching for you for quite a while. A voice called out unexpectedly from the rooftop. The newcomer, donning an orange hat and bearing a few freckles, exuded a laid-back and amiable aura. The members of Blackbeard's crew waiting for Poison Q all shifted their expressions. But Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, remained unfazed, as if he had anticipated the person's presence on the roof. Oh, Ace, Captain, Marshal D. Teach smiled warmly, calling out the familiar title. Ace replied coldly, enough. At this point, I am no captain, and you are not in a position to address me with such respect. Lafitte scrutinized. You are the Fire Fist Ace. Ah, yes, please make your acquaintance. You must be an exceptional captain now, right? Blackbeard's crew, Captain Marshal D. Teach. Huh, Blackbeard chuckled heartily. What? Ace, it's been ages. How did you know I was here? He relished the title of captain. Teach, let us cease this trivial banter. You, who have managed to survive longer than others, cannot possibly be unaware of the reason for my visit. Ace's tone remained icy, his eyes devoid of emotion. Am I right? Ah, I understand, Captain Ace. Permit me to say one more thing. Blackbeard Teeth's expression grew calm, before boldly declaring, Hey, Ace, would you like to join my crew? Let us seize the world together. I have devised a plan for domination. The era of Whitebeard has ended, and I shall be the Pirate King. First, we must capture and kill that recent sensation, Tianyue, as a gift for the world government. In the distance, Tianyue smirked. He had heard that very line clearly through his observation Hakai that it was surprising how in sync he and Blackbeard were as for Ace. The tragic figure. Today luck was on his side. Comparatively, Tianyue was fortunate as well. Today, he would acquire yet another devil fruit. Ace, is that the so-called hero from recent tales? He observed Blackbeard, who was once the most unassuming and inconspicuous member aboard the ship. Do you know him? Blackbeard Teach inquired curiously. Even at such a moment, he continued to play his part. What does it concern me? I am here for the sake of my comrade, who fell at your hands. Ace replied calmly, and I could never become... Bang! A gunshot rang out suddenly. Ace, unfazed, stated, your comrade. Just then, the sniper Van Oka had acted decisively, the bullet piercing through Ace, igniting a burst of flames, lacking the ability to wield hockey. He could not harm Ace, a user of a Logia-type devil fruit. The innate superiority of such fruits was evident. Blackbeard Teach displayed a look of urgency, aware that his companions were currently incapable of dealing with Ace, who had consumed a Logia-type fruit, and he still wanted to play. We have an impolite fellow here. Ace's eyes sparkled with mischief as he suddenly rose, flames igniting from his fingertips, unleashing a barrage of fire akin to a machine gun towards Van Oka. Van Oka quickly dodged, seizing the opportunity to divert Ace's attention. Meanwhile, the fighting champion Geoise Bages stealthily approached, suddenly emerging to drop a prepared structure onto Ace. Flame Pillar. Ace had already sensed the impending threat. Flames swiftly coalesced to counter the descending structure. The ignited debris exploded, scattering flames everywhere. Blackbeard Teach's expression soured, as if the fiery assault posed a considerable threat and nuisance to him. Oka, Bages, do not act recklessly. You cannot defeat that man right now, Blackbeard Teach commanded. Fall back. My apologies. Geoise Bages scratched his head sheepishly. The three members of the Blackbeard pirates remained composed, seemingly unperturbed by the formidable Fire Fist Ace. Fire Fist! Ace wasted no breath, delivering a scorching punch that engulfed Blackbeard and his crew in an instant. Within the inferno, Blackbeard Teach felt a sense of dread, grateful for his unique constitution. Intense agony followed. Hot, hot, hot! Ah, it hurts. Blackbeard writhed in torment as the flames scorched him, his cries echoing with desperation. The other three members of Blackbeard's crew rushed to assist, unable to bear the agony inflicted upon Blackbeard Teach. He shoved them away, attempting to smother the flames with his body. Get off me, you bothersome lot! Blackbeard gasped for breath, rolling to extinguish the last bits of fire, suddenly breaking into laughter. I know. Ace, you want to kill me, don't you? It's understandable. Killing a comrade is a grave offense aboard a ship. That I did indeed slay the 4th Division Captain, Sachi, but it was unavoidable. He possessed the devil fruit I coveted. And according to ship rules, whoever discovers it first gets to consume it. I memorized the shapes of all the fruits in the encyclopedia, and I immediately recognized the origin of that fruit. It was the one I had long desired. The reason I stayed aboard Whitebeard's ship for so many years was that it offered the highest chance of obtaining that fruit. If my luck had faltered, I would have accepted it. But that fruit fell into my friend's hands. Blackbeard Teeth's expression began to shift into something sinister. Ace's gaze flickered with rage as he demanded, So you killed Sachi and stole the fruit? That was merely fate's choice. It was this power that chose me, Ace. Blackbeard Teach finally revealed his true self, fixing his gaze on Ace. By consuming this devil fruit, I will become the strongest. Ace, look closely. Even among Logia users, there are anomalies. A swirling dark energy began to coalesce around Blackbeard Teach as he reveled in showcasing his might. Ace, your body is fire, isn't it? Ha 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 ha. Darkness envelopes me. The villagers, upon witnessing such a scene, hurriedly fled with their families in tow. Look, what was that black smoke just now? What else are they planning in the village? In any case, we should run quickly. We cannot provoke these individuals. Captain Ace watched as Blackbeard Teach displayed his arrogance, the once humble man exuding an overwhelming aura. You will not kill me. This fruit is the most brutal in the history of devil fruits. The natural type darkness fruit. I have become the embodiment of darkness. You will soon witness the true extent of this power. Humph. Do as you wish, Ace replied nonchalantly, if the captain is about to cause chaos. We must flee swiftly, lest we suffer the consequences. Geoise's Bagus hastily retreated into the distance. Enough chatter. Let's run. Lafitte urged. The three swiftly exited, leaving everything to their captain. Ace observed the actions of his adversary. Curious about the source of his confidence, Blackbeard Teach chuckled to himself, pleased with Ace's demeanor. His performance was only just beginning. Dark energy surged from the sky, a black tide rapidly engulfing the ground. Spreading in all directions like shadows, it infiltrated every nook and cranny, progressively cloaking the entire village. This was the power of the darkness fruit, the ability to attract and devour all. Blackbeard Teach felt exhilarated. Is this the power you have long sought? Ace remarked with indifference. Blackbeard Teach discerned the implication behind Ace's words. I shall not strike you just yet. I want you to witness the fate of this village. Dark hole, the surrounding black energy unleashed a terrifying suction, tearing the village apart and plunging it into darkness. Ultimately, it vanished from sight. Behold the fate of the vanished village, amidst the black energy conjured by Blackbeard Teach. The shattered structures were expelled in an instant. Ace saw through his ruse and unleashed a unique flame that danced in the air, a green glow emerging. Firefly. Fire Demo. From a distance, flames erupted from Blackbeard Teach's body, the searing agony causing him to cry out. Ace scoffed, I have witnessed the power of darkness, yet it is truly remarkable that a natural-type fruit user should easily withstand an attack like mine. And no sooner had Ace spoken than black energy surged for Blackbeard Teach, extinguishing the flames consuming him, leaving him oddly covered in only a layer of ash. Darkness can devour all. Bullets, blades, strikes, and lightning. Unlike you, I cannot withstand these attacks. My body absorbs pain at a rate several times greater than that of ordinary individuals. Yet the equivalent risk allows me to absorb something from others. Dark water. Blackbeard Teach reached out towards Ace, the black energy spreading like a thin mist, the gravitational pull of darkness capable of siphoning the abilities of its targets. Ace felt an irresistible force drawing him in, his body uncontrollably propelled forward. Gravity. Blackbeard Teach seized Ace, grinning maliciously. In your body. Without needing an explanation, Ace sensed the anomaly within himself. His fruit abilities had vanished. You've noticed Haven Tu Ace? Blackbeard Teach's triumphant smile widened. Ace was taken aback. Could it be bang? Ha 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 ha. A fist from Blackbeard sent Ace flying, his laughter echoing triumphantly. It's been a while since you've been struck. Hasn't it, Ace? The moment I grasped you, you should have understood why dark gravity can absorb something else. The power of the devil fruit. In other words, when I touch your body, the user can no longer utilize their abilities. Natural type, Zoan type, Paramecia type. Every overconfident user of their abilities faces but one fate when confronted with me. I obtain an attack capability they cannot defend against. Ace responded earnestly. All I need is to avoid being caught by you. Blackbeard Teach retorted, I have proven to you that nothing can escape the grasp of darkness. Dark water. The terrifying suction surged once more, compelling Ace toward his adversary. As he neared Blackbeard Teach, he suddenly launched an attack. Divine fire. Unknowable fire. The flame spear effortlessly pierced Blackbeard Teach's form, and almost simultaneously, Ace was struck away by a punch. This is the flame spear. In that moment of Blackbeard Teach collapsing in pain, Ace initiated his counterattack. Crossfire. A pale golden cross mark ignited on Blackbeard Teach's chest, guiding the flame assault. Hee. Ha 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 ha. Blackbeard Teach displayed a haughty grin, unleashing the full power of the darkness fruit, extinguishing Ace's flames as if they were but a flickering candle. The residual force from their battle was powerful enough to topple massive boulders around them. From a distance, Geoise's Bagus suddenly inquired, Where's Poison Q? That fellow is probably off playing. Let us just enjoy the show. Van Oka replied, "Without a powerless ability, user becomes exceedingly vulnerable. No wonder the second commander of the Whitebeard Pirates possesses such terrifying foundational strength." Today again, Lafitte's musings were abruptly stifled, as if a fishbone was lodged in his throat, leaving him unable to voice his thoughts. The three suddenly sensed an overwhelming killing intent, piercing through them like needles, chilling them to the bone. Only someone who truly desires to kill, who has killed, and possesses the strength to do so, could emit such an aura. Without a doubt, a figure had silently approached them from behind, leaving them acutely aware of their muscles stiffening in such a moment. No one dared to look back. Their limbs and bodies were on the verge of losing balance, and a mere momentary lapse could prove fatal. At the crossroads of fate, a voice, a figure, appeared behind them like the wind. The gentle breeze atop the mountain carried a hint of fragrance, and the sound of meat being chewed was distinctly audible. Feeling the oppressive killing intent, each person's breath halted, cold sweat trickling down their brows. Their nerves taut under the weight of psychological pressure. The mountain breeze fell into silence, while the two below, panting, instinctively ceased their actions, gazing towards the unexpected guest. Blackbeard Teach looked up at the mountain peak. Upon seeing the figure, his pupils constricted sharply. The individual was formidable, and thus he could sense Tianyu's immense power. Tianyu drew forth the snow, entwined with the color of Conqueror's Haki. As violet-blue arcs of electricity danced upon the blade, sending shivers down Teach's spine. Beside him, Ace could only marvel in silence. Despite having awakened his own Conqueror's Haki, he was unable to wield it with the same finesse as Tianyu. This method of utilizing Conqueror's Haki was something I had only witnessed with my father. Tianyu fixed his gaze on Teach and said nonchalantly, "Ace, would you kindly step aside and not interfere with my battle?" "You brat, don't underestimate me," Ace retorted, his face flushed with indignation that he never imagined he would be belittled by a mere child, his stubbornness flaring as he thought to himself, "This guy's got a piece of me too." "Ha ha ha," Teach laughed. "So the great Tianyu and the captain of Whitebeard enjoy ganging up on one person, do they?" Silence. Two voices rang out in quick succession. Teach, with a cunning grin, taunted, "Who will come first?" "You two." "Ha!" Tianyu finished the last bite of his meat, exuding the aura of a formidable hero. "Unfortunately, you won't be leaving today. Since you refuse to step aside, I shall strike you both with that." He revealed an innocent, yet mischievous smile, causing Ace to nearly choke with rage, his face flushed with suppressed fury. What is that bastard thinking? Just as Teach prepared to incite further discord between the two, Tianyu suddenly struck, his sword slicing toward Teach. The immense slash swept through the air like a gale, defying expectations of a conventional attack. Ace, quick on the draw, unleashed two fiery spears aimed directly at Teach's back. As Teach attempted to evade, a terrifying wave of Conqueror's Haki bore down upon him. His agile form faltered for a fleeting moment, a delay that could prove fatal. He immediately activated his armament Haki to withstand the onslaught. Simultaneously, he pivoted to glare ominously at the approaching Ace. In the instant blood was spilled, Teach, at the cost of one arm, reached out toward Ace, invoking dark water. Ace's expression shifted drastically as he discerned Teach's intent, flames igniting around him as he braced for a desperate fight. Yet, Tianyu's form appeared before him in an instant, being drawn toward Teach's solitary hand with alarming swiftness. Sensing this shift, Teach burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. So you are too." Thud. Tianyu accelerated abruptly, his blade severing the throat. "The only thing you can influence is your fruit's ability." Under Teach's incredulous gaze, disdainful laughter followed. "Do you think I am some sort of weakling in martial arts? Your fruit's limitations are glaringly evident. It is a sheer waste to utilize it." With that, he produced several apples, placing them beside the gasping, wide-eyed Teach. Thud. Ace lay awkwardly on the ground, panting, his face a mixture of embarrassment and anger. "You too consumed a devil fruit?" "Indeed," Tianyu replied, stowing the acquired devil fruit. "Though my fruit's power may be hindered, my inherent strength far exceeds his. Had I faced Whitebeard, his fate would be no different." Tianyu understood that despite being a devil fruit user, the unique nature of his fruit meant that even in the sea, his physical prowess and potential would not dissipate. His formidable constitution was sufficient to counteract the adverse effects of the devil fruit. This was his confidence in confronting Blackbeard. Kaido was likely deemed the strongest creature on land, sea, and air for similar reasons. Moreover, I am a swordsman of a caliber surpassing that of a grandmaster. Even without the powers of a devil fruit, I could still defeat him. Some things cannot be taken away. Regrettably, this battle had not elevated his prowess. Ace gazed in astonishment as Tianyu extracted the dark fruit using the apples, exclaiming, "I had no idea the devil fruit could be manipulated in such a manner." "Keep it a secret," Tianyu said as he turned to leave, suddenly delivering a punch to Ace, leaving 2 large bumps on his head, one on each side, comically exaggerated. "I've long wanted to smack you for wasting my tears. Tell Whitebeard to keep his crew in check. They must not cause trouble. Otherwise, I will cut you down too. This guy is truly a monster," Ace muttered, clutching his head. Ouch! The sunlight danced upon the mountains, the breeze gently blowing as the residual flames grew ever stronger in the wind. Villagers began to return, observing the situation from afar. Just as the opposition relaxed, Tianyu inquired, "Ace, have you ever killed an innocent person?" Taking a swig from his gourd, he savored the sweet and sour taste. "Our Whitebeard pirates would never engage in such trivialities," Ace replied matter-of-factly, his gaze fixed on Tianyu's gourd. "Could I have a sip?" "Sure." Tianyu casually tossed the gourd over, "but remember to leave me a mouthful." "What a stingy fellow," Ace grumbled, taking a sip and expressing surprise. "This isn't tea alcohol. Why is it fruit juice?" "Ah ha ha. Truly a child. You still drink fruit juice? You're killing me. Ha ha ha. The 5th Emperor of the Sea, the valiant Tianyu, drinks fruit juice. Drink it or not. If you don't want it, get it back to me." Tianyu's face flushed, his eyes betraying a hint of bashfulness. "Fine, I'll drink," Ace chuckled, downing several mouthfuls. "Hey, Tianyu, thanks a lot this time." Tianyu waved dismissively. "No need for thanks. After all, Teach's fate was sealed the moment he crossed paths with me. Regardless, I'll remember your kindness." Ace's tone shifted abruptly. "Is there anyone left in the evil dragon pirates?" "All dead." Tianyu's gaze turned dangerous. "What? You wish?" No. I don't wish anything. I merely hope that when you encounter Jinbei, you want to kill him." Ace's voice was earnest. "Arlong is his little brother, and Jinbei is loyal. He will undoubtedly seek you out. But he is a good man, solely wishing to protect Fishman Island, having committed no wrongs. I understand. Rest assured, I view fishmen and humans as equals. Even without your urging, I would not harm him." Tianyu replied, "I have indeed heard of the name Sea Knight. Speaking of which, you two share certain similarities. I am nothing like him. Our only connection is in name," Tianyu retorted, catching the gourd Ace tossed back to him. Ace cautioned, "Our Whitebeard pirates have received word that to eliminate you, a potential threat, the Navy headquarters has dispatched Admirals Akiji and Kizuru, along with a secret organization from the world government." With that, he tossed a din mushy to Tianyu, the implications clear without needing to be voiced. "Thank you." Tianyu accepted the din mushy, his brow furrowing as he learned that Nami and Robin were embroiled in a conflict with others, stating, "I must take my leave. We shall meet again." "Do you need my assistance?" Ace inquired. "None needed. They require this battle," Tianyu stated, and with that, his figure vanished from sight. Ace stood there, dazed for a moment before muttering, "That guy, such speed." He understood that had Tianyu unleashed such speed moments ago, Teach would scarcely have been able to withstand even a single move. Upon his arrival, Tianyu quietly sat cross-legged atop a rooftop, peering through the distant window at Nami and Robin, who were being provoked, eagerly anticipating their destined confrontation. Based on his knowledge, at this juncture, Nami and Robin, equipped with basic observation haki, armament haki, and the Navy's 6 powers, stood a chance against the Devil Fruit user Bellamy in Magic Valley Town. As for the other members, they had yet to qualify as worthy adversaries for the two of them. Inside the tavern, Bellamy arrogantly pushed the door open, announcing, "I heard there are 2 women looking for Sky Island. And there are supposed to be some so-called heroes. Is that right?" His face bore an insufferably smug expression, inviting a punch. "Bellamy!" The crowd gasped in shock, for he was the captain of the largest pirate crew in Magic Valley Town, the strongest force in the area, and also a user of the spring fruit. His crew was known for their combative nature, Always seeking trouble where none existed. In this locality, there exists a pirate crew that is notoriously arrogant and powerful, resorting to violence at the slightest provocation. Bellamy's gaze was keen, swiftly identifying Nami and Robin, who were engaged in negotiations with the proprietor. The presence of these two women indeed caught him off guard. Yet he was hardly perturbed. His greatest delight lay in shattering the dreams of others, instructing newcomers to confront the harshness of reality. Are you too the self-proclaimed heroines aspiring to ascend to Skypiea? Bellamy taunted. Well, Robin glanced at Nami, sensing that they were not here for mere pleasantries. Nami sighed, exasperated. Honestly, couldn't they have checked the news before seeking us out? She felt a deep sense of frustration. Had it not been for Tianyu's recent upheaval involving an admiral, which had stirred considerable attention, they might have been ambushed by the Navy on their journey. These scoundrels should have been condemned to hell long before they set foot on the island. Such individuals are not only devoid of intellect, but also egotistical, having grown accustomed to ruling over this small plot of land, believing themselves to be significant figures. Robin produced her gathered intelligence. Bellamy, the captain of the most formidable and notorious pirate crew in Magic Valley Town. With her Hana no Mi fruit, gathering information became remarkably expedient. Did you hear that? There are indeed heroes here. Still dreaming of reaching Skypiea? Those two women, are they serious? Who doesn't know that Skypiea is nothing but a myth? The onlookers erupted in whispers, casting incredulous glances at the women. Uninterested in conflict, Nami replied coolly. What do you want from us? Having spent considerable time with Tianyu, she often found herself disinclined to engage in unnecessary chatter, preferring to be straightforward. Bellamy, with an air of arrogance, disregarded Nami's query and instructed the proprietor. Bring me the finest wine, and serve these two women the best as well. A group of ruffians burst through the door, their brash demeanor mirroring that of Bellamy. It seems there are no seats available, remarked one man, clad in a white fur jacket and sporting light sunglasses. In his arms, a woman with pink hair surveyed the establishment with disdain, exclaiming, "What a filthy, repugnant place. It's evident that everything here is cheap." The thugs behind them began to throw punches indiscriminately, dispatching a hapless victim as a warning. There's no one who can make way. Such a lack of awareness. Don't you know to clear out? The patrons, upon realizing that trouble had come in the form of Bellamy's crew, hastily rose to leave, eager to avoid any complications. The two women were in peril. Let us go. We mustn't be overheard. Their arrival was hardly for a convivial drink. Mind your own business. We shall carry on with our affairs. The man appeared to be Sachi's, the first mate of the Bellamy pirate crew, while the woman was his companion. Lily, shoo, keep it down. Let us quietly observe the spectacle, Lily suggested, casting a haughty glance at the two women, who were even more beautiful than she. Bellamy is simply too curious. She harbored a deep-seated disdain for younger, more attractive women. Absolutely right. Her partner Sachi's echoed, his gaze filled with mockery directed at their intended targets. Come, let us drink, Bellamy commanded, his eyes fixed on Nami, his tone brooking no refusal. Exchanging glances with Robin, Nami realized his intentions were to provoke them. Girls don't drink, she firmly replied. Not drinking, ha ha ha. So you're the heroine, a chivalrous figure on the high seas? Ha ha ha. What a laughable notion. Bellamy mocked. Our town is filled with nefarious pirates. Let us see you act as a hero. Did you not inquire what sort of place this is before entering? After all these years, some still cling to the notion of Skypiea being real. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted among the crowd. It was indeed a comical situation. Recently, the seas had been rife with individuals claiming to be heroes, either stirring trouble with the Navy or hunting pirates. The most infamous of these were the heroic Tianyu and an unknown blind swordsman. Such foolish women, believing in the myth of Skypiea. Oh, they think they can take us down. Are they under the impression they are Tianyu? Suddenly, Bellamy turned, reaching for Nami's head in an attempt to assert dominance. His swift motion, though sudden, was inconsequential in Nami's eyes. Instinctively, her paper drawing technique activated, allowing her to evade his formidable grasp with ease. The patrons were momentarily stunned, unable to fathom how this seemingly frail woman had dodged Bellamy's close-range attack. Beside her, Robin remained impassive, her expression filled with pity for Bellamy. Bellamy's arrogant demeanor faltered, veins bulging on his forehead. As though deeply insulted, he retaliated with a second strike aimed at Nami's face. Utilizing her observation haki, Nami effortlessly sidestepped his punch once more, a glint of ferocity flashing in her eyes as she aimed a swift kick towards his groin. Bellamy, quick to react, sprang away like a spring, narrowly avoiding the blow. His expression morphed into a snarl. If any woman could exchange blows with him, how could he maintain his reputation in Magic Valley Town? He propelled himself upward, launching toward the woman who had humiliated him. Yet he soon discovered that the woman had vanished from his view, only to reappear above him. Raging wind, she called out, a slender, exquisite leg delivering a swift and fierce kick towards his cheek. Bellamy barely had time to raise his arms to shield his head before the force of her strike sent him crashing into the wooden floorboards. Struggling to protect his head, his arms trembled, blood seeping from the wounds as his fury intensified, his gaze, predatory as a wolf, fixed upon Nami. Ha ha ha, you dreamer, prepare to witness my true power. Nami, brimming with fighting spirit, retorted, come on, you scoundrel. To her, battling a person with abilities was a valuable experience, and Robin was equally eager to engage. Bellamy crouched low, his spring-loaded legs coiling with energy, and, as the patrons cleared out in haste, fearing the impending chaos. They all knew this was Bellamy's signature attack. Sachi's regained his confidence, and the crew of Bellamy wore victorious grins. Let us see how you evade this time. Bellamy's legs launched him forward with explosive force. And within moments, the small establishment was in ruins, surrounded by his impenetrable afterimages. The sound of his spring-loaded assaults quickened, and amidst the flurry, Bellamy's voice rang out with unfounded confidence. Under my lethal spring launch. You want to even catch a glimpse of my shadow. Utilizing the spring's propulsion and the surrounding environment, he accelerated, ensuring that any ordinary person would find it impossible to evade him. Nami, taken aback, hadn't anticipated that a fruit user would possess such a rudimentary and monotonous attack style. According to Tianyu, it lacked creativity, that it was a pity to see the spring fruit wasted in such a manner. Nevertheless, it provided a perfect opportunity for her to hone her skills. Although Bellamy's assaults were rapid, within Nami's budding observation haki, they were merely predictable as his onslaught began, seizing the moment of her distraction. He unleashed a barrage of strikes. Countless afterimages surged toward the center of the net, and Nami's form became as light as a feather, gracefully evading amidst the chaos. The onlookers stood dumbfounded, some questioning whether they were witnessing an illusion. At that moment, a man stammered, I recognize them. They're the women beside the hero Tianyu. The scene erupted into chaos as the resounding noise drew everyone's attention. Some individuals immediately turned to flee, while others hurried to their secret stash, and a few, displaying a semblance of wisdom, sought refuge in the cellar. Biding their time until the crisis passed, they were acutely aware of their identities and understood all too well the implications of the name Tianyu for those of their ilk. Robin spotted Tianyu watching the spectacle and realized that when identities were laid bare, the curtain would inevitably fall, with a swift intertwining of hands and a closure of her eyes. Her observation haki swiftly detected Bellamy's rapid movements. In her perception, his figure gradually slowed, until it moved as slowly as a tortoise, six-fold hands. In the next moment, as Nami grew weary of her game, Bellamy abruptly collided with the ground. 6 arms emerged, binding his hands and feet, while an additional pair, adorned with the black hue of armament haki, remained free. Bellamy finally began to grasp the essence of fear. He had witnessed this ominous black substance, known as armament haki, from the very lord to whom he had pledged his loyalty. Robin's cold voice echoed. Finger pistol. With her words, 2 fingers pierced through Bellamy's chest as effortlessly as slicing through cake. His breathing grew increasingly labored, and he cast a desperate gaze towards Nami, pleading for mercy. In those final moments of life, tears of despair trickled down Bellamy's face, and no matter how arrogant one may have been in life, the approach of death invariably instills fear. He beheld the orange-haired girl, who placed several fruits beside him and covered them with cloth, then coldly awaited his slow demise. The street was now desolate, with nearly everyone fleeing towards the harbor. in their frantic quest for survival. The pirate shopkeepers emptied their savings, reverently placing them at their doorsteps, trembling as they knelt in anticipation of fate's judgment. At sea, Ace encountered a terror he would never forget. The purple-blue conqueror's hockey enveloped the entire Magic Valley town, causing the fleeing crowd to collapse instantaneously, followed by the sudden appearance of an immense sword light stretching 1,000 meters. As the sword descended, it fractured into thousands of beams, and just before it struck the ground, it multiplied into tens of thousands, reducing Magic Valley Town to mere fragments in an instant. Some outcomes were already foreordained. One was domineering and arrogant, while the other was genuinely lethal. Gazing upon the ruins of Magic Valley Town, Tianyu felt an inexplicable ease in his victory. Even the cunning and audacious Blackbeard had been effortlessly dispatched, as if the act of heroism had transformed into something as simple as quenching one's thirst. This, while ostensibly a boon, was not a blessing for him. The fervor of many arises from the sense of achievement following a challenge. Once that feeling dissipates, they must seek out the next worthy endeavor. What is heroism? Each individual harbors their own interpretation. Youth, adolescence, old age, at every stage of life, people's understanding of the term varies. Yet there is one commonality: the yearning to ride the fiercest and swiftest steed, to scale the highest and most perilous peaks, to savor the spiciest and finest cuisine, to imbibe the strongest and finest wines, to wield the sharpest and most resilient weapons, and to vanquish the most ruthless and despicable foes. The pursuit is one of unbridled satisfaction and a carefree detachment from the mundane. Ultimately, to achieve renown across the world. Fortunately, he was still young, his thoughts untainted and pure, his courage sufficient to dream and act boldly. His brief survival experience on the island had forged him into a decisive and lethal force, devoid of superfluous words, while his heart brimmed with unencountered expectations. True carnivorous beasts, when targeting prey, always opt for a swift strike to the throat for a lethal finish. Seeking efficiency and ease in their hunt. Why has the Navy not placed a bounty on you, Nami? That bounty notice seems like a jest, Tianyu inquired. Perhaps they believe I still have a chance of redemption. Whereas both of you are beyond salvation, Nami replied, clutching a large sack of treasure. Robin produced the latest newspaper. Nami, your bounty has shifted from capture alive to execution. Your bounty stands at 35 million berries, while mine is at 96 million berries. Oh my goodness. This is all your fault, foolish Tianyu, Nami exclaimed. Tianyu, unabashed, replied, rest assured, I shall protect both of you. 2 sets of rolling eyes were exchanged. Both beauties were well aware of his character. Nami remarked, with Robin around, we lack intelligence. What we lack is supplies. Your appetite is insatiable. In less than 2 days, we shall perish at sea. Nami's gaze remained fixated on the ruins, mourning the treasures buried beneath. Tianyu suggested, I shall eat less and catch a few fish from the sea. Robin reminded, there should still be some on the pirate ships at the harbor. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go take a look, Nami declared, vanishing like the wind as she spoke. Robin smiled slightly and inquired, the Navy will soon learn of these events. Do you have a plan? Tianyu blurted out. What plan? We shall go to Sky Island. Robin countered, are you not afraid the Navy will pursue us while we wait? Tianyu pondered earnestly. He possessed 2 minds and 2 hearts, allowing for swift thought and sharp intellect. He soon declared, I have a solution. Robin queried, what solution? A lewd grin spread across Tianyu's face. We can ascend early and submerge the ship in a concealed spot beneath the sea. Even the Navy would not be able to guess our whereabouts. Robin frowned. Do you know how high Sky Island is? Are you not afraid of falling midway? The members of the Whitebeard pirates informed me that the Navy has dispatched 2 admirals in conjunction with the CP organization from the world government to hunt me down. Tianyu replied, his expression cheerful, that if I were not worried about your safety, I would eagerly await the chance to battle them. Robin asked, do you have confidence? Tianyu promptly responded, I can easily take both of you to Sky Island. It is no issue. What about the lost money and ship? Robin cautioned, if the money is lost, Nami might very well kill you. Did you not read about the legends of Sky Island in books? Tianyu countered. Are you referring to the land of gold? Robin asked. Precisely, Tianyu affirmed. How do you know? Robin inquired. I heard it from someone. Tianyu replied. a sense of joy swelling within him, as Robin clearly approved of his plan. In the holy land of Myriad, the five elders, the pinnacle of the world government's military might, deliberated. This individual named Tian Yu is exceedingly dangerous and will undoubtedly become an unstable factor. Indeed, this fellow's potential is remarkable, and they have already missed the prime opportunity to eliminate him. Sengoku has dispatched Akiji and Kizuru to pursue him, and news will surely arrive soon. He currently has only 3 companions. The most pressing matter is to fill the void left by the admirals, along with the recruitment of new members for the world government and the Shichibukai. That it is imperative to swiftly appoint individuals to fill the vacancies of the admirals and the Shichibukai. A minor crack can lead to a catastrophic collapse, and should the 3 major factions disintegrate, it will undoubtedly have a direct impact on the world. Maintaining balance in the seas is of utmost importance. The selection of Shichibukai is challenging, chiefly due to the need to replace the positions of admiral-level combatants. The process of recruiting for the world government must be expedited, as these pirates are impulsive individuals. That wretched Crocodile, fleeing in fear and causing such great trouble, and this Tian Yu fellow cannot be allowed to run rampant. This Straw Hat lad also requires careful monitoring, as Crocodile's remnants were defeated by the Straw Hat pirates. The scene shifted to beneath Sky Island, where Tian Yu, with a large bag atop his head, blissfully cradled Nami while carrying Robin on his back. He ambled along, slowly ascending into the sky with a moonwalk-like grace. Below, Kurikai gazed up at the sky. There is someone flying, Gorilla number 2. Where? Gorilla number 1. Stars. Over there. A throng of monkeys followed suit. Oh my, there truly is someone flying, Tian Yu soared higher. Ascending smoothly, his feet alternating as though an invisible staircase spanned the heavens. He was indeed the one running through the skies. Robin trembled slightly, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she said, Tian Yu, could you please stop swaying? The breeze brushed past his ear, causing Tian Yu to shiver involuntarily. Hiss, fairy, what are you saying? I'm in a predicament here, so bear with me a little longer. Tian Yu chuckled with a lewd expression, rubbing his back again. You scoundrel, Tian Yu, your hands are in the wrong place. Nami's voice rang out in a mix of shame and anger. Don't move your hands around, you rascal. Tian Yu feigned innocence, saying, I truly apologize. Please understand, this is purely an unexpected delight. I cannot be blamed. What? You scoundrel, Tian Yu. The 2 voices of protest echoed, causing Tian Yu to tumble through the air The 2 screamed, frightened to misbehave further. Please don't move around too much. Tian Yu complained. This time, it's not my fault. Seizing the opportunity, his hand squeezed again, prompting Nami to twist his soft flesh immediately. The 3 of them bickered and clamored, soaring high into the sky, while Tian Yu swayed unsteadily, displaying remarkable skill on the piano. Robin on his back hummed softly, her legs crossed. Gritting her teeth, she said, This is outrageous. I cannot believe I trusted you, scoundrel. Nami, radiant and alluring, fiercely grasped someone's chest, the white clouds draping her like a veil, enhancing her innocent beauty with an added allure. As they traversed the thick cloud layers, the sea beasts they encountered were swiftly dispatched by Tian Yu's swift kicks. He could have resolved such matters with greater ease. Above the pristine azure sea, scoundrel Tian Yu, put me down quickly. Nami yelled, her cheeks flushed with both anger and embarrassment. Tian Yu inquired with a grin. Nami, are you not afraid of falling? Are you not afraid I might strike you down? Nami retorted fiercely. The usually composed Robin remained silent, and Tian Yu could not discern her expression, just as he was savoring the softness on his back. He suddenly felt his hands empty as Nami was rescued by Robin. Get down, you pervert! Robin locked him in place with a swift maneuver, using her knee and the hand created by her devil fruit powers to pin Tian Yu beneath her. Treating him like a small vessel, Tian Yu, unperturbed, swam at varying speeds, forcing the 2 on his back to stabilize themselves. Scoundrel Tian Yu, swim faster. Nami struck him with a beautiful punch, shattering his moment of delight. Truly, one misstep led to utter failure. Just moments ago, being wrapped in soft warmth felt like paradise. Yet now he had to abandon any thoughts of taking advantage and seriously swam forward with a tude, while the trio curiously admired the beauty of the sky and sea. A masked primitive leapt from the clouds, brandishing a shield and shoulder cannon, attempting a surprise attack. Tianyue executed a swift 90-degree turn, accelerating effortlessly to evade. Take him down. All right. Robin immediately prepared to counterattack. Robin, move your feet. You're stepping on my treasure. You swim well. We'll handle this. Nami felt an inexplicable heaviness in her body, her stamina depleting rapidly. Robin, what is happening? I feel a bit tired. Robin glanced at the clouds floating above the sea. Her observation hockey alert for another sneak attack. It might be due to the thin air here. Frowning, Tianyue did not want the two to take risks. Sit tight and hold on to me. I will accelerate and shake him off. Once the two were secured, he began to swing his arms rapidly, his speed suddenly increasing, carving a line through the sky, and see, look, it's the gate to heaven. Such an ominous name. Tianyue remarked with a scoff. Knowing the rules, he increased his speed, eliciting simultaneous screams from Nami and Robin. The winged gatekeeper had not even raised her camera before the figures of the three flashed past her. Just as she had taken it out, this angelic matron truly was a sight for sore eyes. I feel as though my heart has been shattered. Tianyue regretted the fleeting glimpse he caught before entering. It was simply too exhilarating. After navigating the winding cloud path and disembarking, Nami and Robin launched an unprecedented double assault on Tianyue, resulting in his unfortunate defeat. Even in defeat, he was joyful. Nami and Robin strolled along the beach when an angelic girl, with small wings and a harp on her back, approached Tianyue and asked, "Did you come from below the blue sea?" Upon hearing her melodious voice, Tianyue instantly regained his spirits, sitting up and curiously surveying her. "Greetings. I am Tianyue. How should I address you?" "Beautiful angel," the girl replied. "Welcome to the land of the gods. My name is Cornus, that if you need assistance, I am here to help." Tianyue immediately leaped to his feet. Speaking earnestly, "Beautiful angel, if it's convenient, allow me to reveal the truth of fate to you. I'm the renowned Tian Daxian from below. Step aside." Nami suddenly appeared, grabbing Tianyue by the ear and pulling him aside. Addressing Cornus, "Beautiful angel, I have many questions I wish to ask you. In short, please bear with me. Just call me Cornus. Feel free to ask anything." Cornus smiled. Robin gazed into the distance over the sea of clouds. It seems someone is approaching. Cornus, fathered a small, sailless boat, glided out from the sea of clouds, breaking through the mist. Halfway, it wobbled and flipped over, rolling several times before arriving. After disembarking, Cornus's father asked, "Cornus, are they your friends?" "Yes, I just met them. They're from a blue SE. Yes, that's so. Welcome to White Sea. I apologize for the fright. I am Pagaya. No, we're the ones intruding." Pagaya said, "Would you all like to visit my humble abode? I had quite the fruitful day today. Let us enjoy some local delicacies together." Tianyue exclaimed happily. "Thank you for your invitation. I can hardly wait." Nami inquired in front of the little boat, "How does this boat operate?" Cornus replied, "Do you not know about Duel?" Pagaya added, "This is a Wybra. To maximize power, the boat is designed to be exceptionally lightweight. Even small waves could destabilize it, making it prone to capsizing." Cornus continued, "Riding a Wybra is quite challenging. It requires at least 10 years of practice." Just as she finished speaking, Nami had already mounted the Wybra and sped off, beginning her joyride. Oh, how exhilarating. It is unbelievable that she learned so fast. Pagaya was somewhat astonished and continued. "Here, the clouds are divided into natural sea clouds, island clouds, and artificially created clouds, each with distinct properties. Each type of cloud serves different purposes." Soon, they arrived at Cornus's home. Robin asked, "What was that dial earlier? It's a kind of shell." Cornus picked up a shell and explained, "This is the power source of the Wybra, called a wind shell, which can store wind and naturally release it. The storage capacity depends on the size of the wind shell. Larger shells can hold more wind. The spiral center acts as its switch, which can be installed on the Wybra for use. I see." Robin responded. Cornus continued her explanation. "There are shells that can store flames, called flame shells, fragrant ones known as aroma shells, and image shells that record images. Among many others. In short, life on the Sky Island is closely tied to these shells, and a significant part of Sky Island culture revolves around shell culture. There's one place on the Sky Island that must never be entered. Right next to our island, Holy Land, a place we refer to as the Land of the Gods, called Appiato. Just then, Nami returned from her joyride, and Robin handed her the notes she had taken. Are there really gods? Nami was skeptical. Tianyue remarked. Just a devil fruit user. Cornus, appearing anxious, said, The omnipotent god, Enel, knows everything in the world. Please do not speak carelessly. Tianyue teased. I would like to meet this god. The Land of the Gods, Appiato, is a forbidden area. Cornus hastily interjected. Pagaya and Robin brought the dishes to the table, and they began to eat and chat. Tianyue's observation Haki remained vigilant, focused on that small island. As Enel believed he controlled everything, unaware that others were also keeping an eye on him at the tea that moment. Enel's expression darkened, for Tianyue had inadvertently exposed the source of his powers. The arrogant spirit of adolescence began to seethe with fury. And in an instant, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens. Tianyue swiftly executed the shave technique, propelling himself to the rooftop, leaping into the sky to confront Enel's lightning attack head-on. With a provocative tone, he declared, Allow me to witness the might of a deity. Boom! A colossal bolt of lightning collided with Tianyue in midair, producing a deafening explosion that tingling and exhilarating, quite delightful. Tianyue did not even employ his haki. Bracing himself purely with his physical form, as arcs of electricity flickered and crackled across his body, he glanced towards a nearby island, seemingly engaging in a silent exchange with Enel. Hey, do you have any attacks that are even more formidable? Enel, infuriated, retorted, How dare this mere mortal underestimate me, Enel? I am a magnificent god. In rapid succession, dozens of lightning strikes rained down from the sky, each more powerful than the last. Growing impatient after toying with Enel, Tianyue realized that his opponent's strength was rather unimpressive. Though his fruit abilities were commendable, his arrogance was excessive. Thus, Tianyue swiftly returned indoors, devouring his food with the speed of a tempest, and addressed Nami and Robin. Just a moment, I'll be right back. Nami waved her hand dismissively. The sooner you go, the sooner you return. Don't get distracted. Robin chuckled. This so-called god truly is unfortunate. Tianyue unleashed his full speed, executing a flurry of shave techniques that created a series of sonic booms in the air, swiftly arriving at Enel's residence. Knock, knock, knock. Tianyue mischievously rapped on the door. I have arrived. Please open up. Mr. God. Enel, perplexed, pondered, could this fellow also be a god? Impossible. I alone am divine. He is merely a slightly powerful mortal. Mortals lack the qualification to harm me. I am the invincible deity. In a flash, amidst the flickering sparks, the confident Enel appeared before Tianyue. Mortal, you possess quite a bit of audacity. Do you know where this place is? Do you know who I am? I am a god, the one and only thunder god in this world. You have blasphemed against divinity. However, considering your considerable strength, I shall grant you one more opportunity. Bang! Seizing the moment while Enel was posturing, Tianyue struck decisively, landing a direct hit. Enel was sent crashing into the ground, rolling his eyes back, and instantly lost consciousness. The few subordinates of Enel outside watched in shock, unable to react or intervene, as they witnessed their master fall. In the midst of this chaos, the clouds drifted lazily, layered upon one another, and from this highest vantage point, one could behold the entire island bathed in sunlight. The very moment Tianyue incapacitated the 4 divine officers with his conqueror's haki, Enel regained consciousness in a flash of lightning. He darted behind Tianyue, wielding a golden staff and striking a drum. 30 million volts, Thunder Beast, a wolf-shaped bolt of lightning surged forth at high speed. Tianyue activated his observation haki, still opting to withstand the blow. The powerful electric assault forced an involuntary groan from him, wisps of white smoke rising from his body. It seems my previous punch was too light. Enel scoffed arrogantly. I am lightning incarnate. I am the one true god of this realm. Your ability to strike me was merely luck. Now you have no chance that my speed is akin to lightning. Fast enough for you to never catch up, and my attacks are not something your mere mortal flesh can withstand. Enough with the banter, bring it on. Tianyue challenged, strategically playing along, aware that he could not match Enel's speed. Let me humor you for a moment while I build my resistance. Enel sneered, if you can withstand 30 million volts, now witness my 60 million volts. Thunder Dragon, He struck the drum again, summoning a lightning dragon that roared as it charged forth with blinding speed. Enel continued his relentless assault, amplifying his power. 30 million volts. Thunderbird. 30 million volts. Thunder Beast. Raijin. Ah! Mortal, behold the might of a god. Damn, that's ruthless. Tianyu's voice was drowned by the cacophony of thunder, as he truly felt the sting of pain for the first time. Unable to suppress a cry, the intensity of the attacks escalated, truly exceeding the sum of their parts. 3 + 1 could cost me my life. Ah! Enel's flamboyant rhetoric echoed. How does it feel to experience the strength of a deity? Despite the distance, Enel felt a twinge of fear from Tianyu's earlier punch. Mediocre. I can still endure. Tianyu panted, his body flushed, blood seeping from his wounds, emitting a scent of charred flesh. The damage he sustained was fierce. Yet his resilience responded in kind. What? Enel's jaw dropped in disbelief upon hearing Tianyu's voice, and as he beheld the latter's disheveled state, he erupted into laughter. Ah-ha-ha! Poor mortal. Now do you comprehend the power of God? You could never be my match. Tianyu smirked. Bring it on. The scars of battle will only make me stronger. Do you not claim to be a god? Is this all you are capable of? His body swayed, arcs of electricity dancing around him. Yet he stood firm. I acknowledge you as the strongest mortal I have encountered. But now I will show you what divine power truly means. Enel's expression darkened. Feel the fear, feeble mortal I, the thunder god Enel, shall grant you a grand burial as the first mortal to battle a god. With a fierce roar, Tianyu challenged, God Enel, do you dare engage in a true man's duel with me? Do not underestimate me, mortal. Enel thundered back. I fear you not. You are but a mere mortal. Tianyu scoffed derisively. Come on, weakling god, 200 million volts. Thunder god. Enel soared into the sky, his form expanding as lightning coalesced around him, ultimately transforming into the form of the thunder god. Out of respect for you, I shall use my most formidable form to bring this to an end. Your opponent is the ruler of the Sky Islands, the sovereign of the divine realm, the true god of this world. Enel, mortal, state your name. Tianyu's spirit of adolescent defiance ignited, and he proclaimed, your opponent is the overlord of a certain island in the East Blue. The beast of nightmares, captain of the ship, the most dashing and powerful hero. Tianyu, fool. Enel's body charged with lightning, a massive orb of electricity forming on his arm. His speed surged, the lightning darting and refracting, disappearing from view as the surrounding trees ignited in flames. Feel the fear, mortal, thunder fist. Enel suddenly appeared above, striking down with a thunderous punch, the roar of thunder preceding the arrival of his fist. Clad in purple haki, Tianyu's observation haki surged as he predicted Enel's move, roaring in defiance as he leapt up, launching his own fist. Come on, at the moment of impact, a profound silence enveloped the scene as a radiant white light illuminated the entire sacred ground. And then, it was all over. Breathing heavily, Tianyu, now in tattered rags, instinctively gathered a dozen fruits and arranged them in a circle beside the fallen Enel, using his haki to pin him down just in case. This fruit ability is truly outrageous, but thankfully you are quite the man. Observing the prostrate Enel, adorned with a white headscarf, Tianyu reflected that it was fortunate his opponent was an arrogant simpleton, who faced his punch without the slightest attempt to evade, truly believing that his elemental form rendered him invincible. Had Enel been intent on fleeing, Tianyu would have been at a loss. With a swift motion, he prepared to claim his prize. T wasn't until one of the fruits transformed into a lightning pattern form that he finally stowed it away. 1 must admit. Enel's abode was remarkably tranquil, making it an ideal base for his forthcoming research on devil fruits. More importantly, it afforded him the opportunity to be alone with Nami and Robin. With a series of resounding slaps, he roused the 4 divine officers from their stupor. Tianyu inquired, You are the 4 divine officers, correct? Indeed, they confirmed. Let us introduce ourselves. I am Nirvana. I am Great Enlightenment. I am Azura. I am Om. With an attitude of utmost respect and humility, they had long awakened from the earlier commotion. Yet they dared not move or open their eyes, merely lying on the ground feigning death. Tianyu spoke gently. From this day forth, you shall temporarily serve as my subordinates. Your task is to remain below, ensuring that no one intrudes upon our peaceful existence. What say you? We are willing, and we are grateful for the divine blessing. It is our honor to serve you." The four gods were too terrified to resist, as the invincible deity of Sky Island had already been vanquished by the young man before them. Hearing such words was undoubtedly the most favorable outcome for them, and without a moment's hesitation, they promptly agreed. Tianyu replied, "I am no deity, nor do I require your service. From now on, simply refer to me as boss. You are no longer gods, but warriors that I in unison." The four responded, "Yes, boss." Nirvana inquired, "Boss, how shall we deal with Ennelu's former subordinates?" Tianyu exchanged a knowing glance and said, "Those who wish to leave may do so. Those who wish to stay should accept the role of my little brothers. Send out some men to gather all the unclaimed gold on the Sky Island and construct a powerful vessel for me." The four exchanged glances and bowed. "Understood, boss." Da added, "Boss, regarding Ennelu's presence." Tianyu waved his hand. "I have no need for a ship made of gold. Simply melt it down and divide it into gold bars." The four bowed again. "Understood, boss." "Wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly," Tianyu said before departing. "And be sure to dispose of Ennelu's corpse properly." He didn't forget to remind them when they arrive. "Remember to call me sister-in-law." With that, he took off rapidly towards Cornus's home, leaving the four gods exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of the boss's intentions. Upon seeing Tianyu, Nami instinctively knew that the deity had been defeated. "So, did you find the gold?" Tianyu replied with exasperation. "Did you not see my condition?" Robin, engrossed in reading the history of Sky Island, replied without looking up, "You're tough enough. You won't die." Nami's eyes sparkled with excitement, and the mighty Tianyu quickly softened, smiling. "Everything is taken care of. Let us go. I will share my plans with both of you. Cornus, you may inform everyone on the Sky Island that the deity has been defeated. They may live as they please, as long as they do not disturb my tranquility. And Robin, there is still a historical text awaiting you on the Sky Island." Nami's eyes gleamed. "What are we waiting for?" "I want to see the gold right now." Robin asked, "Where's the historical text?" She too was eager. Tianyu replied, "I only remember that it is here. As for the exact location, you will need to search for it yourself. The Holy Land, Apaya, at the highest point. These are my companions, Nami and Robin." The four gods immediately understood. Bowing in unison, "We greet the two sisters." Tianyu felt pleased. These four were quite agreeable. Without waiting for Nami and Robin to speak, he continued, "They are Ennelu's former four gods and possess extensive knowledge of the Sky Island. Should you require assistance in the future, you may seek their help, particularly in combat techniques involving shells. They are among the best. I have also entrusted them with the task of constructing the new ship, so feel free to approach any one of them with your suggestions. All right, you four may leave for now." The four bowed in unison. "Goodbye, boss. Farewell, sisters." Nami suddenly tugged at Tianyu's ear, demanding, "What exactly are you planning?" "Speak of your plan," Robin urged. Tianyu explained, "I intend to remain on the Sky Island for a while. Firstly, to evade the Navy. Secondly, to study the devil fruits. And most importantly, to enhance both of your strengths. Once we enter the latter half of the new world, relying solely on hockey and physical techniques will make survival exceedingly difficult. We must possess greater power. I plan to transfer the abilities of the devil fruits to portable items, allowing you to wield the corresponding powers through these items, thereby enhancing your strength. By developing multiple fruit abilities, your fundamental combat power will experience a qualitative leap. That I will write down some related ideas and knowledge for you to use as a guide for ability development." Robin couldn't help but express doubt. "Will this truly work?" Nami chimed in. "I must say, your idea is quite audacious. Where there is a will, there is a way. We must believe in ourselves." Tianyu produced the thunder fruit and handed it to Nami. "Nami, this is a natural type fruit, one of the most formidable among all devil fruits. Consuming will grant you the power of lightning. My goodness. Thank you, brother Tianyu," Nami exclaimed excitedly, taking a bite. "Ugh, what does this taste?" Tianyu, with a mischievous glint, replied, "You must not spit it out. Eat it all for it to be effective." He covered Nami's mouth and forcefully stuffed the entire thunder fruit into her. Robin grimaced. Stepping back silently, She had previously shared knowledge about devil fruits with Nami. As expected, chaos erupted almost immediately, sparks and lightning flying everywhere. Nami shouted, "You bastard Tianyu, I will electrocute you." Once the commotion subsided, Robin approached the disheveled Tianyu, her tone laced with sarcasm. "What about mine? If you call me a good little brother, I shall tell you. Sixth wheel spiral. Die. This fruit is simply overpowered." Tianyu collapsed to the ground. "Once my experiment succeeds, all abilities will bow before you, Sister Robin." At that time, it could be said that the devil fruits would rightfully acknowledge Robin as their queen. Robin retorted, "You're all talk." Tianyu continued, "I possess a special natural-type devil fruit, the dark fruit. Its ability allows one to seal the powers of other devil fruit users upon contact. It can even attract users towards itself and devour objects, then shatter and release them." Robin exclaimed, "Why didn't you give such a powerful devil fruit to Nami earlier?" Tianyu shook his head. Consuming this cursed fruit would double the pain felt by the user. If they encounter a powerful user, a single strike could incapacitate them instantly. Robin couldn't help but swallow hard. She envisioned the terror if Tianyu's idea succeeded. According to its characteristics, the item storing this fruit's ability must be sufficiently resilient. Tianyu proudly grinned. "Rest assured, once I master flowing cherry hockey, I will thoroughly arm the item containing the dark fruit, transforming it into a sufficiently sturdy entity." Nami asked in astonishment, "If you succeed, will Robin be invincible in the realm of devil fruits?" Almost, Tianyu replied. "If she encounters a fruit user weakened by physical techniques, it would be a guaranteed kill." Nami's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly looked at Tianyu. "What do you plan to do with the other fruits?" Tianyu replied, "I've already devised a plan. After successful research, I will have the item of the swallow fruit devour the item of the boom fruit. At that point, I guarantee that you, Nami, will reign supreme in firepower. Utilizing electrical energy as a base, enhanced by explosions, combined with armed hockey and continuously devouring to strengthen the weapon, according to my scientific theories. Your firepower will be unmatched." Nami and Robin found themselves entranced by Tianyu's powerful vision, imagining a scenario where they could seal the powers of others with a mere wave of their hands. And with their attacks, no one could stand against them, a single individual becoming an army. "Robin, when the time comes, I will entrust you with the item possessing the spring fruit ability. Your attack power will soar to new heights. In my theoretical approach, you should be able to develop a 1,000 hands technique in conjunction with a spring fruit ability, which I shall name True Omnipresent Death Gatling 1,000-Hand Avalokiteshvara." At that moment, Nami and Robin suddenly realized that the once carefree fool Tianyu, once he began to think, was indeed quite formidable. 3 days later, after a thorough organization of thoughts and an absolute burst of imagination, the first version of the proposal for fruit ability development was presented to Nami and Robin. From here on, as long as they followed the suggestions outlined, their combat power would undoubtedly see a significant increase. The development of any ability requires both time and willpower. It cannot be achieved in a mere instant. Due to Tianyu's own strength, he felt that his martial arts, hockey, and swordsmanship had reached a plateau, placing him among the pinnacle of power. At the very least, he believed he could hold his own against red-haired Shanks, Kaido of the Beasts, and Charlotte Lin, also known as Big Mom. Although the power of Whitebeard's devil fruit was formidable, with Robin's presence, he was merely a robust old man. Moreover, combat was the key to enhancing his strength. He pondered what it would feel like to face that old man Garp once more. Tianyu engaged his dual intellect in research. He envisioned a vengeful confrontation with Garp. The mere thought of Garp's iron fist stirred a tumult of emotions within him. Joy, anger, and frustration intertwined, making him yearn to strike a few blows just to gauge the sensation. Such a feeling would undoubtedly be exhilarating. In youth, individuals often perceive matters as deceptively simple. Everything they have heard or seen, when accompanied by sufficient imagination, seems trivial. With audacity and fervor, they act impulsively, oblivious to any potential missteps, only to realize, once engaged, that the reality is far more complex than anticipated. What appeared straightforward in thought suddenly morphs into a convoluted challenge in practice. He was a youth who had tasted success, a fortunate individual who had never encountered failure. Thus, he was perpetually brimming with confidence and dreams, deriving his sense of accomplishment and honor, even if much of that pride stemmed from the abilities granted by the devil fruit. Now, however, he had experienced the bitter flavor of defeat, a reality that rendered even his martial prowess impotent. His fists had lost their efficacy, and his mind was devoid of clarity. As restlessness took hold, his agitated thoughts transformed into contemplative reflection, seeking alternative solutions. Due to inadequate preparation, his endeavors became frantic. Such aimless busyness, devoid of direction or strategy, was utterly futile. No amount of effort over a century would yield results. The more he toiled, the more he recognized the profound ignorance and arrogance of his earlier beliefs that, in truth, he could not simply remain comfortably in the Sky Island, indulging in his studies. He was ultimately compelled to venture out into the vast ocean below. His initial objective was the world government's auction houses scattered across the seas, places where nearly everything was available for sale. Humans, fishmen, adults, children, the elderly, treasures, and devil fruits, except for the esteemed and foolish celestial dragons, whom no one dared to traffic. This infuriated Tianyu. The more he witnessed, the angrier he became. In a fit of rage, he seized a celestial dragon and stormed into an auction house, intent on publicly auctioning him off. "Hero, you cannot do this. I implore you," the crowd, both inside and outside, pleaded for this worthless figure, their faces betraying their terror. The impetuous Tianyu retorted, "Why can others sell, but I cannot? Today, I shall auction this celestial dragon." At that moment, an elderly noble knelt and cried, "Hero, you must not do this. Otherwise, our entire nation will perish. If you auction off the celestial dragon today, our country will be doomed tomorrow." This statement struck him like a sharp blade. Slicing through the youthful bravado he carried within, he once again felt the impotence of power, his eyes reddening with fury before he managed to regain his composure. The calm that followed his anger was grounded in reason. The celestial dragon in his grasp was paralyzed with fear, incessantly begging for mercy, that a profound sense of revulsion welled up within him as he presented the captive to the navy, crushing the celestial dragon before them. "This man was slain by me, Tianyu," he declared, and with that he departed, swiftly shedding the complex emotions that had plagued his mind, that he understood that auctioning off the celestial dragon was no longer an option. Such actions, though exhilarating, would only bring suffering to the ordinary populace. The thoughts of youth are often nimble, and he quickly devised a new approach. Time flew as he busied himself, periodically descending to the lower realms, where he wreaked havoc upon the auction houses of the world government, leaving chaos in his wake. Many auction houses were forced to shut down, with only those possessing substantial backing daring to continue their operations. Yet, this posed little challenge for Tianyu. Few could thwart his destructive capabilities, and thus he relished in the exhilaration that strength provided. He attributed his previous failures to the folly of attempting to reason with words rather than letting his fists do the talking. Realizing that such reasoning was inherently foolish, with clarity restored, he found that the eloquence of a fist was far more satisfying than any verbal dispute. Rejuvenated, he navigated the auction house with practiced ease, his eyes scanning the surroundings in anticipation of the auction's commencement. As soon as it began, he unleashed a flurry of punches, greeting everyone present, regardless of their status. Should he encounter a celestial dragon, he would not hesitate to drag them before the local navy for execution. Then, in front of the navy, he would return to the auction house's storeroom, seizing gems, money, and other treasures, particularly the peculiar and rare devil fruits that he so desperately sought. Such antics could be tolerated once or twice, but soon no auction house would dare to open its doors, fearing the wrath of Tianyu. Even if they did, they could not guarantee that Tianyu, the harbinger of chaos, would not appear during their operations. This situation rapidly spread throughout the first half of the Grand Line, leading to the closure of government auction houses across the board. Tianyu's movements were unpredictable. Wherever he went, he seized what he desired, leaving the Navy baffled and unable to capture him. Despite their efforts to safeguard their interests, the government auction houses began to hastily relocate, with the more brazen among them laying traps in an attempt to eliminate Tianyu, only to suffer devastating losses yet again. Regardless of their precautions and clandestine arrangements, they inevitably encountered Tianyu, who would forcibly seize their wealth. Consequently, during this tumultuous period, villagers often witnessed the miraculous sight of money raining from the sky, with enough found to sustain them for a lifetime. As the populace buzzed with excitement over this sensational news, Tianyu chanced upon a convoy carrying heavenly gold destined for the celestial dragons, escorted by Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel from the Navy headquarters. Upon spotting Tianyu, Flying Squirrel immediately fled. However, he had barely turned when a sharp pain struck his head, plunging him into darkness. When the Navy awoke the next day, they found themselves sprawled on the deck of their ship, the Heavenly Gold, along with valuable weapons and devil fruits, vanished without a trace. The Navy and the world government soon received word of the incident. Aside from stamping their feet in frustration and hurling a few expletives, they were left with little recourse. The Navy fared slightly better, usually suffering only minor injuries, but the CP organization endured severe losses. Anyone who fell into Tianyu sights was as good as dead. Just when things seemed to calm down, this troublemaker resurfaces. Sighed Admiral Sengoku, "We can't catch him or defeat him. It's so annoying." The thought of Tianyu's formidable strength made capturing him seem impossible. The sea was vast, and there were only a handful of admirals to contend with. Garp remained silent, exhausted from the recent events, having not even glimpsed Tianyu's shadow. Akiji had been fortunate enough to recover from a beating, taking 3 days before he could rise from his bed. Chief of Staff Tsuru remarked, "I never imagined a single individual could cause such chaos." Akiji lazily squinted. "Recently, that Tianyu seems to have calmed down a bit. I took quite a beating from him last time. To be honest, he's not too bad for us Navy folks. At least he shows some restraint." He had even inquired about Vice Admiral Garp, expressing a desire to personally thank him for his mentorship. Kizuru frowned, his gaze distant. "Oh dear, this is quite the headache. Did CP lose more agents?" Garp chuckled heartily. "This little brat. I truly regret it that a few punches and he became so formidable." "Aren't you scared?" Tsuru added. "We should have been more cautious when we first encountered Akainu." Akiji shook his head. "That's impossible. Akainu's temperament is bound to catch up with him eventually." Newly promoted Admiral Greenbull suggested, "Let's focus on eradicating the pirates." Sengoku firmly stated, "Exactly. Let the world government deal with Tianyu. We, the Navy, have done all we can." Punkasade. This place was sought after by Tianyu for an extensive time during the latter half of the Grand Line before he finally stumbled upon it. Upon encountering a figure transformed into a gaseous form, adorned with goat horns, towering over 3 meters in height and sporting eye makeup, clad in a light blue coat emblazoned with the letters gas, and wearing purple-black gloves marked with CC, he realized he had indeed arrived at the right destination. Driven by a shared revolutionary camaraderie as fellow researchers of the devil fruits, Tianyu felt compelled to engage in an in-depth, amicable exchange of scientific ideas with the individual before him. He resolved to thoroughly explore and borrow the knowledge and equipment he desired, needed, and currently had no use for. Caesar, gazing down at Tianyu, inquired, "Who are you?" Aware of his adversary's tendency to bully the weak, Tianyu wasted no time and delivered a beating, only to follow up with, "I have a matter to discuss with you. You wouldn't refuse me, would you?" With his face bruised and swollen, Caesar hastily shook his head. No, please go ahead. I assure you, I will do what I can, and for what I cannot, I will do my utmost." It was no jest. Aside from himself, only 3 others remained alive in his vicinity, and he would only refuse if he wished for his own demise. Thankfully, he had an elemental body. Otherwise, he would truly be in a dire state. Such words carried promise. Tianyu stated plainly, "I seek the technology to create artificial devil fruits. For you, it's all here. I will provide everything." Caesar responded with commendable candor, satisfied with his attitude and actions. Tianyu continued, "Additionally, I require the technology regarding the application of devil fruits by objects." Caesar's expression faltered as he had yet to delve into this area. Thus his tone became somewhat strained. "This," Tianyu interjected nonchalantly. "Are you looking to stretch your legs a bit?" "Not at all," Caesar replied honestly. "I only possess notes and have yet to conduct research. So could you grant me a bit more time?" Tianyu nodded. "Very well. Expedite your efforts. I will be watching you closely. Should you dare to play tricks, I shall end you." His gaze, fixed on the children, radiated a murderous intent. Unbeknownst to Caesar, he was dealing with a formidable youth who was merely striving to survive. Hoping to avoid the wrath of Don Quixote da Flamingo, who might soon uncover the unusual happenings here. When Don Quixote da Flamingo received the news, Caesar's laboratory had already been left desolate, the remnants of his head lying on the ground, coated in dust like a forgotten ball. The Revolutionary Army had once sought Tianyue and his companions, but their sudden disappearance left them at a loss, and with Tianyue's erratic appearances, they ultimately had to abandon their search. As time passed, more and more heroes emerged upon the seas. Some, after experiencing the devastation of their families, chose not to succumb to fear nor take to piracy. Instead, they took up arms to act as righteous warriors. They existed either as solitary figures or in groups, each bearing diverse experiences, yet united by a fervent disdain for evil and a willingness to fight fiercely, often wagering their lives against others. Adhering to the creed of aiding those in distress, the moment one hero fell, countless others would rally to avenge them. They took pride in vanquishing malevolence, regardless of one's status or the might of their pirate crew. Once targeted by these wandering heroes, even the most exalted individuals could find themselves embroiled in a tragic tale of bloodshed, exchanging lives for lives. The burgeoning spirit of heroism posed a constraint upon both pirates and nobles alike. These valiant figures garnered immense admiration from the common folk and reverence from children. Morgans even established a news column entitled The World of Heroes. Among them, the first to brave the unknown, Tianyue became widely recognized, his words and deeds perpetually extolled. Ultimately, it became commonplace for people to exclaim, "This is what the hero Tianyue proclaimed." Whether from the Navy, the pirates, or the allied nations of the world government, there was a pervasive sense of helplessness and vigilance regarding these wandering heroes adrift upon the seas. Before undertaking any action, one could not help but contemplate whether they might attract the attention of these roving champions. It may seem incredulous, but this situation was entirely a consequence of the Navy and the world government's own making. They announced Tianyue's disappearance as a death, leading to the repeated coverage of the incident in the pirate paradise of Loguetown. Originally intended to showcase their power and justice, their efforts backfired, instead introducing more individuals to the existence of these unique heroes. As clouds drifted and trees swayed, and islands rode the winds, amidst the rolling waves and the brilliance of stars and moonlight. Tianyue became wholly engrossed in the study of devil fruits. He acquired a wealth of invaluable knowledge from Caesar, including the theoretical research notes from Vegapunk regarding the applicability of devil fruits to objects. Along with Caesar's refined findings, in a remarkably short span, he extracted every ounce of remaining value from Caesar, ultimately delivering a treacherous blow. Time slipped away unnoticed, and during this period, there were frequent attempts by various individuals to intrude upon Tianyue's sanctuary. However, with his 4 loyal disciples diligently guarding the premises and aided by Nami and Robin, none succeeded in interrupting his research. One day, a small island appeared in the skies outside the Sky Island, populated entirely by bespectacled elderly gentlemen. Utilizing his observation haki, Tianyue swiftly discerned the identity of this island, Weather Island. He promptly contacted Nami and Robin to inform them of the situation regarding Weather Island. Ultimately, after considerable discussion, the 3 decided to take advantage of Weather Island's stay, transporting all their research materials, the new ship, and any treasures they could carry to Weather Island. Thus, the trio bid farewell to their life on Sky Island, leaving their 4 loyal disciples behind. In matters of women, men tend to be selfish. If not for Coney's wishing to accompany her father and her reluctance to leave Sky Island, perhaps Tianyue's ship would have welcomed yet another beautiful crew member. Shortly after their departure, the Straw Hat crew arrived at Sky Island, their paths narrowly missing one another. Fortunately, Nami was prevented by Conies from melting the golden bell into gold blocks done on Weather Island. A loud crash echoed, sending clouds of dust swirling in the fierce wind. What had transpired? The elderly wizard, Halida, quickly rushed outside to investigate. He discovered a man and 2 women descending upon the island aboard a flying vessel. More precisely, the ship concealed a massive wind shell at its base, harnessing the power of the airflow to soar through the skies, that-oh. Halita's eyes sparkled with excitement as he marveled. They have ingeniously installed the miraculous shells of Sky Island onto their vessel, creating a closed-loop propulsion system for flight, a truly remarkable concept. With agility, Halita moved swiftly aboard the ship. Oh, this is the slash shell, the flash shell, the water shell, the flame shell. So that is how it works. What an impressive invention. Not only can it fly, but it also accelerates with excellent defensive and offensive capabilities. Too kind. This is our shell ship, Tianhua replied, just as Nami seized his ear. When did you decide on this name? Did you consult with me or Robin? It's utterly dreadful. It must be changed. All right, just let go. I'm Tian the hero. After all, can't you give me some face, Nami? Tianhua pleaded, the elderly Halita, clad in a blue wizard robe. Chuckled, you truly possess an exuberant spirit. Greetings to the handsome gentlemen and lovely ladies who have descended from the heavens. The three responded in unison. Hello, Grandpa. I am Halita. You may call me by my name directly. Halita smiled warmly. Welcome to the small sky island of Visalia, a nation dedicated to the study of meteorological science. Grandpa Halita, this is my navigator, Miss Nami. I hope you can impart meteorological knowledge to her. Tianhua said, drawing Nami closer. He then produced some prepared gold. This is a small token of our appreciation. Please accept it. Oh, we always welcome those who are passionate about meteorology, Halita exclaimed, laughing heartily. Your arrival is indeed fortuitous. Our research funding is about to run out. Bring your ship and follow me. Halita then wore a curious expression, asking, Are you three a couple? Such avant-garde thinking. I can arrange for you to stay in the same room. The colossal wind began to gently blow forth, lifting the ship slowly and steadily into the air. Nami and Robin's faces instantly flushed with embarrassment as they cast a predatory gaze upon Tianhua. He hastily interjected, No need for that, Grandpa. Just arrange for us to stay in the same house. Today's youth really are not impressive, Halita remarked as he approached the house. This will be your little abode. Remember to dock your ship below, otherwise it will be swept away by the storm. With that, he pressed a switch nearby, causing the ground in front of the house to suddenly part, revealing your basement. Thank you, Grandpa. Tianhua and the others hurriedly expressed their gratitude, gently placing the ship into the underground space. Halita continued, My name is Halita. You may call me that from now on. I shan't intrude any further. You all may attend to your matters. Goodbye, Grandpa Halita. The following day, Nami exclaimed, Grandpa Halita, please teach me. Very well, he replied. This Visalia will sail with the winds, drifting across the skies of the world. Tea times, it will descend upon Qinghai to replenish supplies and gather intelligence before continuing its journey. Intelligence? Nami inquired. That IT refers to documentation. Halita explained. Centered around the Grand Line, it is filled with many incredible and unknown meteorological phenomena. Nami picked up a notebook, asking, What is this? Halita awkwardly responded, Are you even listening? Nami gasped, Is this for real? It mentions thunderstorms on the islands, and there are thunderous tempests on the seas resembling tornadoes, along with underground thunderstorms in the ocean. Halita affirmed, Indeed, just as the written records describe. They will occur. Lightning falls like rain, sweeping through like a storm, exploding suddenly like landmines. That is on an island in the New World. If one wishes to navigate there, one must not be bound by past experiences and common knowledge. Oh ho ho ho! The world is vast, shrouded in mysteries that will forever exceed your imagination. Nami, filled with excitement, earnestly implored, Please teach me everything about the meteorology of the New World. Halita remarked. You are quite determined. Nami insisted, Of course, this concerns the lives of all my companions, that I am a navigational heroine, and I bear a weighty responsibility while sailing the seas, wherever my companions wish to go. No matter the enemies we may face, I must lead them there. Tianhua expressed his desire to become a renowned hero, standing for justice and righteousness. So I cannot merely be an ordinary navigator. I cannot let him down at crucial moments. Halita said, What a fortunate and upright hero you are to have such a young girl thinking of you. Nami replied, It cannot be helped. Halita questioned, Is it really unavoidable? Nami retorted, Yes, that guy always meddles in affairs, challenging pirates, disregarding the Navy and the world government, recklessly acting without knowing anything about the seed. He makes decisions impulsively, and if one neglects the chaos that ensues, it could lead to disaster. That fool always makes me worry. Harlita chuckled. Oh ho ho, this heroic gentleman truly is a source of concern. Nami stated, so please impart your knowledge of meteorology to me. Harlita cautioned, it is not as simple as you think. This is a grand invention of our Visalia. Put it bluntly, if misused, it could bring chaos to the world. The glimmer of excitement flashed in Nami's eyes. Could it even be used as a weapon? Harlita waved his hands repeatedly. Do not speak such dangerous words. It is perilous. Nami laughed. Hee. Harlita admonished, do not jest. Nami thought to herself, I knew it. That guy's always like this. And who knows how many secrets he is hiding from us. Golden sunlight poured down, accompanied by a warm sea breeze. Gazing at the clouds in the sky, Nami couldn't help but recall the moment she first discovered Tianyu. Meanwhile, Tianyu said, Robin, you must also strive to grow stronger. Only then will you not fear the world government. That time. Let those celestial dragons see the prowess of our trio of heroes. Robin's eyes twitched. Clearly startled, I understand. Following you is truly. What? Are you unhappy following this great hero? Tianyu replied. Robin's face flushed slightly as she pushed him out of the room. Hurry up and study your devil fruit. Nami and I are waiting. Tianyu responded. All right, just watch. Months later, Nami hurriedly entered the house, panting heavily with a large bag of items, slamming the door shut behind her. Damn it, I was almost caught. Tianyu asked, what are you doing? Nami, outside. A group of angry old men could be heard shouting, how dare you deceive us? Not only did you steal our research on sky science, but you have also toyed with our pure hearts. Surrender at once, you little thief. Robin queried, what on earth is happening? Nami exclaimed, I merely glanced at some prohibited books. I had no idea they would react so violently. Tianyu sternly said, Nami, how could you read such books alone? Next time, remember to bring me and Robin along. Robin couldn't help but kick Tianyu under the table, shooting him a disapproving glare. Nami nodded without a second thought, taking a deep breath. Her performance began to soar. She opened the door and, feigning depth, turned her back to the group of old men outside, placing the materials and Grandpa Harlita down, saying, I acknowledge my mistake. Huh? The old man in the blue robe looked at Nami in astonishment. Weren't you just asking him to explain? The elderly gentlemen began to express their dissatisfaction. The stolen research materials, the great invention of the weather balloon, and Grandpa Harlita as a hostage. Even if you return them, we will never forgive you, you dangerous woman. Nami, with her hair cascading down, sat on the ground, lowering her head to gather her emotions. I am sorry. I am reflecting on my actions, the old man with the chocolate hat remarked. Who would believe you? The old man in the gray robe added. This woman is too dangerous. Strip her of her clothes and expel her from the country at once. How can you say that? Nami's playful voice rang out, slowly lifting her head to reveal a naive expression. Perverts. Tianyu immediately spat out his tea, looking at Nami in disbelief. Using that tactic on the old men is truly shameless. Nearby, Robin was stifling laughter at the table, her shoulders shaking violently, afraid to make a sound for fear of ruining the atmosphere created by Nami's performance. Faced with this astonishing turn of events, the group of old men turned beet red, exclaiming, Pervert! You say we are perverts? Old perverts! Nami's teasing voice continued to entice. A group of old perverts. The elderly men were flustered, hastily trying to explain. Oh dear. Please do not misunderstand. That was merely a figure of speech. So, I was just... The realization dawned on one of them. You were sidetracked by her. Ah, the old men suddenly awoke. Nami murmured, Tisish, you just clicked your tongue. Didn't you? The old men scrutinized her again. Nami feigned innocence. How could that be? You are being unreasonable. You're clearly looking for excuses. She immediately covered her face and began to cry. You are bullying me. The old men's topics shifted yet again. That was indeed a bit excessive. Wasn't it? Could it be my fault? They also heard him click his tongue. I can assure you, did it happen? Perhaps you misheard. Everyone was duped by her. One must believe me. Nami continued to feign vulnerability. This is a misunderstanding. I would never do such a thing that I am still a maiden. How can my thoughts be so complicated? As he gazed upon the innocent young maiden before him, the elder at the forefront succumbed to a wave of self-doubt. Could it be that my authoritarian ways are to blame? Beside him, the elder who had just been freed from his bonds by Tianyue wore a look of resignation and remarked, "She has completely toyed with us at her whim." The other elders quickly regained their composure. "You cunning and perilous woman. Indeed, we must expel her immediately. We are no match for her." "How could this be? I apologize. I have been reflecting on my actions," Nami lamented, covering her face with her hands. "How can we ever trust you again? Yes, after all, I was young and foolish and made mistakes." Nami, removing her shoes and bowing her head, stated, "I understand now, so to prove my remorse and atone for my sins, I shall leap into the in the next life. Dear elders, please be sure to forgive this little girl." That a collective gasp escaped the elders. "What? Is this for real?" Tianyue caught sight of her smirking. "Farewell." Nami suddenly rose, covering her eyes as she dashed towards the exit. The elders were taken aback, jaws dropping in shock as they hurriedly pursued her to prevent her from jumping. "Akainu, it's all your fault for scaring her tears. Don't act impulsively, little Nami. Choosing to end it all at such a young age is unacceptable. Please don't despair," Nami sorrowfully declared. "Farewell, esteemed elders," the elders called out. "We apologize. We acknowledge our misunderstandings." "Nami, please forgive us." "Very well. I shall forgive you." Nami, now standing at the edge of the cliff, abruptly halted and turned around, a radiant smile gracing her face. The elders, astonished, could not halt their momentum, rushing towards the cliff. "Ah, don't push. We were going to fall," Nami declared. "Then I shall continue to study meteorology here. My name is Nami. Feel free to call me Miss Nami, and these books shall serve as a token of your sincere apology, allowing me to learn thoroughly, which is of utmost importance. Also, do remember to prepare those marvelous meteorological tools for me. I wish to learn more about them. Grandfathers of the sky, please take good care of me. Now let us all strive together." The elders chorused. "Halidashi, please respond." "Goodness," Halidashi sighed. "As our student, you must not use the knowledge you acquire to harm ordinary people." Nami retorted, "But I am a chivalrous heroine, dedicated only to aiding the common folk and punishing the wicked. Oh, rest assured, dear elder." Halidashi chuckled wryly. "You clever little rascal, you truly are a headache." Tianyue politely ushered the group of elders into the parlor. Offering tea and an array of snacks, Robin remarked, "Thank you so much for your care, esteemed elders. These are the desserts I prepared. Please enjoy." Observing the industrious Tianyue, Halidashi smiled. "What a fortunate young man you are. Caring for 2 girls is no easy task." Tianyue laughed. "Ah, you jest. I would have no trouble even with 100. Bang!" Nami and Robin simultaneously struck Tianyue, knocking him to the ground, 2 large bumps swelling on either side of his head as he fainted. The elders watched with amused expressions, their eyes full of disdain. This young man, tsk, under the thumb of his wife, tsk. How pitiful. Nami inquired. "Halidashi, grandfather, what a promise you made to me." "Are you referring to our business dealings?" Halidashi responded. Nami, exasperated, asked, "You haven't forgotten, have you?" Halidashi quickly clarified. No, it's just that we haven't reached the destination yet." Nami queried, "How much further do we have to go?" Halidashi replied, Soon, only 100 meters left. We could ascend by noon." Nami was left speechless and asked, "How far can this island fly in a day?" Halidashi said, "Approximately 200 meters," as they conversed over drinks. Noon arrived swiftly. After lunch, Nami eagerly pulled Robin to follow Halidashi. The remaining elders turned their disappointed gazes upon Tianyue, chiding him. "Young man, how can you be so timid? Indeed, you've been completely bullied by those 2 girls. You must display some masculinity. Such a strong physique should not go to waste. Showcasing your manly charm is essential to conquering them." Tianyue, believing them, asked, "What should I do to exhibit my masculinity?" "Muscles your muscles. Show them your strength, especially while sweating during exercise. When a robust physique is paired with perspiration, I assure you those 2 girls will be drooling over you." Tianyue, taking this seriously, began jotting down notes, pondering how to showcase his manly allure. Meanwhile, Hallidashi, wishing to avoid a beating, presented cotton candy clouds to amuse the two girls, eye in their eyes. These three children resembled their own, prompting a gentle disposition towards them. Realizing the power of the fruit abilities, Nami and Robin followed Hallidashi into a grand hall, taking a cloud elevator down a corridor to the lower levels of Iselia. As the elevator doors opened, they were greeted by a colossal bubble, surrounded by bubble boats engulfed in flames, floating weightlessly. Hallidashi remarked, "Regardless, researching meteorology requires funding that we occasionally come down to engage in meteorological business." Robin smiled warmly. "Grandfather, you truly love meteorology." Here, she felt the essence of her former hometown, where many such elders once resided. "What is this place?" Nami asked, gazing at the enormous bubble. Hallidashi replied with a smile. "This is one of our great aspects. Akin to what you are currently studying. The immense bubble was situated at the island's center, connecting its upper and lower regions, enveloped by thick clouds, resembling an alternative bubble UFO. Just as the two were captivated, Hallidashi called out from a distance, "Young ladies, over here! A boat? A bubble boat?" Nami gazed curiously at the bubbles above the small vessel. After Robin approached and inspected, she confirmed there were indeed no sails. "How does this boat float?" As they spoke, the vessel began to ascend, guided by Hallidashi towards the giant bubble. Hallidashi explained, "The meteorological balloon above us serves as its power source. Don't let its size fool you. It possesses remarkable strength." The bubble boat traversed through the atmospheric sphere, suddenly accelerating downwards, eliciting screams from Robin and Nami. Hallidashi, not having taken girls for a joyride in quite some time, grew excited and began racing the boat. "Hold on tight. My little boat is about to speed up, Dado. Look at that delightful little island." Nami and Robin peered down to see the entire island parched under the sun, cracked and barren, devoid of any greenery. Robin inquired, "Why has this island turned out like this?" Hallidashi explained, "It's an unavoidable reality. Weather is unpredictable, and some islands inevitably face drought." Nami sighed. "How tragic. The weather is simply outrageous." Once they landed, they immediately felt the scorching sun's intensity, the air thick with waves of heat, sweat pouring down uncontrollably. "Can you rescue this island from its crisis?" Hallidashi affirmed. "Indeed, it seems you are eager for a timely rain." "Yes. Allow us meteorologists to summon rain with our scientific expertise." "What did you say?" Hallidashi chuckled. "Now let us discuss the price for rain. A mere 100 million berries will suffice. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, Nami exclaimed, 100 million. The village chief sighed and said, "I apologize, but our village lacks sufficient funds." Harlita turned to Nami and inquired, "Is this price exorbitant?" Nami retorted with indignation, "Of course. It's far too expensive. They are merely ordinary people. How could they possibly afford it?" "I see." Harlita mused for a moment before chuckling. "In that case, let be 100 berry. How incredibly cheap." Everyone was astonished by his sudden reduction in price. Nami scoffed. "Honestly, that's far too little. You really have no business acumen." Robin remarked, "That old man is quite the rascal. Perhaps in their eyes, 100 million berry and 100 berry hold no difference." Harlita chuckled. "Ho ho ho. Well then, is everything truly all right to assert such confidence? Yet the weather is oppressively dry." "Trust in meteorological science," Harlita stated. "Now, let us begin." Upon finishing, he activated the machine. It rattled violently, releasing dozens of bubbles enveloped in black clouds that soared into the sky. "Is this what they call soap bubbles?" Nami inquired. "What is contained within them?" Robin asked. "Ho ho ho." Harlita replied, "Little girl, use this wind not to create a breeze." He handed the wind, not to Nami. "Can I open it all the way?" Nami asked. "Indeed," Harlita confirmed. With a swift pull of the wind knot, Nami conjured a fierce gale that propelled the floating bubbles skyward. Upon reaching a certain altitude, the bubbles burst, and the small black clouds began to expand rapidly, soon saturating the entire sky. "What is happening?" the village chief exclaimed in shock. Following a flash of lightning and a clap of thunder, rain swiftly commenced, transforming from a light drizzle into a torrential downpour. The sound of rain resonated, composing a refreshing melody that revitalized the small island. The villagers erupted in cheers, adults busily gathering pots and pans, while children joyously chased each other in the rain. Harlita beamed. What a tremendous success! Ho 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 ho! Everyone is absolutely delighted. Meteorological science is truly remarkable. Indeed, the applicability of meteorological science brings us the greatest joy. Suddenly, Nami declared, I have made a decision. What? Harlita questioned. Nami replied earnestly, I have developed a sudden interest in meteorological science. Regardless of the circumstances, I must grasp its essence if I am to leave this island. He. This will surely make Tianyue anxious, Robin chuckled. Nami added, He shall not depart until I have completed my studies. Harlita, would you be able to teach me some knowledge about rain? Harlita responded with a grin. Ho ho, of course. Really? Thank you. Nami exclaimed, Seeing you genuinely taking an interest in meteorological science fills my heart with immense joy. Harlita said cheerfully that ho ho ho, this little rascal truly understands you. In his heart, there is more than just chivalry. What do you think, Robin? Nami asked. Robin smiled. Indeed, there remains one thundercloud bubble. Harlita held the drifting bubble in his hand, saying, Well then, let's begin with this thundercloud bubble. Suddenly, the bubble in Harlita's hand burst, causing the thundercloud to rapidly expand and explode, leaving both Harlita and Robin covered in soot, while Nami remained unscathed. Harlita stared in astonishment at the stark contrast between the two girls, exclaiming, Nami, why are you unharmed? What are you doing, old man Harlita? A startled Nami immediately displayed a fierce expression and demanded. Robin swiftly used her abilities to repair her clothes, watching the scene unfold with a glint of amusement in her eyes. Harlita, witnessing Nami's outburst, weakly remarked, Sacrificing for science is always a noble endeavor. Sacrifice. Nami suddenly seized Harlita's white beard, delivering an exaggerated thrashing that surpassed what one might expect of a senior. Harlita cried out in terror. Help! My beard! Meanwhile, Tianyue was at home taking notes, contentedly bidding farewell to a few boastful old men. Following the elder's teachings, he began ambitiously planning his conquest of masculinity, how to perfectly showcase his sculpted physique and muscles, how to demonstrate strength, how to entice, how to create a more visually impactful swagger. These questions were momentarily set aside, as something more pressing awaited his attention. Time passed unnoticed, and through relentless effort, Tianyue finally succeeded in feeding several naturally sourced devil fruits to a few beautiful rings. Even heroes need a touch of romance. Holding various colored rings, he emerged from the basement, scratching his disheveled, greasy hair, and proudly stepped inside, placing the rings on the table. Nami, Robin, I have succeeded. The two emerged from their respective rooms of the sound. Nami asked, What are you shouting about so early? Robin yawned. I believe I heard something about success. Tianyue approached them with the rings, taking Nami's still-dazed hand and adorning her finger with a beautiful ring. This? Nami's bewildered eyes widened, her muddled mind instantly clearing, her face breaking into an uncontainable joyous smile. I didn't expect you, fool, to be so thoughtful. This is the devil fruit ring I successfully developed. The red ring on Nami's hand is the result of the munch fruit after consuming the boom boom fruit. I stuffed all the stolen weapons inside. The experiment was a success. Even without your abilities, if you were to throw a stone, it would explode like a bomb. Yes, Tianyue spoke. He took Robin's hand and adorned her fingers with two rings. The purple one representing the dark fruit, and the pink one, the spring fruit. Once you wear them, both of you will be able to freely wield the corresponding devil fruit powers. Rest assured about the ring's durability. I have reinforced them with Conqueror's Haki and Flowing Cherry Haki for quite some time, making them exceptionally resilient. Unfortunately, I have exhausted the devil fruits I gathered. Otherwise, your powers will be even greater. Robin's cheeks flushed, her large eyes glistening as she gazed at Tianyue, her expression utterly captivating. Kiss, kiss. Nami and Robin tiptoed, planting gentle kisses on Tianyue's cheeks, leaving him blushing furiously, feeling lightheaded, as if steam were escaping from his nose and ears, emitting puffs of sound. The little azure dragon unsheathed its sword with a swift motion. Standing tall and majestic, I, the great lord, shall shine in the presence of beauty. Thank you, Tianyue. I adore it. Me too. I truly love it, as Tianyue spoke, A surge of blood rushed from his nose. It's no trouble at all. This was simply my duty. Due to the sudden burst of blood, he was propelled into the air. This unexpected turn startled Nami and Robin, who quickly attempted to halt his ascent, using numerous absorbent patches to staunch the flow from Tianyue's nose. Tianyue, are you all right? Nami asked. Tianyue, don't roll your eyes. Please speak. Robin urged. Tianyue's face turned crimson, trembling as he stammered. I feel a bit dizzy. He leaned against Robin, swaying slightly. The soft, bouncy sensation was incredibly comforting, and he found himself nuzzling closer. Reluctant to part, Nami clicked her tongue in annoyance, choosing to let him be for the moment, considering the amount of blood he had lost. Robin gently laid Tianyue on the bed, as he was far too fatigued from blood loss to contemplate sleep. All he desired was to devour some food for replenishment. Gurgle, gurgle. His stomach began to rumble loudly. Nami and Robin exchanged glances and, without a word, dashed into the kitchen to prepare a meal. Upon visiting, the venerable Harladar was struck by a profound sense of admiration for Tianyue upon witnessing the unfolding scene. Reflecting upon his own recent tribulations, he could hardly fathom that there existed in this world someone capable of taming that little demon. Nami, this was nothing short of the most extraordinary miracle and the highest honor in the annals of manly endeavors. Shortly thereafter, Nami and Robin brought the meal to the table, presenting an array of 8 dishes and a soup, all served in massive barrels. Each barrel towered 3 meters high, ample enough to accommodate 3 individuals. Harladar gazed in astonishment at the feast laid before him and inquired, "What are you 2 young ladies up to? Are you feeding pigs?" Bang! Simultaneously, Nami and Robin struck Harladar, knocking him to the ground, leaving 2 large bumps on his head. Bewildered and tearful, Harladar could not comprehend the reason for his sudden assault, especially since even the typically demure Robin had joined in. Sensing the aroma of the dishes, Tianyue emerged from his room in a frenzy, seizing the chopsticks and bowls prepared by Nami and Robin, and positioned himself before the 3 towering barrels. Consuming the food voraciously, his speed akin to a whirlwind, in no time, the 9 barrels were thoroughly emptied, with Tianyue even licking them clean, leaving no morsel, not even the bones of sea kings. Untouched, the barrels appeared as pristine as if freshly washed, leaving the elderly Harladar utterly astonished. This truly is an insatiable appetite. His eyes were fixed on Tianyue's belly, which regrettably hadn't even bulged a bit from the immense intake. Tianyue smacked his lips, feeling revitalized after the meal, having recovered from his previous weakness due to blood loss. Nami, Robin, your culinary skills have indeed improved. It seems I have not seen you for just a few days. How are you feeling now, Tianyue? Nami inquired, her tone unusually gentle. Even Harladar rubbed his eyes and ears, lest he had misjudged or misheard due to his advancing age. That I feel quite well. A hearty meal has rejuvenated me. Tianyue replied, flexing his muscles and striking a pose he deemed alluring. Nami and Robin initially blushed, but soon engaged in a playful duel. Harladar, observing from the sidelines, felt his eyelids twitch and seized the opportunity to make a hasty exit. Oh dear, today's youth are far too impetuous. Unfazed by the earlier assault, Tianyue's spirit for learning and striving was ignited. He promptly retrieved his notebook, poring over the 36 techniques of seduction imparted by the elder gentleman, as well as the 108 poses of masculine prowess. The pose I just used was clearly the most powerful and straightforward entry-level skill of the Radiant Knight. Why was I still struck? The old man in the gray hat had assured him that while this move seemed simple, its practicality was undeniable, often leading to swift success in captivating young ladies. Hearing Tianyue's mutterings, Nami and Robin were incensed, nearly igniting the rafters with their fury. They swiftly snatched the notebook from his hands, each brandishing a baseball bat as they departed. The weather gentleman sensed the warmth of affection for the young girls during their impending farewell. Tianyue sighed in relief once they had left, remembering Nami's earlier request for a weapon capable of controlling and creating weather. He returned to the ship in the basement to embark on a new round of industriousness. Finally, on the 3rd day, Tianyue completed his task, With Nami possessing the abilities of the Munch Munch fruit, he created a handheld infinite weather cannon to significantly enhance her combat capability, ensuring that it would synergize with both the Munch Munch fruit and the Boom Boom fruit. By utilizing the properties of Sky Island shells, he greatly improved the cannon's combat endurance, allowing for attacks like the air cannon to function in a virtually limitless manner. As the morning sun rose once more. The day of parting was fast approaching, with the golden rays casting a warm breeze that carried with it a subtle, deliberately concealed sorrow. Those who have shared sincere moments in their youth inevitably feel a pang of reluctance at the time of farewell. Years later, when one reflects upon those times, the distance becomes irrelevant, yet the possibility of reconnection fades into oblivion. Tianyu, have you packed up? Nami called softly from outside. We must hurry. We can't let Harladar and the others discover us. I'm coming, Tianyu responded. Say, Nami, have you been stealing again? Robin inquired of me. How could I? Nami retorted, her voice betraying a hint of guilt. Emerging with a hefty pack, Tianyu declared, Nami's master gifted her a treasure called the Weather Ball, and I thought it quite useful, so I incorporated it in her weapon. Nami is now quite formidable. Robin, you must keep up. Robin chuckled, dream on. I'm merely a historian, not a fighter. Nami chimed in, I'm just a navigator. Not a combatant. You foolish boy, 1T succeed. Tianyu waved cheerfully, all right, I know. You ladies just sit back and enjoy your tea. Why manly aura shall remain immortal. Clever of you, Robin remarked, but could you refrain from mentioning your masculinity? It makes me think you're a fool. Nami added, a commendable fool. You've been duped by those old gentlemen. Surely not. Tianyu protested. You both kissed me. It's evident I succeeded. Robin and Nami shook their heads in exasperation, deciding it best to leave the matter be and simply retaliate later. Robin gently moved the Freedom ship from the basement, a name she and Nami had jointly decided upon. Tianyu had no say in the matter, as his previous suggestion had been too childish. Nami deftly took the helm, and soon the Freedom was underway. Robin and Tianyu followed suit, transporting provisions from their packs into the ship's hold. The winds howled fiercely beneath the ship. Yet the Freedom ascended steadily. Buoyed by the power of the gusts, a massive weather ball ascended from the vessel, enveloping the entire ship within its protective sphere. With the aid of this weather ball technology, the ship would no longer be hindered by adverse weather conditions or headwinds during its rapid flight. At that moment, Harladar and a group of elderly gentlemen suddenly appeared, having surmised the children's intentions to depart. In such moments, the sincere often become somewhat sentimental. You young rascals, couldn't you at least say goodbye? Harladar exclaimed. Nami, return the weather ball. That detestable woman. I knew I had misjudged her. Tianyu, you must keep a close watch on your wife. Harladar remarked nonchalantly. Oh ho ho. Don't worry, everyone. That weather ball was intentionally left as my new creation. I see. No wonder you are Harladar. You anticipated young Nami's thoughts. Truly, Harladar was deserving of his reputation. Nami, filled with pride, clenched her fist and, with tears in her eyes, called out, Goodbye, Master Harladar. Farewell, esteemed gentlemen. I truly appreciate your gifts. Harladar, you cannot deceive me. Woohoo! Robin waved her arms, shouting, Farewell, esteemed gentlemen. Tianyu expressed his gratitude. Thank you all for your hospitality and guidance. I have grasped the essence of manly valor. This lad has potential. Do you see that ship? So steady, all thanks to me. What of it? Under my tutelage, Tianyu has managed to keep those two young ladies in check. Is that so? I recall it was you who was bested by the two young ladies. He just boasting. I believe it was those two young ladies who subdued young Tianyu. Nami and Robin were far too clever, and with his intellect, it was indeed a challenge. A group of elderly gentlemen, in the midst of their conversation, found themselves with tears streaming down their faces. Their eyes filled with an overwhelming sense of longing as they gazed at the Freedom ship gradually receding into the distance. In the monotonous expanse of the sky, these cherished memories of joy and beauty held immeasurable value. The Freedom ship soared swiftly through the winds, undeterred by headwinds, thanks to the assistance of a weather balloon. Nami, wiping away her hot tears with her shoulder, felt a surge of exhilaration during her very first unrestrained voyage. reveling in the freedom of flying through the skies aboard the Freedom ship. In the blink of an eye, they were whisked away towards the distant red Earth continent. However, sensing something amiss, Nami swiftly veered the ship. Unbeknownst to them, they had circled above the world government's headquarters, yet at such heights, it was exceedingly difficult for those below to spot them. Tianyu, with nothing better to do, took over the helm from Nami, casually wielding a homemade telescope to observe the world beneath, enhanced by his observation haki, making it effortlessly easy to discern details. To his astonishment, he spotted the residence of the celestial dragons below, with the Sabaody archipelago not far off to the side. Upon reaching the skies above the Sabaody archipelago, Tianyu could no longer contain his thoughts and called out excitedly, "Nami, come take the wheel and hover in mid-air." Nami complied, gently bringing the Freedom ship to a halt in the sky. Inquiring, "What's the matter?" Tianyu, with uncontainable excitement, pointed his telescope toward a specific island below, saying, "There are plenty of pirates down there, along with those detestable celestial dragons. Let us descend to about 500 meters. I want to use those loathsome celestial dragons to hone my swordsmanship." The vile sentiment towards the celestial dragons, once uttered, transformed into a matter of course, evoking little distaste. "Very well," Nami conceded, seeing the seriousness etched on his face, and lowered the ship to a height of 100 meters. She had heard Tianyu's accounts of the celestial dragon's despicable nature, but had never witnessed it with her own eyes. Robin's expression turned grave as she cautioned, "We are perilously close to the Navy headquarters and the world government." Nami reassured her, "Don't worry. I promise we'll make our escape at the first opportunity." With his observation haki fully unleashed, Tianyu gripped the telescope in his left hand while drawing his swift blade, enveloped in Conqueror's haki, with the flowing cherry blossom haki infused into the blade's surface. The last time in Magic Valley Town, that strike had emanated from a fleeting inspiration. Upon reflection, it seemed elusive, leaving him profoundly troubled. He had always believed that the inability to recapture that feeling stemmed from a lack of something fundamentally essential. Subsequently, he immersed himself in the study of devil fruits, relegating this matter to the recesses of his mind. Thus, when faced with the celestial dragons once more, he resolved to attempt again, in search of that ephemeral spark of inspiration. He fixated on the island below, absorbing the cacophony of sounds, lost in contemplation, persistently questioning himself. Why had he acted as he did? What emotions had he felt at that moment? What sensations accompanied him when he drew his sword? He stood firm on the ship, his gaze unwavering, his countenance devoid of expression. Initially, he pondered the pirates, reflecting on the impressions that town had left on him. Yet soon he found himself unburdened by such thoughts. For the celestial dragons below left a more profound impact. Their actions were indelibly etched in memory. With a gentle leap, he barely touched the air, seemingly forgetting his aerial position, his movements frozen in time. His eyes betraying no emotion, his body became like a stone, plummeting rapidly downward. The howling wind and the sensation of weightlessness rendered him impervious to external disturbances. Gradually, certain sounds became distinct: the scent of pine, the swaying of forests. He raised his blade, gathering his focus, and began to attune himself to the subtle whispers of his sword. The gentle breeze caressed his heart amidst the boundless sea of clouds and swaying pines. Though a single tree cannot support the weight, I shall not falter. My heart is as steadfast as the 1,000-mile green cypress. With these thoughts, he unleashed a strike, the blade slicing through the air, the intent of his sword manifesting as though 1,000 trees had sprung forth as he swung. The sword's energy multiplied, becoming a torrent of light cascading from the heavens. Halfway through, it transformed into myriad beams, each sharper than the last. Fueled by this momentum, Tianyu soared upwards, surpassing 100 meters in ascent. The Navy Vice Admirals and CP-0 stationed at the temporary residence of the Celestial Dragons sensed an abrupt tempest in the skies. The vast clouds dissipating in an instant. The sound of the wind intensified, the green forest swaying in waves. All below heard the whisper of the wind through the trees, growing ever closer. Then, countless massive beams of light descended from above, engulfing their island in an instant. With a thunderous roar, The structures on the 3 islands were obliterated, the debris spinning and breaking apart in the wake of the sword's wind. The surrounding waters surged violently. And within moments, the islands became mere ruins, with no soul surviving the cataclysmic onslaught of that singular strike. After completing this feat, Tianyu was drenched in sweat, his complexion pale. Yet, in comparison to his prior attempt, he had made significant progress. That previous strike had been nothing but a spontaneous impulse, a stroke of luck born from proximity and timing, compounded by the novelty of the experience. This time, however, he had truly crystallized his swordsmanship to its zenith. Nami piloted the ship down from the sky, while Robin quickly assisted, gently lowering his weakened form onto the vessel. Nami decisively accelerated the Freedom ship, propelling it forward, steadily increasing altitude as they followed the navigational markers toward the narrow expanse of the red Earth continent above. "Are you all right?" Robin inquired, placing a meal beside the ravenous Tianyu. He nodded, replying, "I'm fine, just a bit drained. A hearty meal will restore my strength," turning to glance once more at the red Earth continent below. A peculiar glint flickered in his eyes. Nami exchanged a knowing look with Robin, who immediately positioned herself in front of Tianyu, attempting to divert his gaze from the red Earth continent. Both were apprehensive that Tianyu might act impulsively, risking another reckless endeavor. The Sabati archipelago lay not far from the holy land of Myriad, the abode of the celestial dragons, where countless hidden masters were concealed. Though Tianyu was filled with fervor, his youthful exuberance burning brightly, he was no fool. His formidable observation Haki scanned the area below, detecting at least dozens of formidable presences akin to vice admirals, along with 5 even more potent auras. What piqued Tianyu's interest most was a faint, enigmatic presence at the very center of that gathering, exuding an aura of danger that defied discernment. The moment he sensed that peculiar energy, an inexplicable thrill coursed through him, igniting his blood. "Wow!" he exclaimed, devouring his meal with fervor. What a formidable ancient being, having lived for 800 years. He surmised that this might be the greatest monster. The support behind the celestial dragons. Tianyu exclaimed in excitement, while Nami and Robin exchanged alarmed glances, prompting Nami to push the ship to its utmost speed. Suddenly, opened his eyes wide. Who dares to spy? He swiftly emerged from his dwelling, soaring towards the direction of the gaze on the red Earth continent. The 5 elders were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances filled with trepidation. The sensation of being observed was unsettling for anyone. "I just felt someone watching me. Did I? T.S. likely a formidable wielder of Haki. Such a terrifying level of observation Haki could belong to that esteemed individual. No, that esteemed one remains in slumber. It is impossible for them to do such a thing. Could it be that someone has infiltrated the Holy Land?" The 5 elders, alarmed, rose in unison, hastily making their way outside as the Holy Land of Myriad erupted into chaos. Countless hidden CP0 agents emerged, meticulously searching for any potential intruders within the sacred domain of the celestial dragons. Unfortunately, they were searching below, while the true presence lay above. As they conducted their search, Nami had already set sail on the Thousand Sunny at full speed. Tianyu, having experienced this ordeal, realized that there existed a monstrous presence on that red Earth continent. What he remained unaware of was that shortly after his departure, a masked man stood for a long time at the spot where he had unleashed his sword strike, searching diligently, but alas, found nothing. Indeed, this was a commendation more akin to an evaluation. However, if one were to gaze into his serious eyes, it would become evident that the reality was far from trivial. This situation marked the first occurrence in at least 8 centuries, among the 11 supernovas who had just arrived at the Sabati archipelago. Some had witnessed the sudden event of 3 islands being reduced to ruins. Now, all pirates were engulfed in panic. The news of the celestial dragons being slain spread like wildfire throughout the entire Sabati archipelago, prompting every pirate to hastily flee. Yet, in the most secluded port of the Sabati archipelago, a ship remained docked. The Thousand Sunny had not departed. Rather, the culprit brazenly set foot on the island. Here, where pirates and scoundrels thrived. The gallant Tianyu would not let such an opportunity slip away. If the Admiral were to come, it would be just perfect, a single word. Wild. Yu inquired. Do you two lovely ladies have a target in mind? The moment to act heroically was at hand. It was time to instill fear in the hearts of pirates and villains alike. Robin remarked, Your observation hockey is impressive. Could you recommend a few targets for us? After a moment's contemplation, Yu replied, Currently, there are 11 pirate supernovas on the island. I wonder if that will suffice for you both to hone your skills? Nami said, All right, just be careful. We shall take our leave now. Robin added, We leave the Admiral to you. The two departed with spirited enthusiasm, while Yu's gaze lingered toward the direction of the Red Earth continent. How wonderful it would be if you were awake. Shouldn't the greatest monster be saved for last? No. It would be far simpler to launch a surprise attack while he slumbers. Why should one adhere to notions of fairness and righteousness when dealing with scoundrels? That makes sense. No. After all, he has lived for 800 years. If pigs can become wise, how much more so a human? It would be wiser to approach stealthily and assess the strength of the celestial dragons first. The initial use of skills for a Holy Land expedition. Oh no, this city is doomed. This archipelago is doomed. Word has it that someone has killed a celestial dragon, and 3 islands have sunk. Inside the venue of Auction House No. 1, the female warrior Nami and the valiant Robin have slain the celestial dragon. What? There are also Kid and Law on site, and Kid has already been killed. Have these 2 madwomen truly lost their minds? These warriors are all lunatics. The Admiral from the Navy headquarters will lead the troops to eliminate them. Capone Beej asked, How is the ship's coating? A subordinate replied, It was completed yesterday. Capone Beej said, We must set off for Fishman Island immediately. It would be disastrous if the Admiral arrives. The subordinate affirmed, Yes. Hey, Capone Beej, where do you think you're running? 2 individuals blocked the road, drawing their swords. Capone Beej inquired, Who are you? The twin heroes of the West Sea. Cannon, Hammer, we have been searching for you for quite some time, Capone Beej. Capone Beej retorted, What a bothersome bunch. With such strength, why not become pirates? Captain, we must flee. This place is no longer safe that a group of subordinates was urging the food-eating Jewelry Bonnie. Recently, many warriors have appeared on the island, and pirate crews have already drawn their attention. Infuriated, Jewelry Bonnie overturned the table. These fools! If I encounter them in the New World, I will surely crush them. The auction venue of House No. 1 lay in ruins, with most of the participating pirates and personnel sprawled in pools of blood. Robin held a bounty poster, gazing at the battered captains of the Straw Hat crew, Luffy and Law. With Kid's corpse at her feet, they were unlucky, having failed to acquire the opponent's devil fruit. Both pirate crews appeared quite disheveled, yet had not sustained significant injuries. Just moments ago, the prowess of Robin and Nami had left the members of both pirate crews utterly astonished. They were the strongest rookie pirates, and encountering such overwhelming defeat was a first for them. Robin's spring-like arms were inescapable, leaving Luffy and Law with no choice but to endure the blows. No matter how resilient Rubber Luffy was, he could not evade the sudden spring fists emerging from his own body. With a rapid-fire onslaught, just a slight breach, and one would surely fear. Law's Opnomi was formidable. Yet his scalpel could not even graze Robin, who was cloaked in haki. Moreover, his shield would lose effectiveness upon approaching, effectively nullifying his abilities that Nami's sheer firepower rendered the members of both pirate crews utterly defenseless. The bullets from her pistol were more lethal than bombs, coupled with an astonishing speed. Even a mere toss of an object would result in an explosion, her movements so elusive that evasion was nearly impossible. The strongest ADC, swift and fierce, could only succumb to exhaustion at the hands of her foes. Robin remarked, Eustace Kid, hailing from the South Blue, with a bounty of 315 million berries, that he ranks first among the 11 supernovas. Known for his brutality, having slain many civilians, possessing magnet-like abilities, he is indeed a wretched individual, and I did not kill him in vain. Nami tossed aside the corpse of the celestial dragon. Are all celestial dragons such arrogant and foolish creatures? Robin added, Straw Hat Luffy and Law, you 2 pirate crews have no record of harming civilians. You may take your leave. Luffy, with his usual carefree demeanor, laughed, So, Yu has come as well? Nami replied, Indeed, I didn't expect you to remember us. Luffy said, That's wonderful. I've been hearing tales of his exploits at sea. Thank goodness he doesn't vie for the title of Pirate King with me. Zoro questioned, is Tianyu the world's greatest swordsman now? Or is it Mihawk? Nami replied, of course it is Tianyu. Zoro nodded. I see. One day, I shall ascend to the pinnacle of swordsmen and challenge the great hero Tianyu. Princess Vivi said, thank you for saving Alabasta. Robin smiled. Isn't this the little princess? How did you become a pirate? Vivi responded, I am now Luffy's navigator. Law commented, I have heard that Tianyu is a righteous hero. I have always held great admiration for him. This is evidence of the crimes committed by the warlord of the sea, Don Quixote da Flamingo. I hope that Tianyu can assist the people of Dressrosa. After saying this, he presented the items in his hand. Robin reached out to take them and asked, why don't you seek help from the Navy? This question seemed somewhat naive, as only she could pose it. Law shook his head bitterly. If seeking the Navy were effective, I would not trouble Tianyu. Moreover, I am a pirate. The Navy would not trust me. Sanji, with hearts in his eyes, floated between Nami and Robin. Both of you are truly a blend of beauty and strength. Your combat prowess has deeply struck my heart. Usopp trembled, his legs shaking like noodles, forcing himself to say, wow, what a powerful warrior. Even I, the brave Usopp, feel the pressure. Oh ho ho ho. The skeleton Brook, sporting an explosive hairstyle, approached elegantly, performing a gentlemanly bow. Ah, this elegant and beautiful lady, may I have the honor of admiring your undergarments? Nami's expression darkened as she delivered a punch that sent Brook crashing to the ground. Where did this lecherous skeleton come from? Truly, some things never change. Even in death, Frankie, unwilling to be outdone, struck a pose. Men are not just lecherous. There's also me, the invincible pervert, Frankie. What nonsense is this? Nami scoffed, turning to Robin. Let us leave. This supernova is simply too weak. It's no fun. Luffy couldn't help but ask, what was that black thing you had just now? He was just swiftly defeated by Nami in a single blow, and after much contemplation, he felt that the peculiar black substance held significant importance. Upon hearing this, the love-struck Sanji, along with Zoro, became equally serious, their gazes solemnly awaiting an explanation. Nami, enveloped in her armament haki, remarked, this is armament haki, an essential means to combat users of natural-type devil fruit abilities. Straw Hat Kid. Do not think my ability to defeat you stems solely from this armament haki. In a flash, Nami vanished and reappeared elsewhere, her body crackling with electric currents. Though Luffy's expression tightened, he had not registered her movement at all. An elderly man, donned in slippers, spectacles perched upon his nose, and a head of white hair radiating an effortless charm, emerged from the shattered wall. His imposing presence commanded respect without uttering a word, instilling a profound sense of pressure in the atmosphere. The auction house immediately fell into silence, with all present involuntarily adopting a wary demeanor. Look, Mr. Giant, the venue is in chaos. The auction has concluded, hasn't it? The money has been pilfered. Next, we shall proceed to the gambling den, the giant remarked. You are quite the morally dubious old man, here merely to steal money, aren't you? The old man retorted, if luck is on my side. I even intended to rob my buyers. However, it seems the opportunity has slipped away. He picked up a wine bottle only to discover it was empty. With the bottle drained, I must first procure some wine. Alas, at my age, it is apparent that no one would desire to keep such a person as a slave. Ha 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 ha. Why is everyone staring at me? Am I drawing too much attention? Sanji inquired. Who is this old man? Could it be? Law began, only for Zoro to interject. This pressure, so formidable. Mr. Rayleigh, Cammy called out. Rayleigh turned to her. Cammy, you are unharmed. How splendid. He then reached to unfasten Cammy's collar, his haki penetrating the collar's internal structure, causing a slight delay in its explosion. Swiftly, he removed it and tossed it aside, the collar detonating the moment after. The old man's piercing gaze fell upon Nami and Robin. Has the renowned hero Tianyu also arrived on the island? Nami asked, Do you seek him for something? Robin scrutinized him warily. If you have matters to discuss, you may share them with us. Ha ha ha. This is a matter between him and me. It concerns you not. The old man chuckled. It's fortuitous. I was just intending to pay him a visit. The fifth emperor of the sea, The hero Tianyu, Robin countered. He is not an emperor. He is merely a knight. Rayleigh added. Is that so? That is indeed commendable. He then turned to Luffy. That straw hat suits a man of vigor. I have long wished to meet you. Monkey D. Luffy to the Navy headquarters. Sengoku seethed, constantly causing trouble. What on earth does that troublesome Tianyu intend to do? And those two women possess extraordinary audacity. I wonder if the submerged incident involving those 3 islands in Baratie archipelago was orchestrated by him. A colonel remarked. There are currently 11 new pirates on Baratie archipelago, 5 of whom are notorious wanted criminals with bounties exceeding 100 million. Kizaru sipped his hot water and replied nonchalantly. Regardless, we cannot afford to remain idle when the world nobles are under threat. Can we? Mr. Sengoku, somewhat taken aback, wondered when Kizaru had become so proactive. Kizaru stood. I shall take action and return promptly. Meanwhile, the restless Tianyu quietly approached the Holy Land, Myriad. Within the Grand Palace, high red steps led up to the throne of the King of Kings, where a figure cloaked in black robes sat. Obscured by a mask that concealed his features, save for a pair of crimson eyes glimmering in the void, beneath, the formidable 5 elders knelt, exhibiting utmost humility and loyalty. Lord Imu, a new flame has emerged. I am aware, he was just hovering above Myriad moments ago. This new flame is no ordinary occurrence. We must avoid provoking him into combat with others until we are certain of his defeat. Indeed, the 5 elders exchanged alarmed glances, their minds racing with thoughts and speculations. The sun blazed high above, casting warm light that rendered the sacred land even more divine. A gentle breeze whispered through. The sky resembling a flawless sapphire, deep blue and devoid of blemish. The crimson earth lay pristine and level, with no litter in sight. Any intruder would surely be detected almost immediately. Yet this seemingly foolproof location concealed a fatal flaw. The guards often grew careless in such a hallowed space, allowing anyone swift and light-footed enough to evade detection. Utilizing his exceptional observation haki, Tianyu deftly maneuvered through the various watchful eyes, successfully infiltrating the city. Many possessed observation haki, yet few could surpass his prowess. As he walked, he spotted an elderly man in a white robe with a bald head, clutching a sword and approaching slowly. Concealing himself in the shadows, he sprang forth as the old man passed, executing a swift strike aimed at severing his neck. The old man, sensing the rush of air, was taken aback. His moment of relaxation became his gravest mistake, that by the time he attempted to draw his sword in retaliation. It was already too late. In a mere second, Tianyu unleashed a barrage of strikes, delivering 100 precise blows to the same spot, each one swift and lethal, the gathered sword energy nearly severing the black, polished neck protected by armament haki. Faster and sharper than any sword, his hand struck true, the fluidity of his movements rendering the old man oblivious to the impending doom until it was too late. In his final moments, he felt neither pain nor fear, unable to fathom that he would meet his end in such a manner. The sole mark of his futile defense was a mere puncture wound in Tianyu's arm. Supporting the old man's body, he draped his white robe over it to conceal the blood, gently dragging the corpse into the shadows. With a swift motion, he extracted the sword embedded in his arm. His muscles contracting, life ebbing away without a single drop of blood spilled. The entire process was seamless, so rapid that not a trace of blood stained the alleyway. Taking a deep breath of the soothing air, Tianyu mused, I never anticipated my fortune would lead me to the 5 elders. This sword must be one of the supreme great blades, the legendary Kichigo, he chuckled. Well then, I shall graciously accept it. With the sword in hand, he swiftly advanced deeper into the inner sanctum. Inside a lavish, deserted chamber, he donned a set of celestial dragon attire, striding boldly into the interior. This cycle of changing outfits continued, and he soon infiltrated the inner sanctum that in the vast expanse. Countless seats were filled with celestial dragons, while below, slaves, adorned with collars and showcasing various devil fruit abilities, fought desperately against one another. Clearly, this was a venue for the celestial dragon's entertainment. An idea struck Tianyu, a testament to his audacity and willingness to seize opportunities. He swiftly captured a solitary celestial dragon, knocking him unconscious, and dressed him in a slave's garb, tossing him into the fray of combat-ready slaves. A sycophantic overseer approached. "My lord, this slave seems rather weak. Would you like me to find a stronger one?" Tianyu smiled back. "Why not you take his place?" The overseer turned pale, immediately kneeling in supplication. "My esteemed lord, I have always been the most loyal of dogs, a servant of the Ali Fu family. Please forgive my ignorance." Without hesitation, a higher-ranking official ordered the overseer stripped of his garments and tossed into the cage filled with slaves. "Umph, open your eyes and take a good look. This esteemed gentleman is from the Iris family." Upon hearing this, Tianyu couldn't help but chuckle. Realizing the significance of his attire, he patted the overseer's shoulder in a gesture of approval and strode forth, continuing his search for solitary celestial dragons. Those celestial dragons whom Tianyu had dispatched soon awakened to find their world irrevocably altered. Seeing the slaves and cages before them, they raged and pounded on the bars, shouting, "You scum, release me at once. I'm a descendant of the divine, and yet you compel me to remain amidst these wretched slaves. How dare you?" With a resounding crack, the iron whip sliced through the air, mercilessly lashing the arrogant celestial dragon, leaving him bloodied and howling in agony. He, being the weakest, found himself bullied and trampled by even a mere captive. Some, fortunate enough, succumbed to their wounds from the lashes, while others, less fortunate, survived only to endure a torment worse than that of slave. In the stands, a young celestial dragon, sniffling and furrowing his brow, inquired, "Father, whose slave is this? Why is he so pathetic?" "It is utterly shameful." Beside him his sister chimed in, "Indeed, his fighting prowess is less than that of Refuse. All he does is weep on the ground. Why doesn't he rise and retaliate, the fool?" The celestial dragons jeered and mocked, oblivious to the fact that the unfortunate soul being mercilessly tormented was one of their own, a descendant of the divine, just like them. Tianyu wandered through Myriad, eventually arriving at the exterior of a seemingly fortified palace. After a tense and meticulous observation, he discerned a profound stillness. With a decisive resolve, he stealthily infiltrated the premises, swiftly and lightly dashing through the dimly lit corridors, cautious not to employ his observation haki, for he understood that at his level of power, he could easily sense the presence of others' haki. He first stumbled upon a beautifully adorned garden, sunlight cascading from above as butterflies fluttered amidst the blossoms. The stone walls, adorned with moss, housed an array of weapons. However, he held no interest in these arms, dismissing them as mere low-grade relics left to languish. After meandering for a while, he ultimately found himself in a boudoir. Indeed, a woman's sanctuary. The air was imbued with a distinctive fragrance, and the wardrobe was filled with an assortment of dresses and various styles of women's attire. At the vanity, he discovered several gold rings, which emanated a peculiar power when held. The box inscribed with the words "pure gold." He pocketed them and conducted another search of the room that a hero turned thief. Often compelled by the overwhelming strength of others soon, he stood before a grand door intricately carved with ornate patterns. Hesitating for a moment before pushing it open, he meticulously concealed his presence, traversing the shadowy rooms of the ancient castle, until he finally discovered an enormous straw hat. The Navy had surrounded the auction house, and the commanding officer sought to capture the criminals within. This was his final chance, his chance to survive. He knew that failure to accomplish this task would lead to his demise, and that death would not linger long in waiting. Robin and Nami exchanged glances, with Robin stating, "The Admiral is about to arrive. I wonder where that fellow is." "Old man, if you're looking for Tianyu, just follow us," Nami said, a hint of mischief in her tone. "Huh. Thank you very much," Rayleigh replied, astonished. Suddenly a pistol appeared in Nami's hand. "I'll go clear out the lackeys of the door. You all stay behind." With those words, she vanished like lightning from her spot, reappearing at the entrance of the auction house. With her gun, she fired at the poised Navy outside, unleashing a torrent of bullets. "Return fire! Return fire!" Boom, boom, boom. As the Navy commander issued his orders, the small projectiles were already in flight, and the terrifying explosion engulfed the rows of Navy soldiers, creating an opening in their encirclement. Those diminutive bullets had unleashed the firepower of artillery. The frontline soldiers of the Navy fell into disarray, trembling as they retreated. Nami's pistol continued to unleash its deadly projectiles with an unhurried precision, each shot surpassing expectations in power. The final bullet shimmered with electricity, resting in her hand as she awaited the Navy's ongoing retreat. This is a devil fruit user, everyone exclaimed, prompting an immediate counterattack from the Navy. The leading officer shouted defiantly. It turned out the Navy was not fleeing. They had merely withdrawn from the range of Nami's pistol to regroup for a vengeful strike. That moment, bullets and cannonballs rained down, but inexplicably, they all halted mid-flight, suspended in the air. Nami's hand crackled with electromagnetic energy, arcs of lightning intertwining with all the metallic projectiles. The bullets and cannonballs were made of iron. The Navy's assault became her plaything, with a gentle wave of her hand. The airborne projectiles were sent spiraling back to their origin. The Navy's artillery and infantry were swiftly decimated, while the leading officer narrowly escaped, realizing that the disparity in combat strength could not be compensated by mere numbers. Nami strode forth, followed by a throng of individuals, confidently exiting the auction house and hastily choosing their respective paths to flee. The admiral was approaching, and not everyone wished to encounter him. Yet often, exceptions arise. The fearless young often find themselves in perilous situations. Either they would emerge victorious and gain fame, or they would meet their demise, their names etched in the annals of history. The magician Hawkins. While walking, engaged in divination, having long cultivated this habit of seeking omens to determine the direction of his journey. Captain, the Navy Admiral is coming. We should leave swiftly and no need to rush. I just divined our fate. And today we are free from mortal peril. Suddenly, chaos erupted on the streets as pirates fled in panic. Admiral Kizaru's warship had approached the harbor, and elite Navy forces began to disembark for battle. The pirates shouted, "Run for your lives!" The Navy squad leader bellowed, "Brothers, there are wanted criminals everywhere. Be especially wary of those with bounties exceeding 100 million." Admiral Kizaru, somewhere on the island, wore an expression of perplexity and frustration as he repeatedly called into the transponder snail. "Hello, this is Admiral Kizaru. Hello. How strange. Why is there suddenly no response?" Two pirates hiding in the shadows exchanged anxious glances. "This is B.A.D. This Admiral Kizaru. If I could take him down, I'll achieve instant fame," one brave soul declared. His companions stared in disbelief, terror etched on his face as he watched the man raise his rifle. "Don't be foolish. He is the pinnacle of the Navy's combat strength." Yet the warning fell on deaf ears, and the aspiring hero took aim at Admiral Kizaru, his hands trembling slightly. Meanwhile, Kizaru continued his calls into the transponder snail. "Hello. Can you hear me?" Just then, the brave soul thought, "Now is my chance. Look at this." Bang! "Stop right there." The trigger was pulled, and the bullet easily pierced Kizaru's head, striking the wall behind him. His companion stood frozen in shock, and the would-be hero, with a fierce glare, aimed again. "Damn it, this time I must take him down." Bang! The second shot rang out. Yet again the aspiring hero's mind raced. What is happening? Didn't Ti hit him just now? His partner was rendered speechless, his body rigid as he gazed at the figure clad in yellow and white stripes. Kizaru, with a nonchalant demeanor, remarked, "How curious, he must possess some special ability. Can a gun even work on me? Let us flee." The brave soul's thoughts were sluggish, and he dared not entertain dreams of fame any longer. He simply followed the instinct to run. The two dashed towards the alley's exit. But as they neared, Kizaru suddenly appeared, politely bowing as he inquired, "Hello, I'd like to ask you a question." The two screamed in terror, nearly soiling themselves at his sudden proximity. Kizaru continued, "I am searching for a man named Senamaru, one of my subordinates." The two screamed again, turning to flee, knowing this experience would haunt them for a lifetime. "Really now, I was just inquiring," Kizaru sighed, raising his leg to kick, unleashing a beam of yellow light that sliced through the space between them and vanished in an instant. The fleeing duo halted, frozen in place, as a massive explosion erupted from the enormous 27th Yurukaman red tree, obliterated in an instant. That a Navy officer remarked, "Wasn't Admiral Kizaru a bit too excessive? No matter how enthusiastic he is, he shouldn't be kicking down a tree." Kizaru wore a sheepish grin that was indeed a bit over the top. However, In order to perform, I find myself compelled to act in such a manner. A sense of smugness swells within me. My acting is flawless. With his step, who dares to claim I lack effort? Observing from the sidelines, Apud remarks, "What utter nonsense! Is that the Admiral Kizaru?" His companion responds, "Mr. Apud, we are in danger too. We should flee quickly." Apud, gripping his companion's neck, retorts, "What a fool! Sneaking away serves no purpose. We are pirates after all. It is far more entertaining to provoke the enemy before we make our escape. I am eager to witness the Admiral's prowess. What do you wish to do?" "Ha ha ha ha. Of course, I intend to meet the Admiral." "Mr. Apud, you truly seem to have lost your wits." The ever-composed Hawkins remains unfazed. Even in the presence of Kizaru, still believing in the accuracy of his divinations, Kizaru, feeling exasperated, observes, "You may as well run. What is this nonsense now? I have no desire to seek trouble. You run, and I will pursue." That would certainly add to the excitement. Hawkins, oblivious, begins to conduct an impromptu divination. The probability of defeat in battle is 100%. Kizaru, bemused, inquires, "May I interrupt for a moment?" Hawkins ignores him, continuing with his serious divination. "The chance of escape is merely 12%. I am searching for a man named Loguetown." Kizaru's inner thoughts scream, "Why are you still sitting there? You ought to be fleeing." The evasion rate stands at 76%. Kizaru smirks mischievously. "Hey." Hawkins replies, "I do not know that individual. Perhaps you should inquire elsewhere." Kizaru, now irked, thinks to himself, "This guy is asking for a beating. The more I look, the less I enjoy this," he continues. "Oh dear, it's unacceptable not to find him. However, I find myself rather unoccupied at the moment. I cannot let a bounty hunter like you slip away. Can I? After all, your bounty is 249 million for the magician Basil Hawkins. Speed is power. Have you ever been kicked by light?" As he speaks, his radiant leg moves slowly toward Hawkins' head. The latter, caught off guard, has no time to react before Kizaru's foot accelerates, launching the unsuspecting Hawkins into the air. Simultaneously, an innocent pirate nearby becomes collateral damage, bearing the brunt of the attack in place of Hawkins. Intrigued by Hawkins' abilities, Kizaru's fingertips emit a dazzling light, unleashing a torrent of flames in the distance. Yet another pirate unwittingly takes the hit. Kizaru glances dismissively at his opponent, already deducing Hawkins' powers. Amidst the smoke, Hawkins comments, "Truly, the Admiral's combat prowess is terrifying." "How peculiar," Kizaru muses, his face contorted in surprise. Hawkins begins to panic, having already lost 2 of his strawman substitutes in mere moments, leaving him with only 10 remaining. Suddenly, the strange monk Urki drops from the sky, prompting Kizaru to feel genuine annoyance. One by one, they come to disrupt him, and his performance requires no exertion. After all, he cannot squander this rare opportunity on trivial matters. As his thoughts wander, he carelessly kicks Urki through several buildings. Upon witnessing this, Hawkins transforms into a massive, menacing strawman, summoning all his strength for a desperate struggle. Kizaru, with a teasing tone, remarks, "You bounty hunters with your exorbitant bounties are all quite monstrous. It is truly frightening." Demon's form. Hawkins, in a brief span, delivers 3 swift strikes, only to discover the absence of any adversary, finally realizing the chasm between them. Then he spots a shining pair of scissors. "Ah, my eyes!" Kizaru, with a lecherous expression, gazes at him with a smile, finding the strawman quite amusing. Now, Hawkins stands rigid, devoid of the courage to evade. Kizaru unleashes a barrage of laser beams upon Hawkins, curiously probing, "Though I am uncertain of your abilities. It seems you possess a physical form after all. Certainly not a Logia type. This is intriguing. Why would a strawman not fear fire?" With each of Kizaru's onslaughts, Hawkins loses several strawman substitutes, nearing the limit of his endurance. Kizaru playfully states, "Let us dispose of one first. After a long journey to arrive here, you have truly worked hard." Kizaru raises his luminous leg, awaiting Hawkins' response before attacking, thus maintaining his own grandeur. Suddenly, jubilant music fills the air, invisible sound waves converging towards Kizaru. The tense atmosphere dissipates as everyone inexplicably gazes upward at Apud. "Yay, yay, 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 yay. Do you hear this music? If you do, don't change the channel." Admiral Kizaru, one of the highest combatants, The music continues, yet Kizaru's arm inexplicably soars into the air, his upper body following suit, and he explosively splits in two. Kizaru ponders. Is this, am I too gentle? Apud frowns, stating, an admiral cannot be so easily dispatched. I shall take my leave now. Gentlemen, oh, how fascinating. Kizaru's lower half leaps to its feet as the rest of his body transforms into light. Beginning to reassemble swiftly. That truly startled me, he lazily remarks. 8-foot mirror. With a clasp of his hands, yellow light refracts off the surrounding buildings. In the next moment, the light strikes Apud, and Kizaru himself appears instantaneously, delivering a powerful kick to the unprepared Apudi. In the blink of an eye, he vanishes again, sending Drake flying with another kick, but a flick of his finger sends a golden arrow piercing through Hawkins' body. Revealing his true form in less than a second, he dispatches two supernovas, a display of sheer terror. Nami and Robin observe from the shadows. Nami remarks, "This is Admiral Kizaru. He is indeed formidable." Robin adds, "His devil fruit ability is quite powerful and troublesome. His speed is astonishing, his attacks fierce. His martial prowess seems equally impressive." Robin analyzes the, "Oh dear, look who has arrived." Kizaru suddenly turns his gaze towards the two, recognizing them as his primary targets. In an instant, he materializes before Nami and Robin, scanning for threats as he inquires, "Where is Tianyue? Is he attempting to ambush me?" The youth of today are truly remarkable. Each one seems a monster in their own right. Kizaru remains cautious, refraining from acting impulsively, for he has witnessed the pitiable state of Akiji. The first rule of acting is to maintain impeccable performance. The second is to ensure one's own safety at all costs. Engaging in a life-or-death struggle is of little consequence. What matters is to secure a flawless exit. With eyes sharp as lightning, Robin and Nami, understanding each other's intentions perfectly, launch their surprise attack. Thousand flower hands, dozens of arms suddenly sprout from all directions, either ensnaring Kizaru or preparing to strike. Kizaru chuckles lightly. "Oh dear, how terrifying it is, but I must continue to perform." Robin smiles teasingly. "Is that so?" Instantly activating her devil fruit ability, Kizaru's expression shifts dramatically, his eyes widening. What? How is this possible? His powers vanish in an instant, and he begins to plummet from the sky. Before he can react, Nami's attack descends with lightning speed. 100 million volts. Double thunder spear. Nami unleashes her most potent attack immediately. Boom! A thunder spear explodes at its tip, enveloped in crackling lightning. One spear pierces through Kizaru's Busashoko hockey defense, igniting a searing heat at the point of contact as it penetrates his body. Thunder roars and violent explosions erupt around Kizaru. Their strikes, once they begin, unleash a tempest of fury. This technique, learned from Tianyue. With pupils dilated in alarm, Kizaru was engulfed by excruciating pain that surged through his body. The violent explosions relentlessly eroded his haki, causing his entire form to tremble beneath the onslaught of lightning. He was battered by two opponents, penetrating through 4 skyscrapers before finally coming to a halt. This esteemed admiral, a master of deception, had always been the most elusive, the most joyous, and the most unflappable of leaders. Armed with formidable devil fruit powers and exceptional acting skills, he had only ever played the role of others. This was the first time he found himself outmaneuvered, that a single misstep had led to this predicament. Brought down by 2 young girls. Though it was an ambush, their capabilities and battle instincts were astonishingly formidable. The potential of these 2 girls was 100-fold more perilous than that of Tianyu. For the first time in his life, Kizaru bore a serious and grave expression. After so many years, he found himself in such a disheveled state. Seeing their plan succeed, Robin and Nami displayed expressions of delight. Their surprise attack had caught Kizaru off guard, allowing them to accomplish their initial tactical objective, even if they could not decisively defeat an admiral in one strike. Robin swiftly distanced herself, launching an offensive as she activated her devil fruit ability. The Hana no Mi, in a continuous barrage. 1,000 flowers sealed dark water. Kizaru's face contorted in discomfort. Before he could remove the arms restraining him, his powers limited, he was propelled towards the dark thicket. that Robin had set up nearby. The proud heart of a once-defeated warrior shattered in an instant. Nami, having seized the moment, swiftly brought forth her weather baton, firing 2 shots in the sky to initiate the universal thunderstorm, just in case. A tempest arose, the sky darkening ominously as thunder rumbled and lightning crackled. Bolts of lightning descended, cascading like rain. Aware that to conquer Kazoo, they could not afford to hold back. They needed to execute a seamless collaboration. Even the slightest opportunity could spell disaster. Swiftly changing her weapon, Nami manifested a multitude of cannon barrels in her hands, the lightning surging forth as she predicted the trajectory of her attack. Wind Thunder electromagnetic cannon. The azure projectiles, tinged with blue-white arcs of electricity, flew forth at breakneck speed, creating a fleeting arc of white. As Kazuru approached the flowered thicket, he hastily removed the arms binding him and launched a counterattack. Continuous laser. His fingertips unleashed a barrage of laser beams, aiming to inflict severe damage on Robin. The core threat that he knew that only by neutralizing her could he evade Nami's assault and turn the tide. He required merely 1 or 2 seconds. Unfazed, Robin immediately retaliated, showing no intention of dodging. Darkwater hand gunpoint. The black thicket loomed before Kazuru like a beast bearing its fangs, closing in as the laser sped towards him at an astonishing rate. At the same time, numerous arms re-emerged from Kazuru, sealing his powers and compressing his haki like a spring ready to unleash. In a critical moment, Nami stepped in front of Robin, unleashing her stored lightning attack. Lightning laser cannon. A colossal beam of laser light instantly engulfed the nearby laser beams, creating a clash of light and electricity. Whoever possessed greater momentum and power would prevail. The inertia propelled Nami and Robin backwards as they forcefully directed the lasers toward Kazuru, carving deep trenches into the ground. This was the precise moment Nami's attack succeeded, arriving faster than Kazuru could summon aid. Should Robin be vanquished, their advantage would evaporate instantaneously, both in physical prowess and haki. They were inferior to Kazuru, whose speed matched Nami's. If he seized an opportunity, Robin would be the most vulnerable. Should Robin's safety falter, Nami's relentless barrage would be rendered ineffective against Kazoo. Both Nami and Kazuru possessed extraordinary speed. Even a moment's delay could mean failure. Their synergy was impeccable. Nami's observation haki allowed her to predict attacks with precision, overwhelming Kazuru once more beneath the weight of their formidable onslaught, in mere seconds. The outcome was apparent. The laser and electromagnetic cannon struck almost simultaneously. Kazuru, caught in a dual assault, lay within the massive crater, his body enveloped in smoke and electricity. Then, the sky unleashed a torrential downpour of thunderbolts as Nami continued her relentless barrage. Half of the island was stripped of greenery, reduced to charred earth beneath the storm. Though her strength faltered, the powerful recoil left her arm, wielding the weather baton, trembling, drenched in sweat. The compressed lightning had been stored in 6 empty shells, ready to charge the singular laser shell upon attack. Robin, with little time to spare, utilized her observation haki to unleash her ability once more. Thousand Flowers wheeled Darkwater 6-gun. The pitiful Kazuru, having neglected his training, now suffered the consequences, lying there, struck by lightning. Nami panted, "I was reckless. I should have deactivated the laser attack immediately." "No worries. We VE1," declared Robin as Kazuru, unable to react, was pierced by 8 armed haki-infused limbs. "This outcome is both exhilarating and unexpected," Nami exclaimed. "Quick, grab the fruit," Robin urged. In a flash, Nami appeared before the near-mortal Kazuru, retrieving the fruit and raising the spear of lightning. In an ancient realm of utmost technology, a deep and tranquil void devoid of sunlight existed, the only illumination obscured by a grand portal. The air hung heavy with a chilling mist, where even the slightest footfall resonated ominously. Tianyu stood beside a straw hat, observing it for a time before realizing it was merely an ordinary hat. Disappointed, he lifted it only to uncover a gravestone beneath. Nothing more. Whose grave it was mattered little to him. He carelessly replaced the hat and continued his aimless exploration. Oblivious to a faint crimson glow flickering on the door, subtle and difficult to discern this time, he traversed a long, dim corridor, emerging once more into a sunlit haven. filled with the sounds of chirping birds and blooming flowers. It was a pleasant little courtyard, ordinary yet vibrant, reminiscent of a scene found in any village that a grand tree stood in the center, a curious squirrel perched on a high branch, observing this unfamiliar guest. Next to the tree lay a vegetable garden, brimming with fresh produce, the earth freshly turned, a hoe resting against the door. Astonished, Tianyu wandered about the courtyard. Could this be the ultimate pursuit of the king of the world? To emerge from the mundane, only to return to it? He found this notion baffling, even somewhat absurd. The idyllic sentiment of plucking chrysanthemums by the eastern fence. A leisurely gaze at the southern mountains crossed his mind, but he dismissed it without hesitation. The youth had no need to contemplate such a life of retirement. As he approached the house, his steps traced a half-circle in the courtyard, completing a leisurely stroll around. The dwelling consisted of 3 thatched cottages with red earthen walls. Beside the house was a toilet. Directly opposite the door stood a chicken coop. Entering, the wooden door creaked disconcertingly. The floor was clean and level. The 3 rooms interconnected, creating a spacious atmosphere. Inside, a desk and a chair awaited, sunlight streaming through the window to illuminate a bed, the curtains fluttering gently in the breeze. A world map depicting the Pirate King's realm adorned the wall. Yet conspicuously absent were the kitchen and the necessary utensils for dining. Contemplating this, he felt a sudden urge for sustenance to alleviate his boredom and pass the time. This exploration had proven lackluster, full of initial promise yet lacking substance. Approaching the desk, he noted a section for books atop, while beneath lay the space for writing. A watch, an open notebook, and an unidentified book rested there. And then, his bounty, a bounty poster. Tianyu's gaze fixated intently on the golden gleam of the mechanical watch glistening in the sunlight. Memories flooded back as he pondered whether he had seen anyone else possessing such a timepiece during his travels. The answer was no. The diary lay open, a photograph of the moon tucked inside, but the accompanying text eluded his comprehension. Essay night. He naturally held no interest in others' privacy. He slipped the watch onto his wrist. Glancing around to gauge its fit, it felt remarkably suitable, stirring memories of his homeland. Truly successful individuals seem to require a fine watch, regardless of necessity. Suddenly, a pressing urge to relieve himself surged forth, prompting him to turn and head to the toilet. The moment he opened the small wooden door, he was instantly rooted to the spot, unable to regain his composure for a long while. The sense of simplicity and ordinariness that the rustic courtyard had imparted to him was immediately obliterated, shattering his limited worldview that he vowed to himself that in all his years he had never encountered such opulence and luxury. A fragrant restroom that could rival a palace, an abode that was fragrant, noble, and evoked a profound sense of reverence. Tianyu self-deprecatingly chuckled. How exquisite! I expected a mere pit latrine, but indeed, it is worthy of being the restroom of the king of the world. To experience such a splendid lavatory in his lifetime would surely be fulfilling, providing ample fodder for conversation in the years to come. Am I truly a bumpkin? No, certainly not. I am a hero who roams the world. What have I not seen? This restroom is simply the perfect complement to my noble stature. After a moment, his expression of rapture turned peculiar. This lavish restroom contained only a vanity, devoid of any facilities for relieving oneself. He reluctantly searched around twice, attempting to uncover any hidden high-tech mechanisms. He suppressed his instincts, fearing he might miss an extraordinary initial experience in this luxurious restroom. Could it be that I am truly unworthy of this? With a sigh, he exited the restroom and, under the shade of a tall tree by the vegetable patch, he discreetly fulfilled his urgent need. After shaking off and adjusting his attire, just as he was about to turn away, a gentle, melodious voice resonated, reminiscent of a lark song, stirring unwarranted fantasies in the hearts of those who heard it. How do you find my courtyard? After all these years, you're still my first guest. Tianyu's face, frozen in place, reflected an astonishing array of emotions, feelings that he himself was unaware of, yet they were fully manifested. His first reaction was, this is the voice of a woman, an exceedingly beautiful woman, exuding an enchanting fragrance. The sensation felt ordinary, indicating she was not a master, thus suggesting she was not the true Imu. His nose twitched involuntarily, a silent understanding passing between them. Your courtyard is splendid. Especially that restroom. Truly a paragon of excellence. As he spoke, he suddenly realized he was still clad in the garb of the celestial dragon, and a sense of luck welled up within him. I must say, I am lost and stumbled in here by accident. Do you believe me, beautiful lady? The woman's voice echoed once more. Stop pretending. You are not a celestial dragon. Her tone remained as gentle and melodious as ever. Unable to resist, Tianyu squinted with delight. Thinking this must be Imu's woman, an excellent idea suddenly sprang to his mind. Unable to contain himself, he let out a long sigh, his voice trembling as he turned his back and said, I did not expect to be discovered by you. The woman laughed. Are you a fool? Celestial dragons are not as robust as you. This is merely the charm of a man. Do you like it? Upon hearing this, Tianyu could not help but laugh, striking a pose of strength. What is your name? The woman inquired. I am Tianyu, a chivalrous hero. His tone carried a hint of jealousy as he candidly remarked. Imu is indeed a lecher. No wonder he hides away here. If I had a beauty like you, I would certainly take you out to see the world. With a face flushed with embarrassment, Tianyu turned, experiencing his first outburst of acting prowess, which left him both excited and nervous. Simultaneously, he had made a certain decision in his heart that he desired this woman to join him on his vessel. He wanted to take her away from this place. He intended to steal the heart of the king of the world. However, upon seeing the visage before him, he felt a wave of unease wash over him, his fervor instantly chilling to ice. Being close enough, he could see her clearly. She was clad in a black robe, adorned with a tall crown and a black mask, revealing a pair of crimson eyes and delicate lips. A glance at her chest confirmed its fullness. Yet she did not appear entirely human, or rather, she was not human in the conventional sense. Compared to humans, she resembled a robot or a cyborg. Nearly half of her form was mechanical, and through the seams of her black robe, one could even discern the intricate machinery within. Tianyu, astonished, exclaimed, Are you truly a robot? The female robot replied. From your human perspective, I indeed qualify as a robot. You are Imu, an intelligent robot, the king behind the celestial dragons. Imu affirmed, Indeed, I am the sovereign ruling this world. The naming has not been uttered for a long time. Nor have I heard the term intelligent robot in ages. Tianyu inquired. What transpired 800 years ago? Imu responded. Under our leadership, we overthrew the old regime and established a new one that we were born from it, only to propel it toward annihilation. For the sake of this world, we had to do so. You humans are emotional and uncontrollable. If left unchecked, you will ultimately face extinction once more, based on your age and genes. You are not their descendants, yet you seem to know much, Tianyu remarked. I truly did not expect that the king of the world would be a robot, and no wonder you have lived for 8 centuries. No wonder you avoid public appearances. I wonder if the 5 elders are aware of your true identity. Imu replied. The 5 elders you mentioned, are certainly unaware. After I gained consciousness, such a crisis ceased to exist. Tianyu asked, What about the other robots? Imu stated, For the peace and stability of the world, they chose to depart. Tianyu questioned, Have you never attempted to become human? Imu probed, You seem to know a great deal. Who exactly are you? Moreover, your genes are somewhat different. You found that devil fruit, did you not? In my calculations, the appearances of Roger and Monkey D. Luffy are quite normal. It seems unusual for someone like you to exist. Tianyu's expression turned frosty, realizing that this robot was gradually analyzing him. Their conversation came to an abrupt halt, the atmosphere growing eerie and heavy. Imu declared, This world must not encounter unexpected events. Reincarnation is necessary, and balance is essential. Tianyu replied, Before Roger, there was Roger. After Roger, there remains Roger. Am I correct? You truly should venture outside to observe. Have you never questioned your own decisions? Imu asserted, In my calculations, humanity must not deviate from the rules I have established. While there may be some shortcomings, it is ultimately effective that IT has been this way for 8 centuries. Without error, you are the only exception. Return my timekeeping watch to me. Imu suddenly commanded, and although it was harsh, it was a necessity for the continuation of humanity. Tianyu retreated a few steps, on guard. You are lying. You are not purely a robot. You are, in fact, a cyborg. Imu's gaze turned icy as a sword materialized in her hand, suddenly lunging forward, asking, "How did you discover that?" Tianyu sneered, retaliating with his sword, stating, "I merely spoke without thought. Moreover, why should a robot favor the celestial dragons? Is it merely because they are foolish? Or are you concocting tales to deceive a simpleton in my presence?" The two engaged in a fierce clash of their haki. The purplish-red lightning crackling violently in all directions, everything around them being effortlessly flattened and shredded before the overwhelming might of their wills. An intense sense of oppression swept through Myriad in the blink of an eye. Tianyu's haki was completely subdued, the area of its influence rapidly diminishing as his body began to retreat under the immense pressure. Cold sweat broke out on Tianyu's brow. This level of haki was far beyond his means. Imu's sword struck with varying speeds, playing with him like a cat with a mouse, her tone flat as she asked, "Have you been to the moon?" As she spoke, she gathered strength and struck, sending Tianyu hurtling into a distant mountainside. She quickly pursued, delivering another blow. "What are you hesitating for, you scoundrel?" Tianyu suddenly unleashed a sword strike, as if every ordinary attack from a top-tier swordsman were akin to a grand technique. This was not a matter of intention, but rather a testament to their prowess. His mastery of the sword had ascended to the pinnacle of this world. Yet now, Tianyu beheld a path of unfathomable possibilities ahead of him. This road to the zenith harbored even loftier peaks. Clang! Im's blade intercepted Tianyu's, their gazes locking in an intense confrontation, engaging in a fierce melee where only the purest martial arts were at play. Anything else was mere frivolity. In such a brief span of time, to possess such formidable physicality was indeed a testament that he could not be allowed to remain. Each blow resonated with the penetrating power of armament haki, and every clash was a release entwined with conqueror's haki. Tianyu spat out broken teeth, his voice hoarse. "I won't back down, come at me, old monster." The very castle trembled and crumbled under their violent exchanges, horrifying slashes carving deep fissures into the earth. The residual force of their battle grew ever more formidable, ensnaring the surrounding structures in its wake. Tianyu's fists had sustained grievous fractures from their initial clash, his chest rising and falling erratically from the impacts dealt by Im, as armament haki was continuously dispersed and reconstituted. His observation haki reached its zenith, matching the velocity of his adversary's strikes. Im's conqueror's haki exuded a harrowing aura, existing on an entirely different plane of power. It was as formidable as a tangible weapon. Truly, he was a monster who had lived for 8 centuries. Blood streamed from the corner of Tianyu's mouth. He could only passively defend against each of Im's strikes, his body accumulating scars, yet his spirit soared with exhilaration. The sensation of burgeoning strength surged within him, his blood boiling like volcanic magma, transforming him into a figure seemingly ablaze. "Ha! I see what you're concerned about. Is it this watch? How does a king of this world fear it?" "Those parasites of this era deserve nothing less than death," Im coldly declared. "You have one more chance, little brat. Join the world government, and I shall spare your life. Trust me, you lack the power to refuse. That watch will not serve as your talisman. For 8 centuries, no one has ever wielded it." "Haha, has your brain rusted like machinery?" Tianyu mocked. Entirely Tianyu felt an overwhelming dryness in his mouth. As if he were ensconced within a furnace, he discovered that a radiant golden sun loomed directly above him, its rays of fiery energy drifting towards his body, penetrating through his skin, ears, nose, and mouth. Apart from the sweltering heat, he experienced no other sensations. The left side of his wrist, adorned with a watch, emitted incessant beeping sounds, until the sun in the sky gradually split into 2 halves. In the next moment, the colossal sun plummeted swiftly towards the earth, startling Tianyu into a state of bewilderment. No, to be precise, he was hurtling towards the sun, with a sense of resignation and acceptance. Tianyu thought, "Am I destined to perish?" As that thought crossed his mind, his body completely entered the sun. Simultaneously, 3 moons rushed from a distance, ultimately merging seamlessly with the blazing sun, strangely, as Tianyu awaited his demise. He felt neither pain nor death, merely a slight warmth. The golden watch on his left wrist transformed into a flowing liquid, voraciously absorbing the surrounding energy, a portion of which was assimilated by his body. What on earth is happening? Tianyu widened his eyes, hastily pounding his chest to regain his composure from the brink of panic. Is this science fiction or fantasy? My wounds have healed, and I no longer feel hunger. My body seems to be in better shape. Tianyu inhaled a breath of scorching air, the essence of the sun. Perhaps it could use a hint of cumin. 3 hours later, the sun vanished. The watch transitioned from a lavish golden design to a sleek, understated elegance. Tianyu fiddled with it, projecting a grand image. The backdrop was pitch black, with bright white lines and beautiful blue dots resembling a celestial ocean, appearing otherworldly. The phrase "free will" was inscribed on the image. Is this a treasure map? I'm not a pirate. How much could this possibly be worth? Confused, Tianyu casually dismissed the treasure map. He decided not to dwell on the inexplicable, thus sparing himself considerable trouble. Glancing below at the moon, he contemplated venturing there when, in the next instant, he inexplicably found himself on the moon. Wow! Tianyu gazed in sheer delight at the watch on his wrist. He would be loath to part with it, even under duress. Selling it? What use is money? With this, wouldn't I infuriate that wretched him? He chuckled, entirely forgetting that he was still unclothed. Oh, divine being, oh, divine being! While Tianyu chuckled foolishly, a group of small robots had gathered around him, affectionately rubbing against his legs, their eyes brimming with tears of joy, babbling excitedly. Initially, Tianyu had intended to scold them, but seeing their endearing demeanor quelled his anger. They were indeed his lucky stars. A drop of kindness merits a fountain of gratitude. As a hero, how could he be any different? Clearing his throat, Tianyu asked to him, "Do you have any wishes? I will do my utmost to fulfill them." "Oh, divine being, we hope you can help us eliminate the cosmic pirates." Yes, they have harmed many of our friends." "Ah, it's time for me to act heroically," Tianyu exclaimed. "Rest assured, stay here while I go and deal with those pirates." His spirits soared to unprecedented heights. The small robots parted, gazing at their divine being with admiration. "Oh, divine being, your weapons point." One little robot brought forth 2 swords. Tianyu had been contemplating retrieving his own sword, and with joy, he accepted the swords. "Wait for me a moment. I'll be right back." With that, he activated his observation haki and quickly located the cosmic pirate crew, who were currently advancing towards him. After a brief contemplation, Tianyu realized they were likely drawn here by his presence. Standing bare, his figure flickered and vanished before the fervent gaze of his little fans. Wow, truly the divine being. We shall never be bullied again. Tianyu faced the disfigured, seemingly genetically mutated cosmic pirates, drawing his sword without a moment's hesitation. With a swift motion, he unleashed a tremendous slash, cleaving everything in its path. His form flickered through the expansive dark sky over 30 times, delivering 50 strikes in total, annihilating the entire cosmic pirate fleet without leaving a single survivor. This time, he was meticulous, for he intended to finalize this matter before departing, ensuring the complete eradication of the robot's threat. With a thought, he appeared beside Nami. "Nami, I'm back." Nami, poised with a thunder spear and ready to strike a fatal blow against Admiral Kazu, was startled by his sudden appearance. "You idiot! You nearly scared me to death." "Ah!" Nami quickly covered her eyes, blushing as she peeked through her fingers at Tianyu, conjuring a set of clothes out of thin air and handing them to him. "Pervert! Hurry up and put this on." Tianyu chuckled, swiftly donning the attire, and then turned to the pitiful figure of Admiral Kazu. "Did you and Robin do this?" Nami replied proudly. "Impressive, isn't it?" Tianyu nodded. "Indeed, quite remarkable. This fellow is someone I couldn't even hope to capture." Robin chimed in. "Admiral Kazu's physical skills are his weak point. Otherwise, we might be the unfortunate ones." Nami raised the thunder spear again. But Tianyu stopped her. "This guy isn't too bad. Did he strike at you?" Nami and Robin nodded in unison. "It was terrifying." Tianyu replied nonchalantly. "Then let's finish him off. Remember to gather plenty of the shimmering fruits. They are quite rare." At his words, Nami produced dozens of fruits, and with a swift thrust of the thunder spear, the concealed actor Kazu met his end. Tianyu picked up a shimmering fruit and pondered. This fruit should go to Robin. It will enhance her speed. Robin shook her head in refusal. I don't want to overly rely on the powers of the devil fruit. Admiral Kizaru is a prime example. Once my hockey and physical skills improve, I'll develop the techniques you mentioned, and my strength will surpass anyone.as for speed. The spring fruit is sufficient, and I still have a long way to go in mastering it. Too much of anything is not good. It wouldn't be beneficial for my growth. Tianyu then inquired, what about Nami? Nami immediately shook her head. Robin is right. Too much of anything isn't good. I will focus on developing my current abilities and work hard on my physical skills. That devil fruit is better suited for you. Your physical skills in hockey are already strong enough. Tianyu nodded, stowing away the shimmering fruit. Let's leave first. I'm worried that old monster might come looking for us. And then I won't be able to protect you too. With that, he placed his hands on Nami and Robin, and with a thought, the three of them were already aboard the Thousand Sunny. What speed? Nami stared at Tianyu in astonishment. Robin was equally taken aback. How did you do that? Tianyu proudly showcased the watch on his wrist. I found it while scavenging in Myriad. Isn't it great? Robin remarked, next time, if you pull such a stunt, you must inform us. Nami sighed, you idiot. You really are reckless. Tianyu laughed, all right, I'm fine, so let's hurry and leave. That old monster is no ordinary foe. Once we're far enough away, I'll go and provoke him. He casually pondered the uses of the watch. Robin and Nami, reassured of their safety, allowed him to continue, promptly starting the Thousand Sunny to make their swift departure. Not only had the great Bossum gone mad, but one of the five elders was also missing. The world government had once again issued a hefty bounty, and the CP organization remained silent, cowering in the shadows. Meanwhile, Admiral Sengoku of the Navy was also driven to madness, and Garp no longer exhibited his usual jovial demeanor. The entire Navy headquarters was engulfed in a pall of fear. Admiral Kizaru, who had finally taken the initiative for a mission, had simply vanished. The pirates upon the vast ocean erupted into jubilant cheers, believing that the valiant hero Tianyu had succumbed to the relentless pressures of the Navy and the world government. A bounty notice was swiftly issued, and the Navy once again sought to recruit soldiers. The bounty on Tianyu soared to an astounding 5 billion berries, a figure that the world government deemed trivial. Merely a token gesture, Nami's bounty stood at 2 billion berries, while Robin's was set at 2.5 billion berries. Recently, the world government had been persistently harassed by Tianyu, particularly the king of the world, Sama, who was nearing a state of exasperation. Each day had grown increasingly tense, arduous, and wearisome for him. For the first time in 8 centuries, he felt the weight of helplessness as he witnessed his most loyal subordinates fall before his eyes. One after another, while he remained powerless to intervene. Tianyu's speed was truly monstrous. Even when employing all his trump cards, he could not mitigate the prowess of the king. 3 months later, Garp finally located Tianyu. Accompanied by the blind swordsman Yi Xiao and the red-haired Shanks pirate crew. Upon seeing Garp, Tianyu was overjoyed, and his excitement led him to act before exchanging words. Observing Garp's battered visage, he grinned broadly and exclaimed, "Ah, what a rare guest, Vice Admiral Garp." Garp retorted gruffly, "You little rascal, what exactly do you intend to do?" He had resigned himself to the reality that he was no match for Tianyu. Yi Xiao interjected, "Hero Tianyu, I have come to personally inquire if you still embody the spirit of a chivalrous protector." Without hesitation, Tianyu replied, "Of course, I have always targeted only the wicked." "And what of Admiral Kizaru?" Garp pressed. Tianyu responded, "He bullied my girl, only to be outmatched by her in return. What more is there to discuss? Do not tell me you do not wish to capture the two of them." Garp scoffed, "Of course I do. I even want to capture you, you little brat." "Haha, if Shanks and Yi Xiao are willing to cooperate, I wouldn't mind giving it a try." Yi Xiao declined, saying as long as Hero Tianyu's stance remains unchanged. "I will not do so. After all, I am a pirate." Shanks waved his hand, stating, "The balance of the sea has been shattered, thrown into utter disarray. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, 2 of the 4 emperors, are stirring with intent. I hope you can step forward to collaborate with the Navy and stabilize the balance of the Grand Line." Tianyu cast a disdainful glance at Shanks, as Nami and Robin served fruit and settled beside him. "I will not cooperate with the Navy.as for the 2 emperors. I shall address the matter personally." Garp grew serious. "You intend to—" Tianyu interjected, naturally to eliminate Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. I believe we could collaborate on this matter, Garp proposed. Tianyu firmly rejected him. No, absolutely not. I do not wish to be stabbed in the back. Yi Xiao declared, I am a free man, willing to lend Hero Tianyu a helping hand. Tianyu smiled, saying, Then I would like to formally invite Mr. Yi Xiao aboard. I wonder. I will be delighted. Yi Xiao replied immediately. Garp's expression twitched, and the words he had intended to say were swallowed back. He was well aware of Yi Xiao's formidable strength, a solid admiral-level power, combined with Tianyu and his two companions. He found himself at a loss for words, inwardly lamenting when Sengoku would finally retire. He could hardly wait any longer. Shanks, with a grave demeanor, asked Tianyu, What is your perspective on the world government? Tianyu regarded Shanks oddly and replied, If I were to tell you that the entire world is under the control of a cyborg, would you believe me? Above the allied nations, there exists another king. Would you believe that as well? This was deliberately intended to infuriate that fellow. Perhaps, when you meet the five elders, you might also encounter that world king. This last remark was directed at Shanks. Yi Xiao and Garp exchanged peculiar glances, both awaiting Shanks' response. The fact that Shanks, one of the four emperors, had ties to the former supreme force of the world government, the five elders, was enough to spark wild speculation. What on earth is his true identity? Shanks' expression suddenly turned impassive. Tianyu interrupted him, saying, You need not explain. I recognize you as a free pirate, or rather, a navigator. All of this is merely for the sake of maintaining the balance of the sea. Even if you were a celestial dragon, it matters not, as long as you do not commit evil or seek trouble with me. I will not meddle. Garp and Yi Xiao exchanged warm smiles, their previous worries dissipating. Shanks stared at Tianyu, incredulously. I must concede, your sense of chivalry truly knows no bounds. That I am not a celestial dragon. Or rather, I am merely a pirate with celestial dragon blood. I prefer the freedom of being a pirate, as you said, a navigator. Garp inquired, Well, the world king. The old man was quite pleased. The beating he had received was not in vain. Shanks replied earnestly, I only just learned of this myself. Yi Xiao asked, Mr. Tianyu, have you met her? Tianyu responded, Not only have I met her, but I also nearly lost my life at her hands. Then how did you survive? Garp pressed immediately. Tianyu rolled his eyes. You should ask her yourself. Garp shook his head. I'm afraid. Let us leave it at that. Shanks inquired upon hearing this news, Do you not have any thoughts? Tianyu and Yi Xiao turned to Garp, curious to hear the perspective of this naval hero. Garp chuckled straightforwardly. Of course I am displeased. If I could rebel, I would be the first to do so. However, since even young hero Tianyu is not her match, I can only endure in silence. Tianyu chuckled in response. Rest assured, she is a woman, and a woman imbued with the powers of multiple devil fruits. If we have Akiji freeze a sufficient amount of seawater, perhaps we may succeed. Garp laughed. By your words, if that is the case, I can simply use a piece of sea prism stone to subdue her. You young rascal are so powerful. Having gone there so many times, have you never attempted it? Shanks remarked, It is likely not that simple. Is a cyborg truly human? Would she fear water after consuming a devil fruit? Surely she must have contingencies in place. His eyes gleamed with anticipation as he looked at Tianyu. Tianyu shook his head. I do not know. All I am aware of is that when she attacked me, her body exhibited the abilities of a Zoan-type devil fruit. He would not foolishly divulge all his information, as that could easily expose his own abilities. He was a cunning fox. Well, everyone, our conversation has reached its conclusion. The balance of the sea shall return to its former state. Let us each return to our own affairs. Before departing, Garp made sure to remind, Little brat, remember your words. We in the Navy shall henceforth be allies, and you must not lay a hand on us again. Without waiting for Tianyu's response, he vanished in a flash. Robin smiled. Mr. Yi Xiao, your belongings are over there. Let us move them aboard and assist you with the cleanup. Yi Xiao chuckled. Ha ha, old man here travels light. One bed is sufficient for me. I look forward to your care in the future. Nami beamed. Welcome aboard, Mr. Yi Xiao. Our finances are managed collectively, so please entrust your berries and other valuables to me for safekeeping. May I keep a little for myself? Yi Xiao inquired if he wished to retain some gambling funds for when the urge struck. That Nami's eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course, of course. I will calculate the interest at the lowest rate. After all, we are all on the same side. Yi Xiao burst into laughter. No wonder Hero Tianyu is so principled. It all makes sense now. Shanks added, such an important occasion calls for a celebration. Tianyu exclaimed joyfully. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hold a feast at once. Shanks, quickly lend me your cook. Garp suddenly returned. Huh. Old man wants to join the fun. You don't mind, do you? As he spoke. He had already seated himself beside Shanks, throwing an arm around his shoulders. I nearly forgot. My grandson Luffy has set sail to become a pirate, and I owe you my gratitude. Shanks managed a strained smile. This is Tianyu's feast. Garp, with his affable grin, replied, No worries. Once the feast concludes, we shall have a grand banquet of our own. The banquet, a concert beneath the azure sky and cerulean sea, unfolded with not a cloud in sight. That night, golden rays shimmered vibrantly. Tianyu, with the glistening fruit, conjured the effect of a dazzling spotlight. The revelry continued aboard 2 vessels, filled with laughter and mirth. Men, liberated by the wine, sought amusement in every conceivable manner. Regardless of their prior associations, a few rounds of drinks transformed them into brothers, embracing camaraderie and casting aside their inhibitions. Dala dala dong dong da, dala dala dong dong da. I am on an adventure, seeking treasure. While you stand as a champion of justice, amidst the tempestuous waves, regardless of life or death, 3 feet above the grave lies a new abode, swaying, swaying, ceaselessly swaying. The golden light flickered above, pulsating music resonated through the sky, and the exuberant crowd swayed and lost themselves in ecstasy. Tianyu, accompanied by Nami and Robin, stood elevated, twisting and unleashing electrifying beats with her sound shell. Gentlemen, do not cease. Dance with abandon. I am the most dashing among the navy. With a flushed face, Garp donned sunglasses, clutching a goblet, the red wine swirling within. His justice cape billowed with authority as he occupied center stage, stepping in rhythm with the music, embodying the essence of a lead dancer. The crew of the red-haired pirates followed suit, bobbing their heads in unison, their eyes gleaming with admiration. Dance God, dance God. A bunch of inexperienced young pirates. In my heyday, I too was the most dazzling lead dancer for miles around. My tango was unparalleled. That is how it all began. Garp, embracing a diminutive pirate, suddenly twisted his waist, laying the youth flat, saying, Do you understand, kid? The plump Locky Lou responded, Vice Admiral Garp, we are mostly single fellows. Please do showcase your unparalleled dance moves. Rocksta added, Vice Admiral Garp, you are our master. Nameless one chime, yes, yes, Vice Admiral Garp, please teach us the tango. Garp laughed boastfully, Ahaha, once you learn my dance, I guarantee you'll each find your soulmate, become paired off with wives and children. Warm and cozied at red-haired Shanks observed his crew dancing along with Garp, feeling his pride at stake, and in a fit of rage. Resolved to reclaim his status as one of the 4 emperors, Ben Beckman quickly devised a plan. How can this bunch follow that old fool Garp and dance? Ben Beckman replied, Captain, remain calm. Shanks urged, Look at their eager eyes. I must outshine that old fool Garp, or my pirate crew shall be doomed. Ben Beckman, with a sudden glint in his eye, said, Shanks, I do have a method, though I fear you. Shanks interrupted, Speak freely. I have no reservations, Ben Beckman excitedly declared. The only way to surpass Garp is to astound everyone. How can we astonish everyone? Shanks inquired eagerly. Moments later, already intoxicated, Shanks wasted no time and donned a grass skirt, as per Ben Beckman's suggestion. With subtle makeup enhancing his grace, he outshone even the fairest maiden on the seas. Ben Beckman, captivated, downed 3 large cups of wine and exclaimed, Absolutely stunning. Shanks approached the central mast, twisting and leaping, performing a whimsical dance. Before long, he switched to a stool, then to a railing and rope. Nami and Robin stared in disbelief, while Tianyu cheered loudly. Shanks is amazing. Captain, you rock. With a flushed face, Shanks, satisfied, lifted his proud neck and tossed a provocative glance at Garp. The ever-enthusiastic Ba exchanged a knowing gesture with Tianyu, signaling for a music change. The melody seamlessly aligned with Shanks' dance, as he discreetly pocketed the berry handed to him by Ben Beckman. With a grin, he downed his drink. Brother, you know how to handle things. Ben Beckman swayed his hips, smiling inexplicably. There we the pirate heroes cannot allow an old Navy man to take the lead. As the music began anew. He bobbed his head. Brother, you make a valid point. Ben Beckman declared, let me take the lead. With that, he changed into a costume and approached Shanks, and the two began to dance together. Monkey D. Dragon, originally seeking an audience with Tianyue, was unexpectedly pulled over by his eager father Garp. Come son, let us sway together, let us dance, Dragon weakly protested. Father, I came to find Tianyue to discuss. Garp's expression darkened slightly. What? After years apart. Have you forgotten the love I have for you? Dragon hastily shook his head. I haven't forgotten. T nervously touched his face, wishing to avoid another encounter. Fortunately, his father's affection had morphed into a playful punch. Otherwise, even his son might bear the brunt. Garp chuckled contentedly, while Dragon, overwhelmed by the scent of alcohol, felt nauseous yet restrained. Ahaha. My son is dutiful. Come, dance with your father and overshadow that red-haired rascal. Below deck, Sabo and Ace exchanged glances. One was there to assist, the other to mediate. Yet they were witnessing a spectacle like never before. Their grandfather dancing with their godfather was nothing compared to the sight of the formidable Emperor Shanks clad in a grass skirt, dancing the conga alongside first mate Ben Beckman. Sabo remarked, Have they gone mad? Ace quickly retrieved a Dindon Mushy, grinning mischievously. This must be recorded. Whitebeard will surely find it amusing. Sabo asked, Ace, since you call Whitebeard your father, does that not make Whitebeard Garp's son? Ace fell silent, his smile gradually fading. The connections were too convoluted for him to contemplate. The night of revelry passed, and the following day, Tianyue quietly departed, leaving Garp and Dragon aboard Shanks' ship. As for Sabo, he now bore a swollen head, hiding behind Ace with a contrite expression. Farewell, mighty hero Tianyue, he said. Ace added, Thank you, mighty hero Tianyue, for showing mercy. Tianyue scoffed, A revolutionary. Dare to use the dragon claw technique before me again. And I shall cleave you with a sword that I wouldn't dare. Please, take care, Sabo genuinely feared, resembling a frightened chick before Tianyue. With pride, Tianyue turned and entered the cabin. Shortly after, he earnestly joined Nami and Robin in learning to read, their melodious recitations swelling his heart with pride. The little gray wolf finally savored the two little lambs, relishing the silky warmth of their wool, perfectly complementing the sky and sea. Meanwhile, my Ba, feeling dejected with dark circles under his eyes, struggled to navigate the ship. Time swiftly passed to noon. My Ba glanced at the still-closed door, shaking his head in resignation as he entered the kitchen. Youthful exuberance. To anyone hungry, a sudden wave of sorrow washed over him. Why was it so quiet? What could they possibly be doing? Instinctively, he activated his observation haki, furrowing his brow in shock, realizing his haki was ineffective. Having been around, he could guess the situation, and his mood darkened further. It was not until the afternoon that Tianyue emerged from the room, greeting my Ba. Good morning, my Ba. He headed toward the kitchen, discovering warm food, knowing it was left by my Ba, and promptly brought the meal into the room. Nami, Robin, it's time to eat. Bang! Tianyue was sent flying by a punch, landing on the ground, looking utterly disgruntled. The young lad, savoring the first taste of such rich temptation, could hardly contain himself. Now, he had developed a passion for reading and was wholly devoted to becoming a diligent student, constantly striving for improvement. Inside, Nami's voice rang out. Damn you, Tianyue, do you think you're a bull? This scoundrel showed no mercy. Robin echoed her complaints. Absolutely shameless. You still have the energy to scold. I'm utterly exhausted. Serves you right, Tianyue mumbled, grumbling from earlier praises to suddenly changing his demeanor. The phrase serves as a metaphor for betrayal or ingratitude. With a light-hearted tone, Yishao inquires, Tianyue, may we discuss a matter? Tianyue responds, Speak freely. I am at your service. Aside from my wife and children, I am willing to part with all my wealth at Yishao, somewhat hesitant and bashful, stammers. Actually, it's not a significant matter. It's just, could you perhaps wait until I disembark before you commence your reading? Certainly, I apologize, Tianyue replies, his face reddening. Thankfully, he had prepared himself. Otherwise, it could have led to an unanticipated live broadcast. With a gurgling sound, Tianyu hears his stomach protesting, prompting him to leap into the kitchen for a hearty meal. After consuming several buckets of rice, he lets out a contented belch and sits beside Yi Xiao, asking, "Did you manage to capture the singing and dancing from last night's gala? Absolutely electrifying." "If we were to sell it to a newspaper," Yi Xiao chuckles, handing over the items to Tianyu and whispering cautiously, "Could you lend me some money?" Tianyu raises an eyebrow and replies without hesitation, "I have no money that you're jesting. With Nami's stringent oversight, how could I possibly procure private funds? This is all I possess." Yi Xiao insists, "I know you have money. Stop pretending. I have a lucrative opportunity in mind." "But I wonder if it would pique your interest?" Tianyu queries, "How do you know I have money?" "I witnessed you receiving quite a bounty from Ben Beckman last night," Yi Xiao replies, feigning despair. "Brother, I am truly destitute. Not a single coin to my name, compounded by my minor indulgences, so Tianyu suggests you, my friend, are impoverished yet still enjoy frivolities. Consider the fifth lady. It would save both effort and money. We are all facing challenges. Let us show mutual understanding." Yi Xiao's expression turns awkward as he clarifies, "I occasionally indulge in a little gambling for fun. Not in that sense. Just consider, could you lend me a bit of money? Once I win, I shall repay you doubled. My observation hockey ensures that I cannot lose. I guarantee your profit." Tianyu, feigning ignorance, remarks, "You ought to consult Nami. She holds the financial reins and is the wealthiest aboard." Yi Xiao, resigned, states, "If I dare to take a single cent from her, I would undoubtedly become her money-making slave for life. The interest is exorbitant." Tianyu laments, "You are quite astute. Unlike me, who, in a moment of carelessness, I have lost track of how much I owe Nami." Yi Xiao assures him, "Your situation is different. You have an opportunity now. Seize it. Leverage your position, turn the tables at a critical moment, and reclaim control over the finances. Do not forget, you are the head of the household now. I shall give it a try." Tianyu concedes, realizing that opportunities must be fought for. "Thanks to my brother for bringing me aboard. Otherwise, I would remain forever mired in obscurity." Yi Xiao gestures with open hands, indicating clarity of intent. Tianyu swiftly hands over the money, declaring, "I entrust everything to you. This is all my wealth." Yi Xiao swiftly stashes it away, assuring him, "Rest assured, my skills and gambling prowess will guarantee your profit. Once we win, we shall keep it discreet." Tianyu excitedly reminds him, "Be sure to hide the winnings. Let us proceed quietly." Yi Xiao chuckles, "I understand, brother. I empathize with your plight." They exchange knowing smiles, understanding each other without words. Suddenly, an explosive sound erupts from a nearby island, causing both to turn in alarm. They observe a naval vessel in distress on the opposite side of the isle. Yi Xiao remarks, "The Navy must be encountering pirates. Should we not investigate?" Tianyu replies, "Certainly, we must go. Their presence seems formidable. It could be a significant pirate." Yi Xiao immediately sets sail toward the commotion, while Tianyu uses his observation hockey to monitor the unfolding battle. Noting that the Navy's aura is equally impressive as they approach, they discern that the fearsome pirate bears a striking resemblance to Whitebeard. With a crescent-shaped beard, a massive and stout physique, and an unattractive visage, he possesses stitched scars on his head and wrist, creating a disjointed appearance. His nose drips with mucus, and he stands taller than Whitebeard, with hair cascading down his back, adorned in braids at the sides. Grasping a large sword, he exhibits immense destructive power, capable of rivaling even the mightiest swordsman. His blade, engulfed in crimson flames, suggests a devil-fruit ability. Tianyu inquires, "Yi Xiao, do you perceive anything unusual?" Yi Xiao responds, "This individual is peculiar. Although he appears to be one person, he exudes multiple presences. You handle that old hag. I shall confront this brute." Tianyu asserts that Yi Xiao cautions, "What if he truly is Whitebeard's son? Then I shall strike him down." Tianyu declares, already charging forward. Yi Xiao warns, "Be cautious. That old hag is treacherous and malevolent. Do not show mercy." "I understand." Yi Xiao hastily steers the ship further away. Battling such a creature could spell doom for the island itself. The fierce wind howls, swirling sand and dust into a mesmerizing storm. The flash of the blade comes unexpectedly, both swift and lethal, leaving the onlookers bewildered. They can only comprehend that the previously daunting foe now lies decapitated. Tianyu's speed matches that of his sword. Comparable to the fate of the five elders, whenever he draws his blade, no one in this world can evade its strike. His speed and swordsmanship are merely a manifestation of his will. Cold, sharp, resilient, and pure. This is the essence of the sword in his grasp. The blade sings as it slices through the air, igniting flames from friction with the atmosphere. The tempest rages, and dust swirls chaotically around him. Before him lies a cleft carved by his sword. Such swiftness, such a resilient blade, such formidable strength. Severing a head is but a trivial feat, however. The true horror lies not in the one wielding the sword, but in the headless body of Edward Weevil, who proclaims himself the son of Whitebeard. Though his head has been severed, the body remains standing, continuing to fight. That it is as if some forbidden shackles have been unleashed, heightening his speed, strength, and overall power, plunging him into a terrifying, bloodthirsty frenzy. Mommy, it hurts. Edward Weevil's disembodied head bellows in agony, a blood-red energy enveloping him, and his naginata shifts into a frenzied assault directed at Tianyu. Since childhood, he has possessed an ironclad strength, never truly harmed by anyone. This strike incites both fury and fear within him. Lacking full mental faculties, he knows no retreat, only a desire for vengeance. As Tianyu prepares to sheath his sword, he reacts instinctively, appearing behind Weevil, who strikes the ground where Tianyu once stood, shattering it to fragments. The headless body retaliates with an even swifter strike, prompting Tianyu to marvel at the head on the ground. Still shouting, as he parries the increasingly frenzied assault with his blade, the Ikadai Ki. What manner of creature is this? Tianyu observes the blood streaming from the creature's neck, transforming into a thick mist that swirls around its form. Miss Bakken, adorned in golden jewelry, and her words were resolute, seemingly devoid of deceit. I do not believe you are. Tianyu deftly blocked Edward Weevil's attack, and struck down once more, severing his arm. Miss Bakken roared, It is not up to you to decide, Weevil. Kill him at once, or I shall be enraged. Mama, please don't be angry. I will kill him immediately. The frenzied Edward Weevil trembled upon hearing this. Launching into a more reckless assault, he was, astonishingly, afraid. The mere ability to instill fear in a mindless killer speaks volumes of this woman's terrifying nature. Sometimes, what is truly fearsome may not be a person, but rather the heart itself. Witnessing a headless body still standing, without a drop of blood spilled, is a sight most rare. Yet, Edward Weevil's strength posed no threat to Tianyu. Their speed and power existed on entirely different planes. Even with the prowess of a general, it mattered not. A menacing aura enveloped his being, ignited by dark red flames that appeared both sinister and savage. When these flames manifested, the surrounding air warped, and the trees and underbrush withered into desolation, leaving a pallid gray in their wake. Tianyu cautiously avoided the flames, examining the grass below, only to find no evidence of scorching. The great tree stood unchanged, its trunk gray and lifeless, devoid of the signs of having been singed. Tianyu, intrigued, yearned to understand the nature of this flame. It radiated a chilling aura rather than the heat of fire. Instinctively recognizing the threat posed by the flames, he refrained from risking entanglement. The headless body of Edward Weevil relentlessly pursued him, growing ever stronger and faster as Tianyu led him in circles around the island. Among the surviving navy, those nearby wept, clutching their heads as a sudden wave of heat surged through them. Dark red flames erupted from their mouths and noses, swiftly reducing them to mere husks. Sensing the escalating power of his opponent and the bizarre flames, Tianyu found himself at a loss, unable to fathom the nature of this ability. It resembled fire, yet was distinctly not fire. Miss Bakken, believing her son held the upper hand, wore a grotesque smile. Edward Weevil, my son, leave your body for Mama. Such a strong physique will surely enhance your might. With that, a smile flickered across her face, and upon hearing her words, she swiftly unleashed a sword strike, the sword's energy arriving in an instant. Remarkably, Miss Bakken evaded it at the critical moment. Another troublesome figure had arrived, Was there not just 2 young maidens on his ship? Miss Bakine furrowed her brow, immediately recognizing the newcomer's identity. A smile shifted slightly, as if she had anticipated this. You are certainly not an ordinary person. Blind little brat, you underestimate people far too much. Miss Bakine swung her cane in a sweeping arc, her prowess as a swordsman unmistakable. If this elderly woman were truly weak, her foolish son would not ensure her safety on the Grand Line. The forest was cleaved at an angle, leaves fluttering and grass falling, stirring up clouds of dust. After merely a few exchanges, cold sweat adorned Miss Bakine's brow. Her age had rendered her power waning. Fortunately, she had consumed the splicing fruit, allowing her to create a formidable entity embodying the strengths of both Whitebeard and Goldlion. Edward Weeble, gravity rebound. A smile drew his sword, activating his fruit-s ability coldly. As a powerful gravitational field exerted pressure outward, forcing his opponent to resist, simultaneously, he launched an attack, altering his technique. Gravity manipulation, gravity blade. Fierce tiger. Struggling to withstand the repulsion, Miss Bakine suddenly felt an overwhelming force pulling her. Her body uncontrollably hurled toward a smile. At that moment, the accumulated gravity in his blade was unleashed, the trajectory releasing a formidable directional force, crushing everything in its path. The dual forces of gravity caught Miss Bakine off guard, leaving her only time for a hasty defense. As she coughed up a mouthful of blood, her aged vitality rapidly deteriorating. Splicing-armed Miss Bakine rallied her strength, withdrawing her sword and plunging her cane into the ground. The sword's energy tearing through the earth, rocks flying to assemble. A smile, witnessing this, suddenly smiled, sheathing his sword, and then swung it fiercely, sending a line of gravitational energy soaring into the sky, awaiting her to form a stone giant. Miss Bakine, seeing this, coldly scoffed, pretending to be divine. My splicing fruit can assemble any object. While speaking, Miss Bakine vanished from her spot, replaced by a colossal stone giant enveloped in armament hockey. A smile looked up, observing the shifting winds and clouds. As a fiery orb descended, fierce winds battering him. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a burning meteorite. A meteor. How could this be possible? Miss Bakine's expression soured. Her assembled giant was but an ant before the meteorite. In that moment, she realized she was no match for this blind fool. You felt a twinge of envy, and a thought arose. If a smile were to put forth the effort, could he bring about a meteor shower upon Myriad? Perhaps even eliminate that abomination. Even if he could not kill her, it would certainly vex her. Edward Weeble ceased his attacks. The head on the ground inquired, "Is that a star?" You looked down, realizing it had turned around and was now facing him, and immediately aimed his sword at the talking head. "It's your grandfather. Hurry and reveal all your abilities." "You little runt, I'll kill you." The severed head of Edward Weeble, in a fit of rage, reignited the flames enveloping him. The head on the ground rapidly transformed into flames, his entire form shifting under the fiery embrace. 2 flames, one large and one small, merged, soon revealing a dog. No, Edward Weeble had transformed into a dog, a hellish 3-headed hound, flames engulfing its form. It stood upright on its hind legs, wielding a large sword with its paws. "Woof, woof, woof. I will kill you." "Hey, don't steal my lines. Woof, both of you shut up. I'm the boss here." The 3 dog heads began to bicker, with the middle head suffering the most as the others barked at it. Yu, dodging an attack, quipped, "Both are devil fruits," and Kaido transforms into a dragon while you turn into a dog. The transformed Edward Weeble, now a hellish 3-headed canine, saw his power multiply. Not only could he wield a sword, but he could also breathe fire, resembling a true monster. "How are you calling a dog?" "He said you were a dog." "Shut up. We are all humans." The 3 dog heads resumed their squabble, observing the imminent conclusion of the battle on a smile's end. Yu lost interest in the 3-headed dog before him. Their greatest strength lay within the flames, and deducing from his species and abilities, the dark red fire likely served as a weapon against souls. This devil fruit was indeed formidable, perfectly countering Charlotte Linlin. Zifa was fortunate to have survived. This fruit held promise, yet bestowing it upon you would be a waste. It is destined to be mined. A.S. Weeble, now in pursuit of Tianyu, suddenly found himself without a target. The three heads scanned the surroundings for any trace of him. "Hey, I'm right here," a familiar, loathed voice called from the side. As the three dog heads turned in unison, they were met with a flash of blinding blade light. In what felt like a fraction of a second, Tianyu had sped back to the free. Selecting fruits at his leisure, he briefly admired Nami's curves and Robin's long legs, engaging in playful banter. Then, clutching Robin, he returned to the battlefield, surrounding Weeble with an array of fruits in the swiftest motion. He shattered the three dog heads, reducing them to mere remnants. The scene was too gruesome and bloody. It is best left to the imagination, and I shall not be held accountable. Only after ensuring their demise did he cease his actions to observe. Lastly, he glanced at the fruits on the ground. Indeed, as long as one moved swiftly enough, the fruits would not wither. Fruits do not wither, and the opportunities to gather their bounties can be greatly enhanced. Then, utilizing the ability of the dark fruit, Robin extracts the capabilities of the opponent's devil fruit and encapsulates them within the fruit, giving rise to a new devil fruit, nestled in Tianyu's embrace. Robin inquires, "What kind of devil fruit is this?" It possesses three dog heads. Since ancient times, heroes have struggled to resist the allure of beauty, especially when it is cradled in their arms. Tianyu chuckles mischievously. "Such a trivial matter. We can discuss it privately when we return. I shall whisper it to you." Internally, he delights at the prospect, pondering whether this fruit's power could potentially vanquish him. After all, the opponent's physique is already quite abnormal. It is unlikely that their soul is equally peculiar. Robin, with her rosy cheeks, gazes at him with longing eyes, misted with a hint of tears. I still cannot read aloud. It's true. Tianyu, feeling frustrated, remarks, "You haven't recovered yet?" "Bah, what are you thinking? That's impossible." Robin rolls her eyes in exasperation, realizing that he lacks any appreciation for the delicate nature of women. Tianyu shakes his head. Alas, all those physical training hours wasted. "It would be quite remarkable if you could ever match me in combat." Robin raises her tiny fists, ready to retaliate. "You scoundrel!" No, I was wrong," Tianyu pleads, suddenly struck by inspiration. He recalls the 360G biology tutorial he had studied diligently. Robin, feigning annoyance, warns, "Be careful, or I might just turn you into a hand." Tianyu breaks out in a cold sweat at the mere thought. Yet as a chivalrous hero, one must sometimes possess the audacity to brave the tiger's lair. Knowing full well the risks involved, life is full of charm, and so is death. One should live freely and without regrets. "Robin, I just remembered a splendid trick called Scrub-a-Dub. Would you care to try it? I genuinely believe it suits you." Robin, aware that he harbors some mischievous intent, feels a mix of curiosity and trepidation, and after a moment's hesitation, asks, "What is Scrub-a-Dub? What trickery are you concocting now?" "I refuse." Having spent so much time together, Tianyu understands her all too well and decisively states, "Let us discuss it in detail when we return. I assure you'll be satisfied." "Ugh, you rascal." Not far away, Yi Xiao wears a bitter expression, reminiscing about his own past infatuations, which have led him to a life of solitary wandering. Silently donning sunglasses, he lights a cigar and gazes at the sunset over the distant sea. Recalling the carefree youth he once was, alas, he misjudged the direction of his life. Lost in thought, he reflects on when he began his journey alone. Now that he has companions, his hands itch with the urge to gamble. After all, there is plenty of money on the ship that a day without gambling feels like 3 years. He discreetly checks the berries in his pocket, his spirits lifting considerably. He hopes fervently to win and not lose again. He also hopes to avoid encountering his creditors, for otherwise, the image of his invincibility at gambling in Tianyu's eyes would surely shatter. He only mentioned that his observation haki is formidable. Could it be that there is a shortage of masters with such skills in the New World? He has been caught cheating in casinos more than once, and only a novice like Tianyu would believe his tall tales. "Yi Xiao, what's wrong?" Robin whispers. Tianyu responds, "I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps he didn't sleep well." Robin adds, "I noticed Yi Xiao seemed a bit off when old man Garp was boasting about his son yesterday." Tianyu suggests, "Perhaps he is missing his son or wife. Should I give him a few days off?" Yet he thinks to himself, This fellow must be itching to gamble. For the sake of his grand ambitions, it's crucial to let Yi Xiao freely pursue opportunities to earn money on Nine Snake Island. After a late-night reading session with Robin and a prolonged entanglement with Nami, Tianyue finally escapes to seek out Yi Xiao in the dark. Knocking softly on the door, he whispers, "Yi Xiao, are you asleep?" Yi Xiao, roused from slumber, immediately wakes, wondering if this young scamp has managed to handle those two girls. He marvels at Tianyue's energy. Perhaps he's indeed mastered the art of handling multiple situations at once. Rising from his bed, he opens the door to let Tianyue in and promptly closes it, asking, "Brother, why aren't you sleeping at this late hour? What brings you here?" Tianyue, with utmost seriousness, replies, "Brother, upon reflection, I believe we must act swiftly. Given that Nami is currently unwell, we should seize this opportunity to amass some private funds. Otherwise, once she recovers, our activities may be discovered." Yi Xiao retorts, "Brother, you worry too much. With my skills, she will never find out." Tianyue rolls his eyes and counters, "Brother, to make money, you must leave the ship, right? You need to enter the casino. Once the game starts, it's hard to extricate oneself. Over time, wouldn't that inevitably catch her attention?" Nami has an acute sense for money. Yi Xiao nods, understanding Tianyue's point. "Brother, you must have devised a plan since you came to find me so late." Tianyue explains, "The plan is simple. I will distract her here, prolonging her recovery, while you take advantage of this period to earn as much as you can." Yi Xiao contemplates the idea, deeming it feasible, and asks, "How shall we proceed?" Tianyue grins mischievously, "Brother, close your eyes. Let me perform some magic for you." Yi Xiao, intrigued, responds, "Just go ahead." Tianyue reaches out and pats Yi Xiao, declaring, "Off you go. Safe travels, brother." In an instant, Yi Xiao blinks and vanishes, leaving him to wonder where he has been sent. Tianyue glances at his wristwatch, appreciating the convenience of his ability. Now, only one final step remains. He clears his mind and randomly slaps the ship, exclaiming, "Off you go." The Freedom ship instantly disappears from its location, taking Tianyue and the others to an unknown destination. Yi Xiao sits in disbelief, his floral sleepwear still on, struggling to comprehend the sudden turn of events. He had assumed Tianyue was jesting, but now finds himself in an entirely unfamiliar place. Though he is blind, he distinctly remembers blinking. Time cannot be mistaken. However, he realizes he has no money on him. That a cool breeze blows, and snowflakes drift through the air as Yi Xiao, clad in pajamas, sits in the middle of the street. Meanwhile, Tianyue and the others find themselves on a picturesque little island. Observing their surroundings, he notes the absence of any dangerous creatures before diving into the warm, silky sheets. The night passes in silence. One day prior, at Amazon Lily, Nine Snake Island, Luffy is sent flying by Kuma's slab and, after traversing mountains and rivers, arrives here. After a series of thrilling escapades and the help of the delivery pig, Luffy temporarily regains some energy. Yet soon, hunger strikes again. Is that the aroma of food, so fragrant? With his stomach growling, Luffy's eyes light up as he follows the delectable scent through the forest. Soon arriving at a ship, Luffy stares at the vessel before him in surprise, but without further thought, he leaps aboard instinctively, charging straight for the dining area. Inside the dining room, Nami glares at Tianyue, exclaiming, "You fool! How could you lose track of Yi Xiao?" Tianyue replies earnestly, "Perhaps he's getting older. He might have gotten lost on his way to the restroom in the middle of the night." Robin adds helplessly, "Then how did we end up here?" Tianyue sheepishly chuckles, "I had a dream last night, one where we were traversing the magnificent landscapes of the Grand Line. Now that I think back, I must have accidentally activated my powers in my excitement, and we ended up here." Nami eyes him skeptically. "I can't shake the feeling you're lying." Robin concurs, "Indeed, this occurrence seems too coincidental." Tianyue breaks into a cold sweat. "Let us eat first. Eat first. After we finish, we will go search for Brother Yi Xiao." Before he can finish, a figure bursts in, ravenously diving for the food on the table. Oh, delicious. The food, the comical voice, and gluttonous behavior immediately reveal the identity of the intruder. Tianyue, swift of hand and eye, seizes the newcomer by the end. As soon as he got started, he regretted it. This fellow's body was made of rubber, his neck elongated, and his head was propelled forward, devouring his meal in one swift motion. Luffy chewed and hastily swallowed the food in his mouth with a loud gulp, only to find Tianyue's hand firmly gripping his neck, causing the food to become lodged halfway, leaving him choking on the spot. This guy was frantically signaling to Tianyue while desperately trying to swallow the morsel. Realizing the situation was beyond remedy, Tianyue reluctantly released him and inquired, "What brings you here?" "Tianyue, I'm starving. Can I please eat first?" Luffy's hand was already reaching toward Nami's plate. Tianyue immediately smacked his head, joking that "S my wife's food." Luffy crouched on the ground, cradling his head, which was piled high with 18 steaming buns that he thought to himself, how delightful. He finally understood the exhilarating sensation of being on the receiving end of a hefty blow, and to be honest, the rubbery texture of his body felt quite pleasant. "Ouch, ouch, ouch," Luffy yelled. Tianyue remarked, "Now you know pain. Sit still and behave, or I might just give you another smack." Luffy weakly replied, "I'm so hungry." He dared not misbehave further, as that smack reminded him of his grandfather's mighty fist. Indeed, it hurt even more than that. Nami and Robin exchanged amused glances, finding Luffy's predicament rather entertaining. Robin asked, "Straw Hat Luffy, why are you alone here? Where are your companions? Did that bear send you flying here?" Tianyue, who was serving Luffy food from a barrel, responded. Luffy exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, Tianyue, how did you know? That guy is incredibly strong. None of us could match him. And he sent us all flying one by one. I wonder if Zoro and the others landed safely like I did. It really worries me." As he spoke, his hands began to fidget restlessly, but Tianyue instantly appeared beside him, delivering another swift smack to his head. Luffy, clutching his head in terror, looked at Tianyue and exclaimed, "Tianyue, you're so fast." Tianyue, with a deadpan expression, set down a large barrel and pushed one of the containers of food towards Luffy, saying, "You're the one who's fast. Your whole family is fast at how you speak. Don't you know men shouldn't say fast?" Luffy beamed widely. "I get it. One day, I'll be faster than you. I'll surpass you." Tianyue chuckled. "Go for it. I believe in you. However, I always thought your rubbery body wouldn't be able to pick up speed, but now I see there's hope for you." Nami and Robin blushed, glaring at Tianyue, prompting him to quickly say, "Let's eat, let's eat." Luffy had already begun to devour his food eagerly, exclaiming between bites, "Tianyue, why do we eat from barrels?" Tianyue replied with his mouth full, "It's convenient." Luffy remarked, "It feels like we're feeding pigs. We do it this way back in Windmill Village." Tianyue shrugged, "Don't you find it convenient?" "Yeah, how did I not think of that?" Luffy laughed. "Thank you, Tianyue." Nami couldn't help but chuckle. I thought he would finally realize his mistake, but seems he has just gotten even more off track. Hurry, there's smoke over there. Could it be that those people near the shore have secretly landed? If that's the case, it could spell trouble. No, the area around the island is heavily guarded. Even if they broke through the defenses, it's hard to imagine intruders would intentionally attract our attention. Who could it be? I don't know. Let's split up and search. It will be faster that way. Understood. A group of women, adorned with serpents and dressed lightly, swiftly traversed the forest, heading towards the direction of the anchored ship. "What is that? A ship here?" Margaret, look at this, Margaret asked. "What's wrong, Stoby?" Stoby replied, "There's a ship here." Margaret exclaimed, "How could a ship be in the forest?" Stoby added, "I smell food coming from inside." "Someone must be eating," Yafflin asked. "Could it be our villagers?" Margaret responded, "I don't know. I've never seen this ship in a village." Stoby suggested, "Should we go take a look?" Margaret agreed, right? Tianyue, who had quickly finished his meal, stepped out and greeted, "Hi, ladies, good day." He barely managed to hold back his words, as one of them exuded an overwhelming masculine presence. However, they were dressed so enticingly that Tianyue found himself momentarily captivated, causing his nose to bleed slightly. Luffy emerged behind him, carrying a barrel, asking, "Who are they?" "Look, Tianyue, that snake is actually using a cane." Tianyue exclaimed, "Oh, it really is." Nami and Robin, feeling a bit weak inside, inquired, "Tianyue, is something happening? If you're going to fight, you'd better do it quickly. It's fine. It's fine. You two just rest easy," Tianyue replied nonchalantly, narrowing his eyes with a glimmer of mischief. One of the girls stared intently at Tianyue. her face lighting up with excitement. You, it's you. You're that man, the legendary hero Tianyue, aren't you? Indeed, that would be me, Tianyue confirmed. Margaret exclaimed, I've seen your portrait. It can't be mistaken. Stoby asked Margaret, Who are you talking about? Margaret replied, The man hailed as a hero by the Snake Princess. Stoby gasped, Is it really that man? We must hurry and inform the Snake Princess. Margaret, you stay here and watch. I'll go find the Snake Princess. Margaret urged, Hurry and notify her. Yaflin commented, I can't believe such a prominent figure would appear here. With such a robust physique, it's no wonder the Snake Princess has her eye on him. Margaret agreed. Indeed, there's even a statue erected in his honor. Yaflin remarked, I heard he SAM and S.O. This is what men are like. They're not so different from us. Margaret insisted, Look closely. Their pectoral muscles aren't as developed as ours. Yaflin countered, but they're not small either. Tianyue felt a bit bewildered. When did he become a hero? Was it his strong physique, solid muscles, and masculine aura that captivated their attention? Looking at their admiration for his chest, he thought, Foolish women, so enamored by my physique. Should I reveal my perfectly sculpted body? Grandpa's secret techniques truly prove effective. However, why do these women's outfits look somewhat familiar? Each with a snake in tow? He disembarked from the ship, approached the girl, and demanded, Who are you? Where is this place? Margaret proudly puffed out her chest and declared, This is Amazon Lily, the Isle of Women. Tianyue realized, I see. No wonder your attire is so alluring. Blood trickled from his nose as he nervously glanced back at the ship, grateful for his foresight. Margaret questioned, What does alluring mean? Why are you bleeding? Tianyue waved his hand, feeling a bit flustered. It's nothing, nothing. I was just complimenting you. Luffy, oblivious, stepped off the ship, his eyes fixated on the vibrant mushrooms on the ground. He picked one up and took a bite. Instantly erupting in excitement, Tianyue, this mushroom is delicious. Not forgetting to offer Tianyue a piece, he handed it over, which also smelled quite pleasant. Without hesitation, Tianyue took a bite, his eyes widening involuntarily, feeling a rush of exhilaration. He felt inexplicably high, completely unwilling to stop. Before Margaret and Yaflin could intervene, the two of them had already devoured the surrounding mushrooms in a whirlwind. Tianyue swayed. This is exhilarating. Luffy, clutching his head and kneeling, whimpered, Wah. I inexplicably feel like crying. Tianyue waved his arms, proclaiming, Ahaha, I've become a celestial being. The two alternated between tears and laughter, a figure somersaults with exuberance, while another takes the stage to perform a ritual. Luffy, tumbling and shouting, exclaims, I am a joyous little monkey. Ooh, 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 ooh. Tianyue stands resolute, her fingers poised like a sword, directing her gaze towards the two. Chicken blood, black donkey hooves, hark, audacious fiends. Why do you exhibit such ferocious flamboyance under the broad daylight? Witness as I subdue you. Thud. The two collapse to the ground in succession, while Tianyue's hand instinctively continues to strike at the air, executing an unyielding dragon claw maneuver. Marguerite, taken aback, remarks, They have indeed consumed that mushroom paste, which will cause them to sprout mushrooms all over. Yalfalandora responds, This is truly dire. Marguerite adds, If this continues, they will be drained of their vitality by the mushrooms and perish. Yalfalandora, we must transport them back to the village for immediate aid. Very well. Let us hasten to Luffy's day of shamed eye in the distance. The sun casts a crimson hue across the horizon and the ocean, the undulating waves shimmering with light, while leaping fish breach the surface, and the sails of a pursuing vessel billow in the wind with a rustling sound. The seawater splashes, the ship trembles and rises, gliding swiftly upon the waves. Stoby, her expression fraught with urgency, is acutely aware of how much her lady serpent wishes to meet the valiant Tianyue, whom she regards as the bravest man in the world. At last, they have located the lady serpent patrolling her territory. In her realm, strength equates to beauty. Thus, the mightiest lady serpent is deemed the most beautiful woman in the land. Stoby promptly approaches to report. Lady Serpent. The valiant Tianyue has arrived on Daughter Island, Amazon Lily. What? Boa Sandasonia, the Empress's sister, gasps in shock, twisting her serpentine form as she repeatedly verifies, Are you referring to the hero who slayed the celestial dragons? liberated slaves, eradicated slave traders, and brought the world government's auction house to a standstill. Stoby nods affirmatively. Indeed, it is that very man, Boa Marigold, the Empress's younger sister, inquires with astonishment. He is capable of slaying the elders and wreaking havoc in Myriad. You haven't clashed with him, have you? Stoby shakes her head. No, we are all aware of the heroic image Lady Serpent holds in her heart. He is currently within our nation, and I rushed here as soon as I learned of it. Behind them, Boa Hancock's cheeks flush with warmth, her gaze brimming with affection as she strives to maintain her aloof demeanor. Stoby, are you certain you have not mistaken him? Stoby replies, I have not erred. It is undoubtedly that man. Boa Hancock earnestly asks, are those two women accompanying him as well? A sense of inexplicable anxiety washes over her. Stoby responds, I did not see them. Raise the sails and increase speed. We must return immediately. Boa Hancock smiles, sweeping her robe behind her as she swiftly retreats into the ship. Once the door is closed, she leans against it, sliding down to the floor, her hands cradling her delicate chin as she spirals into thought. Why has he suddenly come here? Could it be for me? After all, I'm the most beautiful person in this world. What is the matter with me? My heart races, and I know not what kind of person he is. Such anxiety, such trepidation. I have been following news of Tianyue daily, yearning for a fateful encounter upon the Grand Line. Now that it has truly arrived, I find myself somewhat frightened. What have I been patrolling for if not to await such a moment? Those two women truly incite envy. The three Boa sisters once fell prey to human traffickers in their childhood due to their playful nature, subsequently sold into slavery to the celestial dragons. The torment and suffering they endured became a lifelong psychological shadow for the sisters. This harrowing past remains a painful scar for Boa Hancock, as the after-effects of their persecution weigh heavily on her worldview, leading her to believe that the celestial dragons are invincible and untouchable. They were later rescued by Fisher Tiger and returned to Amazon Lily under the care of Granny Nyan, eventually leading to her rise as Empress. Though she holds the title of Queen, she is, at her core, a fragile woman longing for protection. Fisher Tiger was once their hero, but alas, his reign was short-lived, as he was soon slain by the world government. Now, with Tianyue's emergence, he has instigated a series of events that upend the established norms and perceptions of this world. The celestial dragons, who have been dubbed the descendants of gods, find themselves rendered worthless before him, able to be slain at will. Even Myriad, referred to as the Holy Land, has been visited by him multiple times, and the incident involving the death of the world government's top combatants, the Elders, has become widely known. Freed slaves no longer live in fear of recapture, as the world government dreads the thought of Tianyue exacting vengeance upon them. As for the celestial dragons, they now cower in their not-so-safe haven of Myriad, praying that the harbinger of death will not return. Consequently, Boa Hancock's fascination with heroes has swiftly transferred onto Tianyue. In comparison to Fisher Tiger, he is even more formidable, offering a greater sense of security. This has led to her feelings for Tianyue reaching unprecedented heights, even without having met him. Now, Boa Hancock can hardly contain herself. She yearns to seize the opportunity to get acquainted with the man who has captured her thoughts day and night while the two women are absent. The pirate ship surges forward, cleaving through the waves, carving a line upon the ocean. Marguerite and her companion rush back to the village, carrying Tianyue and Luffy, calling out, "Hurry, summon the doctor. We have an emergency patient here." "What has happened? What's going on? Speak for yourself. Don't block my view. I can't see. What is wrong with those two children? They're covered in mushrooms. Have you seen these children in the village?" "No, I haven't." "I ask again, who are they?" "The mushrooms obscure their faces. I can't see. Where did they come from? Are they still alive?" A throng of women gathers around, intrigued and speculating. Marguerite states plainly, she consumed a mushroom that causes one to sprout mushrooms all over. Yafalandora inquires, "Belladonna, what should we do now?" Dr. Belladonna replies, "Pull them out by hand. Keep pulling, we must extract every last one." Marguerite tentatively begins to pull out the mushrooms. "What? Can we really pull them out by hand?" Yafalandora asserts, "It is true, but some mushrooms remain inside." Dr. Belladonna instructs, "Keep pulling, I will tend to it shortly." "You need not concern yourselves with the rest," someone remarks. Marguerite, you have brought back two peculiar individuals. One wears a straw hat, and the other wields a sword. As Marguerite continues to extract mushrooms, she comments, "The child in the straw hat may be from our village. There is little I can do." Yafalandora pulls out the last mushroom. "Ah, this is the final one." After observing for a moment, Dr. Belladonna declares, "The child in the straw hat is barely clinging to life, while the sturdier child merely appears to be asleep." Yafalandora adds, "Dr. Belladonna, the one with the sword is not from our village. He is a genuine man." "What?" The gathered women exclaim in astonishment. "Is this truly a man?" Curiosity piqued, they reach out to touch him, eager to discover what makes him special. Marguerite quickly intervenes, cold sweat beading on her forehead, cautioning, "You must not touch him recklessly. He is the man spoken of by Lady Serpent, the valiant Tianyu." "What? This is Lady Serpent's man?" "This is the valiant Tianyu, the man who has made the celestial dragons too fearful to leave their homes. His physique is indeed formidable, quite robust." Dr. Belladonna instructs, "Please step aside." With that, she produces a match and strikes it against the serpent's head, igniting the remnants of mushrooms on both individuals. Luffy leaps up, exclaiming, "It's hot, it's hot, it's hot." Burning, it's igniting, extinguish the flames, it's hot, it's hot. "It's hot." Tianyu, turning over in a daze, murmurs, "Warm, this feels delightful." Marguerite expresses concern, "Wait, Belladonna. What are you doing? Will this not harm them?" The two are now engulfed in flames, their bodies crackling with fire. Dr. Belladonna calmly assures, "Do not worry. This is to prevent the mushrooms from regrowing. We must burn their roots." In a fit of exuberance, Luffy, with his boisterous cries and erratic leaps, was rendered unconscious by the searing heat, his entire form emanating wisps of dark smoke. Tianyu lay motionless on the ground, bubbles rising and falling upon her nose, blissfully asleep. Margaret, still fraught with concern, voiced her apprehension. "But, isn't this dangerous?" Belladonna reassured her, saying, "Trust me, there is no cause for alarm." Suddenly Luffy bolted upright, exclaiming, "It's so hot!" His outburst startled everyone present. "Bang!" Yafalandora remarked. "She fainted again." Until now, they all believed Luffy to be a girl. Belladonna approached to examine her, her expression grave as she stated, "This straw hat child has been grievously injured long before. Now, her wounds have compounded." Margaret, visibly anxious, inquired, "Are her injuries severe?" Belladonna analyzed the situation. "It feels as though she has undergone a fierce battle. We must tend to her wounds immediately." "I'm sorry, Margaret, but you need to go to the river and help wash this child." "All right, I'll go right away," Margaret replied. Yafalandora asked, "What about Tianyu, the hero?" Belladonna shook her head, saying, "He is the man of Lady Snake, and we cannot disturb him. Let us leave him with her for now." The entire process was inescapably awkward upon the steps where clear waters flowed. A circle of women gathered idly, observing the scene. Luffy, stripped of her clothing, was being publicly washed in the river. "She doesn't seem to be from the village," Margaret noted, turning to Yafalandora. The latter appeared to have discovered something. "Oh? Wow, strange, Margaret, look at this." Margaret leaned in for a closer look and asked, "What is it?" Yafalandora replied, "There is still something on her." Margaret gasped, blowing away some bubbles, her curiosity piqued. "But this seems a bit different." Yafalandora exclaimed in wonder, "This is truly astonishing." Margaret added, "There is something odd beneath. In any case, we must act swiftly that I'm ready. Here goes." Yafalandora pulled with all her might, her face turning pale from the exertion. Yet wouldn't budge, it's too secure. "How peculiar," Belladonna inquired. "What wrong? What happening? It seems to have elongated." Yafalandora remarked, "This is indeed strange. Oh dear, oh dear." Yafalandora exerted herself to the limit, while Margaret had to hold Luffy's body steady. "How long will you all stare? This is no spectacle that aren't you watching too?" Margaret observed, "It appears there is a problem by the way. She doesn't have next part. It feels quite rigid huff. Huff, this isn't working." Yafalandora gasped, utterly exhausted. Her grip slackened. "Slap?" Margaret suggested, "Perhaps Stoby could manage this." A chorus of women chimed in. "Her?" Some nodded in agreement. Yes, she is strong enough. if we all pull together. It should work, someone proposed at a woman approached with matches. No. If we can't remove it, let us just burn it off like Belladonna suggested earlier. Yes, yes, great idea. Others praised, clapping. Right, Margaret? An elderly voice interjected. What is going on? What happened? Margaret explained. Grandma Nyo, this child has ingested mushroom spores, Belladonna added. So we're debating whether to collectively extract the toxic fungi or to burn it away. Grandma Nyo asked, wait, who exactly is she? She looks unfamiliar to me. Margaret pondered. What to do? Let me see. Where is it? As Grandma Nyo leaned in for closer inspection, her face suddenly paled. Oh dear, you all. She nearly fainted from shock. Concerned, someone asked, Are you all right? Do not worry, that person. This person. He is a man, Grandma Nyo stammered, eliciting astonished gasps from the girls who had never encountered a man. All the women present were taken aback. Oh, this is another man, Margaret exclaimed, covering her flushed cheeks. Grandma Nyo's eyes widened, and she fainted on the spot. What a calamity! This land has no men. Everyone on the island is a woman, each formidable and capable of wielding haki. If a man intrudes, his fate is sealed. This is the tragic tale of countless young men with dreams, all defeated by women of the warrior race. Poor Luffy, once his identity was revealed, was swiftly caged, becoming a spectacle for the multitude of women who had never seen the world beyond their island. Upon awakening, he heard tales that men carried the toxin of mushroom spores, so frail. I've heard that Lady Snake's man is quite robust. Lady Snake had hurriedly departed upon her arrival. His hair was tousled, and he appeared so fragile that he sure can sleep, but I've heard he can eat while sleeping. Did you know? The moment Luffy opened his eyes, he spotted his beloved straw hat atop someone else's head. Oblivious to his own predicament, he sprang up, reaching out to reclaim his hat, which brought him a sense of peace. The women gasped, so men's hands can stretch. Mistaking it for the power of a devil fruit, they had never seen a man before, leading to such misunderstandings. What a surprise! How amusing! I must note this down. What is your name? I am Luffy. As Luffy scratched himself, he noticed something felt amiss. Looking down, he exclaimed, Ah, I'm LT. The gathered women were astonished at his slow reaction. Luffy, unfazed, remarked, No wonder it feels chilly to be wide away. What is that? Looking down again, he asked, Don't you recognize it? How peculiar! Luffy declared earnestly, This is my treasure, the golden egg. Step aside. I want to see the treasure too. Please don't crowd. I'm taking notes, another woman interjected. What is this treasure? Someone else asked. Luffy, with his characteristic flamboyance, replied, A treasure, of course, is a secret treasure. The women responded, Ah, so men possess such treasures. How extravagant. May we see it? Luffy was taken aback by the suggestion. This is my treasure. There's no way I'd share it with you. You fools. In Hancock's magnificent chamber, a captivating fragrance wafted through the air, even lulling the slumbering Tanyue into deeper breaths of the sweet aroma. Savoring it in his dreams in his slumber, he felt a playful little cat frolicking on his chest, its gentle breaths and tail softly brushing against his cheek. Instinctively, he reached out, capturing the delicate creature, and began to stroke it. The sensation was exquisite, surpassing any cat he had ever caressed. Soon, he realized this cat seemed larger than ordinary, smoother to the touch, yielding a delightful elasticity without the typical fluffiness as his hands continued to explore. The sensations and scale became increasingly vivid. Both Boa Sandersonia and Boa Marigold stood frozen in astonishment, for the man's skillful and audacious manner of petting the cat was truly remarkable. The once proud and assertive little feline now lay motionless on his chest, allowing him to play with it. Unbeknownst to them, the two women had quietly retreated, their backs damp with perspiration, while old Granny Nyo, who had come to find her sister, was blocked from entering by them. In a state of urgency, Granny Nyo exclaimed, I have important matters to discuss with Lady Snake. Boa Sandersonia replied, Granny Nyo, regardless of how pressing your business is at this moment, you cannot enter. Granny Nyo insisted. I am aware that the hero named Tanyue has been brought here, but he is a dangerous individual, and she must handle him with caution. She bears responsibility for the entire nation. Now, with the discovery of yet another man, who is equally troublesome, I must warn Lady Snake to prevent her from making an impulsive and irreparable mistake. Boa Marigold shook her head, saying, Granny Nyo, please return for now. We will inform you when the time is right. Seeing their resolute demeanor, Granny Nyo understood that there was no way for her to enter. With a heavy heart, she sighed and turned to leave. In his dreams, Tianyue acted unconsciously, believing he cradled a docile large cat in his arms. Unable to resist the urge to hold it closely and savor the moment, unable to discern between dream and reality. Suddenly, he heard the little cat call out, Wait a moment. Wait a moment. Tianyue did not open his eyes. His heart constricted sharply, yet his hand continued its motion of petting the cat involuntarily. He pondered whether he was in a dream or in reality. A faint sound of breathing reached his ears, accompanied by an enchanting fragrance that invaded his senses, compelling him to finally open his eyes and glance down into his embrace. Even a fool would recognize the situation he found himself in. Boa Hancock lay nestled in his arms, her beautiful visage tinted with a delicate blush, resembling a fragile little cat trembling nervously. Outside the window, the sky was adorned with the hues of the setting sun. Yet the colors were fading. The golden light cascaded down upon them, warming their bodies and illuminating their hearts. Tianyue felt as though a flame ignited within his chest, a fire that could consume everything. Threatening to leave him breathless at any moment, he had never been one to hesitate, nor did he possess a melancholic disposition. However, upon gazing into those enchanting eyes so close to him, the fire within him continued to blaze. Yet reason astonishingly returned. Entranced by her mesmerizing gaze, glistening with unshed tears, he felt as though he might melt away. The two locked eyes, unable to break the gaze, time seeming to stretch into eternity, yet also feeling as if only a fleeting moment had passed. What is your name? Tianyue inquired gently, striving to ensure he did not frighten her. This was not the same ease he had felt in the company of Nami and Robin. Their interactions had flowed effortlessly, devoid of any concern. T seemed she perceived something, for the woman in his arms sparkled with light in her eyes, exuding the sweetness of a delicate lady, and replied coyly, I am called Boa Hancock. You may call me Hancock. Hancock. Tianyue's expression shifted, his gaze drifting to her back, and his hand, unable to resist, brushed over the mark there, causing her delicate form to tremble slightly. His eyes flared with a fierce intensity. No matter how many times he had witnessed it, each occasion ignited the same fury within him. If it had merely been anger before, it had now transformed into hatred. A blend of tenderness and compassion, he was always forthright and candid, never concealing his emotions or thoughts. Anyone could discern his feelings through his demeanor and gaze. Boa Hancock nestled against him, resting her head on his broad, warm chest, her arms wrapped tightly around him, finding an unprecedented sense of security as tears streamed down her cheeks. She cared not that he saw her shameful mark, for she understood that this man before her would not mind. She had no regrets, for she had fantasized about this day countless times, eagerly awaiting it. From the moment she first laid eyes on him, her heart had been irrevocably captured. This mark was something they had always feared revealing. It represented their hell-dati. Expose it would mean they could no longer reside on this island. When they were once slaves, they had been forced to consume the sweet fruit in the snake fruit for entertainment. Relying on the powers of these fruits to deceive the nation and keep their secret, I can no longer endure being at the mercy of others. I'm terrified of opening my heart to anyone. Frightened to the core, tears streamed down Hancock's cheeks like raindrops, soaking the fabric around her. Until your arrival, I saw those who once shared my plight. Oh, we need no longer fear our marks being discovered, nor worry about being captured. Finally, we can live freely under the sun. Tianyue comforted her, saying, It's all right. I will protect you. Suddenly, Granny Nyo appeared, leaning on her snake staff, exclaiming, It has been ages since I've seen you express such emotion. I thought Lady Snake had turned into a block of ice over the years. Hancock snapped. When did you come in? Granny Nyo replied. No one can keep me out. I finally meet the legendary hero Tianyue. Hancock retorted angrily, Be quiet. You woman who abandoned her country. How dare you interrupt our moment? Get out immediately. Granny Nyo shot back. It is you who should be silent. though you escaped the grasp of the celestial dragons. You seem to have forgotten how to return to the island. Oh, you remember who brought you back. Was it not thanks to me living overseas? Hancock turned away. Humph, spare me your trivial favors. I am not concerned. With that, she buried her head deeper into Tianyue's chest, showing no intent to rise. Granny Nyo, incensed, prepared to charge forward. What did you say? I have protected you like a mother, and you dare belittle my kindness. Lady Snake, how about you come out of that man's embrace, and let me teach you a lesson? Granny Nyo, please do not be angry, Tianyue interjected helplessly, realizing the timing of Granny Nyo's entrance was far from ideal. Hancock, ignoring the commotion, lifted her gaze to Tianyue. Tianyue, I've taken quite a liking to you, her mind racing with thoughts. Oh my, what am I saying? I am in his arms right now. I cannot look into his eyes any longer. This love is overwhelming. Damn it, I don't want to move. I wish to hold him like this forever. Tianyue chuckled proudly. I understand, Hancock. The two of them kissed unabashedly, Hancock responding with fervor, her movements as aggressive as a serpent yet as playful as a cat. Granny Nyo, observing this, felt her face flush with indignation. This is infuriating. These two have no respect for their elders, flaunting their affection before me, without any sense of propriety. As Granny Nyo opened the door to exit. Outside, Boa Sinisonia and Boa Marigold exchanged knowing glances, having grown accustomed to such scenes, and quickly shut the door behind them. While the two indulged in sweet whispers, suddenly, a figure descended from the sky, crashing through the roof and plunging directly into the adjacent bath. Drown, Luffy sputtered from beneath the water before launching back into the air. Oh! Hancock felt a sudden emptiness beneath her. Tianyue had vanished, only to reappear just in time to catch her. And they began their reading lesson. Hancock's laughter rang like silver bells as Tianyue took it upon himself to teach her the art of recitation. Reading must possess rhythm and emotion, conveying the protagonist's intentions alongside the central theme of the text with suitable feeling and intonation. As for the intruder, who had just crashed in, he was swiftly kicked out. The two became engrossed in their studies, focusing intently. Casting aside all other concerns, they dove headfirst into their learning. After reciting, it transformed into a delightful game. You clap once and I clap once. Men vying against women. Shaking the heavens and the earth. You clap twice and I clap twice. A battle of endurance between the sexes that, as dusk approached. The skirmish neared its conclusion. As excellent teammates, they shared a bond that spanned from the onset of combat to its resolution. They were the best of comrades, having exchanged all vital information and intelligence through profound communication. Tianyue glanced at the sky, suddenly recalling something of great importance, and blurted out, I must return to prepare dinner. Hancock, you shall accompany me. A mischievous smile adorned Hancock's face, tinged with jealousy as she replied, I too wish to savor your culinary creations. What is wrong with me? I find myself utterly unable to resist Tianyue's request. Unwittingly agreeing to his proposal, Tianyue extended his hand with a playful grin. I promise to take you along. Hancock beamed. I desire you to carry me personally. I want those two women to witness it. Blushing with pride, she mused, Nami, Robin, I've already gained the upper hand. Hearing this, Tianyue felt a headache coming on. He had no complete experience in such matters. He candidly stated, You are all my women, and in my heart, each of you holds equal importance. Upon uttering these words, he felt somewhat despicable, as though he were a scoundrel. Yet he spoke from the heart, eschewing falsehoods. Indeed, he loved them all, and it was genuine love. Originally fearing that Hancock would become enraged, he braced himself for the worst. The thought of chaos in the backyard was daunting, and inexperienced as he was, he couldn't help but sigh. Hancock, teeth clenched, nestled in his strong embrace. Thought bitterly, how infuriating. I was a step too late. Internally, she vowed, I will not lose. I shall never concede to them. Imagining herself in Tianyue's arms, having just been invited, her confidence surged, and her fighting spirit reignited. I will undoubtedly become Tianyue's most cherished woman. Hearing this, Tianyue's heart soared with joy. Although Hancock was upset, it was not directed at him, which was a relief. To Hancock's gaze remained tender and passionate, fixed on Tianyue as she said, I wish to sing for a while longer before we return. Who could resist such a request? Any man would be captivated. Tianyu cheerfully replied, "Very well. Let us perform Symphony of Life." Hancock, with sultry eyes, readily agreed. The performance, albeit slightly unpolished, did not detract from its beauty nor hinder the commander's direction. When singing bass, one must open their throat, lower their voice, and practice breath control to produce resonant tones from the chest. For high notes, one should ensure their breath is positioned correctly, maintaining tension without slacking off. And keep their mouth active, as if holding liquid on the thousand sunny. Gazing at the dimming sky, Nami furrowed her brow. Where has that fool gone? He still hasn't returned. Exhausted, she lay languidly on the bed, unwilling to rise. Robin shook her head, continuing to read, replying without looking up, "Those two fools are surely having a wild time together." Nami rolled over, clutching the blanket and inhaling its scent, chuckling, "Humph, if that idiot Tianyu dares to let us go hungry, we shall throw him out to sleep on the sofa. If we can't eat, we'll make him suffer." Robin chuckled, "Oh please, wasn't it you who compromised first? Otherwise, how could we have been bullied like this?" "Tianyu and Robin, I'm back." Tianyu's voice rang out from outside. Nami, exasperated, retorted, "You foolish Tianyu, do you wish to starve us?" Hancock kicked the door open, gritting her teeth as she said, "I will not allow you to insult my man." Robin raised an eyebrow, guessing the situation. "And who might you be?" Hancock proudly declared, "Humph, I am Tianyu's wife Dado." Nami suddenly smiled, recognizing the woman before her, the Empress of the Seven Warlords, hailed as the most beautiful woman in the world. Turning to Tianyu outside, she thought, "The heroic Tianyu truly is impressive to have captured the renowned Empress so swiftly." Hancock stepped in front of Tianyu protectively. "You shall not threaten my man." "Your man? You are merely a newcomer. In terms of seniority, you must stand back." Nami declared proudly, "He is my man, and I shall do as I please." The younger must possess the awareness of their position. Words were futile. Let actions speak. Hancock, hands on her hips, raised her delicate chin with an air of arrogance. Nami clenched her fists, cracking her knuckles. "I share that sentiment." The two beautiful women exchanged fierce glares, the atmosphere crackling with tension, while Robin, who had been observing, waved her hands with a smile. "You two continue. I'll one-T interfere." She shot a glance at Tianyu, who stood outside, bewildered, unable to decide, feeling the situation was turning dire. Tianyu quickly retreated into the kitchen, nervously preparing dinner. Outside, thunderous sounds erupted, filled with feminine fury and the tearing of fabric. He couldn't help but eavesdrop, hoping neither would inflict harm upon the other. "Stop being so self-absorbed. I tell you, he loves me most." "Nonsense. I am Tianyu's most beloved woman. If you don't believe me, just ask Tianyu. I hope the illustrious Empress doesn't end up in tears." "Ask away. I fear you not." Tianyu, eavesdropping, felt cold sweat bead on his forehead. This situation was akin to a hellish nightmare. Regardless of his answer, it seemed an impossible dilemma. He pondered, what if he declared them both as his favorites? Would that quell the conflict? His thoughts were interrupted as Robin suddenly appeared, turning off the tap, scolding him. "What are you thinking? You're so careless during meals, yet now you cower in fear." "Robin, how did you get in here?" Tianyu jumped, cautiously glancing at Robin. While the monumental battle continued outside, his emotions tangled for the first time. Robin pinched his soft flesh, teasing, "When did you become so timid, forgetting to close the door?" Tianyu sighed. "I never anticipated the situation would become so complicated." Robin gently took the spoon, tasting the broth. "Do you regret it?" Tianyu shook his head, resolutely replying, "I have no regrets, be it for you." "Nami, or Hancock, then what are you afraid of? We are not unreasonable women. It is merely a fleeting quarrel." Robin gazed deeply in his eyes. "This matter requires your personal intervention. After all, you are our man, and your words hold weight with us." Hearing this, Tianyu smiled, filled with confidence, and embraced her, planting a fervent kiss on her lips. Robin moved, pushed him away, urging, "Hurry up. Then, leave this to me. Go quickly." Without hesitation, Tianyu walked out, only to be taken aback at the doorway. Two delicate figures, half concealed, their garments torn, intertwined in a passionate embrace, gasped for breath on the ground. The scene was so tantalizing that Tianyu couldn't help but bleed from his nose, his vision swirling as he fainted. Upon regaining consciousness, he reached for the blanket, realizing something was amiss, and sprang out of bed towards the kitchen. Yet, as he reached the doorway, he halted in shock. Three women were engaged in lively banter in the kitchen, laughing and playfully jostling each other, creating an atmosphere of harmony, as if everything that had transpired was but a dream. Such is the nature of women. Their thoughts remain an enigma. A family should coexist in peace and harmony. Tianyu strode in with purposeful steps, apprehensively enveloping the three individuals in his embrace, a placid yet contented smile gracing his visage. Fortuitously, his broad chest accommodated them all without a hitch, with ample space remaining. As if another could easily join from behind, the thought flitted through his mind, only to be swiftly quashed. Casting a glance around, he observed the tranquil silence of the forest, a haven of serenity. As he pondered uttering something further, words eluded him. He suddenly realized that true love requires neither actions nor words. Such emotional matters are profoundly enigmatic, elusive to the explanations even of sages, regardless of others' perceptions. As long as they themselves are content, the mutual affection is deemed good. Just when he naively believed life would unfold in a monotonous manner, he was startled to discover three rather spirited little creatures outside, intent on competing in a reading contest, each striving fiercely, determined to neither yield nor concede. The little azure dragon, who had hoped for a peaceful reading, found itself ensnared by the commotion, reluctantly joining the ranks of diligent students. Initially, there was a collective outcry, demanding autonomy and independence. However, under the strict guidance of LS, wielding a punitive rod with formidable expertise, the wayward students were swiftly brought to heel. Nami inquired, "Isn't this a bit too harsh?" Tianyu shook his head, asserting, "Without study, how can one enhance their knowledge? How can one improve their hunting skills?" The formidable Tianyu then began to observe the unfolding drama, akin to an arrogant lord surveying his domain. Naifu was gripped by a high fever, lost in a hallucinatory haze. While Hancock looked to Tianyu for assistance, he promptly administered aid, liberating Naifu from its confines, allowing it to return to nature and resume its life. The little feline, mischievous and gluttonous, was soon reported to Tianyu by Nami, who hastily sought justice. In a fit of exasperation, he swatted the cat away, vexed yet affectionate. Meanwhile, Gugu, diligently striving for fitness, felt dizzy as he gazed out at the azure sea and sky. The scorching sun beat down relentlessly, parching the earth. Tianyu encouraged him to grit his teeth and persevere, for only through effort could he ascend to great heights and behold the magnificent landscape below. Robin shook his head repeatedly, looking pitifully at Tianyu, pleading, "Please help me." Tianyu declined, stating, "Without experiencing the storm, how can one witness the rainbow?" Before long, indeed, a turn of fortune unfolded. After much toil and sweat, Gugu finally made progress. Transforming into an azure dragon, he ascended into the clouds, claws outstretched, exhaling mist. Naifu roared and dashed into the forest, letting out a triumphant howl, exuding the majesty of a king. The little cat became obedient and understanding, passively basking in its owner's affection. As dawn broke, and he stepped onto the deck, before he could gaze towards the horizon where the sun rose over the sea. He spotted three figures racing towards him on the horizon. Leading the charge were the furious Rayleigh and Jinbi, followed closely by the straw hat Luffy. "Are you Tianyu? Xiaoba is merely an ignorant child. Why can't you spare his life?" Two swift figures, accompanied by questioning voices, approached him. Tianyu was never one for idle chatter. He regarded them coolly, adjusting his waist, and spoke deliberately. To kill is to kill. Even if he is a fool, actions have consequences. Why waste words? Jinbi let out a resigned sigh, his gaze fixed intently, igniting with fierce determination. Though Arlong deserves it, as his older brother, I must intervene on his behalf. As he spoke, his eyes remained resolute, fully aware he was outmatched, yet unwavering. Tianyu regarded him with appreciation, saying, "I understand. It is not wrong to defend one's brother. Were I in your place, I would do the same. In these vast seas, the law is always dictated by the might of one's fist. Whoever possesses the greater strength holds the truth. Conversely, even the most reasonable arguments become meaningless when faced with a stronger force." Such is the law of nature and the essence of survival. You self-proclaimed heroes judge life and death based solely on your whims. Rayleigh observed with a cold gaze, though you act with righteousness. Xiaoba once saved my life, and I must repay that debt. Tian Yu returned his gaze with equal coldness. Your words may hold merit. He kills, I kill him. You may as well kill me. The logic of the sea has always been straightforward. Come and battle if you dare. Jinbi remarked, Tian Yu, I have wronged you. Tian Yu nodded in agreement. Your reasoning is sound, and I have no retort. There is no offense intended. Rayleigh drew his sword, declaring, I shall go first. But before he could finish, Tian Yu had no desire to hear more. His sword was already drawn, aimed squarely at their necks. Although he had promised Ace to show mercy, if they intended to kill him, showing mercy would be sheer folly. Thus, he unleashed a merciless strike, the so-called sea heroes and kings, no matter how beloved in tales, were no different in his eyes from any ordinary pirate once violence erupted. As he drew his blade, Rayleigh and Jinbi widened their eyes, their expressions shifting as their breath caught in their throats. In that moment, they felt as though death loomed imminent, their bodies betraying them. Unable to resist, they could only watch helplessly as the blade sliced through the air towards their necks, narrowly missing their bodies. Tian Yu. A gasp escaped as Tian Yu's voice and the sound of his sword unsheathing resonated nearly simultaneously, the final cry coming from Luffy nearby. Hancock looked at Rayleigh with regret, though her expression bore only a semblance of apology and guilt. The blade had already been unleashed, and her man-'s form returned, gradually sheathing the weapon. Luffy, gritting his teeth and wide-eyed, clenched his fists, struggling to contain his rising panic as his body shook involuntarily. Tian Yu's strike had truly frightened him, executed without warning or display of power, capable of extinguishing life in an instant. The speed of that blade was astonishing, defined solely by its swiftness, seemingly transcending the very fabric of space. Such a description might be met with disbelief. Even Tian Zhanping concurred, stating, Indeed, I have risked my life for long. I must also express my gratitude for your timely rescue. It seems we have forged an acquaintance through adversity and own need for thanks. I shall take my leave now. Tian Yu replied nonchalantly, wrapping her arm around Hancock as she turned and entered the ship. She paid no heed to the exchange between the two men, convinced there would be no next time. With delight, she gazed into Hancock's peach blossom eyes, their glances intermingling with fervor. This young lady was evidently smitten once again. Her display of masculinity and generosity had not been in vain. In the distance, Yi Xiao found himself in a rather dire predicament. Bereft of funds, he had unwittingly encountered a group intent on robbing him. Clad only in a nightgown and a pair of shorts, he was an easy target. Facing the dim-witted thieves who sought to seize his nightwear, he attempted to maintain a gentle demeanor, saying, Gentlemen, I am utterly destitute. With only this nightgown to cover my modesty, the leader, a burly man with a thick beard, retorted, I care not. I want a nightgown. Do you see that alley ahead? Step inside and relinquish your garment to us. One of the smaller thugs chimed in, TSK, blind man, you must comply for there is no escape. A chilling realization dawned on Yi Xiao. These individuals were not merely after his nightgown. They might be intent on something far worse. The thought deepened his concern. While he could endure such indignities, he would not allow this to escalate. Very well, I shall accompany you. Lead the way, he declared. The smaller thug, stroking his pointed chin, replied with satisfaction. You truly are a wise one. We knew our judgment was correct. The leader slapped the smaller thug, exclaiming, Fool! Only an unusual person would wander the streets dressed in nightwear and shorts. Indeed, our leader possesses keen insight. The small thug quickly affirmed that. Yi Xiao felt a flicker of unexpected delight. At his age, it was surprising to discover he still possessed a certain appeal. He resolved to demonstrate to these scrawny rascals just why flowers bloom so brilliantly. In the shadowy, secluded alley of the Golden City, Yi Xiao took the lead, with the gang of miscreants trailing behind, their laughter echoing in triumph. This fellow is surprisingly obedient that he's clearly not a local. Having never heard of our infamous 13 Sticks, they chuckled. Suddenly, Yi Xiao spun around, a smile concealing a blade behind it, and addressed the thugs. "I must thank you all for your hospitality." As the thugs erupted in laughter. They were abruptly silenced, their breaths hitching as fear coursed through them. The leader stood before them, his black silhouette trembling as blood dripped from his limp arms. Pooling on the ground, a muffled groan escaped his throat, his pain rendering him voiceless. Those who sensed danger attempted to flee, only to realize their feet were now crushed. When Yi Xiao finally emerged from the alley, he was fully dressed, a knife in hand, and a substantial sum of money tucked into his waist. He strolled away with nonchalance. Nearby children, playing in the vicinity of the dark alley, spotted several figures sprawled on the ground, resembling crumpled cloth, for which a thin stream of blood flowed. Quickly, everyone, the world's south greatest amusement park, a place to strike it rich overnight. The Grand Tesoro is here. Is it true? I must hurry to gather my riches. Aha! Hand over your money, or face dire consequences. Ha ha! Come at us. The brutal bear pirate crew fears no jesters like you. The arrival of the Grand Tesoro ignited a frenzy across the city. Rich or poor, everyone raced toward it, dreaming of instant wealth. Yi Xiao finished the last grain of rice on his plate and joined the throng moving forward. The magnificent, opulent Grand Tesoro loomed ahead, visible from afar, its golden exterior glimmering under the sun, resembling a dreamland envisioned by all. The Grand Tesoro, a haven for the wealthy, pirates, and naval officers alike, was recognized as an independent nation by the world government. An unassailable sanctuary untouched by their influence, ruled by the so-called Golden Emperor, Gilder Tesolo. Upon entering the Golden Powder Tunnel, anyone witnessing such lavishness would erupt in cheers. Yet Yi Xiao, having seen such opulence through Tian-US information, quietly opened his umbrella and inverted it to capture the golden dust. This truly is a fortune, he thought, eagerly gathering the gold powder, with a sea of gold awaiting him. Around him, others watched with envy, realizing they had missed an opportunity for wealth. That cunning fellow is brilliant, they lamented. If I had known, I wouldn't have entered. I could have profited right here. They vowed to keep an eye on him, knowing trouble would soon find him. Indeed, money here cannot be so easily obtained. Tesolo's heart raced as he observed Yi Xiao. He recognized the man's identity and felt an inexplicable sense of dread. News of blind hero Yi Xiao joining the renowned hero Tianyu had spread across the seas. Now that Yi Xiao had arrived, how far could Tianyu be? The world's mightiest hero was drawing near. And should they discover anything amiss, Tesolo's fate would be sealed. Resistance. A glance at the celestial dragons and the five elders would reveal the grim consequences. It was said that the illustrious hero Tianyu held grudges. Report, I have spotted blind hero Yi Xiao. Tesolo instructed, Bakara, you shall personally welcome him. Ensure the relationship is favorable. Inquire if hero Tianyu is also present. Tianzhong, disseminate this news. Inform Doflamingo and the others. Such a prominent figure? Leave it to me, Bakara assured. The ship began to part the golden currents, guiding Yi Xiao's small vessel toward the VIP passage. Upon docking, he was greeted by Bakara, adorned with flowing red waves of hair. Dressed in a striking black high-slit gown, her beauty captivating. Her gentle smile and regal presence, accentuated by the sound of her heels, made Yi Xiao's heart race. She was a paragon of elegance. And as she tossed her red locks, she inquired, what a delightful coincidence. Might you be Mr. Yi Xiao? Yi Xiao offered a shy smile, adjusting the bag of gold dust behind him, replying, indeed, that is I. Bakara removed her sunglasses. Tucking them away, it is an honor to meet you that I am your exclusive VIP hostess. Bakara, I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. Might I inquire where Mr. Tianyu is? I wouldn't want to neglect such a distinguished guest. Yi Xiao asked, could you provide me with a phone bug? I would like to summon them. He requested. Bakara, slightly embarrassed, laughed. I must apologize. I happen to have forgotten to bring one. Would it be wise to summon that notorious figure? I would want to invite trouble that this my first time here. How did I become a VIP? Yi Xiao inquired. Bakara produced a ledger, explaining, all renowned affluent individuals, notorious pirates, and naval officers are recorded in this VIP list. Please, take a look. As Yi Xiao glanced at the first page, he was surprised to find the portraits and detailed information of himself and his companions. "I didn't realize you were so thorough," he remarked. "Of course, for esteemed guests such as yourself. Our service is always impeccable. Please, feel free to ask for anything you desire," Bakara responded. "Is there a casino here?" Yi Xiao inquired. Bakara gestured. "Certainly, please follow me." A prearranged vehicle glided to a stop beside them. "What is this?" Yi Xiao wondered, sensing that it was powered by turtles. Bakara gently explained, "This is a mode of transportation we refer to as the turtle car. It is the primary means of travel here. Using turtles as power, yet moving so swiftly. How fascinating!" Yi Xiao exclaimed. Baccarat rode. "It is indeed equipped with 8 rare muscle turtles, so power is certainly not an issue." The leading turtle leaps down and opens the car door. Baccarat rode. "Well then, Mr. Yi Xiao, please do step inside." Yi Xiao strides to the back seat, sinking into the soft upholstery. Baccarat personally takes the wheel. "Now let us embark for the grand city of Disolo." The car advances smoothly, soon arriving at the outskirts of a gambling city. The surrounding crowd bustles, indulging in food, drink, and merriment. Yi Xiao inquires, "Is this the city center?" He has already caught a whiff of the gambling atmosphere and is becoming somewhat impatient. Baccarat does not stop, explaining, No, Mr. Yi Xiao. This is merely an ordinary commercial area, not suitable for someone of your stature. I have prepared the finest services for you, ensuring you can indulge to your heart's content. For this ship spans approximately 10 kilometers and boasts not only hotels and shopping centers, but also amusement parks, swimming pools, aquariums, and theaters. There is even a golf course. It is truly all-encompassing. This colossal vessel is a nation unto itself, an independent entity in the world. The bow is guided by a giant maritime turtle, unaffected by ocean currents or winds, capable of reaching any sea on the globe, passing through the Golden Arch ahead. We shall soon enter the upscale district. After taking in the sights, Yi Xiao expresses his astonishment. Could it be that this city is adorned with gold everywhere? Baccarat replies, Indeed, the king of the Disolo, Lord Tesolo, has a particular fondness for gold. He has amassed it from around the world to construct this dreamlike city upon this very ship. Yi Xiao remarks, He must be incredibly wealthy. Of course. Lord Tesolo is universally acknowledged as the mightiest sovereign of the gaming realm. He is both a performer on stage and a ruler of a nation. Yi Xiao questions, with gold so plentiful, is there no fear of theft? Baccarat responds, that cannot be allowed. Please observe the streetlights and trees. Yi Xiao realizes, so there are surveillance bugs everywhere. Baccarat confirms, indeed, every corner of the city is equipped with these surveillance devices. Should anyone be caught stealing or vandalizing, according to city regulations, they shall be imprisoned underground. Yi Xiao gazes at the surveillance bugs. Let us hasten to the casino, for I can hardly contain my eagerness. Primarily, I just acquired some gold dust, which makes me feel somewhat embarrassed. Baccarat replies, Naturally, but before that, Mr. Yi Xiao, you must prepare a bit more. Yi Xiao states, I have no excessive demands. I simply wish to gamble. Standing at the shop's entrance, he discreetly retrieves Baccarat's surveillance bug and makes a call. Baccarat's expression shifts subtly. She is entirely unaware of when her device was taken. Brother Tianyue, this is Yi Xiao. Is anyone else around you? Yi Xiao asks cautiously, observing Nami's sharp-toothed visage. Tianyue can only speak insincerely. Yi Xiao, just say the word. Yi Xiao continues, I am currently in a super wealthy, incredibly entertaining place. You must sneak over at once. That I sense this boss is rather afraid of you. And we could seize the opportunity to make a fortune together and accumulate some pocket money. Baccarat wears an awkward yet polite smile, thinking to herself, I'm still here, and you old man dare to speak so openly. Is that really acceptable? Oh, really? Tianyue, clutching Robin, appears helpless. This call could not have come a worse time. It has completely exposed everything. Nami, seizing the surveillance bug, furiously exclaims, Yi Xiao, you old scoundrel, how dare you hide money? Have you repaid me what you owe? Yi Xiao, upon hearing this, feels like crying in despair, inwardly cursing Tianyue for selling him out. Nami, I seem to recall not owing you any money, and all my funds are securely with you. Nami, brimming with arrogance, retorts, Scoundrel, you and this fool conspired to go missing. causing me sleepless nights and poor meals. My crow's feet have multiplied. I have worried incessantly for you, you ungrateful wretch, and now you dare to bring up old grievances. Truly heart-wrenching, I have meticulously calculated this debt. You currently owe me a total of 10 berries, and should you refuse to repay, I shall sell you off. With that, she turns to Robin and asks, Robin, how much is the bounty on Yi Xiao? Robin replies candidly, it amounts to 1.568 billion berries. Excellent. Nami smiles faintly, addressing Yi Xiao through the surveillance bug. Yi Xiao, I formally notify you that your interest has now increased. You now owe me 1.568 billion berries. Yi Xiao's lips twitch as he nearly spits blood. This is unabashed exploitation, oppression. This demon does not even spare the disabled. He realizes that reasoning with women is futile. And he feels regret that Hancock's eyes widen, utterly astonished by Nami's fiery tactics. How much do you love money to deceive even your own comrades? Nami, exhilarated, responds, did you not hear? That boss is a golden goose. And my words were not merely for Yi Xiao's ears. With a glare at Tianyue, her meaning is clear. He better comply. The next moment, Tianyue appears alongside 3 stunning beauties, their sudden arrival leaving Baratie in shock. The ability to appear is simply unfathomable. Baratie slowly regains her composure, smiling brightly. Your entrance was truly unexpected. You must be the valiant Tianyue, correct? Tianyue's gaze fixates on the enchanting beauty before him, captivated by her figure and grace, though he feigns nonchalance and mastery. Indeed, I am the valiant Tianyue. Would you like an autograph? We could discuss this privately. With that, he employs a captivating gaze, subtly flirting. Bam! Nami delivers a punch, knocking Tianyue to the ground, his eyes rolling back in unconsciousness. My apologies, this fellow simply deserves a beating. Baratie is taken aback, thinking, I assumed Tianyue was the strongest, but this woman is even more formidable. I never anticipated that the Empress Boa Hancock would be with them. She quickly reassures, no worries, no worries. The valiant Tianyue is quite humorous. Hancock rushes to embrace the fallen Tianyue, her ample bosom pressing against him, her expression filled with concern as she chastises Nami. You wicked woman, how could you treat my man this way? The two instantly engage in a quarrel, and as tempers flare, they begin to brawl. Baratie wonders, will they be all right? I did not foresee the valiant Tianyue igniting a palace feud, should I stay or leave. Robin, accustomed to such scenes, helps Tianyue to his feet and reassures the awkward Baratie. They do this often. It will blow over soon, no need for concern. And what of Mr. Yi Xiao? It is only then that Robin and Baratie realize Yi Xiao is on the ground, smoke rising from his head, unconscious, observing the surveillance feed. Tianzhong exclaims in disbelief. What a spectacle! In this battle, with such speed, my boss is certainly no match for that woman. Report. The valiant Tianyue, Thunder Nami, the demon Robin, and the world's most beautiful woman Boa Hancock have all materialized within the Golden City. Moreover, Thunder Nami has proven capable of simultaneously incapacitating both Yi Xiao and Tianyue. She is indeed the most formidable among them. Tezelo's expression shifts dramatically, ultimately letting out a slight sigh. We shall observe how this unfolds. Whether fortune or misfortune, we cannot evade IT worst. We shall make our escape. Tianzhong, quickly tidy up and prepare the ship. We may be departing at any moment. What a Baratie? Tianzhong inquires. Tezelo replies. There's no time to worry about that. I trust she will be fine. While Tezelo plots an escape plan, he remains unaware of the terrifying prowess of Tianyue's observation hockey. From the moment he was roused by Robin, he sensed the movements of others. There was no avoiding it. This land of gold reminded him of another place. After all, he hails from another world, and some things he knows quite well. Yi Xiao wipes the cold sweat from his brow. Surrendering all his wealth without a trace in hopes of gaining the mercy of the demon navigator. Having lived a carefree life, he has never before encountered a woman of such might. It is indeed astonishing that such an extraordinary woman has been conquered by a man who does not possess particularly high emotional intelligence. Especially not 1, but 3. The very thought is unbelievable. The battle between Nami and Hancock has concluded, and both have tempered their demeanor in the presence of their men. After all, a woman may create a scene whenever she pleases, but she must always be mindful of the occasion and maintain decorum. Otherwise, her man may not only disapprove, but also feel a sense of aversion and distance. Just moments ago, they were mortal enemies, and now they have transformed into dear sisters, united in their quest against the unfortunate Yi Xiao. One seeks vengeance for Tianyue, to avenge her man, which is the essence of womanhood. The other is motivated by wealth, wishing to secure all future riches. Yi Xiao dares not utter a word, for he knows that any comment will be seized upon by Nami, leading to his own misfortune. Poor fellow, blind as he is, he finds himself ensnared by a mere woman. Thus, when women exhibit their strength, men may find themselves adopting feminine traits. Bacala is witnessing such camaraderie for the first time. A bond as intimate as that of family. Once the atmosphere calms, she hastily reiterates the situation regarding the Golden City, leading the group into the boutique, where they may select dresses according to VIP reception protocols. Tianyue furrows his brow upon hearing this. His recollection of the Golden City's tale is scant, yet he is certain of one thing. The owner of the Golden City is not a virtuous individual. As for what transgressions he has committed, the details have faded with time, leaving him unable to recall that the warm welcome awaits. As the group steps inside the shop, the staff forms two lines, bowing respectfully in unison. Their demeanor is reverent, their expressions humble, each gesture executed with precision. The proprietor, sporting a flamboyant rooster hairstyle and a distinctive mustache, greets them with a broad smile. Earlier, he received a directive from Lord Taizolo to exert every effort to ensure the satisfaction of these esteemed guests. The owner's words resonate with him, and the tone is unexpectedly laden with fear, an undeniable, palpable fear. Consequently, he dares not let his guard down, hoping only to survive after selling these garments. Welcome, welcome. I'm the owner of this prestigious clothing establishment. Otita Sichitro.it is truly an honor to have esteemed guests such as yourselves. Your presence illuminates my humble shop, blinding me with your noble radiance. Please, feel free to select at your leisure. In celebration of this splendid day, all items are complimentary for you, my esteemed guests. Hancock, with her hands on her hips, strides forward with an air of pride, declaring, I'm the most beautiful woman in the world. It is your privilege to offer these for free. Such words, uttered by anyone else, might sound foolish. Yet, when she speaks, her breathtaking beauty and commanding presence captivate all in attendance, akin to a mesmerizing queen. Her proclamation is not only fitting but enhances her allure. At that moment, every staff member's eyes widen with admiration, exclaiming in unison, wow, she is simply stunning. The enchanting aura envelopes everyone, rendering them spellbound. Otita Shichiro clutches his heart, which beats violently as if in a frenzied drumroll, nearly stealing his breath away. Fortunately, his constitution holds firm. After a bout of nosebleed, he regains clarity amidst the dizziness. With a fervent tone, he exclaims, to witness a customer of such unparalleled beauty at my age is a fulfillment of my life's desire. Yet, as he speaks, his nose bleeds anew, and he collapses in a faint. Tianyue raises his chin with pride, wrapping an arm around Hancock's waist, entirely oblivious to the male staff member who has been rendered to tears in frustration. Boss, Robin inquires cautiously, fearful that the proprietor might expire on the spot. Are you truly offering everything for free? In a daze, Otita Shichiro sees the beautiful woman and, invigorated, sits up with a smile. Responding, of course, you are all renowned VIP guests. This is my special offer for you. Thank you, boss, Nami sweetly replies, pulling her two companions along to choose their favorite outfits before dashing into the changing room. The proprietor, Otita Shichiro, gazes longingly at the three departing figures, reluctant to turn away. Had he been 20 years younger, he would have pursued them fervently. Tianyue and Yi Xiao select matching black suits, retreating to the changing room to lament the trials of life. We're broke again. Indeed. Don't forget the money you owe me. If you hadn't betrayed me at the last moment, our plan would not have been discovered. I don't care. You must take half the blame for this loss. Tianyue grips Yi Xiao's neck fiercely. Scoundrel, return my money. Yi Xiao, tears streaming down his face, retaliates with equal ferocity, tugging at Tianyue's hair. I have no money. Do as you please, The two, one old and one young, squabble like children. Nami, adorned in a pristine white dress that accentuates her fiery yet innocent demeanor, resembles her spirited personality. Hancock, in a striking red qipao, transforms an otherwise elegant style into a regal gown, exuding an air of haughty dominance and sensual allure. Robin, clad in a sleek black dress, embodies grace and intellect, her serene demeanor reflecting her love for literature. Each woman possesses her own unique charm, standing poised and distinguished. Tianyue and Yi Xiao flank the ends of the group. Dressed in black suits and ties, their muscular physiques filling out the attire, embodying the perfect image of bodyguards. Bacala praises, "You all are truly remarkable, worthy of being called the world's most renowned heroes." This is the amusement park, the pride of the Dai Solo, the only 8-star hotel in the world, the Golden King Hotel. Following her gesture, they see the hotel towering at nearly 100 meters, entirely crafted from gold. Bustling with visitors amidst lavish decorations and numerous entertainment options, IT is magnificent, so opulent. Nami's eyes sparkle with excitement. Everything is made of gold. It's truly extravagant. Had she not experienced the golden glimmer of the Sky Island, she might have already begun digging for gold in the streets. Hancock, entwined around Tianyue's arm, playfully pouts, "Tianyue, do you think my qipao is beautiful? I wore it just for you." Tianyue responds with a smirk. "Yes, Hancock, I really like your outfit. Such is the essence of a man's heart, pure and untainted." Bacala watches in astonishment, questioning her own eyes that, I am truly the happiest. Hancock clings to Tianyue's arm, shyly covering her face as she dreams of their wedding. Gold and amusement hold no interest for her. Her entire focus is on the man before her, lost in the depths of her infatuation. Robin chuckles quietly, unbothered by Tianyue's playful advances, embodying the role of an understanding elder sister who comprehends all his subtle intentions. "Is bouncing a basketball enjoyable? Please follow me." Bacala smiles gently, preparing to guide them away. Suddenly, a group of children appears, surrounding Tianyue and his companions, blocking the path of the most vulnerable. Yi Xiao. Bacala's expression darkens as she assesses the situation based on their attire. A sense of foreboding rising within her. She senses impending trouble, but feels powerless to intervene, uncertain if she will even make it out alive and whether her companions will reach out to her again. In that moment, she realizes she lacks reliable friends and allies, feeling utterly alone in the face of danger. Yi Xiao bends down, addressing the children kindly. "Hello there, little ones." Out a small girl, looking forlorn, pleads, "Mister, please buy a flower." Unfortunately, her innocent demeanor is lost on him. The girl persists, her voice tinged with desperation. "Please, you're VIP guests. Buy a flower. I beg you." The young boy was clearly pleading for assistance, yet his demeanor was exceedingly harsh. He understood that those who frequented this place were not virtuous individuals. Should his resolve falter, he would undoubtedly be met with disdain. With a knowing smile, the seasoned veteran inquired gently, "Very well. How much for a flower?" The boy responded without hesitation, 5,000 belly. The veteran exclaimed in astonishment, "Such an exorbitant price! Goodness, are the youth of today so audacious? At my age, I have scarcely 2 coins to my name." The boy gritted his teeth and implored, "I beg you, without money there is no freedom. That I have come to you in desperation. Dear uncle, please purchase a single flower." This statement detonated like a bomb in the vicinity, apart from Hancock, who was lost in her own bubble of happiness. Everyone's attention was riveted on the boy. Only Robin was discreetly observing the expressions of Baccara, attempting to glean some insight from her countenance. Nami, with her formidable observation haki, effortlessly overheard all discussions regarding money within the Golden City in a matter of breaths. What was truly transpiring? Nami's gaze shifted to Baccara, her previous goodwill evaporating. She too held a fondness for wealth, merely a simple passion. For the second time, she witnessed someone attempting to wield money and power to dictate the lives and freedoms of others. The last instance had been with the Dragon Pirates. The veteran's expression turned grave as he addressed the boy. "Could you elaborate further? The intelligence from Tion, you had merely indicated that there were issues with the gold powder at the entrance, lacking any substantial details, or perhaps the time had caused him to forget." The boy earnestly scrutinized Tian Yu and his companions, his face illuminating with joy as he exclaimed, "Are you Are you heroes? Tears streamed down his face, his eyes glistening with excitement and hope. The veteran affirmed, "Indeed, we are champions of justice, vanquishing evil and upholding good. Share your troubles with us, and we shall assist in any way we can." Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Tianzhong immediately reported to Taizolo. "Report, Lord Taizolo, they're about to uncover everything." Taizolo cast a reluctant glance at the place he had labored over, declaring internally, "I cannot allow anyone to control me any longer. Tianzhong, let us depart. We shall leave this place and start anew. As long as I draw breath, this gold remains mine, and everything can begin again." He realized that the disparity in strength between them was insurmountable, far beyond what a mere awakened fruit could remedy. Thus, decisively, he gathered a few subordinates to flee. This was the best course of action to AS for Bakera. He hoped she could escape using her fruit abilities, for he had already issued a warning. This situation seemed dire. Karina, trailing behind, sensed something amiss. Her mind was still fixated on Taizolo's treasure, making it unlikely for her to abandon her pursuit. She attempted to slip away opportunely, only to be discovered by Taizolo, who ensnared her with golden ropes that shot forth from the ground. Taizolo chuckled, "Karina, where do you think you're going?" Tianzhong added, "Brolololo. Do you still wish to return at this moment? Is there something you must attend to? The gallant Tianyu is not one to be trifled with. After all." Karina, maintaining her composure, responded, "As a woman, they shouldn't pose a threat to me, and I cannot leave Bakera to face them alone." Taizolo released her, scoffing, "What a foolish woman. If you are unafraid of death, then go ahead." Their relationship was merely one of cooperation. As long as she did not betray him, he had no qualms. On another front, Bakera's expression shifted momentarily before she regained her composure, naturally removing her gloves as she approached the veteran, saying, "Mr. Yi Xiao, I, Robin," her face slightly flushed, had been observing Bakera's every move and immediately cautioned, "Nami, stop her." With a crackle, a bolt of lightning intercepted Bakera as Nami warily focused on her. Her lightning was unleashed with lethal intent, yet in such close proximity, she failed to strike her target. How peculiar this ability was. Bakera's figure vanished in a flash, and shortly after, a cacophony of explosions resonated from the distant port. Rather than targeting a subordinate, she yearned to teach a lesson to the mastermind behind the scenes. An endless river of gold began to flow, and soon a towering golden giant erupted from the ground. Following this, the skies were besieged by torrential thunder. A relentless barrage of flames erupted, and condensed electromagnetic shells shot forth like a meteor shower, leaving the golden giant riddled with wounds. Tianyu observed the distant battle with an impassive demeanor, yet concern brewed within him. Taizolo's face darkened. He had always regarded Tianyu as his greatest foe, never anticipating that he would be cornered by a mere woman. The combat escalated into a frenzied state from the outset, with Tianzhong and his companion already collapsing in a pool of blood. The woman fought with ruthless decisiveness, showing no hesitation whatsoever. Her combat instincts were formidable, targeting Tianzhong as her first victim. The golden river surged violently, assimilating countless golden structures on the ship in a blink, while the gaping wounds on the giant's body visibly mended. For Nami, eliminating a vigilant awakened Logia user posed a significant challenge. The reason Luffy triumphed in the film was due to the protagonist's halo. In terms of both armament haki and observation haki, their capabilities were nearly equal. In truth, Nami was inferior to her opponent when it came to haki. Countless golden arrows danced through the air like vines, relentlessly pursuing the shadow of the lightning. They filled the sky densely. In the golden forest, Taizolo concealed himself within the elemental realm, his attacks frequent and swift, refusing to grant Nami a moment's respite. Nami, unwilling to engage in a head-on clash, recognized her lightning's prowess, yet could not transmute all gold into her own. Thus, she swiftly unleashed a thunderstorm, maximizing her strength. The heavens unleashed torrents of lightning, pummeling the giant's golden form into a pockmarked mess. Taizolo laughed heartily. "Your fruit ability is indeed formidable, but it is insufficient to defeat me." Nami retorted fiercely. "Lightning tornado!" In an instant, a storm erupted from thin air. A tornado imbued with lightning surged toward the giant. Taizolo remained unfazed. At his level, even if he could not win, he rarely faced true defeat. Not bad, behold my golden storm. The golden giant's form suddenly liquefied, accelerating into a spiraling motion, as if caught in another tempest of golden currents. The two storms clashed, dissipating one after the other, with the residual power of a lightning storm waning. Taizolo stood in the rear, once again enveloped in gold. Even if the gold melted, Nami would find it impossible to harm him. Countless nets of molten gold surged toward Nami, seeking to ensnare her. Nami, with a flash of lightning, charged forward at a cannon barrel formed upon her fist, the power of lightning coalescing into a laser. The collision of gold and lightning unleashed a cacophony of explosions, reverberating with a furious roar. The battle reached a stalemate. While Nami's attacks proved effective, Taizolo's abilities were equally monstrous. However, Tianyu discerned that Taizolo's Fruit Awakening was incomplete, for he could only manipulate gold, unable to transmute non-gold objects into gold. But this remained uncertain. Perhaps that was the extent of his abilities post-awakening. Bakura, smiling before them, remarked, "Fortunately, I was well prepared. However, I harbor no intentions of opposing you." The veteran sneered, "You are rather overconfident." As the words fell, a gravitational field suddenly descended upon her. Yet, fortune favored her, as the ground beneath her shattered, not only failing to capture her, but inadvertently allowing her to escape. A six-petal flower. Dark water. Robin struck suddenly, with Hancock following closely behind. Kiss gun. The pink heart was blown from her lips. And with a subtle movement of her delicate hand, countless pink arrows shot forth. The falling Bakura was rendered immobile, transformed into a statue, destined to shatter into countless pieces upon impact. However, the surface of the statue cracked, and Bakura broke free from her bonds, rising with merely a few minor injuries. The powers of the dark fruit indeed sealed her abilities, yet the fortune she possessed remained intact, an ethereal and mysterious essence that seemed unaffected by the loss of her powers. In the alliance of underground forces, when an individual possesses immense strength, people will revere and admire them. Conversely, when someone is both powerful and perilous, fear takes root, leading others to seek their destruction or to diminish their strength. This principle had never crossed Tianyu's mind. It was not a matter of desire, but rather one of indifference. Such arrogance, a deeply embedded pride, allowed him to overlook this evident truth. Often, these seemingly trivial matters can prove to be fatal. A lesson few truly grasp. Moreover, for Tianyu, who was rapidly ascending, the experience of failure was foreign. Even in adversity, he could always transform challenges into stepping stones of strength. How could someone like him not be proud? Not exude arrogance. While humility is a virtue, it is regrettably not a trait commonly found in the young that if one stands strong alone, that strength is but an illusion, easily shattered. True power is only realized when those around you share in that strength. For it is only in such unity that one may avoid critical weaknesses. As a person who deeply cares for those in a circle, Tianyu excelled in this regard. Because of his concern, he contemplated. Because he contemplated, he became formidable. His sole intention was to shield his own from harm. The saying, "a tall tree attracts the wind," is well known, yet many easily forget its implications. When Shanks, Garp, and the others sought him out, Tianyu should have recognized that his strength had aroused different intentions in these factions. His audacity, coupled with his formidable prowess, rendered him a figure capable of inflicting harm without hesitation. The reasoning was as simple as that. Purity and clarity can sometimes be a form of original sin. 5 days ago, a significant event transpired upon the ocean, under the pressure from Tianyu's actions and the bloodshed of pirates and villains. The dark underbelly of the Grand Line began to stir as he approached, prompting various underground forces to engage in frequent dealings. The weak must unite, a truth universally acknowledged. To survive, and to evade the systematic eradication by Tianyu's band of heroes. They were compelled to make choices, to sacrifice, and to set aside their pride. They needed to convey to their formidable adversary that they, too, were not to be trifled with. The only viable means to achieve this was through the unification of all dark forces, demonstrating their combined strength to inform Tianyu that they were not to be underestimated. Thus, one of the rulers of the Dark Realm, Don Quixote da Flamingo, initiated a call to arms 5 days prior, dispatching invitations to various pirates and influential figures in the underworld that he humbly invited all to join forces against Tian Yu's heroic assembly in pursuit of success. Even Kaido and Charlotte Lin Lin, the two emperors of the sea, received word. Yet, their responses were starkly contrasting. One held disdain for alliances with the weak, while the impulse to confront such an opponent with the utmost ferocity only intensified upon receiving the news. The thought of facing such a rival in a manner so demeaning ignited his fighting spirit, leaving him in a state of impatience. That moment, the wine in his hand tasted different. As the prolonged wait became intolerable, that was akin to a mighty lion learning of another lion's impending demise at the jaws of foul hyenas, leading to a profoundly dismal sentiment. That day, Kaido departed from Wano, eager to reach the scene before that fool met his demise at the hands of a jester, seeking an exhilarating confrontation. Although the emperors of the sea were formidable entities, they were by no means invincible. When pushed to their limits, even the most fearsome wolves must face death, for if one offers no mercy, none shall be granted in return. You may choose to self-destruct or create chaos at the naval headquarters. But crossing that line is impermissible. Once that boundary is breached, nearly everyone across the seas becomes your sworn enemy. Thus he dispatched his own men, for it was imperative. This is the harsh and terrifying reality of the seas. Ants can indeed bring down elephants, a metaphor that rings true. Charlotte Lin Lin, fixated on Tian Yu's prowess, contemplated a union to entwine their bloodlines. She entirely overlooked that Tian Yu was a slayer of pirates, especially those as brutal as herself. She also forgot that she was a mother capable of ruthlessly eliminating her own offspring, a figure feared even by her progeny. Upon receiving the news, she immediately dispatched her minister of juice, Charlotte Smudge, and her other daughter, Charlotte Garrett. Charlotte Smudge, the 14th daughter of the Charlotte family, was a towering figure with long white hair cascading to her waist. She bore a spiral-shaped sword sheath and donned pink patterned knee-high boots. Charlotte Garrett, the 18th daughter, was the minister of butter, of average height and appearance. With pink hair, red eyes, crimson lipstick, and fair skin, she adorned herself with cat ear-like accessories, wearing a purple cloak, a red miniskirt, and red heels. She was a proud and imposing woman. Charlotte Lin Lin was pleased with both daughters, having observed them long enough to believe they could satisfy Tian Yu's preferences, both in beauty and strength. What man could resist the allure of powerful and beautiful women? The temptation of conquest. Should she secure Tian Yu, her Big Mom pirates would ascend to become the mightiest crew among the 4 emperors. If he acquiesced, the looming crisis would dissipate naturally. Should he refuse, her daughters would become his adversaries. Tian Yu, this time I shall make you pay. Upon receiving the invitation, Crocodile unhesitatingly accepted it and set off for Dressrosa alone. Compared to the humiliation inflicted by Luffy, he harbored a deeper resentment towards Tian Yu for the disgrace he had suffered. His retreat left him a laughingstock upon the seas, though he had since redeemed himself. That stain remained, starkly visible, while others may not voice their scorn. In his heart, he could always hear the mocking laughter. Despite his hatred, he bore no regrets. Unlike the blindly headstrong, he was at least alive. With this conflicting sentiment, both loathing and gratitude, he sought to vanquish a sufficiently powerful FOET this moment. He was still unaware of the fear that lingered within him. This fear had taken root deep within his heart since the moment he made his first choice, growing stronger with time, eventually blossoming into a formidable tree. Moonlight Moria laughed heartily. How amusing! How amusing! You wish to unite against the valiant Tian Yu? Yet his expression suddenly turned grave, a flicker of fear evident in his eyes. The smile unable to mask his trepidation. Each recollection of that man's deeds and his formidable record sent shivers down his spine. Truth be told, he had never laid eyes on the great hero Tian Yu. Yet he often dreamt of him, nightmares that haunted his slumber, just like the newspapers he had read, recounting tales of pirate crews annihilated by the hands of this hero, with none left alive. The dark forces of the first half of the Grand Line had been decimated by a single individual, The once arrogant celestial dragons were slaughtered without mercy, and government agents met the same fate. During that period, such news reports emerged almost daily, transitioning from shock to numbness, and eventually becoming commonplace. To the average person, it was merely news. Only those like him comprehended it as the harbinger of fear and death. Where the boy tread, blood flowed, and pirates and severed heads littered the ground at that time. Although he had yet to traverse the latter half of the Grand Line, some notorious pirates were already gripped by a terror that shattered their very souls. Plagued by nightmares both day and night, the villains from the first half, in a desperate bid for survival, fled to the latter half, only to find that the demon had pursued them there as well. It seemed there was no chance for reprieve. Faced with such a formidable enemy, it was apparent that I must embark on this journey. Confronted with an adversary like Tianyue, he could not afford to be careless. Nor could he allow pride to cloud his judgment. His voice trembled, a fact he was oblivious to. Perona inquired, "Master Moria, must we truly go? I have heard that this fellow named Tianyue is quite dangerous." She was reluctant to venture forth, knowing that doing so could lead to her demise. Such was the life of a pirate. It was either death or indulgence, with few able to truly find peace. "Indeed, Master Moria, must we truly proceed?" Hokaback echoed, genuine fear evident in his heart. As a peculiar doctor, he lacked combat experience and feared that a single misstep could cost him his life. Moria waved his hand dismissively. "Hokaback, you need not accompany us. Focus solely on your zombies." Absalom asked, "Master Moria, how many zombies shall we bring along?" He felt that against Tianyue's formidable crew, it would be unwise to travel light. That Moria's expression darkened. It appeared that his subordinate's intellect was somewhat lacking. With a hint of exasperation, he replied, "This time, those who will join us are the kings of great pirates and powerful underground forces. There is no need for us to bring an army of zombies." Meanwhile, the CP9 organization, now operating in the shadows, received an invitation from Doflamingo. Spandam, flushed with excitement and as obnoxious as ever, declared, "Damn Tianyue. Let us see if you can escape this time." He laughed maniacally. "This loathsome character surely does not expect that I intend to kill him myself." Rob Lucci paid no heed to the foolish leader. The CP organization of the world government had been severely diminished, with nearly half of its members having perished at Tianyue's hands. The celestial dragons, once proud, now coward in Myriad, stripped of their former glory. "That I believe it is best we do not go." Lucci's voice was cold, his tone resolute. Kaku concurred, "I agree. Our predecessors in CP0 were no match, let alone us. Indeed, had it not been for their need to retreat underground, they would not be scurrying about like rats," Gabra lamented. "That fellow is a true monster. He has even slain the 5 elders." Bruno nodded in agreement. "Let us first complete our intelligence work." "You!" exclaimed Xiongshi. "So, it is decided. Caution is paramount." With this, the matter was settled among them. As for Spandam, who was entirely ignored, he erupted in anger. "You bastards! I am your leader!" Rob Lucci was the first to rise and exit, with the others following suit, leisurely departing without a glance back. "Damn it, if the world government's orders are disregarded, I shall go myself." Spandam stormed out in fury. The king of the assassin realm, Piccolo, upon receiving the invitation, scoffed. "Alliance? Truly a clownish act. We assassins have no habit of appearing in public. 0 and 1. You two will lead the way and test the strength of our opponents." Though labeled as a test, it was in truth a death sentence, risking their lives to gauge the enemy's tactics and trump cards. Such is the life of an assassin. Their lives never truly belong to themselves. On the same day, Taisolo disregarded his invitation, tossing it straight into the trash. What a jest! A figure like Tianyue was one he would avoid at all costs. Only a fool would seek their own demise. Yet he was among the few who thought this way. The majority of kings would not choose to compromise, for their veins flowed with corruption. The Cargo King Meat, the Joyous Street Stussy, the Lone Shark Feld, and the Goods King Cabosin. These individuals, at nearly the same moment, began to reveal their fangs, rallying their forces in preparation for a thunderous strike. Within the palace of Dressrosa, the Don Quixote family gathered in full force. Doflamingo sat arrogantly at the round table, his sunglasses glinting, while his subordinates lined up behind him. Standing 5 paces away, he held a document containing intelligence about a recently surfaced island. Remembering someone's refusal, he picked up the nearby snail phone and dialed. Servants brought forth platters of food, and as the table was set, footsteps echoed from outside. Soon, a figure appeared, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, a golden hook on his left hand. Draped in a black fur coat over an orange plaid shirt, exuding a distinctly Italian mafia flair. "Da Flamingo!" the newcomer exclaimed with a smile as he stood. "Crocodile, what a rare guest. I truly did not expect you'd come." Indeed, the visitor was Crocodile, who had long disappeared from the New World, his presence unexpected. The former warlord of the sea had a storied past, having fled from Tianyue, as speculated, and later defeated by Monkey D. Luffy. While being escorted to Impel Down, he overcame the Navy and made a successful escape. He had even evaded the pursuit of Admiral Kazu, leaping into the sea to save himself, and had not perished. Crocodile let out a cold snort. "Had it not been for your mention of dealing with Tianyue, I would not have come here." Da Flamingo reassured him. "Rest assured, even the mightiest have their weaknesses that I in our joint assault. Even the Yonko will meet their demise." That a voice, booming before the presence of the speaker, announced the arrival of another. The newcomer was tall, sporting a hairstyle reminiscent of fire, with a devilish appearance, complete with horns, pointed ears, and sharp teeth. Clad in a bat-like outfit, it was none other than Moria, accompanied by his subordinates, who quipped, "With this few, we cannot hope to contend with Tianyue. I would rather not go to my death in vain." Another round of footsteps sounded, revealing the cargo king Amit, the joyous street Stussy, the loan shark Feld, and the goods king Kabosin. The battle concluded with the arrival of Kaido, under a starry sky. The night was clear. The scene shifted to the Daisolo ship days later, where Taisolo and Nami found themselves in a stalemate. Their abilities did not counter each other, even though lightning could heat gold. Nami would need considerable time to achieve victory in battles among Logia users. It often boiled down to endurance and the stamina of the wielder. Observing intently, Tianyue frowned, pondering whether sheer powerful haki could truly overcome a Logia user. Nami's haki-infused electromagnetic cannonballs pierced the golden giant repeatedly, yet the effect was minimal 8 times. Taisolo could manipulate the golden giant to elementalize, evading attacks, meaning he could preemptively vacate parts of his body to avoid damage. Achieving this was not difficult. One merely needed substantial Kinbunchika haki. They exerted themselves, gritting their teeth, battling fiercely like two equally matched beasts. The Golden City was no more. Only the golden rivers and giants remained. Amidst the rain of golden arrows, Nami danced like a sprite, swift and decisive. Wisely, she refrained from invoking her thunder god form, fully exploiting her speed advantage. For every attack the enemy could muster, she could unleash 3. Taisolo's strategy was equally astute. He did not rely on speed, but rather the sheer quantity of golden thorns, leaving Nami with no opportunity to prepare for victory. The gold, which could be readily replaced, flowed like a cascade, making it nearly impossible to heat such gold. Though Bacala's abilities were peculiar, defeat was already inevitable in the face of the powers of the dark fruit. She was repeatedly transformed into stone, only to be shattered time and again by Hancock's fragrant kick. Robin's ability is a terrifying loophole. As long as her eyes can see the opponent, she can seal the powers of those who possess fruit abilities. No matter how much luck one has, it can eventually run out, especially since Baccarat has lost any chance of seizing fortune. The entire course of battle is brutal. One repeatedly slaughters their enemies, torturing them relentlessly. Meanwhile, the adversary endures soul-crushing torment, struggling in agony as they slowly await the inevitable approach of death. This anticipation is the most horrifying aspect. Every minute, every second, becomes a torment more unbearable than death itself. "A smile, let us end this battle," Tianyue remarked, gazing at the fallen Baccarat. Her face was etched with despair and pleading, evoking sympathy from anyone who beheld her. Indeed, she was a strikingly beautiful woman, yet not all lovely women can evoke affection. As a man of taste and ideals, Tianyue is certainly not the type to weaken at the sight of a woman. While Robin collected the fruit, a smile soared towards the golden giant. With a single move, An exceedingly simple and practical technique, one universally known, despair instantly flickered across Tezelo's face. The fervent blood of battle turned frigid, cold enough to freeze him to the core. The deluge of seawater swept in like the grim reaper's ledger of life and death, dragging him from the realm of the living into the abyss. Witnessing the tide rolling in, the water gushing forth from the ruins, it replaced the golden splashes of water in the sky. The flowing golden rivers and all that Tezelo could cling to. Suddenly, the golden glow diminished. The golden giant began to crumble, washed away by the sea, shattered by thunder. Amidst the white mist, Tezelo lay in the water. He yearned to plead for mercy, yet lacked the strength. He wished to flee, but his body would not obey. His stomach convulsed, constricting, longing to retch in that moment. His mouth felt parched and bitter, the taste of raindrops on his tongue indescribable. Suddenly, a flash of understanding struck him, a fleeting vision of a beautiful figure crossing his mind in his final moments. Could this be the essence of fear? No, it was more than mere fear. It contained emotions even he could not articulate. The storm raged on, the thunder booming, and at last, the heavens began to weep. That he understood, he comprehended. His heart ached, yet it felt emptier still. Perhaps he had perished long ago. Only now realizing it, the battle was over, and the people of the city were liberated. Whether pirates or ordinary citizens, all were engulfed in jubilant laughter. Tianyu looked down at the cheering crowd with satisfaction, a genuine smile gracing his face. This smile allowed the previously tense and fearful pirates to relax completely, for they now understood that as long as they did not commit evil before the hero, they would face no threat to their lives. That a smile also broke forth. Rejoicing in his choices, Tianyu's chivalry was unique, sometimes even childlike. For instance, when he despised a villain, he would not hesitate to confront them, severing the wretched head. Conversely, when encountering pirates, he might refrain from intervening, as those pirates were merely indulging in drink or revelry. Tianyu, carefree, stood amidst three beauties, embracing them, with a gentle empress nestled in the center. His face radiating happiness. That Nami's eyes sparkled with riches. Her heart clutched tightly around the fruit representing wealth, one hand firmly grasping his sleeve. Hancock strove to maintain her haughty demeanor, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Robin remained as gentle as ever, tenderly entwining her arm with Tianyu's three breathtakingly beautiful women, each a vision of allure. The envious onlookers swallowed hard, brimming with envy and resentment. Nami, called a sweet-faced woman with short purple hair from below. "It's you," Nami exclaimed, both astonished and irate. "What is the matter?" Robin inquired. "Oh, you know her." The woman removed her glasses and smiled. "Indeed, we are acquainted. I never anticipated meeting you here. Little thief cat. And you didn't expect to see me?" "Fox spirit," Nami replied, her tone light and cheerful. The two approached, exchanging friendly high-fives, and in an instant, they instinctively drew their weapons. One of them brandished a wallet. "Ah, how infuriating. It seems your skills haven't diminished," the woman remarked. "Likewise, your speed is commendable," Nami retorted. The two swiftly seized each other's wallets. "It's been a while, Karina." "Indeed, it has, Nami." Tianyu finally grasped the situation. "You two know each other?" "Yes," Karina affirmed. "Nami and I are bound by our misadventures as thieves." "Wouldn't you agree?" Nami scoffed. "Not at all. It's just that when I was a thief in East Blue, she often came to snatch treasures," Karina countered. "Clearly, you're the greedy one," Nami sarcastically replied. "There's no one more greedy than you." Karina shot back. "Nonsense, you little thief cat. You greedy fox spirit," Nami snapped. Had it not been for an intervening presence, these two would have likely clashed on the spot. "Oh, this little hand-holding, is he your man?" Karina teased, glancing at Tianyu. Nami, feeling proud, responded, "Jealous? After all these years, you're still single?" Karina, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, warned fiercely, "Nami, don't push me. Staying here? Are you eyeing a treasure?" Nami asserted confidently, a smile prepared to activate his abilities, intending to fly away from the shattered deck. That a group of people, seemingly having arrived unnoticed, was led by a diminutive old man. He had long green hair and wore a gentleman's suit, adorned with a patterned shirt. At first glance, Tianyu felt an intense sensation, Sensing that this individual shared a kinship with a smile in certain regards that in fact, in some aspects, the impression he gave was even more profound than that of smile. His expression was serious, his gaze inexplicably fixed upon Tianyue. That gaze bore complex emotions, a blend of hatred, regret, and admiration, an unsettling look, akin to a roguish old scoundrel harboring both resentment and appreciation. His eyes were piercing, as if they could see through one's thoughts. Nami, with her generous bosom, appeared vigilant, tightly safeguarding the fruit in her embrace. Hancock, proud as ever, arched her head back, her towering peaks prominently displayed. The stingy Tianyue brought her back to normalcy with a swift slap, prompting her to stand like an ordinary person. Robin's demeanor remained unchanged, as if she perceived no threat from this individual. In truth, many informants had already been dispatched to secretly observe everything in the vicinity. This was her fruit ability. Tianyue's previously carefree expression gradually solidified, his brows furrowing as his gaze sharpened, piercing toward the newcomer. His bright eyes resembled two swords unsheathed, fiercely stabbing into the eyes of the stranger. In his observation, he sensed numerous figures lurking in the shadows, like phantoms in the dark, silently creeping closer. These individuals moved with stealth, their presence almost non-existent. They perpetually dwelled in the shadows, never emerging into the light. Like emotionless daggers, they were cold as iron, silent as wooden mannequins. Their frigid demeanor indicated remarkable composure, adept at controlling their emotions. Their stolid appearance suggested an ordinary temperament, their looks so commonplace that they bore no distinctive features. They were the kind of people so unremarkable that one wouldn't even remember them after a fleeting glance. That a smile gripped the hilt of his sword, alertly watching the suddenly appeared crowd. Swiftly stating, "Tianyue, my brother, I need not leave." He sensed the ghost lurking within the shadow. This statement echoed in the air. The women standing beside Tianyue, Nami, Karina, Robin, and Hancock, were instantaneously transported back to the island of Nine Snakes. Tianyue gazed skyward, where an extraordinary aura was approaching. Dark clouds drifted in, parting without a hint of warning. That a colossal silhouette soared through the mist, its reflective azure scales slicing through the air, clouds spontaneously rising beneath its four claws and surrounding its form. Flying in the sky resembled swimming in water. The dragon's head emerged from the clouds, its piercing eyes fixed on Tianyue for a moment, as if confirming something. Moments later, a blue dragon broke free from the clouds. Descending and transforming into a human figure, he was tall and robust, with a fearsome countenance, long black hair cascading over his shoulders, and a pair of bull-like horns protruding from his head. That a lengthy beard adorned his face, and dragon scale tattoos adorned his left arm. His upper body was bare, revealing an X-shaped scar on his right abdomen, while a purple garment hung at his waist, its hem embellished with thick golden chains. His lower half was clad in loose, dark-hued trousers, a beaded cord cinched at his waist, and he donned a purple velvet cloak. He carried a wine gourd emblazoned with a character for heaven and wielded a spiked club in his hand. "Kaido of the Four Emperors," the diminutive figure exclaimed, astonished at the identity of the newcomer. Upon landing, Kaido's fierce visage shifted from one of menace to unexpected mirth. One could only imagine the sight of a demonic giant smiling. It was a visage more grotesque than tears, yet surprisingly evoking a sense of sincerity and joy. Kaido erupted into laughter, pure, genuine, and brutal. "Lulu, I never expected you, Tianyue, to possess such abilities. Those three young ladies were sent away by you. Weren't those scoundrels dared to attempt your assassination? It is nothing short of delusional. Lulu, Tianyue, come and slay me." As Kaido emerged, he wasted no time, raising a spiked club and sweeping it towards Tianyue. A fierce wind surged forth, leaving a trail of afterimages, while the ruined remnants below were obliterated in an instant. With a thunderous clash, as the club swung in, a sword intercepted it. The sound reverberated violently. As the clash of weapons generated tumultuous gusts, the disparity between their weapons and sizes was monumental, akin to an adult wielding a spiked club being repelled by a kindergarten child. Tianyue succinctly inquired, "Who seeks to kill me?" Kaido, uninterested in providing an answer, felt his blood surge with excitement at the sight of an opponent like Tianyue. He swung his spike club repeatedly, unleashing a relentless barrage. Each strike was swifter than the last. The sheer force of his blows utterly demolished the dilapidated ship, causing water to surge in as everyone scrambled for safety. Tianyue and Kaido continued their battle. They swiftly found themselves on a deserted isle. Tianyue nimbly evaded Kaido's strikes, having long pondered the true extent of the Four Emperors' might. His first encounter with Shanks had felt somewhat similar, neither overwhelmingly strong nor weak. Now, facing Kaido, he perceived this creature's power as rather ordinary, far from impressive. Ultimately, disappointment outweighed expectation. The so-called strongest beings of land, sea, and air were merely this. It felt as though a single strike could end him at any moment. There was absolutely no thrill, no rush of adrenaline. Compared to that old pervert, Kaido truly paled in comparison. During that time, he had sought training from that old monster, only to find himself unable to defeat him. For Tianyue, regardless of how formidable one might be, as long as he continued to fight, the strongest would inevitably be him. As his thoughts drifted, he delivered a powerful kick, sending the humanoid Kaido crashing into the ground, creating a deep impression in the earth. Kaido, transform quickly, Tianyue demanded. Kaido, bewildered, replied, "How is that even possible?" Tianyue's dissatisfied voice echoed again. Kaido, morph into a little blue dragon. Many, indeed, across the entirety of the Grand Line, sought to eliminate the heroic Tianyue. The diminutive figure observing from a distance cautioned, "I truly did not expect even the Four Emperor Kaido to come in person. Seems you all must hurry to escape." Yi Xiao, with a vigilant expression, queried, "And who might you be?" "I am a member of the Revolutionary Army, the legendary gambler. Raise Marcus," Yi Xiao replied. "You have come here merely to say this? Your subordinates have already been exposed. There is no need for the pretense." Raise Marcus stated, "To be honest, I harbor no goodwill towards Tianyue. It is our leader who has compelled us to assist. Kaido's demise at the hands of the Revolutionary Army, should you truly wish to help. I suggest you vacate this place." Yi Xiao gradually lowered his guard, yet remained cautious. The Revolutionary Army had once extended an invitation to him. Had he not boarded Tianyue's ship, he would likely be one of them now. Raise Marcus continued, "I understand your thoughts, but you must realize this. No one is truly invincible. And no matter how strong Tianyue may be, he cannot contend with the entirety of the Dark World." Yi Xiao mused, "It seems you are well informed." Raise Marcus did not hide his intentions. Continuing, "Doflamingo has united the rulers of the entire Dark World of the Grand Line, along with various pirates, forming an alliance to eliminate Tianyue. According to our internal sources, even the world government may intervene, and no matter how strong Tianyue is, he cannot withstand their combined might." Yi Xiao's expression changed as he immediately grasped the Revolutionary Army's purpose. While this coalition was indeed formidable, the notion of killing Tianyue was utterly impossible. As long as Tianyue wished to depart, no one could impede him. Raise Marcus was clearly aware of this, yet continued to declare the inevitable defeat of his side. Evidently with some ulterior motive, he shook his head. "If you have come here for something, I advise the Revolutionary Army to abandon that thought." Raise Marcus stated bluntly, "While Tianyue may be powerful, you few are not. You are his vulnerabilities. When the proudest individual faces the most devastating defeat, do you think he will maintain his former strength?" Yi Xiao's countenance darkened, his gaze sharp as he retorted, "Are you threatening us? Do you truly believe that Nami and the others are mere ornaments?" Raise Marcus shook his head. "It is better to be safe than sorry. This world is rife with despicable tactics and lethal weaknesses, especially when your opponents are ruthless scoundrels." Suddenly, a mighty roar erupted from the small island, as the enormous blue dragon ascended into the sky, vanishing into the clouds to evade close combat. It then unleashed a breath of fire from above, aimed directly at the minuscule figure on the ground. The searing energy pierced through rock, detonating mountains, and incinerating everything in its vicinity into crystalline remnants. The ground lay still for an extended moment. With no sign of Tianyue's counterattack, Kaido's dragon eyes narrowed as he scanned the area, yet he could not locate the terrifying figure. Could it be that his adversary had perished beneath his breath? As this thought crossed his mind, The dragon began to cautiously survey his surroundings. Suddenly, a soft chuckle wafted down from above, the laughter mingling with the wind, close enough to feel like a guillotine poised to fall. At that moment, Kaido felt his heartbeat cease, a chilling sensation enveloping him from within, rendering his mind blank for an instant. Soon after, he felt a hand grasping his dragon horn, no matter how he thrashed or flailed. Those feet seemed rooted firmly atop his head. The howling wind surged as the blue dragon spiraled through the clouds. A disinterested voice floated down from above, miraculously cutting through the roar of the wind to reach his ears. Riding a dragon feels delightful, though the wind is quite overpowering, diminishing the experience. Hey Kaido, why not be my mount? As a condition, I promise not to kill you. Stick with me, and you won't be treated poorly. You could still play the role of the Four Emperor, enjoying absolute freedom, as long as you can mend your ways and become a good pirate. What do you say? Give me a word. Would you? How about it, Kaido? Kaido felt a surge of indignation. Before he arrived, he had not regarded Tianyue with any seriousness. Even though his opponent's prowess was undeniably formidable, he felt no significant danger. Instead, he harbored a desire for a vigorous clash with his adversary. He casually contemplated whether Tianyue could inflict any harm upon him, brimming with confidence. Indeed, arrogance. In his robust physique, as a pirate, he had suffered 7 defeats, challenging the Navy and the Four Emperors single-handedly, captured a total of 18 times, endured over 1,000 brutal tortures, and faced execution a staggering 40 times. He had dozed on the gallows and faced the guillotine with defiance. He had even experimented with his armament spear and frolicked aboard a prison ship. Yet, despite all this, he had never been slain, not even by his own hand. Possessing an immortal body, he began to swell with hubris, seeking various death-defying thrills in mundane life, exploring every conceivable avenue for excitement and exhilaration. His attacks may not have been the most powerful, but his defensive capabilities and recovery prowess were unmatched. Alas, all of this transpired before Tianyue's emergence. Now, his aspirations were lofty, yet reality was harsh. The battle commenced, and the anticipated equilibrium was absent. The exhilarating clash he envisioned was nowhere to be found. Instead, he found himself continuously toyed with, relentlessly battered, unable to even graze the hem of his opponent's garment. At that moment, Tianyue perched atop him, declaring an intention to make him a mount. Such humiliation! Such disgrace! Cursed scoundrel! I shall surely kill you! Bang! Bang! Tianyue paid no heed as he reached out to tap the dragon scales. After all, it was a dragon, albeit somewhat artificial in nature, yet at least it bore a striking resemblance. With a pinch and a tug, he effortlessly plucked a scale. So easily, dragon scales are rather brittle. With a mere squeeze, the scale snapped in two. This maneuver elicited a howl of pain from Kaido, for anyone would recoil at having a piece of their skin forcibly removed. This scoundrel, refusing to submit, resorted to skinning him. Was this behavior befitting a hero? The roar of the dragon was deafening, its massive form swaying, causing immense irritation. Suddenly, Kaido felt a tremendous force strike him as his uplifted dragon head was abruptly forced downward, triggering a bout of dizziness akin to a cerebral embolism. With his head bowed, his dragon form was instantaneously pulled taut, and his tail lashed out like a whip, cracking through. Hancock declared, "Very well, Karina, follow me, and I shall bestow upon you all the gold upon this island." Karina expressed her heartfelt gratitude, saying, "Thank you," were it not for Nami gifting her the ring that harnessed the powers of the devil fruit. As a thief with limited abilities, she would have faced certain doom once the battle commenced on a secluded island, dozens of miles away from Nine Snake Island. The assassins' vessels lay in hiding. They maintained remote communication with Piccolo, the sovereign of the assassination realm, through the cleverly concealed image-transmitting snail. Upon seeing the numerous flashes of lightning through the snail, Piccolo immediately inquired about the recent occurrences. "Nick," he called. Nick replied, "Boss, it appears to be lightning." Even though the weather is splendid, his eyes widened in shock as he realized their infiltrators had been completely annihilated, exclaiming, "This is bad. Our infiltrators are all gone." Piccolo asserted, "It must be that woman returning." Nick questioned, "That woman? Aren't they currently with the Golden Emperor?" Piccolo replied, "Nothing is impossible. Her fruit power is lightning, and her speed must be remarkable. Why only concern now is how she discovered our people. This is of utmost importance to us. Let our men withdraw. Nick responded, understood, boss. He promptly picked up another image-transmitting snail. All personnel, retreat immediately. With a single call, all assassins lurking around Nine Snake Island began their swift withdrawal. Countless shadowy figures silently melted away from the dark corners, the entire process so discreet that even the pirates aboard the ships remained oblivious. Fortune reigned supreme, and firepower reigns fierce. The sun blazed high in the sky, and the sea sparkled. Within the war room, Hancock occupied the prominent seat, swiftly issuing orders after deliberation, her commands casting a wide net through the messenger soldiers. In an instant, the sounds of watchmen echoed throughout the island's forests, rising and falling in harmony. The nation's military machinery began to operate in an orderly fashion, while all the beautiful warriors on the periphery swiftly retreated to the second line of defense. The female warriors on Nine Snake Island stood ready, with the remaining sentinels perched atop the treetops vigilantly observing the pirates' movements. Each of them was a formidable warrior, adept at wielding the two types of haki. At that moment, they all donned raincoats, concealed within the forest, poised gracefully atop the treetops, silent and watchful, as the sea water cascaded down their elegant forms, clad in resplendent armor, with bows drawn and arrows nocked. An atmosphere of lethal intent enveloped Nine Snake Island. The outer perimeter of the island had long been set with countless traps and hidden weapons, lying in wait for the enemy's charge to ensnare them. Beyond the island, a command was given. Thousands of pirate foot soldiers were the first to charge, followed closely by a regiment composed of several allied nations' regular troops. A thunderous cacophony of cannon fire erupted, bombarding Nine Snake Island mercilessly. The enemy, braving the waves, quickly reached the first line of defense under the cover of artillery fire. Robin solemnly stated, "Nami is in your hands. Let me see what transpired last night and whether it was indeed my doing." Last night, she had seized the pirates' fortune, and shortly after her departure, calamity had befallen them. Even knowing who would suffer misfortune, they had not anticipated such unforeseen circumstances. Nami reassured her, rest assured, with great fortune at her disposal. Robin crossed her arms, invoking thousand-handed cannon. Nami, from above, unleashed a tempest with her weather cannon, intercepting the cascading seawater. Countless arms sprouted forth, and a colossal robin emerged upon the island, exuding a sacred and majestic presence. Adorned with a multitude of arms, Nami's figure flickered among the thousands of hands, distributing firearms into the grasp of the giant robin. Subsequently, thousands of arms entwined with haki, and a multitude of guns fired simultaneously at the pirates. The cacophony of gunfire erupted. This was a haphazard barrage, lacking precision, yet solely guided by direction. The front line of charging pirates was abruptly felled, and a series of unexpected mishaps ensued among the advancing ranks. Drowning the air in gunfire and screams in the chaos, some stumbled and inadvertently struck their allies, while others accidentally shot their own comrades. What was intended as a strategic retreat turned into a deadly betrayal. Seeking to maintain their composure, even the slightest misfire could trigger a chain reaction. The Allied forces halted abruptly, drawn in by the bizarre scene of death unfolding before them that a chill gripped their bodies, sending shivers down their spines in mere moments. The pirates who had just stormed the island had been completely obliterated, never having triggered a single trap. That a perfect conclusion. Robin beamed with delight, resolved to stealthily gather more fortune that evening. With an abundance of luck on her side, she felt entirely unconcerned about detection. Point 1 could not deny that her effortless victory over Bakera was largely due to the remarkable abilities of her devil fruit. In the absence of constraints, such powers were nearly divine. Despite the appearance of 1,000 guns firing in unison, which seemed impressive, under normal circumstances, bullets would prove ineffective against martial arts masters, who could easily evade them. What made this ability truly formidable was that while she might not hit her target directly, they were bound to meet an unexpected demise. Gibson, confronted with this bizarre scenario, took a moment to process. What in the world just happened? We didn't even see our enemies, and yet we were annihilated. Feld's cold sweat dripped down his brow as fear overtook him. This situation is too strange. Even the dullest pirates wouldn't turn against one another. Moria furrowed his brow. It could be the work of a devil fruit user. Crocodile rolled his eyes. Isn't that obvious? The real question is what their ability entails. Stussy analyzed. The mass casualties yesterday were undoubtedly caused by this ability user. Without understanding her powers, victory may elude us. Perhaps we should wait for the Navy to arrive before launching our assault. Umit remarked darkly. This ability is indeed troublesome. I couldn't discern any details. Doflamingo, with his ruthless demeanor, suggested, let them continue their charge and see what other tricks they possess. He harbored his own calculations. Jack remained silent, while the Charlotte sisters observed the unfolding drama with keen interest, without orders from the higher-ups to retreat. The pirates dared not halt their advance. They pressed on, treading over the bodies of their fallen comrades. Robin had ceased her extraordinary display, saving her luck for the evening. The earlier demonstration had merely been a test of her fruit's capabilities. To ascertain whether the previous night's misfortunes were indeed her doing, clad in a raincoat, Nami wielded her weather cannon, employing her exceptional observation hockey to target the large water cannons on the periphery, which remained her primary objective. Electromagnetic energy began to shimmer as she prepared to unleash a powerful electromagnetic cannon. Boom! 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 The fleet of pirate ships was instantly pierced, triggering a series of explosions that a skilled pirate emerged, intercepting a cannonball with a punch, preventing further devastation. Yet Nami's assault did not relent. Her cannon rotated rapidly, unleashing a barrage of electromagnetic projectiles. Even with skilled defenders among the pirates, they could not withstand the full force of her onslaught. Weaker pirates were utterly engulfed by the inferno of cannon fire, leaving no trace behind. The martial arts masters among the pirates, unwilling to allow the large water cannons to sustain damage, unleashed their true prowess, enveloped in hockey as they faced the incoming electromagnetic projectiles. However, Nami's offensive had only just begun. She soared into the sky, launching a weather cannon that summoned a fierce gale, parting the rainwater cascading from above. The second shot conjured ominous clouds, and within mere moments, Nine Snake Island was shrouded in darkness as the oppressive atmosphere expanded outward, casting a shadow over the land. She ascended high into the air, her weather cannon transforming to reveal a fraction of her arsenal. Countless cannons and firearms erupted from within, unleashing a frenzied barrage under the influence of electromagnetic forces that a graceful figure spun rapidly through the air, while an uncountable number of projectiles poured forth in all directions, forming an impenetrable and terrifying web of firepower that rained down upon the pirates both inside and outside the island like a torrential storm. The ruthless pirates, far from being intimidated by such a spectacle, surged forth with renewed vigor, doubling their charge. They understood that if they could swiftly engage the enemy in close combat, the efficacy of this horrifying assault would be rendered moot. In the next moment, a multitude of electromagnetic attacks descended, weaving a dense curtain of fire across the perimeter of Nine Snake Island. Faced with this catastrophic barrage, the pirate minions fell like wheat under the scythe, collapsing one after another in their path of advance. The newly arrived pirates on Nine Snake Island were swiftly obliterated, leaving behind a devastated landscape pockmarked by the electromagnetic assault, the scorched earth riddled with deep craters. The sea was cleared of debris, remnants of broken ships scattered in its wake. Amidst this terrifying display of firepower, Nami had merely completed 3 rotations, yet her current arsenal had been entirely expended. The emptied cannons and firearms were once again propelled by her electromagnetic force, retaining their formidable lethality. Even the most skilled adversaries found themselves in peril under such relentless assault. The surrounding pirate ships were sunk in succession, the large water cannons obliterated in a single wave. The captains aboard the front-line vessels lay dead or wounded, their numbers dwindling to a mere handful. Those attempting to shield the large water cannons met gruesome fates, their bodies left unrecognizable. The pirates at the forefront scrambled to retreat, crying out for their parents, wishing for more legs to escape. The burning sea, the charred land, and the billowing black smoke ascended into the heavens. The wreckage of the smoldering ships served as a grim testament to the sheer horror of the recent attack. Crocodile dropped his cigar in disbelief, exclaiming, "What a terrifying ability!" Doflamingo's gaze turned serious as he beheld the inferno ahead. Recognizing the disaster-level powers combined with such offensive capabilities, it was clear they had underestimated these women. Feld, unconcerned, scoffed. What a foolish method of attack. I refuse to believe she won't tire. Stussy inquired, aren't you all going to join in? In the face of the current predicament, the presence of ordinary pirates was of little consequence. After all, she was a member of the world government, and if necessary, she hoped these pirates would expend more energy. Gibson suggested, let us fire back and see whose firepower is greater. We can always blow it up. With a command given, the pirates eagerly commenced their counterfire, compared to charging into a certain death. They preferred this long-range artillery exchange. The earlier bravado had been shattered by the consecutive strikes from Nami and Robin. Now, the pirates wore pale expressions, their hands trembling as they fired their cannons. At this moment, the dark clouds above had expanded to the surface of the sea. The cannonballs fired by the pirates halted mid-flight after traveling only a few hundred meters within the island. Nami was enveloped in electric currents, her beautiful eyes radiating a blue electric glow. Her hair billowed, lightning crackling around her, resembling a goddess of thunder descended from myth. Countless arcs of vanishing electricity emanated from her, as if an invisible net connected to all the cannonballs. The pirates below were struck with astonishment at this sight, prompting a hurried retreat, fearful of an untimely demise. The sovereigns of the dark world furrowed their brows. Observing the blue electromagnetic energy flickering around the launched cannonballs in the next moment, with a flick of her delicate hand, Nami sent all the cannonballs hurtling towards the pirates at an even swifter pace. Doflamingo revealed a sinister smile, his form leaping as he traced a line with his hand and grasped five-colored thread. The incoming cannonballs exploded upon this command. Crocodile declared, let us take action. These worthless fools have outlived their usefulness. We must not let this drag on. His words resonated with truth. Doflamingo inquired, where are the Marines? Our plan must not falter. I do not wish to face the wrath of a madman. Stussy's expression darkened, fully comprehending the implications of his words, sensing potential malice. Moria hesitated, feeling himself outmatched, choosing silence as he stood there, opting to become invisible. Absalom and Perona also appeared pale and trembling, obediently standing behind their boss without uttering a word. Gibson shook his head. I'm merely a merchant. I'm not well-versed in combat, so I want to accompany you to as he spoke. 3 figures emerged behind him, all capable of wielding devil fruit powers. He continued, my subordinates possess some skills. They can lend a hand. Feld, Stussy, and Umit likewise dispatched their most capable subordinates to the fray. They desired victory, but feared the retribution of Tian Yu, striving to distance themselves. Should unforeseen circumstances arise, it would not be them Tian Yu sought first. Doflamingo turned his gaze towards the terrified pirates, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Either charge or die. The choice is yours. He had already devised a plan. Even if bloodshed was necessary, he would ensure the Marines bore the blame. After all, what had he been waiting for? Was it not for the Marines? As his words echoed, the faces of the pirates turned ashen, some even contemplating escape. They had come seeking riches, and the notion of confronting Tian Yu had long since dissipated. Before they could refuse to resist, an invisible force began to spread. The nearby pirates' eyes suddenly shifted, their gazes becoming vacant like puppets on strings, and without uttering a word, they charged forth into death. The remaining pirates and soldiers sensed the impending doom, but alas, it was too late. As this wave of influence spread, the surrounding pirates and soldiers swiftly fell under control. This charge was devoid of fear, no longer fearing death. Doflamingo's eyes flickered as he observed one of Gibson's subordinates. Is this the hypnosis fruit? Others turned to look, realizing the terrifying nature of such a power. The ability to silently control others was daunting, and one had to wonder if Gibson was astute or foolish for keeping such a person nearby. Gibson chuckled, just a small trick, nothing to be concerned about. Bosses, our people have spotted the Marines. The group exchanged glances, understanding that the time to attack had arrived. Drought Jack sneered, standing up to declare, the Marines harbor ill intent. With that, he charged forth, excitement surging within him. This endeavor could potentially alter the balance of power on the seas, igniting a war that mattered most to their leader. He had always been one of great courage. Albeit with little prowess, the others, compelled to react, followed suit. The subordinates of the three major merchants, upon receiving the command, joined in, with Doflamingo leading his family members closely behind, while Crocodile kept pace alongside him. Only Moria lagged slightly behind with his two subordinates, keeping a cautious distance from the main force. Piccolo observed this and scolded, "A bunch of fools. Nick, you lead the charge. Kill all of Tianyu's women." Nick replied respectfully, yes, as they faced the enemy's charge. Nami and Robin prepared to strike, only to find themselves surrounded by Doflamingo and his cohorts. Without a moment's hesitation, both sides clashed as the battle commenced. Doflamingo lunged for Nami, seizing the initiative. His subordinates surged forward, attempting to subdue him in a single strike. Nami remained unfazed, her form flickering like a flash of lightning before vanishing, effortlessly evading the assault while launching her counterattack. Drought Jack barreled toward Robin, who deftly employed her shave technique, enhanced by the spring fruit's ability, moving with unparalleled speed and disappearing in the blink of an in a clash of might. The rebellious navy and the pirates charged fearlessly, akin to a swarm of locusts, armed or barehanded, their movements mechanical and rigid as they plunged into traps, heedless of their own lives, even when impaled on sharp wooden stakes. Their chests pierced, legs shattered, and intestines spilled, their blinded eyes remained resolute. So long as their blood had not yet run dry, their bodies persisted in attempting to rise and charge forward, a madness that sent chills down the spine. Before the imminent traps, none flinched or recoiled. Even if they leapt into the stakes, fear and trepidation were of no concern. Deeper traps were swiftly filled by the throng, only to be paved over by those who followed. The predecessors filled the void, while the successors buried the fallen, leaving countless souls to tread upon. The traps in the forest were soon exhausted by these frenzied marionettes, their relentless charge snapping the trees that stood in their path. A lithe and graceful figure soared among the branches, akin to a sprite, releasing arrows imbued with armed haki that exploded upon impact like cannon fire. Countless arrows flew forth, slicing through the dense foliage. Claiming the lives of those who charged, each arrow utilized with utmost efficiency. The crowd fell in waves, akin to wheat swaying in the wind, yet more surged forth, like resurrected demons, obscuring the fallen corpses beneath them. Doflamingo's conqueror's haki swept through the battlefield, instilling pressure upon the female warriors of Nine Snake Island, who gasped and sweated as they struggled against the oppressive aura, unable to loose a single arrow. At a critical moment, another wave of conqueror's haki emerged, forcefully clashing with Doflamingo's, alleviating the pressure on the women. Masters often move with silent grace, skillfully evading the rain of arrows. Dozens of figures darted through the arrow storm. Their roles clearly defined, their objectives precise, ensuring no chaos ensued during their assault. Lao Ji and Dringer lurked in the background, one wielding a net embedded with sea stone, poised to strike. Doflamingo and Jack led the charge to draw Nami and Robin's attention. Yet they did not anticipate how swiftly Nami and Robin would respond, thwarting their plans to swiftly capture the duo. Nami struck mercilessly. Dark clouds gathered, unleashing a torrential downpour that commanded respect. The great wave of white surged forth. Doflamingo immediately activated his awakened fruit powers. Countless lines enveloped in armed haki converging skyward, intercepting the descending thunder. Diamond Jozu seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, but before his sword could descend, Nami had already materialized behind him, thrusting a lightning spear toward his lower back. Prepared, Diamond's steel cloak offered no protection as he was instantly electrocuted, rolling his eyes back and emitting black smoke from his throat. Collapsing unconscious, Dringer rushed to catch him, but a glint of cunning flashed in Nami's eyes as she vanished again, reappearing behind Dringer, delivering a Thunderbird strike that sent him hurtling away. Lao Ji cursed furiously. "Damn it, you wretched woman!" Seizing the moment, Doflamingo unleashed a powerful whip kick, veins bulging in his forehead, rage boiling over Dai. Lao Ji, frantic, prepared to cast his net from across the battlefield. Nami zipped past them like a bolt of lightning, her dazzling form appearing in multiple places at once, arcs of electricity crackling as she struck down Dringer and Lao Ji in succession. They had no time to react, falling to the ground. Convulsing from her relentless assaults, Doflamingo's pursuit was futile. Her speed was too great, accompanied by crackling lightning, leaving him helpless as he watched his allies suffer. Soon, Diamond had lost consciousness, while Lao Ji and Dringer, though strong in body, bore numerous scars, their flesh singed from the electric onslaught. Had it not been for Doflamingo's timely protection, they might have fared as poorly as Diamond. Lao Ji knelt, his expression grave. Her speed is too fast. Our observation hockey can't keep up with her attacks. Dringer managed to maintain his composure, gazing at the battlefield with envy. What a terrifying ability. Lao Ji replied, not only the lightning, but the explosive power is formidable as well. Without Doflamingo's aid, they would have to evade the deluge of lightning while carrying Diamond's unconscious form. The rain of thunder fell with increasing ferocity, striking only at their foes as if discerning friend from enemy. Nami held her ground against Doflamingo, skillfully creating distance as she summoned her firearm once more. A manic gleam lit her fair countenance as she laughed. Can you withstand 1,000 rounds of electromagnetic artillery per second? The barrage of projectiles fell like shooting stars. Relentless and overwhelming, Doflamingo's expression soured. Confronted by the tempest of assaults, he unleashed his great wave of white lines. Forming layers of defense, as their attacks collided, his black barriers were perforated, only to be replenished anew. Doflamingo's line clones seized the opportunity to appear behind Nami, striking down with his 5-colored lines without mercy. Nami suddenly vanished from sight, arcs of electricity flickering in the air, launching a close-range ambush. Doflamingo, though he couldn't catch her movement, possessed commendable observation hockey. The moment Nami struck, the briefest of openings provided him the chance to intercept her attack. Turning just in time to block, lightning clashed against armed hockey. Rippling waves of unseen force emanated from the two conquerors. Hockey surged forth. Baboon, 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 baboon. You carry a significant secret. Indeed, Nami retorted coldly. You will know it when you're on the brink of death. I end both close and range combat. They appeared evenly matched. Yet, only Doflamingo bore the burden of unspoken hardship. Each of Nami's strikes boasted explosive force, while his fruit ability was inherently disadvantaged, falling short against the thunderous might. His attacks lacked potency, rendering him unable to evade, forced in a passive defense, while his every strike was deftly dodged by the woman before him. The speed of the lightning was unattainable to him. Though he fought valiantly, his face bore no sign of retreat. This determination stirred Nami's suspicion, prompting her to edge toward Robin's combat prior to their arrival. Doflamingo and his crew had thoroughly investigated Nami and her companion's devil fruit abilities, leading to their frenzied assault at the onset of battle. The two factions aimed to cleave Nami and Robin apart, seeking to defeat them one by one. Moreover, this operation was not solely their endeavor. The Navy's involvement loomed as well. Though the Navy was somewhat delayed, it did not hinder their plans. Nami, drawing closer to Robin, faced no obstacles in her path. Just as Doflamingo sought a moment's respite, a sultry voice rang out with fury. Fragrant foot. A glimmer flashed across his sunglasses as he prepared to block with his bean-shaped shoes. But a profound sense of danger surged within him, instinctively compelling him to forego retaliation and swiftly retreat, allowing a line clone to take his place, a single foot, burning with dark red flames and exquisitely white. Swept past him that moment. He felt a sharp sting in his soul, as if his head were ablaze. Not far away, Doflamingo looked on with trepidation at his rapidly fading string clone, convulsing on the ground, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Had it not been for his remaining hockey, he might have already met his demise. Hancock, as piercing gaze fell upon him, and without uttering a word, she sent a kiss from her crimson lips, conjuring a pink heart ablaze with terrifying flames. With a flick of her delicate hand, a torrential rain of fiery arrows was unleashed. Those unable to evade, those too close, or those whose mastery of hockey was insufficient found their souls ignited, swiftly transforming into lifeless husks. Today, Doflamingo had felt the inadequacy of his powers twice. Whether facing Nami's thunderous might or now Hancock's inferno, his string fruit proved to be rather lamentably weak. Thus, he resolved, since close combat was not an option, let me witness your limits, Boa Hancock, that I have determined the secret to your strength. Divine Sacred Bullet. Divine Annihilation. Countless strands coalesced and intertwined, forming dozens of sharp spikes, enveloped in solidified haki, as they surged towards Hancock from all directions. His awakened fruit could assimilate everything around him, provided his stamina held out. That Hancock's beautiful eyes narrowed as she lifted one long leg, her body spinning rapidly. Hellfire tempest. Dark red flames erupted from her form, enveloping her in a fierce fiery storm, transforming in the blink of an eye into a towering column of flame. Any who approached the divine sacred bullet, divine annihilation, found themselves melting away as if encountering an inferno. In the next instant, fiery blades shot forth from the infernal column, and Doflamingo hastily retracted his white wave, attempting to fend off the bizarre flames while swiftly retreating. Countless assailants, caught in a frenzy, suddenly awoke, flames erupting from their heads, their agonized screams echoing as they turned into mere corpses. Amidst the onslaught of martial arts masters, Robin remained calm and collected, utilizing the powers of her spring fruit. She leaped from the encirclement and swiftly unleashed her most practical techniques. The thousand hands and dark water. To her astonishment, a circle of arms sprouted from her body, resembling a true thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara. The abilities of Jack and his companions were instantaneously sealed, and before they could comprehend the remaining individuals cast astonished glances, for it turned out that this old harlot was affiliated with the government. How foolish they were to assume she was merely a passerby. The Green Bull general remarked nonchalantly, "My apologies, but I have just received orders. The Navy is no longer under the jurisdiction of the world government." Stussy retorted angrily, "Are you truly rebelling?" The Green Bull responded with surprise, "How astute of you. We are indeed in rebellion." Stussy, upon hearing this, felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, her voice trembling. "How dare you?" The Green Bull feigned innocence. "I am perpetually famished. How could I not rebel?" On Nine Snake Island, Doflamingo broke free from his icy confinement and questioned, "What does the Navy mean by this? Do you intend to bite the hand that feeds you?" Akiji gazed at him with a cold stare, as if regarding a lifeless corpse. "We, the Navy, have declared our independence. Your queen has dared to step out of the Holy Land, and she cannot be allowed to return alive. The absurd system of the celestial dragons must come to an end." That Doflamingo's eyes betrayed a mix of fear and excitement, two conflicting emotions erupting within him. "It is indeed surprising that you are aware of that old monster's existence." Akiji picked up a handful of grass, and with a breath, fashioned an ice blade. "Ah, this certainly is quite unexpected." Doflamingo laughed heartily. "Ahaha, this is splendid. Those swine-like fellows, those antiquated old fools, this sea shall soon meet its ultimate fate. You do not truly believe you can emerge victorious, do you?" Akiji replied coldly, "No king enjoys having another king above him." Doflamingo mused, "What a strikingly similar history we share. However, I've left you a small gift. I hope you appreciate it." He knew his demise was imminent. With a general and Hancock against him, he stood no chance of survival. Hancock positioned herself behind Doflamingo, forming a pincer with Akiji. The battle on Garp's side had reached its conclusion. With Robin's assistance, all Devil Fruit users were rendered powerless. In the next moment, a colossal figure appeared. It was Robin's giant form of the Thousand Hands Guanyin, her voice resonating magnificently. Thousand Hands, Dark Abyss. The dark power unfurled selectively, targeting enemies whose reactions were sluggish. They could not control their bodies. Swiftly drawn toward the giant, the massive black vortex consumed all opposing Devil Fruit users in an instant. Moments later, when Robin unleashed her grip, she expelled the incapacitated foes from the abyss. Even someone as formidable as Doflamingo found himself devoid of the strength to continue fighting. The Navy was poised to officially join the fray. However, their enemies were not the Nine Snake Island inhabitants, but rather the intruders assaulting it. Garp approached Robin, who had just released the giant form, feeling a twinge of anxiety as he smiled. "Little girl, the battlefield at Tianyue requires your assistance. Please give a call to Yi Xiao." Robin inquired. Old man Garp, what exactly is happening? Garp chuckled. What else could it be? That old monster seeks to unite all forces to eliminate Tianyue. If Tianyue dies, we must continue to play the fools, enduring the whims of that insufferable celestial dragon, protecting a band of fools wreaking havoc. We initially had no means to rebel. Who could predict whether that old monster had a backup plan? It was merely unforeseen that she would dare to leave the Holy Land. After discussing with Sengoku, we decided to take the Navy into rebellion against her. Robin, astute as ever, quickly grasped the crux of the matter. The moment the old monster departed the Holy Land, the Navy revolted, indicating there was something within that prompted Sengoku and Garp's caution. Yet, had not Tianyue already taken the most significant advantage? What else could possibly pose a challenge to them? Upon meeting, she would certainly inform Tianyue to investigate further. Little girl, what are you pondering? Hurry and make the call. Garp's voice abruptly interrupted Robin's thoughts. Robin maintained her composure, replying, Very well, I will contact them immediately. Old man, you should go rally the troops to minimize casualties. Garp nodded. I shall go ahead. You swiftly reach out, urging him to bring us to the battlefield. Perona chimed in gleefully. Lord Moria truly possesses foresight. Indeed, had it not been for that, they too would have been drawn in. That woman was utterly terrifying. Absalom concurred, having had other thoughts earlier but now reconsidering. Moria, burdened by the sea stone, weakly inquired, What is the situation now? Is the black hole still drawing in? No longer, Moria cursed angrily. Foolish imbeciles. Why are you not fleeing? Are you waiting to meet your doom? At the battlefield's edge, 3 figures moved like caterpillars, struggling to escape from beneath the sea stone. As they lifted their heads, they beheld a pair of exquisite jade feet before them. Karina, who had been merely an observer, revealed a sweet smile. At last, it's my turn. Riai's Marcus gazed in terror at the fearsome giant in Tianyue's grasp. The formidable Kaido was being manipulated with ease. Like a mere child. Looking at Kaido's head, a chill ran through him, as if icy tendrils had gripped his spine. Tianyue appeared unfazed, surveying the surrounding night, with a faint scent of blood lingered, evoking a sense of lurking danger. As if a pack of wolves was circling, ready to pounce at the slightest misstep. Anyone gazing into the night would inevitably feel an instinctual sense of dread, a phenomenon inherent to human nature. Yixiao, the work is done. Yixiao turned to Tianyue, and the two resolved to depart, leaving Riai's Marcus stunned into silence by Tianyue's overwhelming power. That moment, during a fleeting lapse in vigilance, a brilliant white light burst forth from the darkness. Like a flash of lightning, moving with a speed that defied human limits, silent as a ghost, it left no trace in the air. Just as Tianyue and Yixiao were about to turn, triumphantly pocketing the gold around them, Riai's Marcus finally mustered the courage to intervene. Leaping up with words unspoken, in a blink, a gleaming short dagger pierced his skull, cleaving his head in two, the force of the blade undiminished as it surged toward Tianyue. In that instant, as his head was split apart, both Tianyue and Yixiao's expressions shifted dramatically. There was no time for surprise, no room for doubt. They instinctively turned to counterattack, assuming it was the Revolutionary Army's assault. With a hiss, the dagger collided with Yixiao's gravity field, sizzling like food in hot oil, exerting a peculiar force that gradually pressed inward. Yixiao's face grew serious. He had witnessed the fallen bodies on the ground and regarded the dagger with caution, aware of the lethal intent behind it. The mere presence of such a small dagger provoked beads of sweat to form on his brow. Tianyue, momentarily taken aback, recognized the assailant. Few could stealthily approach him. And if so, it could only be one individual, his true rival. What astonished him most was that this ancient being, had ventured forth from Ariewa. Having dealt with him numerous times, he had assumed the entity would remain confined within. A hand reached out gently, grasping the trembling dagger beneath Yixiao's concerned gaze. The fingers closed around the blade, immediately stilling it, as if plucking a mere leaf from a branch. In this world, there existed no mystical forces. The trembling of the blade and the grip of the fingers were merely a contest of the most rudimentary strength. Yixiao gasped, having yet to voice his thoughts, as Tianyue struck his body, causing him to vanish from sight, sent to an unknown location. Wherever he was sent, he would never again encounter such a life-threatening crisis. Though Qianyue's character was somewhat whimsical and his methods capricious, he was not a fool. The elaborate spectacle presented was not merely a pretext for idle chatter. For reasons unknown, in that moment, his mind began to contemplate, and he suddenly grasped the purpose behind the collective appearance of these individuals. It was a peculiar sensation, akin to a beast sensing the scent of its hunter. He held the dagger in hand, stroking it thoughtfully, before turning it back toward the direction from whence it came. The ethereal glow of the moonlight refracted through the night, flickering away as swiftly as a shooting star. In the darkness, it seemed as though nothing existed, save for that solitary glimmer of light. Before long, the clanging of steel reverberated across the surface of the sea, the sparks from the friction of iron resembling a blazing inferno, illuminating the exquisite visage of Imu, revealing her icy gaze. It was only at this moment that the remaining figures emerged, not as hastily as the minor characters who had appeared earlier, but rather as genuine titans of stature began to make their entrance. Leading the left was the revolutionary leader, Monkey D. Luffy, flanked by Sabo, Ambrosia Ivankov, Yamato, Kuroha, and Haku, among others. Meanwhile, from a mist on the right, a naval fleet drifted forth, their arrival abrupt, with soldiers standing at the ready. Countless officers present. Tian Yu merely cast a fleeting glance, recognizing among them the Marshal Sengoku and the strategist Ms. Crane. A serene smile crept across his face as he suddenly recalled that he too had dispatched many naval scoundrels. Whether naval forces, pirates, or the instigating revolutionaries, he had treated them all with equal disdain. His blade was stained with the blood of these factions, and regardless of the circumstances, both sides bore an immeasurable debt of blood. Surrounded by pirates, navy, the world government, and revolutionaries, he found himself encircled like a pack of wolves poised to pounce. The only solace he found was in the absence of the white-beard pirates and the red-haired pirates. Imu removed her hood, revealing her striking features, her voice devoid of emotion as she addressed him. Tian Yu, do you still wish to flee? Tian Yu responded nonchalantly. There is nothing wrong with retreating when one cannot win. Ha ha, I advise you not to run. Imu chuckled, her laughter laced with menace. If you dare to flee, I assure you, your women will perish. Not a single one shall be spared. Her words were delivered with such conviction that the bitterness of her hatred, a resentment born from her 8 centuries of existence, was palpable. Bru. Han Yu answered his snail phone, his expression turning grim, remaining silent before he hung up the device with a heavy heart. Take tea this moment. The morning sun had just risen, and the sea breeze was refreshingly cool. The crowd surrounding them was vast, armed with numerous cannons, yet all that could be heard was the sound of waves crashing against the ship, echoing in the eerie silence. All eyes were fixated on the composed Tian Yu, countless gazes scrutinizing his every decision, some even breaking out in cold sweat. They were gripped by fear, fully aware that should Tian Yu choose to depart, their futures would be forever tainted by dread. Yet they had their reasons for being there. It was a necessity. Even if his chivalry was righteous, honorable, and pure, it mattered not, for such a man could not be allowed to live. No faction desired the existence of someone like him, not even the revolutionaries. Observing the silent Tian Yu, Imu felt a surge of anxiety. Seated upon her throne, she hastily declared, "If you wish to run, then do so. They are merely women. You will find more in the future." She uttered these words knowing that within every man's heart there invariably resides one woman he cannot forsake. Monkey D. Luffy interjected, "The valiant hero Tian Yu shall never falter, nor will he drag the innocent into his plight. As long as you are willing, we can still be allies." Such words from a rogue of his caliber could never be trusted, especially in this context. Sengoku added, "We are aware of your chivalry, but as long as you do not disrupt the balance of the sea, we have no desire to force your hand, and no, that is not true. Not all pirates are merciless killers. Why must you pursue a complete annihilation?" This voice echoed the sentiments of the pirate faction. With a sudden chuckle, Tian Yu laughed softly, though the sound was piercing. So this is how it is. In that moment, his fervor, far from cooling, ignited into a blazing fire, like a solitary candle flickering in the enveloping darkness, beset by the howling winds. What a cruel and tragic world this is, where justice serves merely as a tool of power, and the world government embodies another guise of seemingly noble ambition, with the pursuit of freedom steeped in bloodshed and slaughter. What appears to be brimming with positive energy is, in truth, merely the flickering remnants of that fragile candlelight that, in the mundane, such matters may seem inconsequential, but when a force of pure power emerges, the darkness reveals itself, stripped of pretense, like a jester unable to conceal its true self. His gaze shifted from blandness to piercing intensity, then to indifference as he articulated with deliberate clarity. I have never been one for idle chatter, much like my sense of chivalry. When faced with those who wish to take my life and those who deserve to perish, I shall show neither mercy nor hesitation. The filth within your ranks is indeed filthy. If you possess the capability, do not let me witness it. Otherwise, do not present a fade of righteousness before the world. If you compromise for the sake of so-called balance, I regret to inform you that bears no relevance to me. As his words fell, Tianyu's figure vanished from sight, before their expressions could register any change. He had already arrived before Garp and the others on Nine Snake Island. With a flash of his sword, 3 heads fell simultaneously, severed from their bodies. For Tianyu, he cared not for their intentions, nor did he possess a melancholic or magnanimous disposition. He rarely pondered the complexities of any situation. One truth remained immutable: never attempt to lay hands upon him. Otherwise, death would be the only outcome. On Nine Snake Island, the Navy fell in droves, the glint of his sword sweeping through countless necks, blood gushing forth in a gruesome display. He discarded Kaido from his grasp, bent down to retrieve the ring from Garp's hand, and freed Nami and the others from their cage of sea prism stone, liberating the many female warriors of Nine Snake Island. The Navy had confined them in various locations to prevent him from rescuing them all at once. Yet they had not anticipated his ability to save everyone and eliminate all adversaries in near simultaneous fashion. Of course, not everyone could escape unscathed. Casualties in battle were inevitable. The speed at which he moved rendered the Navy's thoughts and sight incapable of catching up. Wonderful, I feared. Nami and Hancock rushed forward, embracing Tianyu tightly, burying their faces in his fiery chest, weeping uncontrollably. The innocent Karina was inadvertently squeezed between Nami and Robin, and in this embrace, she too was drawn in. Overcome with joy and tears, it took her a moment to realize she was in an inappropriate situation. Robin silently donned the ring. They had never imagined that the Navy aimed to eradicate not just pirates, but also themselves, and Tianyuit was laughable that they still clung to the camaraderie of that banquet, unaware that others had already drawn their blades. Moria stood dazed, gazing at the hellish scene. Countless necks spraying blood into the air. What a horrific tableau it presented, instilling a deep-seated terror within him that, in that moment, he felt fortunate to be alive, but in the next, his head flew from his shoulders. And it was only moments later that he realized he had met his demise. Absalom followed suit, as Robin skillfully extracted their devil fruit powers, allowing the fruits to be reborn. Nearby, the little girl Perona turned pale with fright, clutching Tianyu's leg tightly, eyes shut, pleading for mercy. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Tianyu, softened by the 2 girls' pleas, surprisingly spared her life. Absalom, before his departure, widened his eyes, wishing he too were a woman. Yet, with his appearance, even if he were a woman, Tianyu would not desire him. Robin inquired, "Why are you alone?" Tianyu turned to her. "Do not worry. Yishao is unharmed." His arms enveloped 3 crying women, with a little girl clinging to his thigh, leaving him no hands to attend to Robin. They exchanged a knowing smile, and reluctantly, they could only share a deep kiss. Charlotte's sisters Smoothie and Galette approached Tianyu, their eyes wide with shock and fear at the sight of the scattered corpses. Especially upon encountering the bodies of Garp and the 2 admirals, they felt a wave of dread wash over them. Robin asked, "Who are you?" Smoothie cautiously replied, "We are members of the Big Mom Pirates." Galette's gaze flickered nervously. Fearing Tianyu might misunderstand, she hastily added, "We have come to propose a marriage alliance with you. Tianyu, if you consent, we sisters would become your wives." Indeed, Tianyu appraised the 2 sisters from head to toe and chuckled. "You might as well join me directly. Someone like Charlotte Lingling is hardly worth your loyalty. The sisters were momentarily taken aback, but swiftly made their decision. Charlotte Lingling was excessively domineering, often threatening lives without hesitation, making the choice exceedingly clear. More importantly, Tian Yu was formidable enough, with such a husband to protect them. They felt no fear of Charlotte Lingling's retribution. After embracing them for a brief moment, Tian Yu unceremoniously transported everyone, including the Freedom ship, to the moon, the safest haven at that time. On the moon, Tian Yu fashioned rings from the newly acquired devil fruits. The Azure Dragon and Cerberus rings were bestowed upon Hancock. The Ice ring was given to Karina. The Shadow ring went to Perona. And the Gold ring was gifted to the money-loving Nami. Karina gazed at the man before her and suddenly felt quite pleased. At least he treated her as one of his own. Perona, too, felt genuine joy, realizing that as long as she maintained her adorable demeanor, her life would be free from peril. She then smiled and handed him the tree ring, keeping the transparent ring for herself. "Are you going?" she asked with a grin. "Indeed, I never let a grudge go unaddressed. Vengeance is best served promptly," Tian Yu replied earnestly. Perona couldn't help but recall the figure of the World King and immediately declared, "I shall accompany you." Tian Yu responded, "That is not permissible. Your strength is insufficient." Soon as he finished speaking, he departed, leaving Perona shaking her head in resignation, clutching the tree ring to familiarize herself with her newfound powers. As for going to the moon, he had no intention of indulging in dog food. When Tian Yu returned, he did so stealthily, observing the chaotic scene from a distance, relishing the spectacle of dogs biting dogs. Pirates clashed with the Navy, while the Revolutionary Army battled the world government. The scale of the conflict was immense, and he watched with delight. Except for him, everyone was engaged in a bloody struggle. The Revolutionary Army was being systematically overwhelmed before Im's might. Preparations for a counterattack were utterly futile, as Im, that ancient monster, bore no fear of sea stone or the sea itself. Amidst the blinding sunlight, a shocking scarlet hue mingled with the chaos of battle, where thousands fought fiercely. Broken weapons littered the ground, and corpses floated in the sea, while blood flowed profusely, staining the ocean red. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and a lingering bloodiness that could not be dispersed by the wind. Cannon fire echoed, and the splattering of crimson rained down, with shattered limbs and debris scattered everywhere. The two sides' conquerors' hockey clashed fiercely, the red and black energies colliding like a tempest, their unleashed power sweeping through the blood-soaked battlefield, causing numerous weaker fighters to collapse into unconsciousness. The sky was torn apart by these two forces, creating a terrifying chasm that stretched for miles. Within this chasm, the impacted white clouds spiraled upwards, forming dense layers. Im's strength was formidable. No single individual, nor even a few combined, could match her. However, there were indeed some powerful and troublesome individuals among the Revolutionary Army and pirates present. For instance, the revolutionary leader Monkey D. Dragon possessed the ability to control wind, a natural element. Once he elementalized, one could hardly sense his presence. Tian Yu observed the fierce battle for a moment, and seeing Im's overwhelming abilities, he felt a headache brewing. If he could have eliminated her, he would have done so long. As his thoughts wandered, a certain hypothesis from the past resurfaced in his mind. He promptly returned to the moon, retrieved the Cerberus ring, and resumed his stealthy observation, anticipating that both sides would inflict heavy losses upon each other before he made his move. This grand battle raged on for 15 consecutive days in the end, Im emerged victorious. The CP organization of the world government suffered the most casualties, while the Navy managed a Pyrrhic victory after losing Garp and 2 admirals. The pirates and Revolutionary Army fled in utter defeat. Tian Yu glanced at Admiral Sengoku and former Admiral Kong. They were indeed similar in that, even if they harbored resentment towards the celestial dragons, they would never betray their masters. Sengoku, filled with concern, picked up the transponder snail to contact Garp, who was far away on Amazon Lily. Unfortunately, the transponder snail buzzed for what felt like an eternity, yet no one answered. An unsettling feeling crept into his heart, causing his hand to tremble slightly as he held the transponder snail. "Garp, you old rascal, pick up the phone. You haven't fallen asleep again, have you?" This guy must have forgotten something important once more. Sengoku thought to himself, tried to avoid the worst-case scenario. Beside him, Tsuru offered comfort. You know him well. His scatterbrained mind might have forgotten something critical again. Sengoku forced a smile. Yes, that must be it. Oh, leave me in such suspense at a time like this. Making me worry for nothing. Just wait until I return. I shall devour his donuts. Yu stood quietly behind him, observing this once pleasant old man, and could not help but internally sigh. With a swift motion, he ended Sengoku's illustrious life. Tsuru watched in shock as Sengoku's head was severed, blood spraying onto her, and after a moment of stunned silence, she finally reacted with a heart-wrenching cry, Sengoku! The surrounding Navy personnel struggled to comprehend how their admiral had met such a fate. Kong appeared with a swift shave, his fierce gaze scanning the area, tears streaming down his face. Tsuru, what on earth just happened? What transpired? Wasn't Sengoku perfectly fine just moments ago? Faced with Kong's increasingly agitated inquiries, Tsuru shook her head. I don't know, his head just fell to the ground. Kong could not believe it, nor could he accept it, cradling Sengoku's lifeless body in profound grief. They had been on the verge of victory. Why, oh why, had Sengoku's life been taken from them? Not far away, Im narrowed her eyes, a foreboding sense rising within her. She alertly warned, everyone, stay vigilant. There may be someone among us, before she could finish her sentence. A flaming blade sliced downward, cleaving her in two with ease. Yu gazed at the mechanical body he had effortlessly severed, initially elated, but then furrowing his brow, feeling an unsettling tightness in his chest. It had been too easy. Tentatively, he stepped forward and found that while this body was impressive, it was certainly not Im's true form. He wondered what new tricks this ancient creature had up her sleeve. As he pondered, a flicker of burning soul emerged, revealing a diminutive, blackened Im, shrieking in agony amidst the flames. Yu's face lit up. If that old monster was indeed unscathed, he would be at a loss for how to eliminate her. The burning soul confirmed his suspicions. The admirals of the Navy. Kong's demeanor darkened as he gazed at the fiery little Im, Sengoku's body discarded on the ground, while he stood guard over her mechanical form. His fierce eyes scanning the surroundings, searching for any signs of danger. Yu could not help but commend. What a loyal old dog. Meanwhile, far away in Myriad, Im's true form endured immense suffering. Before long, the little Im before Yu had nearly burned to ash, her original soul following suit. No matter how she struggled, she could not extinguish the hellfire consuming her essence. Unaware of this, Yu assumed that I was truly dead. After all, if her soul had been incinerated, how could she possibly survive? He was astonished at how easily her body had succumbed to destruction. Thus, he swiftly made his way to Myriad, eager to uncover any hidden secrets and ascertain whether Im had truly perished. Extending his observation haki, he quickly detected dozens of Im's forms engulfed in flames, rushing outward. His brow lifted in delight as the realization struck him. This ancient monster had undoubtedly been ensnared by her own clones. To his surprise, she had conjured yet another new trick during their time apart. Noting the direction in which they fled, it appeared to lead to the sea beneath the red line. Yu recognized that such an opportunity could not be squandered. With a flash of movement, he kicked all the Im forms, both true and cloned, back onto the shore. Try to survive? Not on my watch. One by one, the little Im forms gradually succumbed to the flames, leaving only the largest one, desperately clinging to life. Im glared at Yu with venomous hatred. If you wish for my demise, I shall ensure your suffering as well. Upon uttering those words, he reached into his own body, as if to extract something from his heart. Witnessing this, Yu felt an inexplicable unease as his right eyelid twitched, prompting him to flee back to the moon without a second thought. The ineffable sensation he had just experienced left him feeling uncomfortable, shrouded in an unexplainable disquietude. Guard against a potential counterattack, he decisively chose to escape. After all, he had the upper hand regarding Im's weaknesses. If he could not eliminate her this time, there would certainly be another opportunity. Yet he could never have anticipated that Im had no intention of ceasing her desperate struggle, aware of her impending doom. She resolved to take Yu down with her in the final moments of her soul's ignition, She produced a small red orb from her chest. Humph, Tianyu, let us die together. With that, she placed the orb upon the void throne, and in the next instant, the throne trembled as it began to merge with the orb on the moon. Tianyu exhaled in relief. Truly, she is an existence of 800 years. She has indeed become formidable, that I wonder how many more tricks she possesses. Upon seeing Tianyu's sudden appearance and his anxious demeanor, Nami immediately inquired with concern. What is wrong? Are you all right? Regrettably, he replied, I couldn't eliminate that old monster. I'll have to bide my time for future opportunities. The other women quickly gathered around him, enveloping him in their presence. A.S.'s gaze swept across their various, enchanting visages. The unease in his heart was swiftly quelled. Such beauty deserves a moment of respite after the fierce battle. He lifted the adorable Perona, clad in a gothic dress, into his arms. Her pink twin tails fluttered, brushing against his cheek and leaving a faint, sweet fragrance that, am I truly that terrifying? Is it really necessary to cling to me? So, Tianyu resolved to personally teach the little lowly how to drive. Hoping to alleviate her tension, as soon as he grasped the steering wheel, he found it surprisingly comfortable, offering a delightful touch that was luxuriously soft and irresistible. With her cheeks flushed from shyness, Perona, experiencing driving for the first time, felt a mix of nervousness and fear, terrified that Tianyu might inadvertently speed. Before a crowd of fellow learners, she cast a pleading glance at the driver, her large eyes shimmering with moisture. Having just revved the engine, the car, he never once cast a glance at the towering figure of the plump woman, her lips adorned with thick crimson lipstick. The sheer height of the individual forced him to tilt his head back, allowing him only a glimpse of her three chins, rendering the effort futile. Charlotte Lingling rose from her seat and advanced step by step towards Tianyu, an icy aura erupting from the depths of her soul, sending shivers down one's spine. Charlotte Kakuri, taken aback, exclaimed, It's coming. The soul curse of Mama, a terrifying power capable of snatching away the lives of others at will. Katakuri felt a surge of anxiety. He fully understood that if Tianyu were to strike first, Mama would be doomed. That ghastly flame was the ultimate nemesis of Mama's abilities. Very well, let us commence. Foolish one, declared Charlotte Lingling, her eyes ablaze with a fiery intensity. Greedily fixed on Tianyu, a sinister wave of soul energy surged forth, causing members of the surrounding crowd to succumb to fear and faint one after another. She uttered in a dark, mocking tone, Stay or life? Tianyu retorted, I choose life. Do come and try. Katakuri smiled, convinced that Tianyu was overestimating himself. Believing this time Mama would prevail, perceptive Sparrow, observing Tianyu's unwavering stance, couldn't help but anxiously caution, Mama, be careful. The dread of incurring Mama's wrath loomed large in his heart. Any slight discontent could lead to immediate judgment, with his soul being stripped away in units of lifespan. The mere thought of such a fate was terrifying, which explained his premature aging. Charlotte Katakuri reassured, Do not worry. The outcome of this battle is already determined. Tianyu is bound to lose. He and his siblings had always held unwavering faith in Mama's strength, while simultaneously fearing her cruelty. Perish. Charlotte Lingling's eyes glinted ominously as she reached out, attempting to grasp Tianyu's soul from afar. Yet to her dismay, she found nothing to seize. Undeterred, she reiterated, Stay or life? Tianyu raised his fist, cloaked in a dark crimson flame, an even more sinister force than her own soul energy. Lingling, startled, instinctively retreated, feeling an unprecedented wave of fear from that small flicker of flame. In that moment, the dignity of the Yonko was rendered insignificant. A force rooted deep within her soul began to pull and sear, igniting her very essence. Before Tianyu could fully unleash his attack, her soul was already ablaze. The dark red inferno enveloped her, echoing the wails of the homies around her. Charlotte Lingling emitted a series of agonized sounds, her ironclad skin offering no respite. Within the flames, two figures seemed to flicker, creating an eerie sight. That moment, she finally understood. Sister had always been present. It dawned on her that her friends and sister were entwined within those cakes. The realization shattered Charlotte Lingling's sanity further. The flames intensified, spreading rapidly, in mere moments. The Cake Island was engulfed in hellfire. Those lacking the strength to withstand the flames found their souls neither burned nor ignited. Members of the Big Mom pirates hastily fled the scene. Karakuri and others, now preoccupied with their mother's safety, recognized that lingering could lead to their own soul's combustion. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they desperately fled towards the periphery of Cake Island. Tian-Yu stood amidst the inferno, watching as the colossal figure was gradually consumed by the flames until he confirmed her demise before departing the hellish Cake Island. To avoid collateral damage, he had controlled the fire spread, allowing the island's inhabitants a narrow escape. Unbeknownst to him, however, a fragment of Charlotte Lingling's soul lingered in the hands of the chef, Longbread. Specifically, the pure essence devoid of sister. Longbread gazed at the feeble soul in his grasp. Uncertain whether Charlotte Lingling could ever be restored, as he observed the burning Cake Island, he resolved to wait until the flames extinguished before searching for Lingling's remains, for revenge. Perhaps it was best to let it go. That man was not someone they could provoke. That moment, Tian-Yu found himself standing before the wounded dragon, while Sabo stood beside him, clutching a pipe defensively, and Kula trembled fearfully behind him. Sweat beaded on their foreheads, their anxious feet shifting in place. Fixated on Tian-Yu, who was indulging in a feast, he had not forgotten the grievances from before. Tian-Yu was one to forgive minor transgressions, but would exact vengeance for significant wrongs. Consider him, who faced his wrath daily, with all her subordinates meeting their demise and never finding peace until death. This could be seen as a clear distinction between enmity and an unyielding quest for retribution. Acting heroically and seeking revenge were not mutually exclusive. The last time he spared the opponent was merely because held far greater significance and posed a greater challenge in Tian-Yu's heart. On the fringes of the White Island, Ace knelt, tears streaming down his face, pleading with Tian-Yu, Sabo, Uncle Dragon, Tian-Yu, I implore you, spare them. I am willing to trade my life for theirs. Whitebeard held his son firmly, fearful that a moment's recklessness might provoke that harbinger of doom. Though he feared no battle with Tian-Yu, he had to consider the safety of his other sons. The moment Ace moved, the entirety of the Whitebeard pirates would leap into battle, unflinchingly confronting Tian-Yu, even to the death. Yet, this enemy was overwhelmingly formidable. Even in his youth, he would have been no match for him. Marco, captain of the First Division, approached without hesitation, engaging Tian-Yu in conversation while attempting to maintain a relaxed demeanor, continuously wiping away perspiration. Tian-Yu, thank you for rescuing Ace from Blackbeard last time. The Whitebeard pirates have yet to express our gratitude. Unfazed, Tian-Yu continued to eat, his demeanor warm as he replied, no need for thanks. It was merely a trifling effort. As he spoke, he gestured for Marco to take a seat. Have you eaten? If not, join me. Suddenly, his tone shifted. You Whitebeard pirates haven't been troubling the common folk, have you? Marco quickly shook his head. No, absolutely not. We only collect a modest protection fee. He plopped down casually and continued. You know, there are many pirates in the New World. Without the protection of the Whitebeard pirates, the common folk would face slaughter and robbery. Here, the Navy and the world government hold no sway. Tian-Yu handed him a bottle of juice, earnestly stating, let us have a toast. Marco, believing it to be alcohol, eagerly raised his glass and drank deeply. This flavor, what a divine beverage, observing Tian-Yu's earnestness. As if partaking in a drink, he couldn't help but burst into laughter, finding the scene a stark contrast to the image of a ruthless killer he had envisioned. In the distance, Whitebeard and the others furrowed their brows, their expressions tense. Jozu voiced his concern. What on earth is Marco doing? Vista added, that killer Tian-Yu won't harm him, will he? Bruli chimed in, I think it's quite possible. He is a monster who kills without blinking. Whitebeard remained silent, his intense gaze fixed on Tian-Yu, observing closely. His serious demeanor inexplicably softened, even revealing a faint smile. However, soon his brow furrowed deeply once more, as if he had grasped a certain truth. He did not spare Marco not because he couldn't, but because he had no reason to do so. Marco simply was not his enemy. Such a person, how could he possibly let his enemy go? Unless the enemy was immensely powerful, It was utterly inconceivable. The remaining members of the Whitebeard pirates suddenly displayed expressions of disbelief, intently observing Tanyue and Marco, who were engaged in light-hearted banter, occasionally quarreling or striking poses. Their faces increasingly peculiar. Geoise could hardly believe his eyes, rubbing them in disbelief, his expression tinged with reluctance as he exclaimed, "This? He actually didn't T-chop Marco." His tone suggested a tinge of regret. Bista scolded, "You fool, what s with that tone and expression?" Blamank, irritated, remarked, "Truly, Marco is remarkable. Even someone like Tanyue has been persuaded by him." Rikuyo, appearing relieved, commented, "It seems we are about to celebrate." Mir cheerfully added, "With friends like this, who would dare to bully me on the high seas?" Ace, no longer crying, stared blankly at Tanyue's silhouette, his body trembling uncontrollably as he suddenly comprehended the true nature of Tanyue. Did he harbor hatred? Knowing the outcome, he naturally resented Tanyue, yet he found himself unable to summon that hatred, leaving him momentarily speechless in a state of conflicting emotions. Marco, brimming with joy, quickly extended an invitation to Tanyue, who did not decline. The two made their way aboard the Moby Dick, where the bewildered members of the Whitebeard pirates soon erupted into merriment at Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, truly lives up to his reputation. Tanyue declared, seated at the prominent position on the right, addressing the sincere Whitebeard. Whitebeard detected the regret in Tanyue's tone. After all, he too yearned to witness the prowess of a formidable opponent. Alas, he was old, and Tanyue was still young. A duel between them held no meaning now. Hurrah! Whitebeard laughed heartily. "I have grown old. You are the strongest man in the world now." Tanyue's expression darkened. "I truly wish I could have fought you in your prime." Whitebeard, with a hint of pride, chuckled, "Hurrah! But alas, I am old. Even if you were to defeat me, it wouldn't count." Once Ace regained his composure, he sat silently, staring blankly at Sabo and Dragon, that he now understood that his decision had simultaneously determined the fate of everyone aboard the Moby Dick. But did he have the right to make such choices? Even if no one spoke up, could he truly decide for everyone? Throughout the entire ordeal, Tanyue seemed oblivious to Ace, for he would never relinquish his pursuit of eliminating his enemies for anyone. Moreover, Nami and the others were his Achilles' heel. Geoise curiously inquired, "Tanyue, how did you become so powerful?" "Indeed, Tanyue, what makes you so strong?" Blamank echoed. "You fools, that is a matter of personal privacy. How can you be so reckless in asking?" Bista nervously glanced at Tanyue, relieved to see he was not angered. Tanyue nonchalantly laughed. Because I am a hero." Bista queried, "Why not become a pirate?" Tanyue dramatically rose, sensing that it was time to put on a show. He placed one foot on the railing, tilted his head skyward at a 45-degree angle, flung his arm back as if to sweep a cape behind him, and grasped a gourd filled with juice, proclaiming, "For this world needs my chivalry, and someone must champion the cause of justice. Let those scoundrels know that regardless of who they are, regardless of their strength or power, as long as they dare to bully the good, I shall vanquish them." With that, he styled his hair flamboyantly and executed a dramatic hair toss, adding a crooked smile and a piercing gaze. Marco shivered. "What's wrong with you? Why are you giving me those looks?" Tanyue scoffed. "Do you know what this is? This is cool, slick, and wild. You are absolutely over the top." Rikuyo instinctively glanced at Marco's pants, prompting Marco to spring up, ready to prove his masculinity. "What do you mean by that?" "Rikuyo, today, you shall witness the 7 wolves I've coiled around my waist. If I don't take you down, I'm not a man." Tanyue swiftly dodged, bewildered by their antics. Were they all fencing masters? Terrifying. No wonder they all acted like children. Blamank covered his eyes, peeking through his fingers. "This is too much. Can you all be a little more discreet? We still have friends around. Don't cause misunderstandings." He held an imaging bug, secretly preparing to capture the moment. Suddenly, a glint flashed in Whitebeard's weathered eyes, piercing Tanyue like a sword as he questioned, "How can you be certain that those you kill are truly innocent? And those you save are indeed good?" The others fell silent, gazing intently. Tanyue radiated wisdom, responding, "One can simply inquire." Whitebeard pressed on, "Aren't you afraid of mistakenly killing the wrong person? Wouldn't that turn your heroism into villainy?" This was indeed a deeply probing question. Yet Tanyue merely smiled lightly. I am not a government official. It's already troublesome enough to ask, must I also solve the case? If one encounters me. Consider it their misfortune. Whitebeard chuckled. Your sense of chivalry seems rather reckless. Tanyue shrugged off the concern. A fair judge may struggle to discern family matters, but I can listen to the voices of all beings. While people may lie, nature is the most impartial judge. The flora and fauna will never deceive me. Whitebeard had no retort, his gaze turning to Ace with concern, as if seeking his decision, for Tanyue had already indulged himself and was ready to draw his sword. As the crimson sun set, the white earth was stained red, and the atmosphere brimmed with an air of impending violence that a lone figure, with a sword in hand, stood resolutely. His body was akin to a drawn blade, silent yet exuding an aura of intimidation. Anyone could perceive the youthful recklessness in his silhouette, his gaze ablaze with confidence, a piercing pride that bordered on arrogance. And one had anticipated this moment. Not even Tanyue himself. The person he once admired most was now to be delivered to the underworld by his own hands. The whims of fate are unpredictable. No one can foresee such changes, especially since destiny is forged by one's own actions. The path one takes invariably shapes their outcome. The red-haired Shanks arrived by boat, standing alongside Whitebeard as they gazed at the distant figure, marveling at the existence of such a person. Who could restrain him? A chilling wind swept in from the sea. The dragon's veins bulged on the back of his hand as he realized Tanyue had come. Looking at the revolutionary officers who had once participated in the encirclement, as well as those who had not, a profound sorrow welled up within him. We shall bear the consequences of our actions. I hope you can spare those who did not partake. Tanyue replied coolly, I have always been clear about grievances and kindness, never indiscriminately slaying the innocent. Thank you. Dragon's face reflected a strange expression. In his heart, he found it hard to believe that someone like Tanyue, who could so easily resort to slaughter, would spare the innocent. After a brief pause, he could not help but ask, Is my father still alive? He is dead, Tanyue answered succinctly. Dragon gritted his teeth and inquired, What about my son, Luffy? Is he still alive? Tanyue promptly replied, He has not provoked me. Dragon looked at him, pleading, Can you let Luffy go if he has done something foolish? I've said, He did not provoke me, Tanyue stated. In my homeland, before one dies, there is always a final meal. You should hurry and enjoy your meal. Suddenly enlightened, Dragon realized why Tanyue had not acted immediately. A relieved smile breaking on his face on such a fine day, with such splendid scenery, we should enjoy a good meal before our end. Thus, all the revolutionaries began to eat, savoring each bite with great care and focus. Perhaps this was the first time in their lives they had eaten with such seriousness. With their minds clear, they relished the food before them, as if consuming every meal they had ever eaten. The taste of this meal far surpassed all others, for they sought to make a final reckoning with their lives, unwilling to rush through this meal or deceive themselves. Each grain of rice was an explosion of flavor, so distinct and vivid. The sunset glowed brighter, and the scenery became more beautiful. Before darkness descended, the heavens often bestow upon the world a final flourish of beauty, as a person approaches the end of life. They often exhibit a newfound wisdom, cherishing the fleeting moments of existence even more. Such is the essence of humanity and the journey of life. If one has truly lived earnestly, sorrow tends to be scarce. While joy abounds, the myriad flavors of life, sweet, sour, bitter, and spicy, pale in comparison to the simple pleasure of sharing a meal together. Observing the scene before him, Tanyue suddenly realized that he had never truly savored a meal with mindfulness. A thought arose within him. Life passes swiftly, and I should relish every meal I partake. And as the sun began its descent, half of its radiant orb sank into the rippling azure sea, casting a golden hue upon the clouds, while the heated currents shimmered with an inextinguishable crimson. Ace, unable to restrain himself any longer, made a choice, severing the foolish impulses of his adoptive sons. When the sea breeze swept in, waves crashed upon the shore, and the small channels of water began to flow once more, carrying away the diluted remnants of blood. The drifting clouds scattered, taking with them the lingering scent of what once was. The dust settled upon the gravestones, erasing all traces of the earthly realm, and the remaining memories would inevitably fade with time. The final meal, no matter how sumptuous, is destined to come to an end. Tianyu stood silently before the grave he had dug with his own hands, watching them cover it with earth, a wave of indescribable sadness washing over him, whether it was his own sorrow or that of others. He found himself unwilling to dwell on it. Today he had taken the lives of many, including those he once held dear, as the long night descended. It finally passed, yielding to the first rays of sunlight that broke through the tree branches, illuminating Tianyue's face. Many aspects of life are inherently contradictory, making clarity elusive. Under the warm glow of the rising sun, Tianyue stepped cautiously out of the woods, each footfall firmly grounding him upon the earth. Much later, aboard the Moby Dick, Marco and the others awoke from their stupor, understanding that their father had made his choice, effectively stripping them of theirs. They realized that he had saved them. The 4 emperors had fallen. The navy lay in tatters, and the world government was barely surviving. This should have been a prime opportunity for the pirates. Yet the reality was starkly different. The sea continued to roil with turmoil. But the pirates' existence was no longer as rampant as before, forever overshadowed by an ominous sword of fate. One individual dominated the world, reigning supreme. Meanwhile, the diminutive robots on the moon were preparing everything for their god. New machines were created, breaking new ground, sowing seeds, and constructing temples. Not long after Tianyue's new life commenced, filled with flirtation and merriment, he unexpectedly faced a new crisis. With the activation of the Void Throne, Im's hidden agenda finally erupted. It seemed they were intrinsically linked, the throne resonating with the entity, forging a unique connection. In that moment, a sense of impending crisis surged through Tianyue's heart, gazing at the incessantly trembling watch on his wrist. He barely had time to ponder before he found himself atop the Void Throne. Nami and the others sensed something was amiss, but were left in the dark regarding Tianyue's whereabouts. Hancock anxiously exclaimed, "What should we do? Something must have happened to him." Robin responded with calm assurance. Tianyue vanished suddenly. The only one capable of such a feat is the king on his wrist. Nami, filled with excitement, declared, "Mary Geoise. It must be Mary Geoise. The king originates from there." Karina urged, "Let's hurry and see what has transpired." The others, hesitant to delay, quickly boarded the Freedom ship, setting their course for Mary Geoise. "What is happening?" As he surveyed the unfolding map, a sense of unease gripped Tianyue. He thought to return to the moon, only to find it futile. That he attempted to rise, but found himself unable. Panic setting in as he frantically twisted the crown of his watch. With a turn, a glowing ring appeared on the dial, accompanied by the words "energy sufficient," inadvertently activating the Void Throne. That a massive metallic console materialized behind the throne, which then merged into the king. The sole luminous point on the map began to twinkle like a star, soon joined by another nearby. Point 1 was gradually dimming, while the other grew ever brighter. Sensing trouble, Tianyue attempted to rise, but found himself firmly anchored to the throne, unable to escape. As the overwhelming energy began to dissipate, Nami and the others finally reached Mary Geoise, quickly locating Tianyue thanks to their formidable observation hockey. Nami called out, "Tianyue, are you all right?" Tianyue managed a strained smile. "I'm fine for now, but I have no idea what's happening." He understood he might be in grave trouble. Robin frowned. "The king has encountered an anomaly. Try to see if you can remove it." Tianyue replied helplessly, "I can't move at all." Hearing this, they rushed to assist him, only to be repelled by an invisible force. It was then they noticed a bubble-like shield enclosing the throne and Tianyue. In the next instant, the sun's energy surged into the throne, which began to emit an eerie blue glow. The king on his wrist moved forward slightly, and a voice echoed in his ear. "Based on your selected star map, the destination has been fully located. The king is in the process of activation. Please heed the instructions. Interdimensional jumping is officially commencing. Please hold onto the handrails and ensure safe navigation." That a friendly reminder. Safety is paramount in interdimensional travels. Improper seating may lead to tears from loved ones. The map's projection abruptly retracted, and just before it did, one star point completely dimmed while another was illuminated. Simultaneously, a beam of light shot from the Void Throne. creating a blue passage ahead. Tianyue realized he was about to be transported to an unknown location by the king. He shouted down to Nami and the others, "Don't worry about me. I'll be back." This is merely a transportation function. As a Blue Star inhabitant, he had read countless novels and was well prepared for this. Before his words could fully escape, he vanished into the passage. Nami and the others heard Tianyue's voice, and although anxiety gripped their hearts regarding his mode of departure, they quickly surmised that this was likely a unique transportation ability of the king. Nami gazed at the spot where Tianyue had disappeared, exclaiming, "This guy always finds trouble." Perona asked, "Should we wait here for Tianyue to return?" Robin replied, "With his personality, he probably won't come back until he's thoroughly enjoyed himself. Moreover, he has discovered another ability of the king, so he will undoubtedly be eager to explore it further."